Luzhou Island Prison, this world-famous hell, is known as the cage for imprisoning demons, and all those imprisoned are vicious and evil heretics. Yisang, the young lady who was once sought after by everyone in Yuncheng, disappeared unexpectedly 3 years ago. Everyone thought she had died, but now she appears in the Luzhou Island Prison as number 09. She had no criminal record, no sentence, and no one knew why she came here voluntarily and stayed here for 3 years. 3 years seemed to pass in a flash for her. Her name was once a legend in Cloud City, but now she was wearing a black cloak, hiding in the shadows, and her face was as pale as death. Her eyes were dead and filled with a chilling coldness, and her entire body seemed to be drenched in the abyss, having long been out of tune with the light of the outside world. Who is she hiding from? Who could have made this woman, who had lived for more than 100 years and was once known as the Shadow, willingly trapped in this hell? No one knows, and no one dares to ask. 3 years ago, she walked into Luzhou Island with mysterious silence, and just before she turned and left, this prison was almost completely turned upside down because of her. 3 years ago, she had a brief encounter with number 01, another legendary demon on Luzhou Island, a dangerous SSSSS-level heretic known as Jade Unicorn in the martial arts world. In that battle, the sky was dark, the sea was raging, and Luzhou Island was almost sunk. Since then, this prison has established an unwritten rule. Number 01 and number 09 must not meet, even if they just pass by each other. Number 01 in the picture is the taboo of this prison, and number 09 is the taboo among taboos. Yisang has lived in seclusion here for 3 years, seemingly withdrawn from the world, but never truly silent. Even in prison, she still exudes a suffocating sense of danger. Everyone knows that number 09 is taciturn on the surface, but when she speaks, no one dares to underestimate her words. Her eyes are cold, but they can directly touch the deepest fear in people's hearts. In the visiting room, Gucci looked at Yisang in a cloak through the glass and sighed. "My ancestor, what have you been trying to do in the past 3 years? Luzhou Island is hell. Who else would take the initiative to run here except you?" What he didn't know was that this prison might be the real, safe place for Yisang. She did not answer Gucci's question, but just asked in a low voice, "Is there any news about the place I'm looking for?" Gucci was silent for a moment and shook his head. "No." However, clues to the blazing bloodstone have appeared in the black market in Yuncheng. Yisang's eyes moved slightly, but his voice remained calm. "Beidao will wait for me in 3 days. 3 days later, Yisang walked out of the prison, still wearing a black cloak that concealed her beautiful face. Her steps were steady, as if the person walking out of the prison was not a person, but a beast that had been dormant for a long time. She turned around and glanced at the isolated island surrounded by waves, and her eyes inadvertently swept across the window of the spire, where number 01 was standing. Despite the distance, Yisang could still feel those cold, sharp eyes on her. They had never met in 3 years, but Yisang knew very well that this man had been watching her. The battle that year was a catastrophe. Now that she is gone, there will surely be a bigger storm waiting for them in the future. "You Qilin," she whispered softly, with a slight smile on her lips. "One day, we will meet again." Back to reality, Yisang boarded the port of Beidao. Gucci, who had been waiting for a long time, ran up to him and said, "Ancestor, I miss you so much." Guyu, who was standing at the side, also bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Welcome home, Sister Sang." Yisang, who took off her cloak, was breathtakingly beautiful, but so cold that people dared not approach her. She looked at Guyu and said in a light tone, "You have grown up?" Gucci joked, "Ancestor, you have been so exhausted in the past 3 years that there is not even a trace of blood on your face. When we get back, I will make you some nourishing soup to replenish your body." After getting in the car, Guyu suddenly asked, "Sister Sang, after you return to Yuncheng, are you going to the Yi family?" Yisang turned her head to look out the window, with a complex emotion in her eyes. "Let's go back? When I left 3 years ago, I left without saying goodbye. When I returned 3 years later, I had to go back to look at the cause and effect that had been planted." "I don't agree." Lu Yi's sharp objection echoed in the living room of the Yi family. Her face turned red with anger, and her words revealed undisguised disgust. She suddenly disappeared 3 years ago, and now she's suddenly back. Who knows where she's been in the past 3 years? Look at her dead face. She looks like a ghost. So unlucky. What if it affects Tian? After hearing these words, the many servants of the Yi family all lowered their heads and remained silent. No one dared to say anything. "The child is standing at the door. Please say less." Yihang frowned and lowered his voice, trying to suppress Lu Yi's emotions. A tall and slim girl was standing at the door, wearing a loose white t-shirt, black overalls, and a pair of ordinary white sneakers. She looked clean but low-key. Her long hair was tied up high and casually fixed with a black hairpin. She had delicate eyebrows and eyes, and an oval face that was as white as porcelain, but with an abnormal, sickly paleness. Those phoenix eyes were cold and deep, like a calm well, yet the black and white were so distinct that one dared not look directly at them. The Buddhist beads on her wrist hung quietly, blending in with her cold temperament, like a statue that was not affected by the mundane world. She was stunningly beautiful, yet chilling. Louis was so angry that she was shaking all over, but she kept chattering. She caused so much trouble 3 years ago, and made us spend so much money, and now she dares to come back? Yihong, I'm telling you, in this house today, you can only keep one of her, me, and Tian. Yisang walked into the living room without any expression fluctuation. I'm tired and want to sleep, she said directly to Yihong, her cold voice without any emotion fluctuation. After saying that, he walked towards the stairs, as if the argument just now had never happened. Louis couldn't swallow this breath and grabbed Yisang's arm. Who allowed you to come in? Did I say I let you in? Yisang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at her sideways. His eyes were dark and deep, with a cold chill. Do I need your consent? Louis felt a chill on her back when she was stared at by those eyes, and her heart was filled with fear. But when she thought that she was the one who had the final say in the Yi family, she immediately stood up and said, I am the head lady of the Yi family. You can't enter this house without my consent. Don't even think about it, ah? Before she could finish her words, Yisang grabbed her wrist with his backhand. With a crack, the sound of broken bones was clearly audible. Louis screamed and fell to the ground, her face twisted in pain. Yihong stood up suddenly and was about to speak, but Yisang spoke first. She pinched me and hurt me. The girl said lightly, her voice as calm as if she was describing an irrelevant matter. I have shown mercy to ordinary people like her. Louis covered her broken wrist and gasped in pain, but anger instantly surged in her heart and she raised her other hand to slap Yisang. But before his hand touched Yisang's face, Yisang grabbed his hand with his backhand and then slapped him loudly. Bang! Louis's whole body was knocked flying and fell to the ground. The cheongsam on her body was torn apart due to the excessive movement. She looked in a terrible mess. Madam! Aunt Wang ran over in panic and helped Louis up, but she didn't dare to look at Yisang anymore. Louis covered her face and pointed at Yisang angrily, her voice as sharp as a pig being slaughtered. You monster! How dare you hit me? You started it. Yisang said expressionlessly, his tone cold. He turned around and continued walking upstairs, saying coldly, If you think you still have the courage, you can try again. Yihong! Louis screamed hysterically, turning her head to glare at Yihong who was standing beside her. You saw it. You just let her beat me like that? If she's in this family today, I won't be here. You must give me an explanation, or I'll die in front of you. Then go die. Yisang's voice came down the stairs, extremely cold, with no attempt to hide the contempt in it. I hope I can see your corpse when I wake up. You. Louis was so angry that her chest heaved violently and her face turned pale. Yihong spoke in a deep voice, his eyes falling coldly on Louis. Have you had enough of making trouble? He raised his hand and slammed the table hard, his voice revealing suppressed anger. Louis, you don't really think that I have forgotten how you married into the Yi family? These words were like a needle that punctured all the disguised balloons in Louis's heart. Back then, after Yihong's ex-wife passed away, he had no intention of remarrying. However, during a business drinking party, Louis drugged him and made him go to bed with her. Yihong was a man who cared about his reputation, and he married Louis for the so-called responsibility. However, after the truth was revealed, he knew it all along, but never mentioned it for the sake of face. Now, Louis has become increasingly arrogant in the Yi family by taking advantage of Yi Tian's excellent character, and has even forgotten her methods in the past. When she heard Yihong mention it in public, Louis's face suddenly turned extremely pale. I'm telling you, Yihong said in a cold voice, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Yisang is a member of the Yi family. She can live here if she wants to, and leave if she wants to. You have no right to control her. If you don't want to live with her, then just move out with Yi Tian as you said. Louis clenched her teeth. Her face turned pale and blue, but she could not say a word in rebuttal. Yisang stopped at the door of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and was about to push the door open to go in. At this moment, housekeeper Lee hurried up the stairs and stopped her with an anxious look on his face. Miss, you can't come in here. Butler Lee said sincerely, but his eyes flickered with a hint of uneasiness. Yisang narrowed his dark eyes slightly, and his tone was cold and emotionless. "This is my room. Why can't I come in?" Housekeeper Lee was so overwhelmed by her cold aura that he dared not look directly at her. He stammered and explained, "Miss, this bedroom has been converted into the piano room for the second young lady. The things inside belong to the second young lady. No one in the family dares to touch them. How about changing rooms first?" "Really?" Yisang curled her lips lightly. The next second, without waiting for Butler Lee to say anything more, she raised her foot and kicked hard. Bang! The door suddenly opened, shaking the entire floor. Butler Lee shrank his neck in fear, and everyone downstairs looked up with astonishment. Yisang stepped into the room and swept his cold eyes across the room. 3 years ago, this was where she lived. It was so simple that it only had a bed, a wardrobe, a table, and a chair. But now, everything has changed. The bed and wardrobe are still there, but the rest of the room has been completely transformed into an art room. A mirrored wall has been installed on the west wall. A row of steel pipes are standing against the wall, and an expensive black grand piano is placed in the middle of the room, with a violin next to it. There was an easel in one corner, and the wall next to it was covered with pencil drawings, all of which were exquisite game scenes. There was even a desktop computer occupying one corner, and various art supplies were cluttered on the desktop. Yisang looked around, his eyes becoming increasingly cold, and finally his gaze landed on Butler Lee. His tone was extremely cold. "I'll give you half an hour to dismantle all these extra things and move them out." "Miss." Butler Lee's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his tone was a little embarrassed. "These things are not easy to move, and the second young lady will definitely be angry when she comes back and finds out. There are many other empty bedrooms in the house. Why don't you just stay there first? If it's still like this in half an hour, I'll take it down myself." Yisang's voice was calm, but with an unquestionable chill. She turned and walked towards the room at the west end of the second floor. As soon as she put her hand on the door handle, a light flashed in her palm, and with a click, the locked door opened. "Miss, that's the young master's room." Butler Lee tried to stop her from behind, but before she could finish her words, the door slammed shut. Yisang sat on the hanging chair on the second floor, turned on his phone, and looked through the messages. The phone was an ultra-thin silver model, but it was covered with a thick black phone case, which looked quite old. Yisang opened an app called Bu Yi Jing and swiped the page skillfully. The friend message bar was already full, with 999 plus unread message reminders filled with red dots. She glanced at them casually and saw that most of them were asking about her where she had been for the past 3 years, as well as some vague probes. She had no interest in this and did not reply to any of the messages, but clicked on the forum homepage. "Have you heard that Yuncheng has been released from the prison on Luzhou Island?" More exciting news. Yuncheng has also been released. Didn't these two fight on Luzhou Island 3 years ago? They almost sank the entire island. Yisang flipped through the posts, her lips slightly raised, revealing a sarcastic smile. The news spread quickly, but there was one thing that surprised her. Yuncheng actually came out too. "This man." She narrowed her eyes, with a hint of danger in her eyes. "It seems that I have to fight him. This time, she must get his blood." Outside the door, Yixisheng walked up the stairs quickly with his long legs. He had just returned from the hospital, and when he heard the news about Yisang, he rushed home without stopping. "Where's Sang Sang?" His clear voice rang out in the living room, and Butler Lee quickly ran out to respond. "Master, the eldest lady is in your room." Yixisheng didn't ask any more questions and pushed open the door. Yisang was leaning casually in the hanging chair on the balcony with a mobile phone in his hand. He was stunned for a moment, his eyes fell on her thin face, and his brows immediately frowned. "You have lost weight." Hearing this, Yisang raised his eyes. His eyes became a little warmer. "You have lost weight too." "I'm slimming, the result of fitness." Yixisheng compared his arms, his tone somewhat helpless. "You are different. If you continue to lose weight like this, you will have problems." "It's okay." Yisang leaned lazily on the back of the chair, his tone indifferent. "She won't die." Yixisheng sighed helplessly, walked forward, held her wrist, and took her pulse. "Where have you been these past few years? I know you won't tell me, but it's good that you're back." He smiled and touched her head, his tone somewhat doting. "By the way, I just stored some fresh blood bags at the hospital. Do you want me to send you 2 bags? I'm a human, not a vampire." Yisang glanced at him and slapped his hand away. "Don't touch my head." Yixisheng laughed out loud, but before he could say anything more, Yisang suddenly stood up, looked at the time on her phone, and her expression gradually turned cold. Half an hour has passed. She walked straight to the master bedroom on the third floor. When the door opened, the bedroom looked just as she had seen it before, with messy art supplies filling the entire room, with no signs of anyone having cleaned it up. Yisang's eyes darkened instantly, and a chill spread from her body. I told you to tear it down. Why didn't you do it? Yi Cixing's voice became colder, and he looked at Butler Li. Butler Li was sweating profusely and said cautiously, Master, the second miss will definitely be angry when she finds out after school, and the madam won't allow us to move. Who dares to touch things in my room? Lu Yi's voice suddenly rang out, and she walked up the stairs angrily, her face bandaged and her wrist bandaged. However, just as she finished her words, a loud noise suddenly came from the room. Bang! Lu Yi turned her head sharply and saw Yisang kicking the piano, causing the expensive grand piano to break in two. Ah! Lu Yi screamed miserably. Are you crazy? This piano costs 2 million. I said, if you don't dismantle it in half an hour, I will help you dismantle it. Yisang said in a cold tone. Yisang raised his foot and turned around to kick again. The huge glass wall was instantly covered with spider patterns. Crack, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. The entire glass shattered, and the fragments scattered everywhere. Butler Li and Aunt Wang outside the door looked pale and lowered their heads at the same time, not daring to breathe too loudly. The entire corridor was so quiet that even the air seemed to freeze. Yisang stood among the broken glass on the ground. Her eyes were cold and her voice was as sharp as a knife. I'll say it again. This room is my bedroom. She spoke each word indifferently without any emotion. Just because I'm not here doesn't mean you can touch it at will. Before she finished speaking, she looked around and her tone became colder. The Yi family has such a big house and so many empty bedrooms, which one can't be converted. Why did you choose my room? She smiled slightly, her coldness penetrating into her bones. Oh, Aunt Lu, your little trick is really blatant enough. When Louie heard this, she was immediately furious. She took 2 steps forward, pointed at Yisang's nose, and shouted angrily, This is the Yi family. You are just a wild girl who ran away 3 years ago. Now you come back to smash my things. I think you are a disaster. You are an unlucky thing. Aunt Lu. Yi Cixing's voice suddenly turned cold. He stepped forward and stood in front of Yisang, his eyes as gloomy as a deep pool in winter. Do you know what you are saying? Louie was shocked by the shout. She was about to continue speaking, but when she saw Yi Cixing's cold gaze, her aura was suppressed and a look of grievance appeared on her face. She raised her hanging arm and pointed at her face, which was still swollen. Her voice began to tremble. Cixing, I didn't mean to scold her, but look at my face and my arm. She beat me as soon as she came back. What can I do? Yi Cixing looked indifferent, without even a ripple in his eyes. He spoke coldly, and every word hit the heart. Aunt Lu, if you don't provoke her, will she hit you? Bang! Crack! Yisang opened the window expressionlessly and threw things out one by one. The sound of each item hitting the ground was crisp and harsh, and the doorway was no exception, filled with discarded debris. Stop it! Louie was originally complaining to Yi Cixing about her grievances. But when she saw this scene, she instantly jumped up in anger and pounced on Yisang, trying to grab her to stop her. Yisang suddenly turned around. His cold eyes were like sharp blades. He raised his hand and directly grabbed Louie's neck. The force was not strong, but just enough to prevent her from breaking free. The girl's face was close to her, and every word she uttered was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Don't tell me here that this is the Yi family. Without me, the Yi family would not exist at all. Yisang raised the corners of his lips slightly, revealing a cold smile. And you? Who are you? You, Cixing. Lu Yi was strangled to the point of having difficulty breathing. Her voice was intermittent, and she looked at Yi Cixing for help. Yi Cixing just looked at her coldly, without any emotion, and said calmly, I have said it before, if you don't provoke her, she won't hit you, let alone cause trouble for you. Hearing this, Yisang curled his lips, his eyes were cold, and his voice was as low as a ghost. 3 years ago, you drugged me, sent me to those old men, and hired someone to kidnap me. Don't you think I don't know? She sneered, and suddenly loosened her grip, throwing Louie aside. Her eyes filled with cold warnings. If you mess with me again, I'll settle old scores with you. Before she finished speaking, she kicked the piano hard, and the grand piano worth 2 million fell to the ground with a deafening sound, and then broke into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Get lost. Louie fell to the ground, her face pale, and she dared not even say a word. Yi Cixing looked coldly at the housekeeper who was standing aside hesitantly and said in a cold tone, "Why don't you clean up quickly?" "Yes, yes." Housekeeper Li nodded quickly, not daring to hesitate for a moment. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and immediately called for people to start cleaning the master bedroom on the third floor. Louis huddled aside, staring at Yi Sang and Yi Cixing with resentful eyes, but she dared not say a word. She covered her neck, which was red from being pinched, and her anger was surging in her heart, but she suppressed it and dared not to explode. Yi Cixing's indifference made her realize that she had no right to stand up for Yi Sang in this family, let alone resist. She clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment and hatred. 3 years ago, her plan to hire someone to kidnap Yi Sang failed, and she thought that the other party had already died outside, but she didn't expect that this dead girl was so lucky that she could come back alive. In the corridor, Yi Cixing crossed his arms over his chest and glanced coldly at the servants who were cleaning the room. "You are all servants of the Yi family, but remember, you are just working for the Yi family." His voice was clear and cold. "You signed a contract to work here. If you get paid, you should do your job well and obey your employer's arrangements. Otherwise, there are many people willing to take your place." His words not only made the servants who were working lower their heads and dare not speak, but also completely slapped Louis in the face. She was so angry that her face turned red, her fists clenched tightly, but she dared not say a word. Yi Cixing looked back at Yi Sang and said in a gentler tone, Sang, go to my room and rest." Yi Sang glanced at him lazily, said nothing more, and turned to walk to the second floor. Back in the room on the second floor, Yi Cixing suggested softly, "Why don't you stop living at the Yi family? I have another house outside, which is quieter." Yi Sang leaned back in her chair, her eyes as calm as the surface of a lake. "I won't stay for long, but for the time being, I still need the identity of the eldest daughter of the Yi family." Upon hearing this, Yi Cixing nodded slightly and said nothing more. The cleaning work of the master bedroom on the third floor was in full swing. This time, all the servants did not dare to say anything and cleaned the room thoroughly within an hour, restoring it to the state it was 3 years ago. Butler Li and Aunt Wang were busying themselves cautiously, fearing that something might not be done properly. "Master!" Aunt Wang hesitated and called Yi Cixing, who had just come out of the room, pointed at the piano in the yard that had fallen apart, and said tentatively, "That is the second young lady's favorite piano, and it's so expensive." Before she could finish her words, Yi Cixing took out a bank card from his pocket and threw it into her arms. "Go buy a new one." Mother Wang caught the card in a panic. She wanted to say something but didn't dare to open her mouth. She could only turn around and walk away dejectedly, holding the card. She couldn't help but start to worry. When the second young lady comes home from school in the evening and sees this scene, she will definitely be angry, but what can she do? When Yi Sang woke up from her nap, it was already 6:30 in the evening. She simply dressed up, put on the same clothes she had worn during the day, and went out. When she walked downstairs, Butler Li came up to her cautiously and asked in a low voice, "Miss, are you going out?" Yi Sang nodded, his tone cold but polite. "If He Hong or Yi Cixing comes back and asks, just say that I have something to do in the evening and may not be back." "Do you need me to drive you?" Butler Li was very respectful at the moment, fearing to offend the young lady. "No need." Yi Sang waved his hand and walked straight to the door. Just as she was leaving, Butler Li caught a glimpse of a black Cullinan parked outside the door. The license plate was particularly eye-catching, Emperor A0000. Butler Li was stunned, his eyes slightly fixed. The license plate of Emperor A came from Emperor State, and the number with 40S was extremely rare, much more expensive than this customized Cullinan. This kind of status is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. "A distinguished guest is coming to my house?" he said to himself and hurried out of the door to greet him. But he saw a handsome young man getting out of the driver's seat of the car, walking around the front of the car and respectfully opening the passenger door, and Yi Sang actually sat directly in. The car door closed and Cullinan slowly drove away. Butler Li stood there, stunned. In the car, Gucci was driving while observing Yi Sang's expression in the rearview mirror. Seeing that she looked like she had just woken up, he couldn't help but ask, "Ancestor, it's still early, do you want to go eat first?" Yi Sang nodded slightly, "Yeah." Gucci was immediately excited, turned the steering wheel, and drove directly to the most famous Shishangju in Yuncheng. In the box, Guyu had already arrived. He was leaning back in his chair, playing games with headphones on. Her long hair, which was distinctly pink and blue, was tied into 2 high ponytails. One side was bright pink, and the other side was deep blue. She looked like a character from the second dimension. She uttered simple gaming terms, Report the point. Loot. Trash. Her voice was cold and quick. When she heard the door open, she glanced at it and immediately said into the headset, "No more playing. I want to eat." Without waiting for his teammates to persuade him to stay, he immediately quit the game, turned off his phone, took off his headphones, and told the waiter, "You can serve the food." 3 people ordered 7 dishes and 1 soup. Sweet and sour fish, spicy chicken, boiled pork slices, maoxuang, stewed pig's trotters, boiled shrimp, all of which were dishes that Yisang used to love. Guyu used a serving chopstick to push the sweet and sour fish in front of Yisang and said in a light tone, "It's a boneless fish. Eat it with confidence." Yisang took a bite and commented, "Not bad." "Of course it's good." Gucci raised his eyebrows proudly. "This is the shop I picked. The blood in this Mao Shui Wang is made of pure duck blood. It's genuine. Although it doesn't taste as good as what I make myself, it's still okay." As he said that, he picked up a piece of Mao Shui Wang for Yisang. "This blood supplement is good, especially suitable for you." Guyu put on gloves, peeled the boiled shrimps one by one, arranged them neatly in a small plate, and placed it in front of Yisang without saying a word. Yisang tasted the soup again and nodded slightly. "It's really good." Gucci couldn't help but provoke Guyu. "How about it? Did you hear that? The little ancestor praised me." Guyu didn't even raise his head and said coldly, "If you didn't always use new dishes as test subjects and let me be a guinea pig, I could also praise you." Gucci choked and held his breath without saying anything. Yisang glanced at them calmly, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and continued to eat quietly. At this moment, a shrill cry of begging for mercy suddenly came from outside. "Master Quan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, forgive me this time." The sound was very close, as if it came from the next box. Gucci pricked up his ears, ready to make a move, and whispered, "What's going on here?" Guyu glanced at him coldly. "Don't go." Gucci curled his lips and continued to scratch his ears and cheeks. "But this sounds like it's very serious. What does it have to do with us?" Yisang said calmly without raising his head, continuing to chew a piece of pig's trotter. Guyu agreed coldly, "I understand." However, the voice outside continued, "Master Quan, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance." Bang! It was like something was kicked down, and the voice was filled with suppressed anger and violence. "Have you forgotten what I hate the most?" A man's voice was low and aggressive. "Drug dealers. I won't let anyone who touches drugs go." Hearing the sensitive word, poison, Gucci's expression changed, and Guyu's eyes instantly turned cold. Yisang slowly put down the spoon and stood up. "Let's go." The 3 men walked out of the box and saw the door of the next box being opened. A middle-aged man rushed out with a look of fear on his face, crawling past them. 765-4321. At the end of the corridor, a man in a pink suit was counting down slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot broke the silence of the corridor. The middle-aged man fell to the ground, blood oozing from his chest, his eyes full of despair. "Quan Siming, you are cheating." The man in the pink suit bit a cigarette and sneered, "I didn't say the countdown rhythm must be consistent." He waved his hand, and the waiter next to him actually came forward and started dragging the body. There was no surprise or fear on his face, as if he was doing an ordinary job. "Send the person and the evidence to the police station cleanly." Quan Siming gave the order calmly, his movements as leisurely as if he was talking about the weather. At this moment, he looked up and glanced at the 3 people standing at the door of the next box. Yisang stood at the front, her long hair casually tied up with an ancient hairpin, a white t-shirt and black overalls draped over her tall and slender figure. The face was incredibly beautiful. The skin was so white that it was almost transparent, and the Buddhist beads on the wrist made him look even more solemn. Quan Siming was stunned for a moment, whistled, leaned against the wall, and made a self-proclaimed cool pose. "Hi, beauty." Yisang didn't even look at him, just uttered 2 words, "Idiot." Then he walked past him. Quan Siming was choked and his face changed. He stretched out his hand to stop them. "Hey, you guys saw me kill someone, and you want to leave like this?" Yisang raised his eyes, his gaze as calm as water. "You killed someone. What does it have to do with us leaving or not?" Her voice was flat and as cold as the lake water in the middle of the night, and her eyes were chilling. Quan Siming was stunned. After coming to his senses, there was more interest in his eyes. Interesting. But before he could finish, a deeper voice came from the box, as cold as ice. "What are you arguing about?" Yisang paused and slowly turned back. Quan Siming took a step back, and a man in a black and white trench coat came out. He has picturesque eyebrows and eyes, an aloof and cold look, a tall and slender figure, and exudes a strong sense of oppression. He walked out of the box with long legs, his black and white windbreaker emitting a cold luster under the light. His aura was innate, carrying an invisible pressure, until his eyes accidentally swept across the end of the corridor and stopped at the girl. He paused slightly, and his originally cold eyes gradually focused, his eyes as deep as a cold pond. In the corridor, the two stood opposite each other, staring at each other in silence. Their black eyes were as deep as the sea, and neither of them looked away, as if the air around them had frozen. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Quan Siming's voice broke the strange silence. He waved his hand in front of the man and said with a teasing tone, "Love at first sight?" Li Suizhou lowered his eyes and said coldly, "Get lost." Quan Siming looked helpless. "Okay, I'll get lost." Yi Sang, who was standing at the other end of the corridor, finally came back to his senses. He turned around and said to Gu Qi and Gu Yu beside him in a cold voice, "It's okay." Although she said so, her eyes still showed deep meaning. At that moment just now, she clearly caught a familiar aura from that man. Number 01. Although it was only a moment, her perception was never wrong. Those three people killed people without even frowning. Quan Siming leaned on the railing on the second floor and whispered, "This calm little girl is really interesting." He turned his head to look at Li Suizhou, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you want to do it?" Li Suizhou's face was cold and his voice was even colder. "You can try." Quan Siming raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully, but he gave up the idea in his heart. He didn't really want to kill anyone. He just wanted to get a clearer picture of these interesting-looking people. He suddenly said, "Close the door." As he finished speaking, the door of the hotel slowly closed, and the waiters who had been busy all disappeared without a trace. The hall was empty, and the air was filled with a strange sense of oppression. Yi Sang, who was standing on the first floor, raised his eyes slightly and glanced at the two people on the second floor. Gucci muttered quietly, "This place usually has a lot of customers. When I booked the box today, I thought it was less crowded, but now it seems that the place is cleared. What does it mean that you're clearing the area and still accepting our order?" Gu Yu said in a cold voice. His clear eyes sank. "Interesting." Quan Siming lazily leaned on the railing, looking at them with a smile. "How about this? I'll fight you. If you win, I'll let you go." His eyes fell on Yi Sang, and his tone was somewhat provocative. Gu Yu's expression suddenly turned cold, and he stepped in front of Yi Sang. "She doesn't have to do anything. I can do it." Yi Sang calmly grabbed her arm and protected her behind him. His tone was indifferent, but revealed an unquestionable certainty. "No, I will fight him." As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed at Li Suizhou, who was standing next to Quan Siming. Quan Siming was stunned for a moment, looking back and forth between her and Li Suizhou with a surprised look on his face. Master Li doesn't act easily. "Okay." However, before he finished speaking, Li Suizhou spoke coldly. "Quan Siming, can't this person give himself a little face?" Li Suizhou casually threw his windbreaker into Quan Siming's arms and climbed over the railing with quick and neat movements. From a height of more than 3 meters, he landed steadily without any hesitation or delay. His movements were clean and neat, his posture was upright, and he had an innate sense of oppression. Yi Sang raised the corners of his lips, his eyes showing some interest. "He's quite handsome." The corner of Quan Siming's mouth twitched, and he turned to Li Suizhou and whispered, "Be gentle. Don't hurt the girl." Li Suizhou raised his eyes slightly, but his expression did not change. He just unbuttoned his sleeves and rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, revealing his well-defined wrists. His tone was flat and emotionless. "Nonsense." In the hall, the tables and chairs had been cleared away, and the empty space made the atmosphere even more tense. Yi Sang stood in front of him. Although he was shorter than him, his eyes were no weaker than his and so calm that it made people feel cold. Without any extra words, the two of them attacked almost at the same time. Yi Sang threw a punch, so fast that no one could catch the afterimage. Li Suizhou dodged it with his head tilted, grabbed her wrist with his backhand, and punched her shoulder. Yi Sang turned nimbly, threw him away with his backhand, raised his long legs high, and chopped down directly at his head. Li Suizhou raised his arm to block it, with such great force that the air made a muffled sound. The two men fought back and forth several times, and every punch and kick was merciless, with such great force that the whole hall seemed to shake a little. Just as the two were confronting each other again, Yi Sang suddenly chuckled and retracted his fist. "I can't beat you. I won't fight anymore." Gu Qi's eyes almost popped out of his head. "What?" Li Suizhou's eyes darkened slightly, with a look of scrutiny in his eyes. You didn't give it your all. Yisang raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a playful tone, I just think that you are too beautiful and should be locked in a cage. Quan Siming. That day will come sooner or later. Yisang left after saying this. Her back disappeared into the night outside the door. Li Suizhou stood there, his eyes deep, his Adam's apple moving slightly, and whispered, Don't make me wait too long. Quan Siming watched this scene and finally couldn't help but ask, Brother, are you really going to let her go? Li Suizhou glanced at him coldly and said, Go check her. Meanwhile, inside the Cullinan, Yisang leaned back in his seat and said calmly, Check him. Guyu nodded and replied calmly, Understood. At 9:30 in the evening, in the west of Yuncheng, on Shaoxi Street, Yisang slowly got out of the Cullinan, looked up at the overly eye-catching car, and frowned slightly. Isn't this car too high profile? She asked calmly. I told him to keep a low profile, but he wouldn't listen and insisted on digging out the dusty license plate. Guyu said coldly, glancing at Guqi. Guqi patted the car door with a smug look on his face. Why keep a low profile? My ancestors had to use the best. Who dares to disobey this license plate? But I want to keep a low profile. Yisang said slowly, his tone neither hurried nor slow, but it made Guqi instantly wilted. Along the way, Cullinan and the Dizhou license plate attracted a lot of people's attention, which made Yisang very uncomfortable. Her identity is special, and the black market is not a place where she can be exposed casually. Too many eyes will only cause her trouble. Don't follow me. She held the phone and gave a direct order. If you have any questions, call me. I can handle it myself. But Sister Sang, your health? Guyu hesitated, with a look of worry on his face. It's okay. I've recovered a lot in those 3 years on Luzhou Island. Yisang raised his hand and waved it gently, then turned and walked into the entrance of the black market. Guqi couldn't help but get closer to Guyu and asked in a low voice, How about we follow secretly? Guyu glanced at him coldly and said, If you are not afraid of her getting angry, go ahead and give it a try. Guqi immediately slumped his shoulders and said reluctantly, Okay, then let's go back to Dizhou and wait for her. Shaoxi Street is one of the most remote places in Yuncheng. It got its name because the shape of the street resembles a whistle. Especially on rainy or windy days, the wind blows through the narrow streets, making a strange whistling sound, like a whistle, which is creepy. Because of its remoteness and strange legends, the housing prices here are extremely low, and most of the people living here are poor. Later, some people discovered business opportunities, and this street became the most famous black market in Yuncheng. Here, you can buy anything: cultural relics, antiques, contraband, even weapons and lives. As long as you have money, no deal is impossible. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the lights on Shaoxi Street were dim. Vendors set up their stalls one after another. The air was filled with the smell of barbecue and oil smoke, and the street gradually became lively. Yisang walked slowly on the streets of the black market, her eyes indifferent, as if this chaotic environment had nothing to do with her. She closed her eyes, sensed the surrounding atmosphere, slowly opened her eyes, and walked deeper into the alley. Hey, pretty sister, why are you alone so late? 3 men at the barbecue stall in front noticed Yisang and immediately surrounded her, blocking her way. It's the middle of the night, little girl. Don't run around. This black market is not a good place. The tall and thin man smiled obscenely, looking Yisang up and down. Come on, our brothers will treat you to a meal. You'll be lonely if you're alone. The fat man rubbed his hands, his eyes full of malice. Yisang raised his eyes and his gaze fell on the 3 people. The corners of his mouth slightly raised and he smiled unexpectedly. Eat? Sure. This sudden response made the 3 of them stunned, and then their eyes lit up. They didn't expect that this heavenly girl would be so easy to talk to. What do you want to eat, little sister? We'll treat you. The tall and thin man pointed at the barbecue stall and called out. Yisang's smile deepened. Let's have barbecue and more wine. Her skin was so white that it reflected light, and it seemed to emit a cold glow under the dim light, and her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. The 3 of them felt that this meal would be the most memorable night of their lives. In front of the stall, the wine and meat were served. Yisang held a glass bottle of beer, tapped it lightly, and the bottle cap flew out. He tilted his head back to take a sip, and then put the bottle on the table. Sister, are you so good at drinking? The fat man licked his face and came closer. Drink more. We'll go to a nice place to play later. Yes, with my sister's figure and looks, wow, she is simply one of the most beautiful women in the black market. The tall and thin man smiled obscenely, with naked malice in his eyes. Just as the fat man's hand reached out to Yisang's face, Yisang moved. She dodged sideways, turned her wrist, and grabbed the man's wrist through his clothes. The next second, the beer bottle hit him on the head. Bang! Blood mixed with glass fragments instantly overflowed. The fat man screamed and fell directly to the ground. The other two were startled. Their faces changed instantly, and the lewdness in their eyes turned into anger. Bitch! The tall and thin one cursed angrily and rushed forward with a fist. Yisang sneered, his figure flashed. He picked up a bottle of wine in each hand and shot left and right. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, the tall and thin man and the short and fat man both fell to the ground, covering their heads, with screams rang out one after another. Is this wine delicious? Yisang stood in front of the three people, his voice as cold as if it came from hell, with a somewhat evil smile on his pretty face. You! The fat man wanted to curse, but Yisang kicked him in the crotch, and his words instantly turned into a pig-slaughtering scream. Is it fun? She said softly, and kicked him again. Do you want to play more? Another kick. The three men fell to the ground, holding their crotches, crying and screaming in agony. The surrounding stall owners and passers-by were all so frightened that they dared not breathe. In the dark corner, two figures watched all this. Quan Siming took a breath, his face twitched twice, and he couldn't help but cover his crotch. This sister is too cruel. These three people are ruined for the rest of their lives. More than useless. Li Suizhou crossed his arms, his eyes dark. His life is hanging by a thread. They followed her in, hoping to see what kind of trouble the girl would run into in the black market. But they actually witnessed this desperate counterattack. Over there, Yisang had already sat back on the small stool as if nothing had happened, opened another bottle of wine, and looked lazy, as if nothing had happened just now. Li Suizhou looked at the girl sitting under the dim light. His eyes darkened slightly, and the corners of his lips slowly curled up. This canary must be locked in my cage. The owner of the barbecue stall said tremblingly. Then, do you want more lamb skewers? Yisang didn't even raise his head. Take it away. Although she looked like just a thin and frail young girl, her actions just now had completely frightened the boss. How dare he say anything more? He quickly packed the kebabs and handed them over, not even daring to mention the price. Yisang took the skewer, glanced at the three people who had fainted on the ground, and said indifferently, They're treating us. The boss swallowed his saliva and waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'll treat you to this meal. Thank you. Yisang picked up the skewers and walked slowly towards the depths of the black market at an unhurried pace, as if everything that had just happened was just a daily trivial matter. Quan Siming, who was standing in the dark, grimaced and couldn't help but cover a certain important part of his body. He whispered, Masterly, did you see what happened just now? The way this little girl attacked was really ruthless. These three people are doomed. Yeah. Li Suizhou's eyes fell on Yisang. His voice was cold, but the ending tone revealed a hint of deep meaning. But she is very interesting. You're not really into her, are you? Quan Siming shuddered. This girl doesn't look like an ordinary person. Li Suizhou raised his eyes slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Who knows? Quan Siming. The tone of his voice really makes people feel creepy. Deep in the black market, Yisang came to a small shop called Duobaela. The shop owner was wearing a gray Zhongshan suit, and when he saw her coming in alone, his eyes immediately became more vigilant. He looked her up and down and found that Yisang was dressed in ordinary clothes and didn't look like someone who could afford the price. His tone suddenly became cold. Are you alone? This place is not suitable for little girls. Don't make trouble here. Yisang ignored him, took out a bank card, and said calmly, I want to buy something. The boss's eyes changed slightly, and when he saw that the card was real, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Okay, what do you want to buy? Bloodstone. Yisang's voice was still cold. Hearing the name, the boss' smile froze, and his tone suddenly became alert. I don't have that kind of thing here. Yisang looked up at him, then suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck with such force that the boss couldn't breathe in an instant. Bloodstone. Yisang's eyes were cold, but his voice was as calm as a frozen lake. I only want this. The boss was so scared that he was shaking all over. He quickly said, Yes, there is a piece of red jade, but it was bought by someone. Yisang let go of his hand. His eyes slightly darkened. When? Just half an hour ago, two men bought it. The boss covered his neck and panted. His voice hurried. They paid 100 million and asked me not to mention it to anyone. What kind of people are they? Yisang asked coldly. The boss didn't dare to hide anything and quickly described them. One is extremely tall, probably over 1.9 meters tall, wearing a mask and looks particularly creepy. The other is very handsome, with dyed blue hair, and looks sloppy. Yisang's eyes turned slightly cold, and the two faces he had seen at Shishangju quickly appeared in his mind. She didn't say any more nonsense. A red light flashed in her eyes. The boss' pupils dilated instantly, and he was stunned. After a few seconds, Yisang retracted her gaze and turned away. The boss, whose memory she had explored with magic, slowly came back to his senses. His eyes were dazed, and he didn't understand what he had just experienced. When Yisang was about to leave Duobao Tower, a deep voice sounded behind her. Wait a minute. The voice was familiar and cold. Yisang turned around and saw Li Suizhou and Quan Siming walking into the store one after the other. Li Suizhou's aura was still calm and oppressive, while Quan Siming beside him was nonchalant and glanced at her. Hey, sister. Yisang glanced at him indifferently and spat out two words mercilessly. Idiot. The corners of Quan Siming's mouth twitched, and he was about to fight back. But Li Suizhou glanced at him coldly, and he swallowed his words back. Li Suizhou walked to the counter. His eyes fell on the 9-eyed Z bead, and he said calmly, This, I want it. When the boss saw them, he immediately smiled and flattered them. Okay. Master Li, this is a treasure. You really have a unique vision. Yisang raised her eyebrows and looked at Li Suizhou. His behavior seemed to be deliberately showing off his financial strength in front of her. But just when the boss took out the 9-eyed Z bead and was about to hand it to Li Suizhou, he suddenly handed the Z bead box to Yisang and raised the corners of his lips slightly. For you. Yisang was stunned. His eyes moved slightly. His smile was light and gentle, like ink with a hint of gorgeousness, as if he was born to be attractive. Yisang stared at him, smiled, took the Z bead box directly, and handed over the mutton skewers in his hand. It's still hot. Change it. Li Suizhou was stunned, then burst into laughter, and actually took the skewer. Quan Siming, who was standing by, was dumbfounded. You exchanged 80 million worth of stuff for 20 skewers of mutton? Li Suizhou, are you crazy? Li Suizhou glanced at him lazily and said indifferently, She doesn't like you. Quan Siming. Chapter 9 is fake. Yisang put the 9-eyed Z bead into the small crossbody bag he carried with him. He looked at the man who was a head taller than him with dark eyes and said, You bought the blazing bloodstone. Li Suizhou looked at the boss. The boss, who was happy to make another fortune and not have to open the shop for 10 years, was frightened by his look and shrank behind the counter. I don't want to sell it either. It's just that this lady is too amazing. That's true. However, I don't know what it would look like if her thorns were pulled out and she was locked in a cage. Li Suizhou did not blame the boss. He took out his mobile phone, opened the QR code, smiled, and waved it in front of the girl. Sure. Yisang smiled calmly, his eyes cold. Exchange it with the blazing bloodstone. Quan Siming. Master Li, you are my ancestor. He was afraid that Li Suizhou would really agree, so he hurried over and pulled him aside. He gritted his teeth and whispered, The 9-eyed Z bead is a gift, but the blazing bloodstone is different. Don't get carried away. It is said that the bloodstone is a meteorite from outer space, which contains an extremely mysterious power that can bring the dead back to life. They managed to buy it first with great difficulty. Li Suizhou said slowly, I'm not a fool. Who knows then? Quan Siming muttered. After all, someone like Li Suizhou who has never fallen in love would be more terrifying once he falls in love. It's okay not to exchange, can we just see? The girl's casual voice sounded. Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows slightly and raised his phone again. Yisang twitched the corner of his mouth and scanned the code. Quan Siming looked at the thick phone case in her hand and said, Sister, your phone case is thicker than your phone. Isn't it heavy to hold? Or is there any function installed on it? Yisang squinted at him coldly. Why do you mind me? The girl's avatar is a black cat named Sang Qinglu. The circle of friends is clean, as if he has been blocked. Yisang clicked his tongue. No block. No friend circle. She never sends it. Li Suizhou's lips curled slightly. Li Suizhou, my name. His WeChat name is just these 3 words. Yisang. Yisang said calmly, Stone. Yisang, the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Yuncheng, grew up in Nanting County. She didn't have a good reputation. 3 years ago, she suddenly disappeared after staying in Yuncheng for 2 months. Today, she suddenly came back. This is the information they found an hour ago. Li Suizhou looked at her meaningfully, kept his promise, and took out the bloodstone that was still on his body to show her. Yisang took a look and frowned, with a fierce look in his dark eyes. You are playing tricks on me with fake things. Fake. Quan Siming was startled, then laughed out loud. Sister, if you want to lie, you don't have to find such a lame excuse, right? Yiseng frowned even more tightly. Are you guys idiots? Li Suizhou had never seen the real one, so he didn't know whether it was true or not. He narrowed his eyes. Miss Yi, have you ever seen a real bloodstone? Yoseng held out her hand to him. Don't. Maybe she is fooling you or deceiving us. Quan Siming grabbed Li Suizhou and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Li Suizhou looked deeply at the girl in front of him with eyes as deep as the abyss. The girl was dressed lazily and casually and had a desolate look. He placed the bloodstone in her palm regardless of Quan Siming's attempt. It is said that more than 1,000 years ago, an interstellar spaceship crashed on this planet, and more than 300 years ago, someone excavated its remains and found a blood-red meteorite inside. They called it the Bloodstone, and it possessed mysterious and powerful powers, even the ability to bring the dead back to life. The surface of the Bloodstone is as smooth as jade, but the inside is blood red, and you can even smell the smell of blood. It will also generate heat involuntarily, so it is called Bloodstone. The one in front of you won't get hot. Yiseng sensed it and found that there was no special power on it. No matter how similar the workmanship is, it is not the real Bloodstone. It's fake. Yiseng threw it back to Li Suizhou. Go play with it yourself. Originally, she really intended to rob Li Suizhou, but now, it's fake. She didn't quite believe that the Bloodstone could end up on the black market in such a small place. But it is better to be safe than sorry. That's why she came. It was a wasted trip. Yiseng had a blank expression on his face and turned to leave Duobao Tower. Li Suizhou looked at the boss. The boss shrank his neck and said, Gentlemen, please listen to my explanation. Li Suizhou found a seat and sat down. He took a kebab from the bag in his hand and took a bite slowly. Beat him. Okay. Quan Siming raised his eyebrows and grabbed the boss's collar. You're lying to me, aren't you? I gave you 100 million, and you sold fakes to me? Sir, don't listen to what that girl says. What does she know? This is the real deal. I was just wondering, how can you have something like this in a black market? Sir, please stop smashing it. I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe I was deceived. I'll give you hush money and more money. There was noise coming from the Duobao Tower behind me. Li Suizhou is eating barbecued skewers. Quan Siming was smashing and cursing. The boss is begging for mercy. It's a mess. Yiseng ignored it. He was filled with anger and in an extremely bad mood. Bite. At this time, the cell phone rang. Guyu came in with a document. First, the photo of the man. Then comes the information. Li Suizhou, male, 25 years old. The only son of the third branch of the Li family, the head of the powerful in Jingzhou, was extremely favored when he was young. He learned to read at the age of 1, practiced martial arts at the age of 5, and showed extraordinary talents at the age of 8. When he was 10 years old, his parents disappeared and the gifted child turned into a sinister child. He started his own technology company at the age of 13. He has dabbled in biology, physics, pharmaceuticals, and other fields. He is a world-famous genius and can be called a monster. He has a sinister and strange personality, cruel and mysterious methods, and is like a dragon that is hard to find. No one dares to provoke him. He is known as the Prince of Jingzhou and has a respected status. Since his parents disappeared, he has not had a good relationship with his grandmother, Chen Jinling, the current ruler of the Li family. 4 years ago, he suddenly fell ill and went to the sanatorium on Doi Island in Country M. He stayed there for 4 years and only returned recently. It is said that he is a monster that is easily broken and will not live past the age of 30. It seems that he is looking for the Bloodstone to extend his life. The other man is called Quan Siming. Gender, male, 23 years old. He is the illegitimate son of the old man of the Quan family, one of the major families in Jingzhou. He has not been recognized by other descendants of the Quan family since he was a child. His mother could not bear the humiliation from the Quan family and eventually committed suicide. When he was only 5 years old, he was plotted and murdered by the Quan family and was finally abducted into the underground slave farm in Dongzhou. It was Li Suizhou who saved him, and he has been following Li Suizhou ever since. A few years ago, he returned to the Quan family in Jingzhou and sent his cousin who had plotted against him to jail with thunder-like means. With his status as an illegitimate child, he became the first heir of the Quan family. Afterwards, he opened a restaurant called Shishangju, and the chain spread everywhere. This is Quan Siming's largest industry. In private, he dabbled in everything, dealing with both the black and white worlds. He had a sinister personality, was moody, had a bad temper, was vicious, and was known as a madman and pervert in the underworld. The bottom line is not to touch drugs. To be more precise, this is one of Li Suizhou's bottom lines. His bottom line is Quan Siming's bottom line. The man Quan Siming killed at Shishangju today was one of his subordinates who was in charge of transporting goods to the port. He was carrying contraband and was arrested on the spot by customs inspection. He escaped and came back to ask Quan Siming for help. Quan Siming found out that this was not the first time and killed him in a rage. Although Shishangju is a restaurant on the surface, it is actually a place that helps Quan Siming to gather information. The news that the bloodstone had appeared in the black market of Yuncheng came from Shishangju. Recently, I have been following Li Suizhou in Yuncheng, looking for the bloodstone. As for the others, they have not been found yet. Yisang looked at the information and stayed on Li Suizhou for a long time. For years ago, I went to Edo Island in continental M to recuperate and recently returned. Yuncheng was the prison on Luzhou Island that he entered 4 years ago. Released from prison recently. That's right. Yisang curled the corners of his lips slightly, opened the WeChat of Li Suizhou whom he had just added, stroked his name with his fingertips, and bloodshot eyes flashed. There were messages and missed calls from Yi Cixing on the phone. Yisang replied, "I'm in the black market." Yi Cixing called immediately, "Why are you going there alone? It's so late. Do you want me to pick you up?" Yisang, "If there is something wrong, don't worry, you won't die." Yi Cixing. He didn't dare to say anything more. He just reminded Yisang to be careful and hung up. Then, he transferred 5 million to Yisang's independent account. It was already past 11 o'clock, and the dim black market was filled with people. They sell everything. There are all kinds of people. Yisang walked slowly, wanting to see if there were any other interesting things, but was stopped by 2 men again. It is also uniquely ugly and vulgar. Yisang said calmly, "Get out of the way. Sister is so beautiful, and she came to the black market alone. Why are you pretending to be pure? Why don't you play with your brothers?" That's right. The brothers promised to make you feel comfortable and ecstatic. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Yisang kicked him 10 meters away. Chapter 10 Fainting. After dealing with the boss of Duo Baila, Li Suizhou and Quan Siming came out and happened to see this scene again. Quan Siming subconsciously pressed his legs together, nudged Li Suizhou with his elbow, and said, "Forget it. I can't tame such a wild sister, so I won't fight with you for her." Li Suizhou glanced at him, looked at the girl in front of him, and said nothing. At the same time, Yisang kicked the other man away, raised his long legs high, and landed hard between the man's legs. The sound of the eggs breaking was clear, and the man's screams were audible. Quan Siming's face was twitching, and he felt sorry for those two people. But they deserved it. However, this black market is not a good place. She is such a beautiful girl, and looks so fragile that any man would want to flirt with her. Quan Siming muttered, "It's a pity that those people couldn't see through the cruelty beneath the girl's skin." At this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed out from the darkness in front, surrounding Yisang with sticks. The leader was only in his 20s, with yellow hair and a long stick in his hand. He said viciously, "You little girl, you dare to act wildly in my territory? I think you don't want to live anymore." Yisang paused. "Are you the manager of this black market?" Wei Shuai raised his eyebrows. "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Yisang smiled slightly, and the next moment he appeared in front of him like a flash and punched him in the face. Wei Shuai was stunned by the blow. The others all changed color in an instant and rushed forward with sticks in their hands. "Brothers, beat him up." Yisang turned his head to look at them. He didn't use any moves at all. He grabbed a stick and hit each of them with it. His attack was ruthless and fierce. In a few moments, more than a dozen people fell down. The people setting up stalls in the black market huddled together, not daring to say a word. Yisang stepped on Wei Shuai's head. Now, who was in charge?
Yes.
Wei Shuai had no idea that this thin and weak-looking pretty girl was so perverted. He pressed his face to the ground, unable to move at all, and gritted his teeth to change the subject. "You? It's you." Yisang lifted his foot with satisfaction, opened his phone, and showed him the photo of the bloodstone. "I don't want your profit, but if you see this thing, let me know immediately." Wei Shuai got up, rubbed his face, looked at the photo in her phone, paused, and said, "This is the legendary bloodstone?" He was halfway through his words when his eyes suddenly glanced behind Yisang. A man got up and secretly hit me with a stick. Yisang didn't even turn his head. He just slapped the man backwards through the air, and the man and the stick were knocked back more than 10 meters. "Hold. What a pervert." Wei Shuai shrank his neck and said, "Auntie, I didn't order you to do that." Yisang looked at him with calm, dark eyes, without any fluctuations, and said in a cold voice, "You know this thing?" "No." I don't recognize. Wei Shui squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Just as he was about to overturn his subconscious words, the girl's cell phone was pressed against his neck, with a sharp needle protruding from the top of the phone case. With just a little force, the nail could be driven into his neck. I know. Wei Shuai's body froze. In Duobao Tower. The one in Duobao Tower is fake. A man's cold voice came from above his head. Yiseng knew who it was without even looking up. A wicked gleam appeared in the corner of her eyes. Are you so anxious to get into my cage? Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows and chuckled. It depends on when Missy takes action. This man was tall and extremely handsome, with a sinister aura, and the shadow he cast when he stood there was even cold. He is intimidating without being angry, revealing the deterrent power that comes from the bones of a superior. The man with dyed blue hair who was following him took a gun and put it against his forehead. My two lords. My lady. Wei Shui knelt on the ground with his hands raised above his head. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have let my brother tease this lady. Indeed, we shouldn't. Quan Siming raised his eyebrows. But is this what we are talking about now? Wei Shui raised his head cautiously. Can you give me some instructions? The photo of the bloodstone on Yiseng's phone flashed before his eyes. Go ahead. Wei Shui shrank his neck. In Duobao. If you say the word Duobala again, I'll kill you. Quan Siming angrily pressed him to the ground with his gun, and took a moment to look at Yiseng's phone case. No wonder it's so weird. So this is how you play. Yiseng was too lazy to pay attention to him. He stabbed the needle into Wei Shuai's neck again, causing blood to flow out. His voice was low and cold. If I hadn't promised someone that in this society ruled by law, you can't kill people casually, you would have turned to ashes now. I'll tell you. He didn't want to die, so Wei Shui screamed in pain. In Jingzhou Lan's auction house. Jingzhou Lan family? Quan Siming paused and looked up at Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes and said, the Lan family will hold an auction on the 3rd day of next month. I've already told you. Wei Shui looked at the needle in his neck and leaned back. I'm the manager of this little black market. I'll follow you from now on. You're the boss here, okay? Yiseng asked coldly, how do you know this? Oops. Let me tell you. Wei Shui just gave up. He couldn't beat these people anyway, so he sat on the ground. 3 days ago, a group of people came to the black market and walked around here every day. At first I thought they were looking for trouble, so I took my brothers to investigate. The result was that they beat me up. They asked me about this thing, and then took a fake one from Duobala to replace the real one. I heard them say something about it being at Land's auction house, but I didn't say anything because they threatened me. With Li Suizhou and Quan Siming out of sight, Yiseng looked into Wei Shuai's eyes and into his mind. In just a moment, I saw the men in black he was talking about. She threw Wei Shui aside and looked at Li Suizhou. Do you know the Lan family? I know. The Lan family is one of the largest auction houses in the world. Quan Siming frowned. The Lan family is not easy to deal with. Things that enter the Lan family auction house can only be obtained through auction. Then wait until the 3rd day of next month. Money is not a problem. Li Suizhou paused, looked at Yiseng, and his voice became low. Since we have the same goal, why don't we cooperate first? Yiseng wanted to say something, but suddenly he felt dizzy. Ms. Yi. Li Suizhou subconsciously supported her. It was probably because I used magic too frequently today, and the timeline I just peeked into was from 3 days ago. A bit long. We still need to get the bloodstone as soon as possible. Yiseng managed to stand firmly, broke away from Li Suizhou's support, and wanted to leave, but after taking only 2 steps, he felt dizzy again. Li Suizhou's expression changed slightly, and he moved over to catch her. What's wrong? Quan Simingren was a little unresponsive, and he also reached out to help. Wasn't he fine just now? Li Suizhou stuffed the skewers in his hand into the hand he stretched out, looked at the pale face of the unconscious girl in his arms, and directly grabbed her waist and lifted her up in his arms like a princess, and called Quan Siming in a deep voice, go drive. This? Quan Siming was a little confused. He was speechless looking at the skewers in his hand, but he also knew that Yiseng had fainted. He quickly put away the gun and ran to the parking lot with the skewers in his hand. The girl was wearing loose clothes and had a slender waist that could be held in one hand. Holding her in his arms, she seemed as light as a piece of paper. No, wait. Li Suizhou hugged her tightly, lifted her drooping head and placed it in his arms. He took the longest steps with his slender legs and walked out of the black market at full speed, with the hem of his coat flying. Wei Shui, who was left unattended, looked up at them, touched his neck and simply lay on the ground, gasping for breath as if he had escaped death. He just set up a black market. Who did he offend? There are perverts every day, but there are too many of them recently. What a mess every day. Chapter 11. Mr. Li, you smell so good. Yisang felt that he had a very deep sleep. When he woke up, he saw a completely unfamiliar environment. The decoration and furnishings are simple, and the quilts and bedding are all white. There was an unpleasant smell of disinfectant, and it looked like a hospital ward. Awake? The man's deep and clear voice came over. Yoseng looked up. Li Suizhou changed his clothes, with the sleeves of his black silk shirt rolled up to his wrists, and held a paper bag in his hand. Last night, you suddenly fainted in the black market, and I brought you to the hospital. Li Suizhou picked up a small folding table from the corner of the ward, placed it on the bed, and took out the breakfast in the paper bag and placed it on the table. The doctor said that you have severe anemia and fainted due to low blood sugar. I brought you breakfast. Yisang lay on the bed, looking at his long, beautiful fingers that looked like works of art, placing breakfast on the table. He lowered his eyes and looked at the back of his hand that was covered with medical tape. What did I lose? Glucose and nutrient solution. Li Suizhou handed her the seafood porridge. Yisang didn't answer. He looked down at himself and found that he had not changed his clothes. Li Suizhou passed the porridge forward again. I didn't know if you had mysophobia, so I didn't let them change it for you. Yisang sneered, looked at the bowl of porridge in his hand, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Suizhou's hand holding the bowl of porridge. Li Suizhou was caught off guard and stumbled, half lying on the girl. He quickly pushed the bowl of porridge away, and it fell to the ground on the other side of the ward, preventing the still hot porridge from spilling on the girl and the bed. Actually, Yisang stared at his face so close to him, grabbed his shirt collar with his other hand, and curled the corners of his pale lips slightly. I'm a monster. She drew out the last syllable of her voice, as if she was carrying a hook. Her eyes and eyebrows are charming, making people feel itchy. Really? Li Suizhou just stared at her, looking at her lips so close to him, his protruding Adam's apple rolling slightly, his voice bewitching. I just happen to like monsters. But monsters don't eat, they just... Yisang grabbed his collar and pulled him down. His lips fell on his ear, and he said word by word, they want to eat people. The breath that came out of her lips was filled with a sense of desolation. She loosened her grip on Li Suizhou's wrist and let it fall on his neck. Her fingertips slid along his Adam's apple to the obviously protruding blue veins. Her body temperature was very cold, as if she had been frozen in an ice cellar. But when the doctor took her temperature, he said everything was normal. Even with the air conditioner on, her temperature couldn't be raised. When the fingertips passed through his neck, it was like the tip of a sharp knife or the claws of a goblin, as if it could take his life at any time. Although it was terrifyingly cold, heat radiated wherever it passed, like an electric current seeping into the skin and flowing into his limbs. Mr. Li, you smell so good. The soft tone is like a hook that can make people crazy. Li Suizhou's Adam's apple rolled again. His eyes were horrifyingly dark. He turned his head away, exposing his most vulnerable neck to the girl's mouth, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, my blood is poisonous. Hiss. Before he could finish his words, the mouth suddenly bit his neck. The teeth bit into the flesh, and a stabbing pain like a needle pierced through his neck, causing Li Suizhou's expression to change slightly. The two hands that were supporting his body on the quilt tightened, and the blue veins on the back of his hands bulged. Hey, I say. Just at this moment, the door of the ward was opened and Quan Siming came in carrying 2 bags. After seeing the scene on the bed, his voice stopped abruptly. This is the SVIP ward. The interior of the ward is no different from a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. The bed is also very large. At this time, the girl was lying on the large hospital bed, with the tall man leaning over her. She was holding the man's collar with one hand and hooking the man's neck with the other hand. With her head buried in the man's neck, the man grabbed the bed sheet with both hands, his face turned sideways with a look of forbearance. There was even a small table with breakfast at the end of the bed. This scene makes everyone think of what is going on. You guys! Quan Siming dropped the bag in his hand. His eyes widened. No. Even if you fell in love at first sight, you wouldn't be so horny and thirsty in the hospital ward after only meeting for the 3rd time. Get out! The man shouted before he could finish his words. Overwhelming murderous intent. Quan Siming was startled and quickly retreated to the living room outside, and even consciously and considerately helped them close the door. On the hospital bed, the leaves of mulberry trees open up Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou quickly stood up and stepped back, covering his aching neck and staring at the girl on the bed with dark eyes. The girl leaned back against the bed, looked at him with dark eyes, licked the blood stains at the corner of her mouth, and said seductively, "Mr. Li's blood is sweet, full of bloodthirsty evil, like a succubus that seduces people." Li Suizhou stared at her with dark eyes for a while, and the corners of his lips curled coldly. "Miss Yi, is she a 1,000-year-old vampire?" "Maybe." Yi Sang raised his eyebrows. Not afraid that he would attack him, he chuckled, sat up, reached out and grabbed the bun on the small table at the end of the bed and started eating, filled with red bean paste. In fact, she doesn't like sweet food very much. But because of anemia and hypoglycemia, Guyu always fed her sweet food. Li Suizhou's blood was also sweet, the kind of sweetness she liked. Number 01 of Luzhou Island, Jade Unicorn, found him, and his blood was just as sweet and delicious as she thought, and full of power. It's her medicine. Hey, you can't come in, you. Get lost. At this time, Quan Siming's voice of stopping people and shouting were heard outside the door. The next moment, the door of the ward was pushed open again. Yi Zixing rushed in wearing a white coat. After seeing Yi Sang lying on the bed, he walked over and touched his forehead and took his pulse to check his body. "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly come to the hospital? What's wrong with you?" "No, you." Quan Siming stood at the door, looking at Yi Zixing and Yi Sang, then at Li Suizhou beside him, and was speechless for a moment. Yi Sang slapped Yi Zixing's hand away. "Nothing. Miss Yi is a little anemic." "Did I ask you?" Li Suizhou recognized Yi Zixing and saw how nervous and worried he was as he surrounded the girls. Before he could finish his explanation, Yi Zixing retorted, "Quan Siming." There are probably not many people in the world who know Li Suizhou and dare to talk back to him like this. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes. "Hey, after all, we were the ones who saved Miss Yi. What's young Master Ye's attitude like this?" Quan Siming raised his eyebrows. Yi Zixing sneered, "Do you need to save me?" There was always someone following Yi Sang secretly. Even if these two people weren't there, nothing would happen to her if she fainted on the road. If he hadn't heard the young nurses chatting at the nurse's desk early in the morning, he would have known that two extremely handsome men came to the hospital with an extremely beautiful girl in the middle of the night yesterday and took photos and posted them in their private group. He took another look out of curiosity and didn't realize it was Yi Sang. At this time, after confirming that Yi Sang was fine, Yi Zixing glanced at them coldly and said in a sarcastic tone, "A prince of Jingzhou and a second-generation ancestor of Jingzhou, stooping to our small place in Yuncheng and just happened to run into my sister. What a coincidence." Quan Siming was speechless. What's wrong with the Prince of Jingzhou? Why doesn't he allow us to travel to Yuncheng? Then, since Miss Yi is fine, we'll take our leave first. Li Suizhou suddenly spoke, interrupting Quan Siming's words. After taking a deep look at Yi Sang, he walked away. Quan Siming didn't understand, but followed him away. "I say, this Yi Zixing, he doesn't have paranoid delusions, right?" Quan Siming was speechless. If someone else talked like this, I would have killed him a long time ago. He said a lot, but Li Suizhou didn't say a word in response. "Why did you keep covering your neck? Why did that sister kiss you so hard?" Li Suizhou ignored him, stepped into the elevator, looked at himself in the mirror in the elevator, and released his hands that were covering his neck. There was a tooth mark and 2 bloody holes on the neck, clearly visible. "Fuck." Quan Siming's eyes widened. "That girl is a vampire? I don't know if he's a vampire." There was nothing wrong with his body, but it was true that she bit him with her fangs and sucked his blood. She looks alluring, like a goblin. That's not right. Quan Siming looked at him strangely. "You are so powerful. How could you be bitten by her? Even if she bites you, you can fight back and break free. But you? Shut up." Li Suizhou had a blank expression on his face, and the look in his eyes when he looked at himself in the mirror was terrifying. "Quan Siming, I get it. Beauty is alluring." Li Suizhou looked at himself in the mirror, dipped his fingertips in the blood from his neck, and licked it. His face was cold and chilly, and the corners of his bright eyes were filled with a sinister evil. Bitter. There is poison in his blood. But she was not afraid. The fairy-like appearance just now reminded him that he seemed to have seen her somewhere before. It seems that his never-used golden cage needs to be put away. She is such a delicate and weak person. She needs to be taken care of with great care. Chapter 12 Night God. I met him unexpectedly in the black market. There is no conspiracy. If there is any plot, it's me who plots against him. I bit him and drank his blood. In the ward. When Yi Sang gave a concise explanation, Yi Zixing's chatterbox-like, intense emotion finally stopped when he got to this sentence. He quickly closed the door and returned to the bedside, looking Yiseng up and down, frowning and whispering, "That Li Suizhou is from the Jingzhou Li family. He is a lunatic and a pervert. If you want to drink blood, come to me. If he finds out your secret, he will not let you go." "No." Yiseng smiled and handed him the lunchbox with the buns. "Have you eaten? Why don't we eat together?" Then Yi Cixing lowered his voice and said, "Will he mutate?" Yiseng was annoyed. "How many times do you have to say it? I'm not a vampire." Judging from her appearance, she had set her sights on Li Suizhou and treated him as prey and a living blood bag. Never mind. Anyway, there is nothing in this world that she can't do. Even Li Suizhou alone can't touch her. "I'm not eating anymore." She didn't want to hear that, so Yi Cixing didn't say much. He looked at her condition and said, "You are in a much better condition. Is there something special about Li Suizhou's blood?" Yi Cixing narrowed his eyes. "Do you need me to test his blood?" "No need." Yiseng said slowly, "I will handle him myself." "All right." Yi Cixing sighed. "I'm going to have surgery later, and I'll have someone give you another bottle of glucose and nutrient solution. You can sleep here for a while longer, and I'll take you home for dinner after I get off work." Fortunately, Li Suizhou was not stingy. He went to the best hospital in Yuncheng and opened an SVIP ward, so Yiseng did not suffer any injustice. Yiseng shook his head. "No need for the glucose nutrient solution. It's useless to me. One mouthful of Li Suizhou's blood is worth more than 100 bottles of glucose." Yi Cixing covered her with the quilt and said gently, "Then you take a nap." Yiseng didn't sleep. She took out her cell phone and opened the game. God Killer, an online game that was launched 5 years ago and quickly became popular all over the world. The account password is still there. She logged in, and immediately the messages started ringing. Private messages are flooded. The same is true in gang groups. The system notifies all servers that the first-generation player Yilu is online. What the hell? Who? Night God? Yakshan is online. Oh my god. The living god of night. Oh my god. Am I seeing this wrong? I took a screenshot of the system notification. Damn. It's really Nox. Even the public channels are flooded with messages, one after another. There were also constant reports of people trying to recruit her to form a team. Yiseng only agreed to the invitation of one girl named Strange-Smelling Little Loli. There are 4 more people in the team. The names of the games are: Wait for the Night God to return. Where is Yishun? The Dog of the Night God. Night God's Cat. Yiseng. With the mic on. As soon as she came in, everyone exclaimed, "Fuck, is it really Yishin? Oh my god. Night God. My god. I miss you so much." "Yishun, you haven't been online for 3 years, and there's no official news. I've graduated from high school and started college in these 3 years. What have you been doing in these 3 years? Did you get married and have kids? Get lost. How could a god like Yishan be immortal like that? I guess Yishan must have forgotten his account password. Don't be too outrageous." Yiseng looked at their names and rubbed his ears. "Noisy. That's enough. Be quiet." The strange little girl's voice was a little childish, like a young girl, and she scolded the other boys. "If you keep making noise, I won't let you play." "Sister, I was wrong." Yishin's dog immediately slid down to his knees and apologized. "We haven't seen each other for 3 years. Aren't we too excited?" Yishin's cat said, "Loli, aren't you excited?" "Not excited." "That's strange." The strange little girl muttered, "I thought Sister Yishun was sick and dying." "You're even more outrageous." For voices said in unison. However, they also thought so. After all, Yishun has been in the game since the launch of the Godslayer game and is one of the first initial players of this game. It is also rumored that he is one of the design and development planners of this game, and many of the game levels were set by him. Moreover, in the second year, when Godkiller became popular all over the world, he won the first national competition championship for Godkiller. The game was exciting and fun, as well as Godkiller's amazing operation, which started Godkiller's dominance in the online gaming world. At first, her name was Yilu, and later she was called Yishun by the esports community, and that was the only name she had. When he participated in live events that year, he wore a mask and a hat and was dressed in black. No one knew his real name, gender, or age. Like a god. It's a mystery. They were the only ones who, thanks to the strange Loli, had teamed up with Yishun to play games and used the microphone a few times in private. The other party used a voice changer most of the time, and only once in a while when I played with the Loli did I realize that she was a female. However, they promised to keep it secret and never said a word to anyone. But less than half a year after the event 3 years ago, Yishan suddenly disappeared. The account has never been online again. At first, some people guessed that he might have a trumpet, but a person can have many trumpets, and gaming skills and habits cannot be changed. No one has ever encountered such a powerful person. There are only a lot of people who imitate Nox's skills and want to become the second Nox, and there are also people who pretend to be Nox to cheat money and accounts in the game. The official account of Godkiller just released a statement saying that Yishun has temporarily retired from the game due to personal matters, and his return date is uncertain. Who knew that this retreat would last for 3 years? Everyone has thought about this. If someone suddenly disappears at the most glorious moment, could it be because he or she is getting married and having children? Could he be sick or even dead? They knew that Yishin had a bad temper, and now that they saw her back, although they were excited, they would not ask any questions. Just be alive. The strange little loli asked her, Sister Yishun, do you want to start a game? Just then, a call suddenly popped up on the phone. Caller ID, Zhou Shuo. Yisang narrowed his eyes and said, I have something to do. Let's do it another day. She quit the game and answered the phone. Ancestors? The person on the other end of the phone tested cautiously at first. Yisang, yeah. Oh my God. Zhou Shuo jumped up in the office excitedly and clapped his hands on the table. Thank God. Thank my 18 generations of ancestors and all the gods and Buddhas. You really came back. Yisang smiled with a smile on his face. Who asked you to make a return notification for the entire server? The excited Zhou Shuo felt a chill on his back. He calmed down and flattered. It's not that you suddenly disappeared and couldn't be found. Someone pretended to be you in the game to defraud. We had no choice but to issue a statement. Everyone gave suggestions to the official and asked you to notify us when you came back. We couldn't refuse your kindness. In order to prevent others from impersonating and committing fraud again, the Yilu account has been locked. Once it goes online, all servers, official websites, and platforms will be notified immediately. Yi sang. Although I don't know where you've been these past few years, you must have had your own business, so I won't ask any more questions. Although our games have been updated to be better, more interesting and more sophisticated in recent years, 3 years ago, a game called Fallen Soul suddenly appeared. The game's worldview is similar to ours, but it cannot be judged as plagiarism. After all, there are many online games with the same style. Their technical staff is very capable. In just over 3 years, they have caught up with us and become one of the 2 largest gaming companies. We have lost a lot of players and users. I suspect they are working against us. As he complained, Zhou Shuo became extremely excited again. But at this moment, my ancestor is back. Now that Yishin is back, he will definitely be even more popular. I have to think about what kind of event to organize to celebrate. Beep, beep, beep. Before he finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Zhou Shuo. Yisang rubbed his temples, convinced by these people. Chapter 13. Are you crazy? Yuncheng, a good place for food. Quan Siming held a fork in his mouth and looked at the message that popped up on his phone. To celebrate the return of Nox, the first generation of the game's original player and champion, the game has decided to start from September 26th. As long as players log in for 7 consecutive days, they will receive a set of clothing every day, including red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, and each person will receive 100 game coupons every day. If you log in for 12 consecutive days, you will be given the Divine Mount Flying Phoenix. Players who already own this mount will be compensated with an equivalent game voucher. Grass. Godkiller has been on the market for 5 years, and to date, it has tens of billions of players worldwide, with at least 1 billion active users every day. Clothes are given away every day for 7 consecutive days, and you can upgrade a level every day. Not to mention game tickets. As for the God-level Mount Flying Phoenix, when it was first launched, you had to recharge at least 998 to get it. Free delivery now? 998 per person. 100 people, 99,800. What about 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100 million people, and 500 million people? How much does it cost? How long will it take to earn it back? How much money have they made in the past 5 years? Quan Siming almost bit his fork off. Are you crazy? Li Suizhou put a band-aid on the teeth marks on his neck. He looked at the game announcement and squinted his eyes. Yishun is the living signboard of God Killer. He suddenly disappeared 3 years ago, and now he suddenly comes back. They will definitely create momentum. Could it be that God Slayer has gone crazy in recent years because our game has surpassed him and is spreading fake news to create hype? Quan Siming pondered. In fact, Yishin has not come back? No, Li Suizhou said. They won't use Yishun as a gimmick. The existence of Night God is different for God Slayer. They won't use this first-generation big shot as a gimmick. Otherwise, once discovered, the entire game will collapse. Besides, there is no need to spend so much money on gimmicks. Quan Siming licked his teeth and said, if it's true, once this activity is launched, our game users will definitely be attracted back immediately, and our traffic will drop. Li Suizhou tapped his fingers on the table. Then you should also organize activities. But whether it's a festival or not, whether it's an annual festival or not, what are we celebrating? Quan Siming frowned. Do you want to return to? Let's celebrate. Li Suizhou's beautifully curved lips curled slightly, his eyes dark. The original boss of Godslayer. Yi Shan is back. As for the reward, just don't steal the limelight from Godslayer. It's not you. Oh. Quan Siming's mind raced, and he suddenly realized, are you trying to poach Yishan? Li Suizhou, send someone to continue looking up Yishan's information. If we can't find him in person, let him see our sincerity in the game. It just costs some money. You cunning old dog. Quan Siming said with a sigh, I'll make arrangements. I'll go to their game and send him a private message myself. Anyway, they didn't make this game for money. Godkiller is unlucky, but they will be happy if they can squeeze it and make the developers of Godkiller feel uncomfortable. Pause. He lowered his voice and asked, are you still looking for Shadow? Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes slightly and said, looking for it. Yi Zixing's brain surgery took a long time. Yiseng couldn't sleep and was bored lying on the hospital bed. He didn't want to chat with those people, so he opened a small account to familiarize himself with the current environment mode of the Godslayer game. At this moment, everyone in the game was talking about Yishan. She also saw the official new game event. It just hasn't been updated yet, and will be available in the game starting tomorrow. Such a big order. It seems that Zhou Shuhua has made a lot of money over the years. Yi Sang twitched the corner of his mouth and wanted to smash it. Yi Zixing's operation took a long time, and it took him 3 or 4 hours to get off the operating table. He came to pick her up, looking a little tired. Brought her clothes. A very delicate black skirt with a slightly fluffy hem and lace trim. Yoseng didn't want to wear it, so I didn't change it. What do you want to eat later? At home or outside? Leaving the ward and walking out, Yi Ci asked Yi Sang. Go. Just as Yi Sang was about to speak, Yi Zixing's cell phone suddenly rang. I'll go. Dr. Yi, there is an important patient here, from the cardiovascular department. Before Yi Zixing could finish his words, an anxious voice came from the other side. Yi Zixing frowned. I just finished surgery and am off work. The other person is the granddaughter of Mr. Lin. The situation is urgent. Dr. Yi, please come over quickly. Lin family. Yi Ci paused. His expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously looked at Yi Sang. Yi Sang, go ahead. Yi Zixing said, then come with me. I'll go see her first. Yi Sang had just fainted last night, and he was worried about her going out alone again. My baby, please don't let anything happen to you. Isn't this the best heart and brain hospital in Yuncheng? If you can't cure my daughter, I will close your hospital. This is the emergency room. As soon as the two of them stepped out of the elevator, they heard a tragic and angry roar. Yi Zixing walked over. Aunt Lin. Yi Zixing is only 24 years old this year, but he has been studying medicine since he was a child and graduated from the world's top medical school at the age of 20. After returning, he entered the Yuncheng First Hospital. Before, some people thought he was young and looked down on him, so they put him in the pediatric department. But later he relied on his strength to transfer to the cardiovascular department and became the best doctor in that department. It even became the golden signboard of the first hospital. Now, after only 4 years, he has become famous. The Lin family is also one of the major families in Yuncheng and has a good relationship with the Yi family. When Mrs. Lin saw him, she immediately felt like she saw a savior. Zixing, my daughter suddenly had a brain hemorrhage. They said it was a cerebral infarction. My daughter is so young. How could it be a cerebral infarction? You are the best doctor. Please save her. Aunt, calm down. Yi Zixing comforted her in a deep voice. I'll go take a look first. He asked Yi Sang to wait for him here, and he quickly changed his clothes, disinfected himself, and entered the ward. Yi Sang sat on a chair in the corridor and continued to play with his phone. Guyu sent a message. Jingzhou Land's auction house is now ranked among the top 3 in the world, especially for underground auctions, antiques, human lives, slaves, etc. There is an auction on the 3rd day of next month, which is 10 days later, but you must have an invitation to enter. Yi Sang knew the Lan family and had a confrontation with them 5 years ago. How is Rue? At this time, a group of people rushed out of the elevator. Mrs. Lin cried sadly and threw herself into the arms of the leading man. He's in. Yi Cixing is examining him. Yi Sang was sitting there, wearing the simplest casual white short-sleeved shirt and overalls, with a string of Buddhist beads on his fair wrists and his long black hair tied behind his head with a wooden hairpin. Her skin was so pale that it looked bloodless, but her bright eyes and eyebrows could not be concealed. It is breathtakingly beautiful, and you can't take your eyes off it. I'll never forget it. Lin Junchuang, who was following behind his father, saw her inadvertently and his eyes seemed to be fixed on her. Wrong. Why does this face seem more familiar the more I look at it? I remember it. See you 3 years ago. Lin Junchuang said in shock. You are Yi Sang. Yi Sang raised his head and looked at him with dark eyes. After remembering who he was, he raised the corners of his lips slightly. Master Lin, long time no see. You are really Yi Sang. Lin Junchuang took 2 steps back in fear. You, are you dead? Yi Sang paused, raised his eyes and said, Who said I'm dead? Yi Tian. Lin Junchuang said subconsciously and quickly covered his mouth. Yi Sang narrowed his eyes, stood up suddenly, grabbed his neck and pressed him against the wall. Hey. Lin Junchuang screamed in fear. How come you're still the same monster as you were 3 years ago, attacking me at the slightest disagreement? I didn't say you were going to die. What are you doing? Let my son go. When Lin Ningfu, Mrs. Lin and others saw this, they all ran up immediately. Mom and Dad, don't come over here. Lin Junchuang shouted hurriedly. She is Yi Sang, the eldest daughter of the Yi family. Yi Hong's daughter. Yi Sang. Lin Ningfu and Mrs. Lin were both stunned and stopped in their tracks. Chapter 14. Just kneel down and call your ancestors. There are 4 major families in Yuncheng. The Hua family, the Lin family, the Yi family, and the Zhao family. Yi Hong, the head of the Yi family, and his ex-wife, have a daughter named Yi Sang in addition to their son Yi Cixing. She grew up in Nanting County and has a rustic and eccentric personality and temper. 3 years ago, when old Mrs. Yi passed away, Yi Hong took her to the Yi family in Yuncheng and sent her to Yuncheng No. 1 Middle School. She attended the school for 2 months and beat up more than a dozen people, including Lin Junchuang. If it weren't for the legal constraints, these dozen people would not have been beaten but killed. Monster, pervert, this is how people in Yuncheng who know her describe her. But within 2 months, she suddenly disappeared. The Yi family didn't go looking for him. They also said that she was unlucky, that she brought trouble upon herself, and that she was being punished for it. Later, when Mrs. Yi Lu Yi, the second daughter of the Yi family, and the servants of the Yi family were asked about it, they all said that she was dead. Now, not only is it not dead, it is also intact, standing here exactly the same as it was 3 years ago, without any change at all. Yi Sang, if you dare to do anything to my son, I will destroy your Yi family. Lin Ningfu gritted his teeth and stood at a safe distance. Mrs. Lin turned and called to the nurse. Where is the security guard at your hospital? Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. Lin Junchuang had no choice but to comfort his parents. Yi Sang won't kill me. 3 years ago, he had offended her over a disagreement, and she had strangled him by the neck and thrown him against the wall in the same way. He was a senior in high school at that time. Yi Sang almost threw him off the building, but she said something, promising not to kill anyone. Now, he is already a junior in college, and he never thought that he would meet this unlucky girl again in his life and be strangled by her again. Anyway, he knew this sister well. If she got angry, he would just kneel down, call her ancestors, admit his mistakes, and beg for forgiveness. That's what Yi Tian said. Lin Jun pressed his back against the wall without any resistance or struggle. He slid to his knees skillfully and decisively, raised his hands in surrender, and admitted his mistake. Ancestor aunt, I'm just shocked that you're back. That's really not what I said. Dr. Yi is out. Someone suddenly shouted from the other side. Yi Cixing came out and saw this scene and hurried over. What happened? Yi Cixing, look at your sister. Lin Ningfu's eyes were gloomy. Is she sick? She beats my son whenever she sees him. Dad, I provoked her. I deserve to be beaten. Lin Junchuang said hurriedly, looking at Yi Sang flatteringly. Ancestor, if you are angry, you can beat her later. Let me go see my sister first. Yi Sang glanced at Yi Cixing, then let go of Lin Junchuang. Ahem! Lin Junchuang rubbed his neck and ran over to grab his parents. Let's go see my sister first. Yi Cixing, he called. How is my sister? Lin Ningfu and Mrs. Lin's attention was immediately diverted, and they looked at Yi Cixing. Yi Cixing pushed his glasses down and frowned. Lin Rui, what's wrong? Lin Ningfu and his family of 3 held their breath. Yi Cixing pursed his lips. After my initial careful examination, she had an intracranial aneurysm, and it should have been a long time. Intracranial aneurysm. Mrs. Lin's body softened, with a look of disbelief on her face. How is it possible? Impossible. Lin Yingfu said in a deep voice. My daughter was able to eat and drink before, and everything was healthy. How could she have a brain tumor? He grabbed Yi Cixing by the collar and said, if you don't know how to read it, get out. Where are the other doctors in your hospital? Where are the professors? Uncle Lin. Yi Sang frowned at him. Before she attacked Lin Yingfu, Yi Cixing pulled his collar out of Lin Yingfu's hand and said in a deep voice, if the intracranial aneurysm is very small and does not rupture, it will not cause any obvious discomfort to the patient. He looked at Mrs. Lin. Your Lin family has a family doctor, but you don't often give her physical examinations because she is very healthy. But Lin Rue must have suffered a great emotional fluctuation today, or suffered a heavy blow, and her blood pressure rose, which caused the aneurysm to rupture. Yes, yes, yes. Mrs. Lin was supported by Lin Junchuang, her face pale. She went to the horse farm to ride a horse today. She was very happy, and then she fell off the horse. Yi Si turned around and called the nurse, send Lin Rue to the neurosurgery department, and give her a comprehensive examination. Dr. Zhou. He saw the crowd watching the excitement not far away and called out, can you please find Professor Zhao? Dr. Zhou frowned slightly and said reluctantly, then Professor Zhao is on vacation today. How can I call him? Yi Cixing's eyes darkened. Zhou Lieyu. I'll go and ask for it, another doctor said quickly. In this hospital, because Yi Cixing has reached this position at a young age, especially with such a good family background and handsome appearance, he is the object of admiration of all the unmarried female nurses in the entire hospital. But because of this, some people dislike him but can't do anything about it. However, Yi Cixing never brought up his family background. Those who disliked him didn't dare to provoke him in big matters, but they dared to cause minor frictions. It's too noisy here. Yi Sang was getting a little impatient waiting. Yi Cixing. I'm hungry. I'll be right there. Yi Cixing quickly explained some things to the others, handed Mrs. Lin's daughter over to the neurosurgery department, and then came over. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Let's go. Yi Sang stood up. Lin Junchuang looked at her back and touched his neck. Yi Cixing drove out, opened the door and asked Yi Sang to get in. Where are we going to eat? Yi Sang. The whole Yuncheng knows that I'm dead? Yi Cixing was stunned for a moment, then sighed softly. When you suddenly disappeared, my father and I guessed that something might have happened to you. We were worried, but we couldn't call the police to look for you. Soon, news came from number 1 middle school that you were dead. I went to clarify and warned everyone in Cloud City. They didn't say anything on the surface, but I couldn't hear it in private. But when you weren't here, they stopped talking. I guess they heard that you came back recently, so they started talking again. After all, 3 years ago, Yi Sang was still very famous in Yuncheng. Beat up the school bullies and kicked the ignorant passers-by. Arrogant, wild and wild. Yi Sang deadpanned, as long as they don't mess with me, it's fine. Yes, of course I know. While waiting for the red light, Yi Cixing took out a box of chocolates from the car and handed it to her, saying with a smile, I'll warn them later. Let's go eat first. Let's go back to the Yi family. Yi Sang said. He didn't want to eat outside. Okay, I'll let my family do it first. Yi Cixing called home using the car phone. Elder brother. As soon as the call was connected, a clear and sweet voice called out, Brother, are you done with the surgery? Why are you calling me at this time? And it's from the landline at home. Yi Cixing frowned. Let Aunt Wang answer the phone. I'm at home, brother. You can tell me anything? Yi Tian pouted. Brother, are you angry with me? But the 3rd floor is my art room. I want to paint, learn design, and practice dance and piano. That's the only room in the house that can accommodate all of them. As she spoke, she choked up a little. That Yi Sang only knows how to beat people. Why did she ask for my room as soon as she came back? If I didn't give it to her, she smashed my piano. Brother, I'm also your sister. I grew up with you. Beep, beep, beep. Yi Cixing hung up the phone and subconsciously glanced at Yi Sang's expression. Why don't you go back to the Yi family? I have a house outside. When Yi Sang was not around, he rarely went back to the Yi family. Why don't you go back? Yi Sang smiled. Are you afraid that I will kill them? Yi Cixing opened his mouth and said, Yi Tian has been spoiled by her mother since she was a child. After all, she is your blood relative. Yi Sang looked sideways at him. So, you are afraid that I will kill her, right? It's not like that. Yi Cixing pursed his lips. He thought about it, felt that it was useless to say too much, and just said in a deep voice, She and I are just half-siblings, so blood is not thicker than water. Without you, there would be no Yi family today, and there would be no me. The lives of all the people in the Yi family belong to you. If you don't like anyone, or if anyone provokes you, just do it. I can also help you do it. He has no control over his father. But for him, if Yi Sang asked him to die, he would go. Yi Sang's identity is a secret. It would definitely not be a good thing if people like Lu Yi and Yi Tian knew it. Can't say. Then, Yi Tian and Lu Yi, as long as they don't commit suicide, they won't die. What if it's a death wish? Then die. Chapter 15. I heard that you said outside that I was dead? Yi family. Hearing the busy tone, Yi Tian was so angry that she hung up the phone. She looked up at the third floor. Her clenched fists turned white and her eyes were full of resentment. Yi Sang. It's been 3 years. She should have died outside. Instead of coming back again, it would be fine if she came back, but she completely tore down her art room. Why? Aunt Wang came over and said, "Second miss? What did you call me?" Yi Tian turned his head to look at her with a cold gaze. She was wearing a pink dress and looked cute and pretty, but at this moment, it seemed a little vicious and mean. Wang Ma became cautious. "Second miss. I am the eldest daughter. There can only be one daughter in this Yi family." Yi Tian suddenly turned his hand and swept everything on the table away. Wang Ma was so frightened that she trembled. "Miss, that was what the young master told me." Master. She is obviously his sister, and when Yi Sang was not around, he was so good to her and gave her whatever she wanted. But now that Yi Sang is back, all his love is immediately transferred to Yi Sang, and he doesn't even want to listen to what she says. "Bitch. Vixen. Yi Sang, you can forget about staying in this house." Yi Tian sat on the sofa, digging her nails into her palms with a cold look in her eyes. Mother Wang didn't dare to speak and silently picked up the debris on the ground. 10 minutes later, a car drove into the yard. Second, Aunt Wang came in and quickly changed her words. "Miss, the young master is back." Yi Tian was slightly startled, then immediately stood up, tidied herself up from head to toe, and ran out with a sweet smile. "Brother?" Before he could finish his words, he saw the girl getting out of the passenger seat. The sound stopped abruptly. Yi Sang. It's really Yi Sang. She had a wooden hairpin in her hair, Buddhist beads on her wrists, her skin was translucent white, and her eyes were eerily black. Even if she is dressed simply, she is still breathtakingly beautiful, just like 18 years old. But this is what she looked like 3 years ago. It's been 3 years. Why is she still like this? Yi Tian dug her nails into the hem of her skirt, her eyes full of resentment and jealousy. "Yi Tian." Yi Zixing frowned and called her. "Ah." Yi Tian came back to her senses, immediately put on a sweet expression, and rushed towards Yi Zixing. "Brother, I miss you so much." Yi Zixing dodged. Yi Tian's expression was slightly stiff after reaching out for nothing, and she felt a little aggrieved. "Brother, I haven't seen you for a long time, and you won't even let me hug you. Have I ever let you hug me before?" Yi Zixing's eyes were cold and expressionless. "You'd better put away your tricks. He goes inside with Yosang." Yi Tian used to like hugging him. That's because he is the only son of the Yi family. Even though he is now obsessed with medicine, the inheritance rights of the Yi family still belong to him. Since Lu Yi gave birth to a son, she always acted as a loving mother in front of him and taught Yi Tian to use all kinds of tricks to please him. He just didn't care and didn't live at home very often. Besides, Yi Tian was his biological sister no matter what. The Yi family was not short of money, so there would naturally be no shortage of food and drink. He had told Yi Tian many times that there was no need to try to please him like that. "It's useless." Yi Tian would always say, "You are my brother, and you are so good to me. How can it be considered as currying favor if a sister is nice to her brother?" Yi Zixing didn't care, but he had never been that close to her. No matter how hard the little girl tries to hide her thoughts, she can't really do it. What she did just now was obviously done for Yi Sang to see. Yi Sang has lived for so many years. What kind of scenes has he not seen? Just don't bother with a kid like her. Yi Sang can choose to stay in the Yi family or not. The reason she wanted to come back was simply because she had just heard Lin Junchuang say in the hospital, Yi Tian said she was dead, and she came back to settle the score. If Yi Tian was really as well behaved as she appeared to be, nothing would happen. But if she doesn't change her ways, he would not stop Yi Sang from doing anything. He studied medicine just for Yi Sang. His bottom line is also Yi Sang. Yi Tian looked at their backs with resentment in her eyes. Damn vixen. As soon as she came back, she took away her brother's soul. Half an hour later, at the dining table in Ye's restaurant, there are fish, chicken, ribs, vegetables, and 2 soups, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. There are 8 dishes in total. Yi Sang sat at the head of the dining table. Yi Tian sat at the other end. Yi Cixing picked up a piece of fish, looked at the dense fish bones inside, frowned and said to Wang Ma, just like 3 years ago, the fish on the table at home should not have bones in them from now on. Mother Wang shrank her neck and quickly said yes. Yi Tian gritted her teeth and said, I like to eat fish with bones. Yi Si said in a deep voice, Yi Tian, don't make trouble here. Yi Tian bit her lip, feeling a little aggrieved. But I really like it. Yi Cixing raised his eyes to look at her. You never eat fish. Yi Tian never eats fish at the Yi family, but she drinks fish soup. I want to eat now. Yi Tian said with a look of grievance. You like it, don't you? Yi Sang raised his eyes, pressed his hand on the edge of the fish plate, and with a force, pushed the fish plate and the fish in front of Yi Tian. She crossed her legs, propped her chin on the table with one hand, and looked at her calmly with her dark eyes. Eat. Yi Tian didn't expect her to be so happy and couldn't help but choke. She gritted her teeth, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a piece of fish, but it took a long time to put it into his mouth. Yi Sang smiled at her, tapping the table with his fingers. Yi Tian, I heard that you said outside that I was dead. The tone was light and calm, yet somewhat frightening. His fingers seemed to be tapping on her heart. Once. She is a monster. Yi Tian's hand trembled, and she looked at Yi Cixing. Yi Cixing was peeling shrimps and didn't even look at her. Yi Tian put down her chopsticks, looking aggrieved. You are my sister. How could I possibly tell others that you were dead? It's just that my sister suddenly disappeared, and no one knows whether she is alive or dead. Really? Yi Sang looked at her lazily, with a half-smile. Yi Tian nodded. Really? Eat fish. Yi Sang raised her chin towards the fish in front of her. Looking at the fish on the plate in front of her, Yi Tian's mouth twitched. Yi Sang smiled and said, Eat. Yi Tian looked at her who was smiling, then looked at Yi Cixing who was peeling shrimps, took a deep breath, picked up the chopsticks again, and picked up the piece of fish. Yi Tian's hands trembled, and she stared at the fish on the chopsticks for a long time. Under Yi Sang's gaze and Yi Cixing's disregard, she suddenly threw the chopsticks away. I suddenly don't want to eat it. What? You said I was dead, so I died. The whole Yuncheng knew I was dead. Now you say you didn't say it. Didn't you say it? Yi Sang stood up from his seat and walked towards her slowly, speaking in a light tone. Now, you said you like to eat fish with bones. If you want to eat it, you can eat it. If you say you don't want to eat it, you won't eat it. This is my home. I can eat if I want to. If I don't want to eat, I don't have to eat. Yi Tian said righteously with his neck stiff. But this is my meal. Yi Sang smiled slightly, picked up the chopstick she had just thrown away, picked up the piece of fish for the third time, and handed it to her mouth. Do you want to eat it yourself, or do you want me to feed you? Yi Tian's face turned pale, and she looked at Yi Cixing. Brother. Look at her. Even if you like fish soup, the fish at home never have bones. Also, when I came back just now, I didn't see any fish at home, and I didn't ask Wang Ma to cook fish. This fish was bought by the servants, and they bought it with more bones on purpose. Yi Cixing finally spoke, his voice cold. Yi Tian, if you and your mother behave well, the Yi family will support you for life, and you will also have a share of the company's shares and property. If you don't behave well, you won't get a penny. You don't have to test me or her again and again. You won't get anything good. She has a bad temper, and my temper is like hers. You saw it 3 years ago. He finally raised his head and looked at Yi Tian. You only have 2 choices now. One is to eat it yourself and have the chance to pick out the fish bones. The other is for her to feed you. Yi Tian scratched her palms so hard that they were bruised. She was so angry at his undisguised partiality that her eyes were instantly filled with resentment. She didn't even bother to hide it. I don't want to eat, so what? Anyway, in this family, there can only be me and not Yi Sang. If there is Yi Sang, there can be no me. Yi Cixing, someone, help the second young lady pack up her things and move out. Brother? Yi Tian shouted in shock when she saw that he was serious. Chapter 16 Monster? Madman? Yi Cixing had a blank expression on his face. Didn't you say that this family only has her but not you? Then you should move out. Brother? Yi Tian couldn't believe it. I'm your sister. Yi Tian, you are my sister. In your mind, Yi Sang is also my sister. Yi Si laughed out loud. How can you be so confident that you, a half-sister, can compare to my sister who has the same mother as me? Yi Tian is always so confident and strong even when he is not justified. He knew that Yi Sang was not of the Yi family bloodline, but others didn't know. Just like he asked Yi Tian. Yi Tian used to think that since Yi Sang grew up in the countryside of Nanting, and she grew up with Yi Cixing, He had to be nice to her, treat her as his only sister, and join her in targeting and disliking Yi Sang, her sister with the same father and mother. Even if Yi Sang is really his sister, they have the same father and mother but did not grow up together. He will always be his brother. Will protect her. Where did Yi Tian get the confidence to target his sister who disliked and hated him? By growing up with him? Or was it because of how good he had been to her, his half-sister, over the years? Yi Tian, I'm not stupid, nor am I a fool. Yi See, I said calmly, eat the fish quickly, or it will get fishy if it gets cold. Yi Tian's face turned pale when he asked this question, but it was obviously not like this before. When Yi Sang was not around, he never mentioned Yi Sang, treated her well, and gave her whatever she wanted. But now, everything changed when Yi Sang came back. Everything has changed. Vixen. Monster. I won't eat today. Yi Tian roared fiercely. Kill me if you dare. Kill me. Oh. Yi Sang sighed, put his hand on her shoulder, and pushed her down to sit. She was obviously very thin and looked malnourished. The arms are so thin too. But his strength was so great that Yi Tian couldn't resist. Yi Sang, what do you want to do? Yi Sang, let me go. Yi Tian's face turned pale. Of course I'm feeding you fish. Yi Sang smiled and used his feet to step on the chair to circle Yi Tian inside the chair. He pinched her chin with one hand to open her tight mouth, and with the other hand picked up a piece of fish and stuffed it into her mouth. Yi Tian gritted her teeth and struggled hard, but she couldn't get free. A mouthful of fish, including the bones, was forced into her mouth. She tried desperately to spit it out, but Yi Sang covered her mouth and said, Eat. I don't, Yi Tian used all her strength to pry Yi Sang's hands apart, but couldn't move her at all. A piece of fish with bones was forced into her mouth, and she chewed and swallowed it. Yi Sang pried open her mouth and stuffed piece after piece into her mouth. Even though Yi Tian's mouth was bleeding and her eyes were full of tears and despair, she did not let go and continued to push it in with force. Butler Li is not here today. The servants and Aunt Wang were watching in the corner, their hearts clenched with nervousness, but Yi Cixing just sat there motionless, so they didn't dare to go. Mother Wang gritted her teeth, ran to the corner of the kitchen, and whispered to Louis, who was playing mahjong outside, asking her to come back quickly. Only after feeding the whole fish did Yi Sang let go of Yi Tian and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Isn't this all eaten? At this time, Yi Tian's body was covered with fish residue and oil stains, and her face was also covered with fish. Her mouth was swollen and full of fish. After being released, blood and fish meat flowed out bit by bit. She was in so much pain and despair, but couldn't utter a word. Yi Cixing still had no expression on his face. He placed the peeled shrimp in front of Yi Sang and called out to Aunt Wang, send her to the hospital. Yes, yes. Aunt Wang was startled and hurriedly called the other servants. Come quickly. Call 120. Send the second young lady to the hospital. There was a period of chaos and disorder. Yi Sang sat back in his seat, pinched a shrimp into his mouth, and said lazily, I'm moving out. Yi See paused. You don't have to. I came back because I disappeared without saying goodbye 3 years ago. I was afraid you would worry, so I came back to see you. Yi Sang started to chew the ribs again. Now that I'm venting my anger, if I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll kill them all. Yi See pursed her lips and said, I can ask them to move out. No need. After all, you are the real family. Yi Sang sneered, and I won't be here for long anyway. Yi Cixing's hand holding the chopsticks tightened slightly, with a complicated look in his eyes. Where are you going again? Go find. Yi Sang's eyes were deep, something to save your life. Yi Cixing's finger joints bulged. I'm in the hospital now. If you want blood, I can get you a lot of blood. Yi Cixing, I'm not a normal person. If I look the same 3 years ago and 3 years later, I'll be discovered and investigated. Yi Sang said softly, I can never stay in one place for long. Therefore, she had been in Nanting County, accompanying Yi Cixing's grandmother for more than 10 years, allowing her to die peacefully. I understand. Yi See lowered his head, his voice a little hoarse. Then you? Will come back in the future. Will we meet again? If I were alive. Yi Sang reached out and touched his head. Like touching a child. Yi Cixing remembered that before he was 10 years old, every time he saw her, she would touch his head like this and protect him like a sister. But later, he grew taller than her and became her brother to outsiders. She hadn't touched his head like this for a long, long time. Yi Sang. Just then, a loud shout came from outside. Lu Yi is back. Yi Sang, you bitch. You lunatic. How dare you treat my Tian Tian like that? If anything happens to my daughter, I won't let you go. Lui rushed into the room angrily, and when she saw Yi Zixing was there, she became even more furious. Yi Zixing, are you just going to watch her make such a fuss and watch her kill your sister? Yi Zixing said coldly, I warned her. She asked for it. You are crazy. Pervert. You are all crazy. Lui felt terrified when she thought of Yi Tian, who was sent to the ambulance just now. She grabbed the cup on the table and smashed it at Yi Sang. You monster. Die. Yi Zixing stood up to block it, but Yi Sang was quicker and reached out to grab the cup, then flashed in front of her and grabbed her neck. Didn't you say that this family only has me but not you and your daughter? If I move in, will you die? Why are you still alive? Monster? Madman? She is. Yi Sang tilted his head and smiled harmlessly. How about I give you a ride? You. Lu Yi's face turned pale, and she reached out to scratch her. I hate people who don't keep their promises the most. Snap. Yi Sang used his other hand, which was holding the cup, to slap Lu Yi on the head. The cup shattered into pieces of glass in an instant, piercing Lu Yi's head and Yi Sang's hand, and blood flowed out directly from her hair. Ah! Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, then screamed in pain and reached out to scratch Yi Sang. Yi Sang kicked her out directly. Send my wife to the hospital. Yi Zixing ordered the servant in a cold voice, ran quickly to get the medical kit, pulled Yi Sang to sit down at the table, took the tools, and pulled out the glass shards that had pierced her palm. No need to apply medicine. The wounds will heal themselves little by little. Yi Zixing helped her wipe the blood clean. You can hurt others outside in the future, but don't hurt yourself like this again. Can't be discovered. Yi Sang lowered his eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, maybe I can also see you off to the end. Yi Ci paused, chuckled, and was about to say something when his cell phone rang. Yi Hong called. He must have known what was going on at home. I'm going out to answer a phone call, Yi Zixing said to Yi Sang, and went out to the yard to answer the phone. Yi Sang's cell phone rang at the same time. It's Guyu calling. Sister. Guyu said coldly, the auction of the Long Group on the 3rd day of next month is an underground auction. The items this time are not ordinary things. Only those who have obtained their invitation letter can enter. The invitation letter is easy to copy, but the Lan family was very cunning this time. They used a chip-based smart invitation letter. The number of invitation letters was calculated and controlled by technical personnel. The scanning code inside changed the data every 12 hours. They had no way of knowing what the last time was like and could not replicate it in advance. Yi Sang said leisurely, it's easy. We can just turn it all black when the time comes. Guyu pursed his lips and said, the hacker technicians they hired are very good. I am not that good yet. You still have to go to school, so don't worry about this. Go back to Dizhou with your brother. Yi Sang said while eating, I have someone to take care of me here. Guyu, okay. Chapter 17 Friends. Lu Yi and Yi Tian were both hospitalized. The former suffered a concussion. The latter was rescued in time, and his mouth and throat can be saved. But the painful thing was that Yi Tian couldn't eat anything with that mouth for at least a month, not even porridge, and could only be fed with nutrient solution. In the evening, Yi Hong came back. Yi Zixing had an emergency surgery and went back to the hospital. Yi Sang was eating at the dining table. Yi Hong sat down at the table and stared at her for a while through the lenses of his glasses. Yi Sang drank the pork rib soup without looking up. Are you looking for me to settle the score? How dare I? Yi Hong said in a deep voice, I don't care about Lu Yi, but Yi Tian is my daughter after all. If she wasn't your daughter, she wouldn't be lying in the hospital now. Yi Sang looked up and smiled, but in a coffin. Yi Hong took off his glasses and pinched his brows. I have warned them many times not to mess with you. If people listened to warnings, there wouldn't be so many criminals in the world. Yi Sang fluttered her eyelashes and smiled faintly. 3 years ago, Lu Yi drugged me, hired someone to kidnap me, and tried to kill me. I was in poor health at the time, so I didn't settle the score with her. 3 years later, they were still the ones who provoked me first. It's not too much for me to settle the score, right? Yi Hong was silent for a while. Not too much. A long time. He looked across at Yi Sang, whose body showed no signs of aging, and said, Isn't it great to be immortal? Yi Sang paused for a moment with the spoon in his hand. It's actually very painful. Yi Hong was silent for a while. I heard you were leaving again. I will come back to see you off to the end of your life. Yi Sang said with a faint smile. Yi Hong suddenly laughed. You saw my grandfather off to his grave. You saw my parents off to their graves, and you can also see me off to my grave. Immortality is really hard to explain in this scientific age. Every time he saw Yi Sang, he would wonder if the world was fake. How unreal. But it really exists. Yi Hong sighed deeply. I will always keep the company's shares for you, and the Yi family will always be your home. Yi Sang didn't say anything. He drank the last sip of soup and went upstairs to sleep. The next morning, Yi Sang left the Yi family and took a taxi to the Hashan Sanatorium in the suburbs. Hashan has beautiful scenery, and a magnificent and huge building is located in it. There is a lake outside, which is full of lotus flowers. In this season, the lotus leaves are dense and green, spreading as if to the sky. There is a mountain behind it, and the whole mountain is covered with red maple leaves that stretch like fire. It's a good place. There are buildings in front of the sanatorium, and on the deepest lawn, there are several wooden houses standing against the mountain. The yard of the wooden house is full of flowers and plants. The back wall of the wooden house is covered with roses, which bloom in clusters and cover the entire roof of the wooden house, like a fairy tale world. Before Yi Sang got close, a black cat ran down from the flowers on the roof and flew into her arms. Little Hope has grown up. Yi Sang caught it, stroked its head, and smiled. The deadness and gloom that usually filled his body was much less noticeable. Meow, the black cat rubbed against her, looking very happy. Alu. A soft voice came from the door. Is that you? Yosang looked up. At the door of the wooden house, there stood a girl in a white dress. She was tall and thin, with long black hair draped behind her. Her facial features were delicate and beautiful. She looked like a fairy standing in the sea of flowers, but her eyes were covered with a bandage. Even though he can't see, he still planted so many flowers and said he likes the scent of flowers. Yi Sang sighed, put down the cat in his arms, and walked over. It's me. Alu. The girl threw herself into her arms. She didn't ask where she had been for the past 3 years, nor did she ask anything else. She just hugged her for a long, long time. I'm glad you're okay. Yi Sang took her into the house and untied the bandage on her eyes first. The girl's eyes were tightly closed and could not be opened at all. Yi Sang reached out and stroked it. Have you felt uncomfortable in the past few years? No. Meng Tang smiled and said, I'm fine. The people here take good care of me. I took so much money from you. I built the sanatorium. If I treat you badly, they will all go to hell. Yi Sang sneered, gently tied the bandage back on her eyes, and took out a tiny box from the black crossbody bag she carried with her. Inside is a 9-eyed Z bead. People say this thing can ward off disasters and evil spirits, so I bought it for you to play with. She put it on Meng Tang. Meng Tang touched it with her hand and said with a smile, Thank you. After a while, Meng Tang asked softly, Alu, have you found the secret about you? No. Yi Sang lowered his head. Many years ago, when she opened her eyes for the first time, she found herself lying on the bank of a river, with corpses and blood everywhere on both sides of the river. The river water was dyed blood red, except for a willow tree on the bank that remained green, swaying in the bloody storm, alone in the world. Her memory was blank. I don't know where I come from or where I'm going. I don't know who I am. She had a jade pendant with the word Thong, mulberry, written on it. She looked at the green willow tree by the river and gave herself a name. His name is Sang Qinglu. This was her first name. She is strong, as if she was born with it. Very beautiful too. Everyone who has met her says so. She went to crowded places and learned the life knowledge of normal people, trying to find his own life experience and memory. But later, she discovered that she could neither die nor grow old, being called a monster and a lunatic. Later, someone found her and said he could help her uncover her life story. As a result, those people wanted to live forever. They used her, studied her, and sucked her blood out of her, and threatened her. She was in a bad mood, so she killed them all. She began to wander in this world, and even now, more than 150 years have passed, and she has not found any clues, except that place she has not been to. But that place only exists in legend, without even a specific location or name. Everyone talks about it, but they are very secretive about it. It has not appeared yet, and no one can find it. In the past, she needed to drink blood to survive. However, the only thing she was sure of was that she was not a vampire. If it bites someone, the bitten person will not mutate. As for whether it is a disease, have no idea. It's just that in recent years, I occasionally feel weak and faint. Yi Zixing said she was anemic and had hypoglycemia. She just believed it. The ancient magician has been active recently, and the bloodstone has also appeared. If you can't die, just keep looking for it. You will find it sooner or later. Just live here, and no one will find you. Yi Sang took the comb on the table and combed her hair smoothly. I will find that place and take back your eyes. Meng Tang originally had a pair of eyes that could see through the future, but later their eyes were dug out. She searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Okay. Meng Ting nodded, reached out and held the Buddhist beads on her wrist, and said softly, Alu, don't kill people casually. I didn't kill them randomly. Yiseng raised his eyebrows. No need to remind me every time. She used to be bored with her life and liked to keep someone for fun. Later, she found out. Killing a person is easier and more convenient than raising one. She takes killing very seriously. But Meng Tang always said that this was a peaceful legal era and that we must abide by the law. Getting too much blood on our hands would lead to murder. That's not good. She listened. But if there are people who are blind, there is nothing she can do. Meng Tang smiled, holding the 9-eyed Z bead around her neck, and pursed her lips. Also, don't take off the Buddhist beads. Yiseng smiled and said, Okay. Asterisk. This Hashan sanatorium is just great. The wind is nice, the scenery is nice, and the air is good. Standing on the top floor of the sanatorium, Quan Siming stretched lazily inside. If I hadn't been busy, I would have wanted to live here. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of an exquisite wooden house surrounded by flowers on the lawn at the deepest part of the sanatorium, where two figures were playing. There was also a black cat jumping back and forth between the two of them. Very lively. That person. Quan Siming was stunned for a moment and pulled Li Suizhou, who was beside him. Look, is that person Yiseng? Li Suizhou was talking on the phone. He was drawn to look at him out of the corner of his eye. He was startled and said, Talk later, to the person on the phone before hanging up. Let's go and take a look. Quan Siming grabbed Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes slightly and subconsciously touched his neck. The band-aid is still there. The two went downstairs and went deeper into the sanatorium. When they were about to reach a big door on the lawn, they were stopped by the security guard at the door. Gentlemen, please stop. You cannot go inside. Quan Siming raised an eyebrow. Can't go? Why is there someone inside? The security guard said, Patient. You guys. Quan Siming was a little curious. What kind of patient could make your sanatorium set aside such a large area for her? Those who can come to Hashan Sanatorium are either rich or noble, and this is no secret, said the security guard. The family of the patient inside donated 500 million yuan to the sanatorium, and they asked for a separate piece of land and built a wooden house for her family to live in. Except for the designated responsible personnel, no other outsiders are allowed to enter. This sister is rich? Quan Siming muttered softly. Li Suizhou raised his eyelids and asked, What's her name? The security guard smiled sheepishly and said, This is confidential. Quan Siming smiled at the security guard and said, The girl inside is our friend. They won't let us in. Can you let them know? The security guard paused and shook his head. Quan Siming licked his lips and took out a stack of money from his wallet. About 1,000. The security guard glanced at him and said, I'm guarding the gate here, making 100,000 a month. Quan Siming. Security guard, even if you give me 100,000 today, I won't go. Otherwise, I will lose my stable job with a monthly income of 100,000 for the rest of my life. Quan Siming. I really want to throw money at him. Chapter 18. Can't. Not interested. Don't like. Yiseng was playing with the cat with Meng Tang when his cell phone suddenly rang. WeChat call. Li Suizhou? Why did he call her? Yiseng raised his eyebrows slightly and answered the call. Ms. Yi. Li Suizhou's voice was deep and clear, and it sounded like it was resonating in his chest. It was very pleasant to hear. Long time no see. Yiseng sighed. It seems we haven't met. Li Suizhou laughed softly. Come out from the lawn and open the door, and we'll meet. Yiseng paused, turned his head, and stared at the door not far away with dark eyes. 5 minutes later, the door opens. It's really you. It seems my eyes are quite good. Quan Siming said happily and subconsciously glanced inside. Outside the exquisite little wooden house covered with roses and surrounded by flowers and plants, there stood a girl in a pure white dress. Even with a bandage on her eyes, one could still see the gentleness and beauty of her plain little face. Meng Tang was standing there holding a black cat in her arms, with a wooden house surrounded by flowers behind her, like a fairy who was not stained by the dust. She watched Yiseng leave with her dark eyes. Alu, don't kill people casually, she murmured. If you kill too many people, you will be discovered, and those people will come after you. Asterisk. Miss Yi. Quan Siming stared at the white figure in front of the wooden house that seemed to be blown away by the wind. Who was that? Friend. Yiseng's voice was cold. After coming out, he closed the door directly, blocking his sight. Hey, now that we're here, let us in and sit down. Quan Siming stood on tiptoe, and wanted to look inside through the crack in the door. Yi Sang had a deadpan expression on his face. Don't try to get her to do anything you shouldn't, or I'll destroy you and throw you to the wolves. Quan Siming. Li Suizhou smiled and said, Did I disturb Miss Yi? Mr. Li, do you have any self-awareness? Yi Sang glanced at the band-aid on his neck and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by me? Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows. I just didn't expect to meet Miss Yi here, so I came over to say hello. Yi Sang didn't react. He walked out of the sanatorium and said lazily, Mr. Li, you want to live in a sanatorium at such a young age? Quan Siming's lips twitched slightly. We were asked to come here to look after someone. Yi Sang, oh. Li Suizhou laughed, and seeing Yi Sang walking straight outside, he said, It's hard to get a taxi here, and we just happen to be going back to Yuncheng, so how about giving you a ride? Quan Siming drove over, a black SUV. Can't see the brand. The license plate is a normal, ordinary license plate for Yuncheng. Yi Sang narrowed his eyes and reached out to touch the other appearance. Customized? The exterior of this car is made of special materials. Even the glass is bulletproof and explosion-proof. If nothing unexpected happens, it can also be used amphibiously. No SUV brand on the market can achieve this level of security. I can't tell the brand of this car, so it must be custom-made. Quan Siming leaned his head out from the driver's seat and asked, Ms. Yi, do you know anything about cars? Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Yi Sang, I don't understand. Quan Siming. Li Suizhou laughed again, opened the car door and invited her in. Since he came to her, how could she refuse? Yi Sang glanced at the band-aid on his neck and got into the car without hesitation. Yi Sang. Quan Siming was driving the car and looked at her curiously in the rearview mirror. Can I ask what you wanted the bloodstone for that day? Yi Sang, no. Quan Siming. The girl was still wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black work pants today, and on her fair wrists she wore a string of Buddhist beads whose material was impossible to tell. Her long black hair was still tied up with a wooden hairpin, looking lazy and casual as always. She lay in the car casually, playing games on her cell phone. It was unknown what mechanism was hidden in the thick black phone case. The sound is turned up louder. It's God Killer. Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows slightly. Miss Yi is very interested in this game? Yi Sang, to kill time. Miss Yi, come and play Fallen Soul. I'll take you flying. Quan Siming said. Yi Sang, not interested. The muscles on Quan Siming's face twitched. It's a game similar to Godslayer. You should like it too if you play Godslayer. Yi Sang, I don't like it. Quan Siming. Well, he stopped talking. He simply brought shame upon himself by speaking. If it were someone else, he would have thrown the other person out of the car. Li Suizhou said nothing. He slowly took out his phone and opened the game. Ms. Yi, can I add you as a friend? Listening to the background music of Godslayer, Quan Siming's mouth twitched again. Is the boss of Fallen Soul playing a rival game? You. Know yourself and know your enemy. Before Quan Siming could say anything, Li Suizhou blocked his mouth. Quan Siming. Really? What a good way to know yourself and your enemy. I just don't know if this is a game or a person. Today is September 27th, and the God Killer event will not start until 2 days later. But as soon as the event announcement came out yesterday, the game became an instant hit. The main account was too high profile, so Yi Sang used the secondary account. She just wanted to familiarize herself with the current game map and gameplay. She copied the game ID to Li Suizhou and allowed him to add it. Green Willows by the River. Level 8. You can tell it's a small one at first glance. Li Suizhou smiled and said nothing. The chief of the continent has not returned yet. His game ID. Yi Sang glanced at him and agreed to his friend request. When Li Suizhou invited her, a call popped up on Yi Sang's phone. Encryption hides the number. I'm going to take a call. Yi Sang paused, said something to Li Suizhou first, turned on the anti-monitoring setting on his phone, and then answered the call. Dingbi lowered his voice. Sister. Yi Sang said, Dingbi, are you? Anyone else around you now? Yi Sang, yeah. Dingbi, then wait. Yi Sang took out his headphones and put them on. You can say that. Dingbi, it's like this. Beijing has been discussing these past 2 days that Yuying and Yuchilin left the Luzhou Island Prison one after the other. Although the Luzhou Island is the most cruel and terrifying prison in the world and the prisoners there are all extremely vicious, to Yuying and Yuchilin, that place is like a back garden. Before, these two people went in on their own. People in the underworld were saying that they were hiding from something. They hid for 3 or 4 years. Now they are out. They must have thought of it on their own. It just so happened that the Bloodstone showed up at this time. Now everyone is guessing whether something big is going to happen. Everyone was reporting this to her, so it seemed like quite a big deal. Yiseng snorted, "Don't worry about this." Dingbi, "Are you still looking for Yuchilin?" Yiseng, "No need." Dingbi, "Okay." No one outside could hear anything that was said on the phone. I could only hear her brief answer, but couldn't make out anything else. Quan Siming sorted out his words and spoke tentatively. "Miss Yi, didn't we meet at Shishangja the day before yesterday? I saw that when you left, the license plate of the car you were riding in was from Dizhou. Are you familiar with the big boss of Dizhou?" Yiseng raised his eyes. "What do you want to do?" This sister is breathtakingly beautiful in every glance and smile. But he didn't know why. Every time he was looked at by her eyes, no matter how calm he was, Quan Siming felt inexplicably scared. That feeling. It's like looking at a dead person. It seemed that everyone had no color in her eyes. They are all dead. Quan Siming shuddered at his own thought, shook his head, put on a smile, and looked a little fawning. "It's like this. I've always wanted to get an imperial license plate, but it's so hard to get there. If Missy knows any big shots, please help me get one. Money is not a problem." Yiseng, "I can't do it." Quan Siming. It's true that almost every sentence she said contained the word no. Li Suizhou's thin lips curled slightly. "Where is Miss Yi going?" Yiseng looked out the window. "No," said half. Change the voice. "Let's go to the first hospital. She is going to Jingzhou, and no one knows when she will come back next time." Yi Cixing's eyes were red last night. After all, he had watched him grow up, so he went to say goodbye to the child formally. Li Suizhou glanced at her, then quickly looked away, looking at his phone, and asked casually, "I heard that Miss Yi has been missing for 3 years. I don't know where she went." Yiseng tilted his head to look at him and smiled. "Want to know?" When she looked at him and smiled, her eyes were not so dark anymore, but had a little more brightness and some playfulness. Li Suizhou smiled and said, "Miss Yi doesn't have to say it if she doesn't want to. There's nothing I can't tell you." Yiseng leaned back, yawned, and stretched. "I'm recuperating in Dizhou." Chapter 19. No need to save me, just wait to die. The Dizhou car and license plate can support her explanation. Because it is not easy to get information in Dizhou, Li Suizhou didn't ask any more questions. He took out a box of candy from the glove box and handed it to her. "It's easy to carry. You can eat it when you have low blood sugar." The palm-sized blue box is packaged very delicately. There are 12 candies in total. Each candy is in a transparent package and is as crystal clear as crystal. Yiseng opened one and put it in his mouth. Mini flavor. Very sweet and cool. But it's not saccharine-like, so it won't make people feel greasy. The taste goes down the throat and is very comfortable. Yiseng simply poured out all the candy and stuffed it into her crossbody bag. Then, he held the candy in his mouth and continued to play with his phone. No word was spoken during the whole process. Quan Siming raised his eyebrows. "Miss Yi, can you at least say thank you?" Yiseng didn't even raise his head. "He gave it to me on his own initiative. I didn't ask for it. Why should I thank him?" Quan Siming. This personality is even weirder than what is described in the information. Li Suizhou was fine, and even laughed out loud. "Ms. Yi is right, so you don't have to be polite to me." Quan Siming was speechless. After that, there was no conversation along the way. Arrive at the hospital. Yiseng got out of the car and walked into the hospital. Quan Siming turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Li Suizhou. Quan Siming glanced at him. "What do you want to do?" Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows. "Isn't it okay to fall in love at first sight?" "Don't give me that." Quan Siming rolled his eyes. "No one in this world would fall in love at first sight, not even you." What he said before was just a joke. But these past 2 days, Li Suizhou has been mentioning Yiseng all the time, and he seems to be a little overly concerned. He doesn't seem to be in a state of peace. As for love at first sight, no one knows Li Suizhou better than him. No matter how good-looking a person is, there is no difference in Li Suizhou's eyes. Li Suizhou stared at the hospital door and put his hand around his neck again. His eyes were dim and unclear. By the way, Beijing has been very busy recently because of the appearance of Yuchilin and Yuying. Everyone is speculating whether that place is about to appear, which is why these two came out together. Quan Siming's phone rang. He opened it to read the message and did not continue the previous topic. "Do you want someone to keep an eye on you?" Li Suizhou said, Asterisk. "Is that the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yiseng?" "It seems so. Didn't he say he was missing?" "But recently I mentioned it again." "So beautiful. Who is it?" "Dr. Ye's sister." Yiseng entered the hospital building, and some of the hospital staff who saw her were talking quietly. 3 years ago, she also came to the hospital with Yi Cixing. Some nurses who have worked in the hospital for more than 3 years recognize her. Not surprising. But why did I hear that she died during the 3 years she was missing? If he's dead, who is this? She is beautiful, but look at her pale skin, lifeless, cold as if she just came out of the morgue, too eerie to look like a living person, so scary. Oh, don't say that. She must be here to see Dr. Yi. If she hears her complaining to Dr. Yi, we'll be in trouble. Everyone who met him 3 years ago knew that Dr. Yi loved this sister very much. Yi Sang let them talk and walked past as if he didn't hear anything. Yi Zixing's office is on the 7th floor. At this moment, he is the only one in the office. He was looking through a medical record with a frown on his face. Are you having any problems? A voice came from the door. Yi Zixing raised his head, his eyes showing joy. His tiredness instantly swept away. He quickly stood up and let her in. Why are you here? Yi Sang smiled. I came to see you and say goodbye to you. Yi Zixing's smile froze and he pursed his lips. Have you decided where to go? Jingzhou. Yi Sang sat in his chair and picked up the medical records he had just read. Let's go to an auction. She looked at the medical records and asked slowly, do you want to take care of this Lin Rui? Yi Zixing sighed. Yesterday afternoon, the neurosurgery department issued a test report, which is similar to what I said. Her daughter had no symptoms before and had no physical examination, but now suddenly the aneurysm ruptured. This situation is already at an incurable and dangerous level. You can only keep yourself alive for a few days with medicine and then wait for death to come. But Lin Rui is only 6 years old. We are old friends after all. Lin Fu has contacted me again, but I am not yet a medical genius. I suggest that they go to Jingzhou Hospital and give it a try if they can find the miraculous doctor, Master Su. And it's a life. He studied medicine because he wanted to save lives and break all impossibilities. It's actually very simple. Yi Sang put down the medical records and looked at him with his face in his hands. I can save him. No. Yi Zixing refused without thinking. I haven't finished talking yet. Yi Sang leaned back in his chair and said slowly, I'll save her, and I'll pay you 100 million. Yi Si paused and frowned. Just tell me if you need money. I'm going to attend the Lan family auction, and the money you have is not even enough to buy a toothpick. Yi Sang sighed softly. The Lan's auction house is no different from swallowing money. Especially for underground auctions, those who are invited must have a net worth of at least 5 billion, and each item is worth more than 100 million. She spent several years in prison, made no money, and was poor. Yi Zixing choked. Then I'll ask my dad to give me the company's shares. Keep it. Yi Sang interrupted him. I can save enough for myself. In the past, when we had enough money, we could spend it as much as we wanted, and then it was all spent. This is the era of money. She is out of money again, but she has her own hands, feet, and abilities, so she can earn her own money. Those industries will only be moved when we have no other choice. Have to support so many people. It is also a way out. Yi Zixing pursed his lips. Then do you have any problems? It's just a small matter, no? Yi Sang said lazily. Yi Zixing was silent for a while. Okay, I'll go talk to the Lin family. When Lin Fu and Mrs. Lin heard this, they immediately became angry. Yi Zixing, we trust you. We are not playing tricks on you here. If my daughter can't be saved, then she can't be saved. There's no need to use Yi Sang to deceive people. Do you think she looks like someone who knows medicine? You don't have to say anything more. We are going to transfer to another hospital. Lin Fu and Mrs. Lin felt that Yi Zixing was humiliating them and were very angry. Yi Sang leaned against the wall, nonchalantly. Given her situation, no one in this world can save her except me. No, I can save her, but at most I can extend her life for a few years. What a big mouth. Dr. Zhou sneered. Even if a divine doctor came, he wouldn't dare to say that. Have you memorized the entire periodic table? Yi Sang looked over and recognized him as the doctor who bullied Yi Zixing yesterday. He said calmly, what if I can save him? Your brother couldn't even be saved. What are you, a young girl, talking nonsense like that? Dr. Zhou rolled his eyes. If you could save him, I would eat the operating table. Yi Sang's eyes were cold. I'm afraid your mouth won't fit. You. Be quiet. Dr. Zhou wanted to refute, but he shouted. Everyone looked over and called out, Director Liu. Director Liu glanced at Yi Sang and looked at Yi Zixing coldly. Zixing, I know you have a talent in medicine, but this is a life-threatening situation, and I don't want you to mess around here. Yi Zixing had a blank expression on his face. I haven't even tried it. How do you know it won't work? That's a human life. Director Liu scolded. There's no room for trial and error. Zixing, you are really making a fuss. Lin Fu took a deep breath. We won't treat him here anymore. We will transfer him to Jingzhou immediately. Yes, transfer to another hospital. Mrs. Lin sobbed. Let's find one right away. Let's go to a big hospital and find the miraculous doctor, Master Su. Yi Cixing frowned and said in a deep voice, I won't joke about human life no matter what I am joking about. Just believe me once. If she can't be saved, I will give you my life as compensation. It's not easy for Yi Sang to be willing to take action once. She can even bring a dead person back to life. But judging from the current situation, these people obviously did not believe him, let alone Yi Sang. In their eyes, Yi Sang is just an unlucky and useless person. Okay, Yi Sang sighed as he watched this scene, looking at them with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Then don't save them. See, she said, it's easier to kill someone. Wait for death. Yi Sang said lazily and turned to leave. Chapter 20. Relaxation, Freedom, and High Salary. Yi Ci declared that Yi Sang wanted to help, not only to make some extra money, but also because he wanted to save her and help her. But at this time, Yi Sang's identity could not be revealed to anyone. Moreover, Yi Sang was clearly angry at this moment. Uncle Lin, Auntie. Yi Cixing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, whether you believe it or not, what I said today is absolutely true. If she can't be saved, then no one can save Lin Rue, but you missed this opportunity. Opportunity? Dr. Zhou sneered. Yi Cixing, are you crazy? Lin Fuiying's eyes were gloomy. Yi Cixing, that's my daughter's life. Even if you pay with your own life, what's the point? Uncle Lin. That's enough. Director Liu shouted, looking at the other nurses and doctors in the corridor. What are you all doing here? You don't need to see the patient anymore, right? People dispersed instantly. Yi Cixing was silent for a while. Uncle Lin, I understand your thoughts and feelings, but I still want to tell you that if you miss this opportunity, you may really miss the chance to save your life. Even if Yi Cixing dotes on his sister Yi Sang, as a doctor, he would not joke with his patients like this. Seeing how serious he was, Lin Zhenshuang's heart suddenly wavered. But thinking about Yi Sang's perverted appearance, he shook his head again. How could it be possible for a monster like her? Mom and Dad, he said, I'll go and complete the transfer procedures. Asterisk. Yi Cixing caught up with Yi Sang. It's normal for them to be concerned. I know. Yi Sang sighed. It's so hard to make some money. Yi Cixing opened his mouth. Is she really hopeless except for you? Yi Sang shrugged. Almost. Lin Rue's condition is different from that of ordinary patients. She is young. The disease occurred suddenly, and she was hit by a collision. In this world, no one except her can cure her and make her alive and well. At most, she can prolong her life for a few months or years, but she will still be in pain and then wait for death. Let's go. Yi Sang waved at him. After leaving the hospital, I found that Li Suizhou's car was still there. Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. Li Suizhou was leaning against the car. His face was stunningly beautiful. His slender figure was wrapped in a windbreaker, and his legs were extremely long. The temperament is extraordinary and noble. It looks great, more handsome than any other handsome person she had ever seen. Except herself. Jade Unicorn, with his unparalleled handsome appearance as if carved from jade, is indeed worthy of his name. Yi Sang tilted his head. Anything else? Quan Siming stuck his head out of the car window. Li Suizhou likes you. Before he could finish his words, Li Suizhou covered his face with his hands and pushed him back. Yi Sang smiled charmingly and said, if you like me, just tell me directly. Li Suizhou licked his teeth, resisted the urge to chop Quan Siming, and smiled. I just heard that Missy is going to Jingzhou, and we are also going back to Jingzhou. Why don't we go together? I can send my sister off by myself, so there's no need to trouble Mr. Li. Yi Cixing frowned as he sent Yi Sang to the door. Everyone knows that Li Suizhou is not a good person. That Quan Siming is not a good guy either. There are so many people who like Yi Sang. Who does he think he is? Moreover, the way he acted, it was hard not to suspect that he was deliberately approaching Yi Sang. Definitely not a good thing. Master Yi, there's no need to be so defensive. Quan Siming poked his head out again and chuckled. We don't eat human trafficking. You? All right. Yi Cixing wanted to say something, but Yi Sang interrupted him. I'm leaving. She walked straight towards Li Suizhou and raised her chin towards the car door. Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows, curled the corners of his lips slightly, and opened the car door. Yi Sang got in the car. Yi Cixing's brows were furrowed so tightly that they could pinch a fly to death. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Yi Sang has gone to Jingzhou. She just came back a few days ago and is not in good condition. Please take care of her there. After a pause, he warned, tell Li Suizhou to stay away from her. Asterisk. In the car. Yi Sang curled up in his seat, looking at Li Suizhou, who was sitting next to him, with a slight curl of his lips. Are you really not afraid that I will eat you? If Miss Yi thinks I'm delicious, of course that's fine. Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows, rolled up his sleeves, and handed it to her mouth. He's boring like this. Jade Unicorn is still more fun. Yi Sang said lazily, I'm not hungry now. Li Suizhou retracted his arm and said, then wait until Miss Yi is hungry before eating. That's enough. Quan Siming looked at the two of them in the rearview mirror, unhappily. If you do that again, I'll drive the car into the river. Yi Sang glanced at him, put on his headphones, and checked the messages on his phone. Yi Zixing just sent, I will keep your room for you forever. This time, no one else can occupy it. Yi Sang, okay. Li Suizhou asked again, Miss Yi, have you prepared your luggage for Jingzhou? Do you need our help? Yi Sang took off one of his headphones. No luggage. Quan Siming looked at her again. Is the Yi family not good to you? But he thought Yi Zixing was very nice to her. Then go directly to the airport. Li Suizhou interrupted his probing question. Hello? Quan Siming was speechless. She has no luggage. So do we have no luggage? It's not like being blinded by beauty. Or is it that after being bitten by her, my mind is filled with thoughts of her, as if I've been bewitched? Yes. Yi Sang bit Li Suizhou. Even if she is not a vampire and will not turn into a monster, could it be that she has put a curse on Li Suizhou? The more Quan Siming thought about it, the more he felt that this was very likely. When he returned to Jingzhou, he would have to find an expert to take a look at Li Suizhou. 20 minutes later, in the underground parking lot of Yuncheng Hotel. Please wait a moment, it will be quick. Li Suizhou said to Yi Sang. Yi Sang said, Li Suizhou and Quan Siming got off the car together and went upstairs to get their luggage. There was no privacy film on the phone, and Yi Sang felt that it was irritating to the eyes. After they left, Yi Sang opened the Beijing software. Click into the pin chat. It's called White Tea. The messages sent by the other party were all about recent happenings in the world. Not surprisingly, there were messages greeting her when she returned. Yi Sang typed, I'm short of money recently, find me a job. Far away in a remote primeval forest, in a small hut of an unknown savage tribe. Bai Cha was so excited when he saw the message from Yi Sang pop up on his phone that he choked and spat out the noodles he had just put into his mouth. Ancestor, you are really back. No, you still need money? Yi Sang, missing. Bai Cha, what about your little slaves? Don't they offer you any sacrifices? Yi Sang, stop talking nonsense. Bai Cha sent her an okay, I obey emoji. I'm in an unknown primeval forest abroad to provide assistance. I can't go back for the time being. Satellite communications are also very difficult. Why don't you go to the dark web to see if there is any work? A big shot like you can spend endless money just by moving your fingers. Yi Sang was too lazy to pay attention to him. He exited the software and was about to enter the dark web when he received a phone call. She narrowed her eyes slightly and answered the call. Phone in. The voice on the other end was cautious and a little old. Yi Sang said, yes, it's me. Okay. I'm glad you're back. The person on the other side said with relief. Yi Sang paused and said, Mr. Zhao, do you have any work recently? I'm short of money. You are short of money? Mr. Zhao looked as if he had heard something unbelievable. Yi Sang touched his nose and said, many people don't know that I'm back, and I don't want them to know, but I'm short of money right now. Okay. Mr. Zhao seemed to understand. Then what kind of job do you want? Yi Sang, easy, free, and high salary. Mr. Zhao. Yi Sang, it would be best if I could earn 100 million within 5 days. There was silence on the phone for a while. Mr. Zhao laughed. This request is not difficult for you. I have a job to kill people. I don't want to be a killer anymore. Yi Sang said in a sad tone, fiddling with the Buddhist beads on his wrist. I promised not to kill people. I want to accumulate good karma. Mr. Zhao, what about the hacker? Jade Unicorn and Phantom have been very popular recently. People all over the world are paying to find them. Yi Sang, can't find it. Mr. Zhao, don't you want to find it or can't find it? It was quiet for a while again. Mr. Zhao, then, bodyguard? Yi Sang, as soon as I attract the swordsman, this definitely won't work. Old Zhao touched his nose. I thought about it for a while. You said you wanted to accumulate good karma and make money easily and quickly, right? Mr. Zhao said, what about curing illnesses and saving lives? The young lady of the Luan family in Jingzhou has leukemia, which is said to be the result of radiation infection. She has been undergoing chemotherapy for many years, and even the divine Dr. Feng Lao can only keep her alive. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, right? If you can save someone, it will only take a few hours at most. They will give you any money you want, and you can also accumulate good karma. Not far away, Quan Siming pulled the suitcase over, and Li Suizhou followed beside him. Yi Sang said, "That's it. I'll be in Jingzhou tomorrow." The ancestor was finally satisfied. Boss Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll arrange it." Chapter 21 Things That Can't Be Solved Without Money. Quan Siming put the suitcase into the trunk and checked the time. "Ms. Yi, what time did you buy your ticket?" Yi Sang leaned against the window. "The high-speed train at 3:10. High-speed rail?" Quan Siming was stunned. "Why not take a plane?" "Can't afford it. She has friends in Dizhou, and Yi Cixing is so good to her, so she shouldn't be unable to afford a plane ticket worth 10,000 yuan, right?" Li Suizhou glanced at the girl, took out his phone and opened the ticket purchase app. "I'll buy a ticket for Miss Yi. Let's go together." Yosang blinked. "I'm afraid of heights." Quan Siming. Li Suizhou. Half an hour later. Yuncheng East Station. In the waiting room, Yi Sang slurped his instant noodles and asked, "Can you guys stay away from me?" Quan Siming complained, "Sister, we all took the high-speed train with you. It takes 4 hours by plane from Yuncheng to Jingzhou, 9 hours by high-speed rail. I am a noble young master, the heir to a super wealthy family, the king of the night. There are private jets." Quan Siming leaned back on the cold iron chair, looking hopeless. "I'll actually be riding the high-speed train here one day." Li Suizhou glanced at him. "No one forced you. You were sick too." Quan Siming complained. Yi Sang swallowed the noodles in his mouth and said, "You two are too handsome and too high profile. Please stay away from me." These two people are both of first-class appearance and temperament, but they seem a bit out of place in this high-end, high-speed railway station. Many passengers coming and going are staring at them. They have been sitting here for 10 minutes, and some of the girls have already walked around 5 times. There are already 8 people who approached me. "Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?" Another girl looked at Li Suizhou shyly and took out her cell phone. The 9th one. Yi Sang stood up and sat a little further away from them. Li Suizhou raised his eyes and looked at the girl. "No." Then, he stood up and sat next to Yi Sang again. "Stop looking at me. This handsome guy is obviously a couple with that pretty girl. Look at how good-looking they are. It can't be a celebrity, but how come I don't know such a good-looking celebrity? But look at the girl wearing. Come on, add mine." Quan Siming looked at them talking and raised his phone excitedly. He is not bad either. Several girls smiled shyly and scanned his friend code. Yi Sang was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and black pants. His hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin as usual, and he had a string of Buddhist beads on his wrist. He looked clean and simple. He held the bowl of instant noodles, picked it up with a fork, and slurped it without any image. But her stunning facial features and temperament give her a unique and down-to-earth beauty. Li Suizhou peeled a sausage for her and said with a smile, "Miss Yi, do you have any misunderstandings about your appearance?" In these 10 minutes, 15 men asked her for her contact information. Yi Sang glanced at him, quickly finished the remaining few mouthfuls of noodles, took out a black mask from the black bag she carried with her, opened it and put it on her face, pulled out the hairpin on her head, and let her black and smooth hair fall down. Only one eye was exposed. Then, she put the hairpin into the small bag, held the mask with one hand, and ate the sausage through the crack with the other hand. Li Suizhou burst into laughter. "Miss Yi is amazing." Quan Siming added a bunch of beautiful girls as friends and walked over happily. "This high-speed railway station seems pretty good. Ladies and gentlemen, your ship, the Harmony." The ticket-checking announcement sounded. Yi Sang looked at the two people and picked up the plastic bag next to him. "Let's go." In the bag were the snacks and drinks she bought after arriving here. The money was paid by Li Suizhou. "Give it to me." Li Suizhou reached out and took the bag from her. "If you don't know how to do it, just follow me, take out your ID card, and do what others do," Yi Sang said lazily. Li Suizhou laughed softly. "Okay." Quan Siming rolled his eyes. "How can such a small matter be so difficult for us? Scan your ID card, check your ticket, and enter the station." Right behind him, Li Suizhou saw the contents on Yi Sang's ID card. The address is in Nanting County. Birthday is December 10th, 2004. It is now September 28th, 2024. 20 years old. Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is this the high-speed rail station?" "So that's how it is." When he got down to the platform, Quan Siming, a rich kid, acted like he had never seen the world before. He took out his cell phone and took pictures everywhere, feeling extremely curious. Yi Sang clicked his tongue. Li Suizhou asked casually. Missy doesn't want to go to college? I've read it. It's boring. Yi Sang yawned. Li Suizhou didn't expect her answer. He raised his eyebrows slightly and wanted to ask something else when the high-speed train came speeding on the track. Quan Siming was still taking photos and videos. When buying the tickets, Li Suizhou wanted to buy consecutive numbers, but Yi Sang bought his ticket early and was unable to buy seats together. Nor is it a carriage. When getting on the car, Li Suizhou and Quan Siming both followed Yi Sang. Yi Sang looked at the two tails and frowned. You guys aren't sitting here. This is the first time I sit on this thing. I feel safe with you. Quan Siming grinned and refused to leave. Li Suizhou obviously meant the same thing. Yi Sang's lips curled slightly. He found his seat and sat down, looking at the people sitting around him, raised his eyebrows. You two should go back to your own seats. This is a row of 3 seats, and Yi Sang sits at the innermost seat by the window. There was a man and a woman sitting next to them. Quan Siming smiled at Yi Sang and put his hands on the chairs of the 2 people next to him. Are you 2 boyfriend and girlfriend or strangers? No need to change seats. The man had seen through his intentions many times and raised his eyebrows, saying, I also want to sit with the beautiful lady. These 2 people look either rich or noble and have unique temperaments. He had an aura that made him seem like someone who was not easy to mess with. But this was on a train, so they didn't dare to do anything. The girl glanced at their faces and took out her phone with a smile. Add your contact information. I'll think about it. Yi Sang leaned against the window, supporting his head with his hands, watching the fun with a smile on his face. Quan Siming smiled unchanged. Change seats, 10,000 per person. The 2 were stunned. Handsome. The aunt in the front seat raised her head and said with an unknown accent and a warm smile, I'm willing to change it for you. Quan Siming endured it, still smiling. I won't sit there. 20,000. Li Suizhou said. Their high-speed rail tickets are only 400 or 500. 10 seconds later, a man and a woman in the seats stood up at the same time, pulling their luggage out. Handsome guys, please take a seat. I've warmed you up. Quan Siming transferred 20,000 yuan by himself, and the 2 left happily. Quan Siming smiled at Yi Sang and blew his hair. In this world, there is nothing that money can't solve. Yi Sang. The people watching this scene around only regretted that they were not the ones sitting there, and that they were not the ones who met the foolish rich man. Li Suizhou walked to the middle and sat down. His long legs were unable to stretch out and were huddled in the narrow space, feeling uncomfortable. Quan Siming sat outside. This chair is too hard and uncomfortable. Handsome guy, I can lie down for you. The aunt in front immediately turned her head. Quan Siming, no need. A moment later, the high-speed train departed. There is a restaurant on the train. You can go there to eat if you are hungry. After Yi Sang said this, he found a comfortable position to sleep. Half an hour later, Quan Siming stood up a little frantically. I can't stand it anymore. It was so uncomfortable to sit like this that he felt like he was suffocating. He will go crazy in half an hour, and he will definitely go crazy in 9 hours. Everyone around looked over again instantly. Yi Sang was woken up. If you insist on coming, just jump out of the car if you can't stand it. I can take you there. Don't shout here. Li Suizhou pulled him to sit down. The next stop is still 20 minutes away. Quan Siming felt hopeless. Aren't you feeling uncomfortable? Of course it's uncomfortable. Li Suizhou couldn't even stretch his legs. Yi Sang, I'm used to it. Li Suizhou turned his head to look at her. Does Miss Yi sit here often? Yi Sang looked out the window and said, his eyes dark. In the past, there were no horses and carriages, no mobile phone networks or communications. People traveled by horse and carriage. Later, green trains and cars appeared. Now, we have high-speed rail. Everything seems like a lifetime ago, yet it also seems like it happened yesterday. And she is still wandering in this world, not knowing where she came from, where she is going, and why she is immortal. Chapter 22 Jingzhou. He is a madman. They stopped at the first stop and Quan Siming really got off. He is too delicate to bear it. Li Suizhou did not leave. Yi Sang peeled a candy and put it in his mouth, then tilted his head to look at him. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes and asked, Is there something wrong with me? Yi Sang blinked. It's kind of nice. Li Suizhou. Yi Sang looked at his red ears and asked, Mr. Li, are you shy? So innocent? Li Suizhou rubbed his ear and replied calmly, Mizzy is pretty too. Yi Sang leaned back. Of course I know I'm good-looking. Li Suizhou. She doesn't play by the rules at all. All the words that reached her were blocked. Li Suizhou looked out the window. The scenery was receding wildly through the narrow window of the train. His eyes were as black as ink. The band-aids on his neck were still there, 2 light blue ones. Yoseng stared at him for a moment longer before reaching out and grabbing his arm, which was in front of him. Li Suizhou lowered his eyes and looked at her. What does Missy want to do? What else can we do? Go to sleep. Yiseng lifted his arm, leaned her upper body sideways into his arms, and put his arm on herself again, creating the appearance of hugging her. His arms were much more comfortable than the back of the chair. I didn't know if it was shower gel or incense, but it had a refreshing mini scent. Smells good. Yiseng found a comfortable position and began to sleep peacefully. Li Suizhou's body froze, not knowing whether to let go of his hand or not. He tried to push her away, but his hands wouldn't move. A long time. He lowered his eyes to look at the quiet, pale, sleepy eyes of the girl in his arms, smiled, and gently pulled out the coat that was pressing on him to cover the girl in his arms. Yiseng buried her head in his arms, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She slept very peacefully this time. When I opened my eyes again, it was pitch black outside. She was still in Li Suizhou's arms, covered with his coat, and held firmly in his arms. Someone else sat in the aisle seat next to where Quan Siming had sat before. Yiseng just raised his head. Li Suizhou's closed eyes suddenly opened. A flash of coldness flashed across his face, then turned into a deep look. He looked down at her and said, "You're awake?" And a little gentle. "Yeah." Yiseng got up from his arms, sat up straight, stretched, and saw that it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. I slept for almost 5 hours. She had never let her guard down on a train and slept so peacefully for so long. And looking at Li Suizhou's posture, he did not change his posture during the few hours she slept in his arms. The tall body is crammed here, which makes it look cramped and uncomfortable. Yiseng yawned. "Are you hungry? I'll treat you to a meal." Li Suizhou shook his head. Yiseng raised an eyebrow. "Don't you want to get up and stretch your body?" Li Suizhou was silent for 2 seconds and said, "Okay. Why have you become so silent? Could it be that the prince has become autistic because of this high-speed train?" There was a hint of amusement in Yiseng's eyes, and he stood up and walked towards the restaurant. The cool warmth of the girl in his arms seemed to still be there. Li Suizhou looked at her back, moved his numb arms, pinched his numb legs, and after a while, he stood up and followed her. It was past midnight when we arrived in Jingzhou. In the middle of the night, the Jingzhou high-speed railway station was still as bright as day, with people coming and going. Li Suizhou pulled the suitcase and left the station with Yiseng. The suitcase belonged to Quan Siming. He got off the bus halfway to take a plane and said it was troublesome to check in the luggage, so he threw it to Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou pulled the suitcase with one hand and put the other hand in his coat pocket. He said in a clear and gentle voice, "Ms. Yi, if you don't have a place to stay, you can come to my place first." Sister sang. Sister sang. Just then, a young man holding a lighted sign with the name Yiseng written on it ran over from the crowd in the distance. "No thanks." Yiseng smiled. "See you next time, Mr. Li." Looking at her back disappearing in the crowd, Li Suizhou's eyes were deep. "Hey, my God, are you still watching?" Quan Siming suddenly appeared. Smelling the alcohol and messy fragrance on him, you can tell at a glance that he just came out of some cozy den. Li Suizhou threw the suitcase to him and moved away from him. "Where's the car?" Quan Siming took the suitcase and raised his chin not far away. A young man ran over from there. "Master!" "It's Li San, a native of Li Suizhou. We have arrived in Jingzhou. Let's go home." Quan Siming waved to him. His people were on the other side. Li Suizhou ignored him, got in the car, and left. Quan Siming just got into the car when he received a call. He frowned after hearing what the other party said. "Feng Yin? Okay, I get it. Asterisk. Little ancestor." As soon as he got in the car, Zhao Yidu changed his address. He frowned. "Why are you with that Li Suizhou?" Yiseng leaned lazily. "What's wrong with being with him?" Zhao Yidu curled his lips. "There are no good people in the Li family. This prince is the most vicious. You'd better stay away from him in the future, otherwise he will eat you up and you will help him count money." Yiseng looked out the window at Jingzhou, which was even more prosperous at night, and chuckled. "It's still unclear who will wipe out who." "No." Yi Zixing said that nothing must happen between Yiseng and Li Suizhou. He must do it. Zhao Yidu's eyes rolled around. Yiseng peeled a candy and ate it, then said slowly, "Get me an invitation to the Lan clan underground auction on the 3rd day of next month." "This is a bit difficult." Zhao Yidu frowned. "I don't know what the Lan family is doing this time. Not to mention the underground auction, the invitation card is very limited. Only the super rich and bigwigs who are interested in antique collections at home and abroad can get it. I can give it a try." Yi sang, "Okay." Asterisk. Zhao Mansion. Yisang didn't get up until 10 o'clock the next day. She was wearing a blue velvet nightgown and was lying on the railing. Zhao is cooking downstairs. Just in time, little ancestor, please come down and have dinner. Zhao saw her and shouted, my grandfather called this morning and asked if you could arrange a time for treatment. Yisang casually tied up her long hair with a hairpin, which made her look a bit messy and lazy. She walked downstairs in her slippers and said, tonight? There are fewer people at night. Zhao brought the food to the table and took off his apron. Then you eat first. I'll call my grandfather to make arrangements. Yisang drank his porridge and turned on his cell phone, which showed several messages from Li Suizhou. It arrived at 8:10 a.m. Li Suizhou. Ms. Yi, have you been to Jingzhou before? Do you need a tour guide? 8:40. Li Suizhou. Are you still asleep? 9:15. Li Suizhou. Miss Yi, are you still awake? Let's have lunch together? Yisang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Yisang. Mr. Li, if you miss me and want to see me, just tell me directly. No need to make up any nonsense excuses. Li Suizhou looked at the message and raised his dark eyebrows. Don't play with your phone while eating, said the old lady at the host's seat. The little boy next to him said, fourth brother, Grandma is talking about you. Stop talking. The woman next to him quickly blocked his mouth with food. Li Suizhou raised his eyes and scanned the people of the Li family at the table. His gaze fell on the old lady of the Li family who was sitting at the main seat. His eyes were filled with anger. I came back to eat to give you face. Don't use the rules of the Li family to impose on me. Bang. I haven't been home for 4 years. Now that you're back, you must be strong enough, right? Old lady Li slapped the table, and the dishes and chopsticks on the table jumped. Everyone around the table was so scared that they put down their chopsticks instantly and dared not say a word. My wings are not as strong as they are today. Why are you humiliating yourself here? Li Suizhou said with sarcasm in his eyes. You. Since the day my parents disappeared, I've told you that the rules of the Li family are useless to me, so stop scolding me. Li Suizhou's expression was cold. Since you don't want to eat this meal properly and don't want this face, then don't eat it. He simply grabbed the edge of the table with one hand and exerted force suddenly, overturning the long marble table. There was a crackling noise and the soup and vegetables were spread everywhere. The 15 people around the long table all screamed and dodged in fear. Li Buohong protected the old lady and said in a deep voice, Suizhou, you're going too far. I have something even more outrageous, Li Suizhou said nonchalantly, holding a golden and black butterfly knife in his hand. Do you want to see it? You dare to kill? Dad. Li Buohong's eyes were gloomy and he wanted to scold, but was stopped by his daughter Li Ji. Old lady Li is strict. But in the entire Li family, Li Suizhou is the most terrifying person. As long as he comes back, there will be no peaceful reunion dinner at home. But old lady Li kept calling him to come back for dinner. If you make him angry, he really dares to take action. He is just a lunatic. Since you don't want to eat properly, don't call me back anymore in the future. Li Suizhou said something coldly and walked away. Old lady Li was leaning on a cane, her cloudy eyes gloomy. No one else dared to speak. It was Li Ji who spoke first. Someone, clean up the house. Chapter 23, Golden Cage, Attracting Swordsmen. Li Suizhou never replied to the message. Yisang played a movie called Pleasant Goat on his mobile phone and ate while watching it. My dear, is 6 o'clock in the afternoon okay? Zhao poked his head in from outside the door. Sure. Yisang mixed the egg custard and blanched shrimps together, poured 2 spoonfuls of chili in it, and stirred it. Zhao hung up the phone, came over to look at her messy mixing, and said with a slight twitch of his lips, next time I will just stew it like this for you. Yisang nodded in agreement. Okay. Zhao picked up 2 more fried eggs and sausages for her, and brought her some milk. Are you still watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf? Yisang raised his eyes. Keep your innocence, okay? Zhao. Next second, he smiled flatteringly. Sure. My little ancestor can do anything. Asterisk. Jingzhou Longyuan, a wealthy area. The largest villa is built on the top of the mountain like a manor castle. The exterior is cold silver, and you can tell how luxurious it is just by looking at it. Quan Siming parked the car, got out carrying his computer, and the villa's smart butler's electronic eye recognized him and opened the door automatically. The interior decoration is all in cool white and gray tones, exuding a cool feeling. Quan Siming went straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is very spacious, with only 1 room reserved. In the middle, there is a cage made of pure gold. It is 4 meters high and has an interior space of 50 square meters. The floor was covered with a plush carpet woven with golden silk, and there was an extremely gorgeous princess bed. A swing wrapped in ivy fell from the top of the cage. Looks like it was just installed. The outer frame of the cage was previously wrapped with vines, like a colorful flower wall, very beautiful. But now it has been dismantled and is now all thrown on the ground nearby. Li Suizhou was wearing a black silk shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing his beautiful collarbones. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, and he was wiping the cage with a piece of soft cloth in his hand. What kind of pervert is like you, installing a golden cage at home? Quan Siming said, I don't know what kind of hobby it is. This is a cage made of pure gold. In the past, he thought that Li Suizhou wanted to hide his beauty in a golden cage. But after the cage was placed here, it has always been empty. He had once got hold of a pair of canaries, real ones. Just say it suits the occasion. Later he was released by Li Suizhou. Everything in this manor is intelligent. There are no servants and no one can come. No one has taken care of it during the 4 years he was away. Why is this guy here today suddenly packing up the cage again? He is cleaning it up himself, and the furnishings inside look as if someone is going to live there. You didn't kidnap some beautiful girl and plan to lock her up here, did you? Quan Siming leaned against the cage and said jokingly, It's none of your business. Li Suizhou threw down the rag in his hand, went to wash his hands, and sat down on the sofa not far outside the cage. He looked a bit sinister. Little V, Quan Siming called out, and the intelligent robot took the elevator up by itself and brought him drinks. Quan Siming put down the computer, opened a bottle of vodka, and poured one for Li Suizhou. Who offended you when you returned to the Li family today? Li Suizhou didn't answer him, but asked coldly, Any news? No. Quan Siming finished the wine in the glass, turned on the computer, pulled up a page and handed it to him. However, Feng Yin showed up and took the order from the Worry-Free Guild. Feng Yin is one of the few swordsmen in the world today. The swordsmen who lead the way are mainly swordsmen who lead the way to mysterious and dangerous places. As long as there is a swordsman to lead the way, as long as you can pay a high enough price, he can take you to and from any dangerous place safely. Others include killing, arson, and finding people. They do everything. Feng Yin is a top legend in the swordsman industry. It is said that it existed 20 years ago and created many legends. There were traces of activity 4 years ago, but it suddenly disappeared more than 3 years ago. Some people speculated that he was dead, but recently, traces have appeared again. Wuyo Guild. Li Suizhou frowned slightly. Mr. Zhao's territory. The Wuyo Guild is very legendary in Jingzhou and even in the underworld. It's also like a mercenary guild. Killers, hackers, anyone with the skills can register there. There are all kinds of things. Anyone who has needs and has money can place an order in the club. The Wuyo Guild will match the mercenary with a suitable task based on his personal skill information. No worries, no worries. No matter what the problem is, as long as you place an order with the Worry-Free Guild, it will help you solve it in the end. Even if it's just looking for a cat, as long as you give enough money, it will find one for you. Everyone only knows that the person in power now is Zhao Tianjin. Everyone who knows him calls him Mr. Zhao. He is also a legendary figure on the road. If that place really appears, they need a guide. Leading the swordsman is the most appropriate. But Li Suizhou looked down upon the other swordsman. Keep staring at this wind guide. In his words, he is not short of money. So if he wants to find someone, he will look for the best. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes and said, Make an appointment to talk to Zhao Tianjin. Okay. Quan Siming nodded and talked about another thing. Since Yu Qilin and Yuying came out of Luzhou Island, Huang Quan and the Death God's people have become active again. Huang Quan and the God of Death are ranked in the top 5 of the world's top 10 mysterious organizations. It is said that these 2 organizations existed during the Republic of China period. It's just that it was wiped out in the past, but in the postmodern era, it was resurrected. It is said that there are also Taoist magicians among them. He belongs to the evil faction, committing murder, arson, and all kinds of evil. Ignore them for now. Li Suizhou finished the wine in his glass and stood up to continue cleaning the cage. Let's find Feng Yin first. Asterisk. 6 o'clock in the evening, Jingzhou Anha Hospital. SVIP ward. Yisang wore a black overalls, a mask, and had his long hair tied up under a hat. It was impossible to tell the person's appearance. He was tall and thin, with a cool and refreshing air. Luan Shixin looked at her and frowned. My daughter has had leukemia for many years. Mr. Zhao, I asked you to find a miraculous doctor. Is she? Mr. Zhao, who had called Yisang before, was leaning on a cane with one hand, with a kind smile on his wrinkled face. Didn't I tell Mr. Luan before that she is not the one? But if she can't be saved, let alone a miracle doctor, No one in this world can save her. But she. Mrs. Luan looked at the girl whose eyes she could only see and pursed her lips, so young. Mr. Luan, Mrs. Luan, you know what I do. Mr. Zhao said with a smile, even if you don't believe her, you should believe my reputation. I had mentioned it before, but I didn't expect that he would bring such a young girl. Although I couldn't see her face, I could tell her gender. Is she better than the miraculous doctor? Luan Shixin said in a deep voice, Mr. Zhao, my daughter can't stand it anymore. This is our last chance. Mrs. Luan's eyes were red. The doctor said she won't last much longer. Let's put it this way. Elder Zhao said, if she can't be cured, I, Zhao Tianjin, will close down the Worry-Free Guild and never operate it again. If she can be cured, how about Mr. Luan paying twice the price? Mr. Luan, Mrs. Luan, my grandfather never brags. Zhao Yidu came to the front and said with a smile, otherwise, my grandfather would have lived in vain for so many years, right? He doesn't want to lose his reputation in his later years, right? Chapter 24 Doctor? Now, since Mr. Zhao said so, I will believe him this time. Luan Shixin took a deep breath. Money is not a problem. As long as I can cure her, or even just make her better, I will give you whatever reward you want even if I sell my entire fortune. If I can't cure her, I will make you pay with my life. Mr. Zhao said confidently, okay. I want to see who can cure this terminal blood cancer that countless experts have failed to cure. Next to them, a doctor watched them talking and snorted coldly. He is the attending physician of Luan Shixin's daughter Luan Lily, and he has been the one who has been performing chemotherapy for her over the years. Over the years, the Luan family has hired many experts and spent a lot of money, all just to save their daughter, but they can only keep her alive. Recently, his condition worsened and he started vomiting blood. Even when he went to the toilet, there was blood all over his body. The doctor issued a death warrant with a deadline. Yisang's origin is unknown. He has no name, and he is kept so secret. Weird. It is normal for other doctors to have doubts. But no matter who Mr. Zhao brought today, no matter whether it works or not, since it was brought by Mr. Zhao, the Luan family would give it a try. Yisang said coldly, I need to see the patient first. In the spacious ward, Luan Lily was half lying on the bed, wearing a pink striped hospital gown and a pink hat on her head. She looked pale and was playing games on a tablet computer. Lily. Mrs. Luan walked over and spoke softly. The doctor is here. Luan Lily was fighting the boss. She didn't even raise her head. Her pale face was ashen. Mom and Dad, I said I won't be treated anymore. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Her voice was childish but powerful, and I felt like I had heard it somewhere before. Yisang was slightly stunned. But this girl was only about 14 or 15 years old, and she had definitely never seen her before. Lily, Mom and Dad beg you, let's just treat it this time, the last time. Okay? If it doesn't work this time, Mom and Dad will listen to you. Mrs. Luan begged. Mom. Luan Lily still stared at the tablet screen. Her fingers stopped, and her voice was slightly low. I have been fighting the boss of this level for a long time, but I haven't won. I don't want to fight it anymore. As if reflecting herself, Luan Shixin's eyes were also a little red. She has been in a lot of pain recently. Her nosebleeds and vomiting blood have become more frequent. That game is her favorite. It has been with her for more than 5 years. This boss is not that difficult to defeat. Your tactics are wrong. A cold voice suddenly sounded from beside the bed. Everyone looked at Yisang, who had walked to the bedside at some point. Luan Lily also looked up. Yisang reached out and took the tablet from her hand. Looking at her familiar account name, his eyes flickered, and he sat down beside the bed so that Luan Lily could see the screen. You. Sure. Mrs. Luan and Luan Shixin wanted to say something, but were stopped by Mr. Zhao. Zhao Yidu disinfected himself, put on a mask and went in, looking at the game screen. It is said that this boss was designed by Nox. The rewards are very generous, and the equipment dropped is all God-level equipment, but it is extremely difficult to defeat. I have been fighting for a long time and have not been able to defeat it. Are you all playing? Luan Lily asked curiously. Let's play. Zhao Yidu nodded. Let me see how to play. It is said that this boss is a hidden level set up by Yi Lu after he won the championship. The rewards are generous, but it is extremely difficult to defeat. For years have passed, and there are less than 10 players who have completed all the games on the server. Yi Shun was the first one, but it's just a copy and doesn't affect other things. So many people skip it when they can't beat it. He and Luan Lily, one half lying down and the other standing with a bent waist, sandwiched Yisang in the middle and watched her operate. Luan Lily's equipment is all purple god equipment and does not need to be changed. The profession I play is a poison master, a very cute little loli in purple clothes. Yi Sang turned on the microphone and said in a cold voice, "From now on, follow my instructions. The warriors will take the damage, and the others will attack from the front from a distance. Nurse, go around in circles. Don't stop using your skills or taking drugs." Yi Sang's voice was clear, cold, and pleasant, and it carried an innate intimidation. His aura was strong and arrogant, as if he was a king high above. His fingers were as fast as afterimages, controlling the game character to fly, jump, and land continuously, using skills one after another, and sliding under the monster with the poison staff in hand. The operation is so skillful that it is dazzling to watch. Just 5 minutes. The boss's health bar was emptied, and it exploded on the spot with a bang. Purple light burst out, and at least 20 magical items appeared on the spot. Damn! Zhao Du was stunned. So simple? Luan Lily was also stunned. How did you hit me just now? If you want to know, I can teach you after you recover. Yi Sang said with a faint smile. I'm sick. The excited expression on Luan Lily's face disappeared, turning pale and hopeless. I'm beyond help. Lily, this is the doctor we hired for you today. She can beat that boss, so she can definitely cure it. Mrs. Luan hurriedly said, Lily, mommy begs you, okay? Luan Lily raised her head again and looked at Yi Sang. Are you a doctor? Yo Sang nodded. It is now. What does it mean now? The corner of Zhao Du's mouth twitched slightly. You. Luan Lily pursed her lips. Can you really save me? Yi Sang pinched her wrist and sensed it. Okay. Luan Lily looked at her only exposed eyes, pursed her lips, and said carefully, Actually, I have always had a wish. She hadn't made any wishes for a long time, and all she wanted was to die without suffering. This is the first time. Mrs. Luan said hurriedly, Lily, no matter what your wish is, your parents will do their best to fulfill it. Luan Lily only looked at Yi Sang. I want to meet Yi Shen once. Yi Shen? Mrs. Luan paused. The first champion of the god-killing game. The amazing player? Luan Lily has been hospitalized for 7 or 8 years. Since the launch of the God Slayer 5 years ago, she has found hope and is always playing. Mrs. Luan and Luan Shixin both knew about this person. But this person is very mysterious, and the official God Slayer website has no information about him at all. Them? Okay. Yi Sang suddenly said. She said to the others in the ward, Everyone go out first. This? Listen to her and get out. Mr. Zhao spoke. The group retreated slowly and reluctantly. Zhao Du wanted to stay. Yi Sang gave him a look and he ran out immediately. Soon, Yi Sang and Luan Lily were the only ones left in the ward. Luan Lily stared at Yi Sang without blinking. You are Yi Shen, right? Yi Sang took off her mask and hat, revealing her delicate, cold, and beautiful face. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Strange little loli. At first she thought Luan Lily's voice was familiar, like a weird little loli. After seeing that her game ID was indeed this name, I confirmed it. Luan Lily suddenly asked to meet Yi Shen because she recognized his voice and then saw the game operations that she was familiar with. Because that boss is so easy only for Yi Shen. There were speculations. You are really the night god. Luan Lily rushed over, extremely excited. You shouldn't get excited due to your condition now. Yi Sang pushed her back. Luan Lily was still very excited. Yes, do you know medical skills? A little bit. Yi Sang said. But Luan Lily lowered her head again in frustration. I fell ill when I was 8 years old, and it's been 7 years now. I shaved my head, had chemotherapy time and time again, and I was in excruciating pain. I endured it until now for my parents, but I don't want to endure it anymore. She took off her pink hat, revealing her bald head. From the 2nd year of the illness, my hair started to fall out. No matter how many methods I tried, they were useless. Just shave it. I still had the energy a few years ago, but now, his face is as pale as a ghost and extremely ugly. It still hurts. She has seen numerous doctors over the years. Everyone shook their heads. The doctor has already given his final notice that he will not live more than half a year. Every time she plays a game, she has to take a long break. You're not ugly at all. Yi Sang looked at her bald head after she took off her hat and smiled. You'll be able to grow hair after you recover from your illness. Luan Lily's eyes turned red. Is there really any hope? Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. Don't believe me? Luan Lily looked into her eyes and saw her playing the game so well. I believe it. Chapter 25. Cured? Kneel down and kowtow. When Luan Shixin and Mrs. Luan came in again, they saw Luan Lily happily telling them, I agree to the treatment. Mrs. Luan didn't know what Yi Sang had done, but she was also very happy. She held Yisang's hand and choked, "Please." The doctor sneered, "Even if Hua Tuo were alive, he might not be able to save her. How can a little girl like her be saved? I want to see what she can do." "Mr. Luan, Mrs. Luan, do you really want that woman to treat you? She has no name or surname. She doesn't even have a medical license. She doesn't even dare to show her face. I don't know where she came from, and you dare to let her treat me?" When Yisang went to change clothes and disinfect in preparation for treatment, several doctors were talking to Luan Shixin and his wife. Zhao Yidu snorted coldly. "If she can cure it, will you kneel down and kowtow? The Worry-Free Guild is famous, and many people know its abilities. But no one would believe that someone could cure advanced leukemia, a terminal illness that cannot be cured by current technology. Otherwise, leukemia will no longer be a terminal disease in the world. Knock if you want." Dr. Sun sneered and really got into a fight. Zhao Yidu turned on the video on his phone and asked, "Come on, tell me again?" Asterisk. Look at Yisang. Mr. Zhao was so confident that some doctors wanted to enter the operating room to see how Yisang performed the operation. Yisang did not agree to have anyone watch and entered the operating room alone. Today's medical technology is very advanced, but many terminal illnesses still cannot be cured. Yisang was able to save the patient, but what he used was not any formal medical skills. Yisang injected Luan Lily with an anesthetic and said, "Go to sleep. When you wake up, all your illnesses will be cured." "Thank you, Yishan." Luan Lily smiled weakly. "When you wake up, don't tell anyone my identity." "Why?" Before she could finish her words, Luan Lily's eyelids became too heavy to open. Yisang took the scalpel and cut her wrist. Letting the blood flow into the container, she walked around the operating room. The surveillance has been remotely hacked. She found 3 more hidden cameras. Position her and record everything clearly before the operating table. Yisang sneered and found and crushed them all. After checking thoroughly, she returned to the bedside and covered the wound on Luan Lily's wrist that was no longer bleeding with her beautiful cold white hand, with a strange green light flickering in the palm of her hand. 2.5 hours later, Yisang comes out of the operating room. Luan Shixin and Mrs. Luan came forward immediately and looked at her expectantly. "She's fine now. She can be discharged from the hospital after a week of rest," Yisang said. "What a big mouth. It's that Dr. Sun again. He has been guarding here all the time." Not only him, many doctors who knew about this were here waiting. They wanted to see how powerful the doctor that Mr. Zhao had found was, who could boast that he could even cure terminal leukemia. "No matter how arrogant you are the best. Whether she is cured or not, can't we just take Luan Lily out for a checkup later?" Zhao Yidu sneered, "But, Dr. Sun, don't forget to kowtow to my ancestors later." Other doctors came in and pushed Luan Lily out of the operating room. The various devices connected to Luan Lily's body showed that all her physical indicators were normal. How is it possible? Doctor Hu's face was full of disbelief. They were all watching the operating room monitoring at first. But the moment Yisang entered, the surveillance suddenly went black. Dr. Sun gritted his teeth and said, "I put a hidden camera. Are you talking about this?" Yisang spread out his hands in front of him, and in his fair white palms were the black fragments of the invisible camera. Dr. Sun's expression froze. Your hospital is really amazing. They even installed invisible surveillance cameras in the operating room." Zhao Yidu immediately sneered. Even the vice president was alarmed and came over. Seeing this scene, he immediately explained, "This doctor does not have a medical qualification certificate, and we don't know his name or origin. He does not need an assistant to enter the operating room. We are also concerned about the safety of the patient. Take the patient for examination first," Dr. Sun said, gritting his teeth. He still didn't believe that Luan Lily was really well. Luan Shixin and Mrs. Luan were also in a state of doubt and anxiety and were eager to know the result. So I agreed. Yisang said nothing. "Go back to the SVIP ward and wait." Zhao Yidu poured Yisang a cup of hot water and said, "Thank you for your hard work, little ancestor." Mr. Zhao also sat on the mountain of Taishan and took advantage of the fact that no one else was around to say to Yisang, "Someone spent 5 billion to place an order to find Feng Yin. What do you think?" "I don't really watch it," Yisang said lazily. "I don't do that anymore. Times have changed, and what she does is different. I'm already tired of leading the swordsman." Mr. Zhao nodded. "I understand." More than an hour later, Luan Lily's physical examination report came out, and all the indicators of her blood, bone marrow, heart, etc. were normal. Except for feeling a little weak, he is exactly the same as a normal person. The leukemia was completely cured, without any trace. How is this possible? Impossible. How did she do that? A group of doctors in the hospital were extremely shocked. In addition to the vice president who had been there all the time, several experts were also alarmed. Everyone surrounded Luan Lily and kept checking again and again, not believing in the evil. But no matter how many times I check, my physical indicators are normal. Dad, Mom. Luan Lily was awakened by the tossing and turning. Looking at Mrs. Luan and Luan Shirshin, tears rolled down her eyes. I'm fine. Lily. Mrs. Luan rushed over, wailing. Excited. Luan Shirshin, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, had red eyes and cried. Without Zhao Lao saying anything, he held Zhao Lao's hand, bent down, and said respectfully, Zhao Lao, please name a price. Mr. Zhao said with a smile, just double it as we said before? The original price for the cure was 100 million yuan. Even if it doubles, it's only 200 million. But 10 minutes later, 1 billion was deposited into Mr. Zhao's account. Zhao Yidu pulled Dr. Sun out from the crowd of excited doctors and held up the video he had taken on his phone, kneel down and kowtow. In the video, not long ago, Dr. Sun vowed that if Yisang could be cured, he would kneel down and kowtow. When he took it out, Dr. Sun's face looked uglier than if he had eaten shit. He gritted his teeth, still unconvinced. She must have used some evil magic. Even if it's witchcraft, Luan Lily's illness is cured, right? Zhao Yidu raised his eyebrows. Her parents are grateful and thanking her. Why is it your turn to say such evil things here? Dr. Sun's face turned dark, and he reached out to grab his phone. Zhao Yidu dodged and said, if you don't kneel, I will post this video online and buy a hot search to let people see your hospital. If he were to be exposed, he would lose all his face. I won't need to be a doctor anymore. Even the hospital will be embarrassed. Dr. Sun gritted his teeth and said, I kneel. The other side. Mr. Zhao, I wonder what this doctor's name is and where he is now. Yes, where did you find this expert doctor? Could he be the legendary miraculous doctor? But the divine doctor is an old man. How could she be? If this technology can be passed on to others, how many people in this world will be able to avoid terminal illnesses? A group of people surrounded Mr. Zhao and asked him questions excitedly. They originally wanted to look for Yisang, but Yisang was gone. I'm sorry, everyone. Our industry's principle is to keep this confidential. Mr. Zhao apologized and squeezed out of the crowd to leave the hospital. At a night market stall near the hospital, Yisang sat down and ordered a bowl of grilled cold noodles, opened a can of Coke, and just as he took a sip, he received a payment notification on his phone. 1 billion. The Luan family was so grateful that they gave an integer directly. According to the rules, the Worry-Free Guild will charge 1/10 of the commission. Zhao Tianjin gave her all the money. He didn't dare to take her money. Yisang raised her eyebrows slightly, accepted it with peace of mind, and then saw the video sent to her by Zhao Yidu. In the hospital ward, Dr. Sun knelt down in front of the camera, kowtowed 10 times, and said that he was blind and did not recognize a great person. Yisang sneered and didn't care. These 10 billion yuan are enough to enter the land's underground auction house. As for the rest, let's talk about it after we go in. At worst, we can just rob. Chapter 26 Yisang. For example, you miss me. The next day, due to excessive physical exertion, Yisang slept until after 3 in the afternoon. After washing up, she went downstairs wearing a black suspender nightgown. Zhao Yidu. She shouted weakly. Here it comes. Zhao Yidu, who was playing games in the game room, ran out quickly. Yisang lay on the sofa, hungry. Immediately, Zhao Yidu quickly ran to the kitchen, put on an apron, and started cooking. This time, he put shrimp, crab roe, clams, sesame oil, and chopped chili peppers in the egg custard, and after stewing it, he added a layer of chopped green onions. Stewed a pot. I also fried eggs and sausages, and had sandwiches and steamed dumplings. He handed the custard to Yisang. It's definitely delicious today. Yisang took a bite and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad today. Zhao Yidu's mouth twitched slightly, and he sat down next to him. My grandfather said that someone made an appointment with him to see Feng Yin this morning, and many people also registered with him, all looking for you to treat their illnesses. The news that Luan Lily recovered from her illness last night has spread. He was in the advanced stage of leukemia and had been officially notified of his death. But he was suddenly rescued? This is more miraculous than a miracle. Some say you are using evil magic. Some say you should hand over this technology to the hospital to save more patients. And if you don't, it's murder. Anyway, there are all kinds of things. Zhao Yidu sighed. It's a good thing you covered your face when you went there. Yisang took a bite of the bun and asked, who asked for Feng Yin? Zhao Yidu's face turned a little sour. Li Suizhou. They will keep the information of their clients and the mercenaries who take the orders confidential. But Yi Sang doesn't count. Yi Sang paused. Why did he look for Feng Yin? It seems like we are going somewhere. Let the wind lead the way. Zhao Yidu said. However, he said that it's not now, but later when he is needed. As for the price, he can name it at will. Even before he is used, he can pay Feng Yin an annual salary of 100 million yuan, and he doesn't have to do anything, just wait to be summoned. He doesn't know the details. In the industry of swordsman guiding, only Feng Yin is the best. No matter where he goes, even to an absolutely uninhabited area, he will always bring back as many people as he can with a few others, and he never makes any mistakes. Drop, drop. Just then, a car horn suddenly sounded outside, just like at the door. I'll go check it out. Zhao Yidu went out, and when he saw the person outside the door, his face became even more grim. Little ancestor, it's Li Suizhou. Yi Sang glanced sideways and went out with the egg custard. The girl seemed to have just woken up. Her hair was disheveled. She was wearing a black velvet halter dress that reached her ankles and a pair of black sandals on her feet. Her skin is extremely white. Her figure is as thin as a piece of paper, but her curves are in perfect proportions. Her facial features are bright, and she is breathtakingly beautiful. She looks like an immortal, yet she also exudes a sense of coldness and spookiness. In her slender arms, she held a blue and white porcelain basin. In the other hand, he held a spoon and ate it mouthful by mouthful. Although he has no image, his style of doing things is extremely down-to-earth. But unfortunately, the demon one doesn't work. Somewhat fragmented, but the temperament is still unique and elegant. Li Suizhou was also stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. Did you just wake up? Yi Sang said slowly, check me. I know Mr. Zhao's grandson, Zhao Yidu. When I saw him pick you up, I guessed you lived here. Why would I need to check? Quan Siming jumped out of the car, shifted his gaze from her to the basin in her arms. What is this thing? Yi Sang, egg custard. Quan Siming. All he saw were shrimp, clams, and crab legs. Custard? Isn't this really a seafood stew? And it's red and oily, and smells spicy and choking. Li Suizhou frowned slightly. You should eat something light if you have low blood sugar. You won't do it for me. Yi Sang lazily returned to the yard. Li Suizhou was about to say something when his eyes suddenly fell on the girl's back. There is a black mark on Yi Sang's left shoulder. It occupies half a palm-sized space above the left butterfly bone. Like a bird. A black phoenix bird. It doesn't look very good. There was something strange and seductive about her snow-white back. It will only be exposed when you wear suspenders. Staring at the black phoenix tattoo, Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Hey, sister. You are so beautiful. Why do you have such an ugly tattoo? Quan Siming clicked his tongue. There is a pavilion in the yard. Yi Sang sat down, looked over his shoulder and snorted. I'm happy to. More than 100 years ago, when she woke up by the river, she had this pattern on her body. She also felt ugly. It's too painful to burn it with something. She just dug out the piece of meat. But after the flesh has grown, the pattern is still there. I can't get rid of it. Later she wondered if it had something to do with her own background. Just ignore it. Anyway, I don't feel any discomfort, and no one can see it once I put on the clothes. She has been looking for information about this black phoenix pattern over the years, but has not found anything useful. She continued eating and looked at the two people. What do you want to talk to me about? Yi Sang, it was you who went to the hospital to save Luan Lily last night, right? Quan Siming rolled his eyes, came closer, and spoke first. How did you do it? Yi Sang paused for a moment, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he looked at them. No one leaked the secret, we just guessed it. Quan Siming said quickly. Jingzhou is their territory. Yi Sang came to Jingzhou yesterday, and Zhao Yidu picked him up. In the evening, Mr. Zhao took people to the hospital. Others don't know, but they can probably guess it by putting the numbers together. Don't worry, sister. We will never betray you. Quan Siming sensed murderous intent in her eyes and quickly made the assurance. Li Suizhou sat opposite her, his long legs stretched out casually, just curious. Yi Sang poked the egg custard with the spoon in his hand. Don't be curious about things you shouldn't be curious about, otherwise death will come faster than opening your eyes. Quan Siming raised his eyebrows. How about we compete again? Li Suizhou glanced at her, put his hand on his face to push him away, took out an invitation from his coat pocket and handed it to her. Yi Sang glanced at it. What? Li Suizhou said, an invitation letter from the land's underground auction house. Yi Sang looked at him. Yours? Li Suizhou nodded. Yi Sang put down the spoon, picked up the invitation letter, opened it and examined it, and said slowly, Give it to me. How do you get in? You don't understand this. Quan Siming came closer. The Li family is the head of Jingzhou. How could there be only one invitation letter? The Quan family also received two. Yi Sang raised his eyes. But didn't they say that it was authenticated by real name? Li Suizhou said, that's okay. We'll go together then. He was wearing a white shirt inside and a black coat outside today. He was tall and well-proportioned, with even-proportioned short, fluffy hair. The three-dimensional facial features seemed to be carved, with a sharp jawline and perfect contours, exuding stunning beauty everywhere. He had the air of a king looking down on the world, with an air of arrogance and coldness. He is not an ordinary person. Yi Sang leaned back, folded her long legs and placed them on the table, and the smooth velvet skirt slid down to her thighs. Her skin is white and transparent, extremely slender and dazzling. Li Suizhou was sitting next to her. Feeling Quan Siming's gaze, he subconsciously reached out and pulled down her skirt. Yi Sang raised an eyebrow, curled the corners of his lips slightly, grabbed his hand, and smiled casually. Mr. Li, what are you doing? Li Suizhou was stunned. It was too late for him to withdraw his hand. Well, I'll go into the house to find Zhao Du to drink a glass of water. Quan Siming laughed, stood up and ran into the house. Yi Sang's eyes were bright. Mr. Li, do you have anything else to talk to me about today? Li Suizhou's eyes were dark. Miss Yi, what do you want to ask me? For example, Yi Sang retracted her legs, grabbed Li Suizhou's wrist, moved her upper body closer, put her lips close to his ear, and uttered 4 words, you missed me. Her breath was very cold, so cold that it didn't seem like the temperature of a human. Spraying it on his ears caused goosebumps. Some numbness. Li Suizhou's eyes deepened slightly, his Adam's apple rolled, and his thin lips fell on her ear. Then if I tell you now, is it too late? Learn from her? Yi Sang let go of him, put his chin in his hands and looked at him expectantly. Go ahead. Li Suizhou paused. Yo Sang blinked. Go ahead. She was wearing a suspender and exuded a light gardenia scent. When he leaned forward, a large area of skin on his neck was exposed. The clavicle is delicate and beautiful, dazzling and dazzling. The lazy voice is filled with expectation and contains a hidden hook, like a goblin, waiting for others to fall into her deadly trap. Li Suizhou had a forbearing expression. His throat rolled again, and he licked his teeth. Yi Sang's eyes were full of spring light, and he smiled evilly. What? I'm leaving first. The words were stuck in his throat for a long time. Li Suizhou suddenly stood up, said these 4 words, turned around and walked out. Quan Siming. He shouted again, and took huge steps with his long legs. It feels like there is a monster chasing me. Yi Sang. Chapter 27, God-level hacker. Phoenix. Ran away again. This jade unicorn, who is said to be ferocious and evil, is actually quite innocent. Yi Sang and Quan Siming, who came out of the house, smiled and waved their hands. They watched their car drive away, and his smile became even more wicked, but his eyes were cold. Little ancestor. Zhao Du then came out of the house frowning. Both Li Suizhou and Quan Siming are not good people. Stay away from them. I'm a person who can eat anything I like, no matter if it is good or not. Yi Sang lazily picked up the egg custard bowl and continued to eat. After all, I have good teeth. Zhao Du. He curled his lips and looked at the blue invitation on the table. The cover is blue and gold stamped, with a gorgeous design in Chinese style. There is a blue invitation letter inside, and the QR code scanning area below. Very advanced. The Lan family is really rich. Zhao Du sighed. Yi Sang finished the last bite of egg custard, put down the basin and spoon, and took the invitation letter from him. How powerful is the Lan family now? The family arrangement in Jingzhou is like a pyramid, with the Li family at the top and the Lan family tied with the Su family for second place. The Quan family is on the 3rd floor. Zhao Du used an analogy to explain to her. The Lan family made their fortune in the antique business, and later opened an auction house. Their auction house is divided into above-ground and underground parts. The items being auctioned on the ground are all antique calligraphy and paintings that can be seen in the light, which are relatively common things. Underground refers to things that cannot be seen in the light, or are more powerful. For example, antiques found in tombs, or rare paintings stolen, or things like bloodstones, and some rare treasures collected from various places. Sometimes, there are even people at the auction. In contrast, the threshold for underground auctions and the prices of auction items are several times, or even dozens of times, higher than those of above-ground auctions. Zhao Du took out his cell phone and searched for the background information of Lan's auction house and showed it to her. The Lan family has always been around. They used to be in the business of reselling antiques. It was only after they opened an auction house 30 years ago that they emerged as a dark horse and became the second largest family in Jingzhou. 20 years ago, the auction house became the world's second largest. Today, it is famous. The person in power now is Long Guiyang, the patriarch of the Lan family. He has a son and a daughter, both of whom have now taken over the auction house. It is said that the items for sale at this underground auction house include not only the bloodstone, but also a blue flamestone and some other authentic antiques. This is some of the information Zhao Yidu has learned so far. Oh, and this time, the underground auction house has been hyped up a lot. It is said that it is the first time that Lan Shiza, Long Guiyang's son, has been in charge of it. This is to prepare him to take over the auction house. Blue flame stone. Yi Sang thought, where did they get it from? Zhao Yidu shook his head. I don't know. The items from the land's underground auction house are all very mysterious and are kept secret from the consignors. Yi Sang looked up and said, bring the computer here. Okay. Zhao Yidu was stunned for a moment, then ran into the house excitedly. Soon, he came out holding the computer. Yi Sang took the computer and her beautiful white fingers moved across the keyboard. Zhao Yidu took the empty egg custard bowl on the table back into the house, threw it into the dishwasher, and cut a plate of fruit. The whole process takes less than 5 minutes. The computer screen in front of Yi Sang displayed all the items being auctioned in the internal system of Land's auction house. Asterisk. Li San was driving the car. Quan Siming asked him to go to Shishangju, glanced at Li Suizhou who was sitting in the back, and smiled wickedly. You two are in such a hurry? Shut up. Li Suizhou had an evil look in his eyes. What did he say? Quan Siming shrank his neck and said, I didn't provoke you. Li Suizhou's eyes were as dark as ink, full of gloom, and all that came to his mind was the girl's appearance just now. Pure and enchanting, evil and seductive. And that night, on the high-speed train, she lay in his arms very naturally. Living in another man's house, dressed so simply and beautifully. Is she like this to others? Hey, what's up? At this time, Quan Siming received a call. After hearing what the other party reported, he sat up straight while lazily leaning on the back of the chair. Can you say it again? Li Suizhou came back to his senses. What's the matter? Quan Siming hung up the phone with a strange expression. 2 minutes ago, the internal network of Land's auction house was completely hacked. Li Suizhou was slightly startled. Who did it? Quan Siming uttered 3 words. Phoenix. Li Suizhou's pupil shrank suddenly. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Li San, who was driving, was also stunned. Didn't they say the Phoenix was dead? It started about 15 years ago, when the internet was not as developed as it is now and was undergoing changes, and smartphones were just becoming popular. A hacker suddenly appeared and attacked confidential buildings in several countries, taking away a lot of confidential information. But the good thing is that that person didn't do anything to those countries. Later, various countries began to hunt down and search for this hacker, and the hacker community also regarded this mysterious man as an enemy. But after searching for a long time, no one could find any information about this mysterious hacker. There is only one dummy code, Phoenix. More than 10 years have passed, and it is still the same. There is no detailed information except the code name. It is only said that he belongs to a mysterious organization called Tianyi League. The hacker community was hostile and jealous of him in the beginning, but could do nothing about him. In the end, they gradually took him as an example and worshipped him as the god of the hacker community. But 4 years ago, the Phoenix suddenly disappeared and never appeared again. Tiny Ming said, he is dead. In the following years, he did not appear. The hacker community even held an online funeral for him. The momentum was so overwhelming. Quan Siming remembered that he sighed at the time. Isn't it the Phoenix? How could it die so suddenly? Now it appears again? Is he dead? Quan Siming came back to his senses. Or who replaced him? The Lan family's internal system is extremely strict. We have hired many technical personnel to maintain it, and even have several top hackers. Li San calmed down and said, the only person who can break into the system firewall within 5 minutes is Phoenix himself. Li San is right. Li Suizhou's eyes were cold. If there is a new hacker emerging in the world, there is no need to use the name of Phoenix. It is meaningless. That means... Quan Siming's expression became a little strange. It really is the Phoenix. Is he not dead at all? Maybe he wanted to retire at first and made up an excuse. Now he suddenly shows up again. I guess he is short of money. Li San guessed. Quan Siming frowned. You are targeting the Blue Clan right now? Li Suizhou's eyes were dark. Did the Lan family lose anything? Not at the moment. Quan Siming said, I just walked around like I was shopping and seemed to be looking at their auction items. However, if it really is the Phoenix, if he wants to steal from the Lan family, no matter how many defensive mechanisms the Lan family has, they will be of no use. Li Suizhou said in a deep voice, lock on him. Maybe he is in Jingzhou now. Asterisk. Lan family. When the internal system was invaded and they discovered that the culprit was the Phoenix, everyone was shocked and terrified. Into a little chaos. Calm down, everyone. Lan Shi's face was gloomy. Someone must be pretending to be the Phoenix. In order to let him take over, his father held a lot of good things in the Lan family's underground auction, but he didn't think that they were good enough to revive the Phoenix that had been dead for 4 years. To steal from them. Moreover, with the Phoenix's means, they can invade invisibly and take away all their confidential information silently. It is impossible to hack into a small system and set off alarms. Unless he did it on purpose. Hold on. Lan Shiza shouted. From now on, everyone in the building will be on duty 24 hours a day. Add another layer of security and keep a close eye on him. As long as we don't let anyone in and guard the safe and the auction building, nothing can be stolen even if the network in the building is paralyzed. Chapter 28. Shocking both the black and white worlds. Zhao Mansion. Yisang looked at the dozen or so items on the screen that belonged to the Lan auction house, his brows furrowed. No bloodstone. Zhao Yidu said, the blazing bloodstone is said to be the finale. To prevent theft, the data has not been uploaded and it is locked in the auction house's safe. It's quite mysterious. Yisang looked at the invitation, leaned back, and started eating from the fruit plate. This is Lan's internal network domain, and this time's auction items are included. Zhao Yidu was very excited and started looking at the computer. The next moment, I saw the message pop up in the lower right corner of the computer. He looked up and asked Yisang, little ancestor, which account are you using? Yisang chewed a strawberry and said, who else? Zhao Yidu asked cautiously, Phoenix. Yisang, what else? Zhao Yidu. He licked his lower lip. You didn't cover your tracks, did you? It's covered. Yisang said lazily, no one can find it. That's not what I'm talking about. Zhao Yidu sorted out his words. The Lan family was invaded by the resurrected Phoenix. The entire hacker community is in an uproar. Yisang, oh. Zhao Yidu, oh. No, little ancestor. Zhao Yidu hurriedly shut down the intrusion system and cleared the tracks. He was a little convinced. Don't you know what the Phoenix represents? Yisang raised an eyebrow. What does it mean? Zhao Yidu, deputy. All countries in the world must live in anxiety. The hacker Phoenix used to invade official organizations of various countries without anyone noticing. Every country is always worried that he might steal its national secrets. Later, he was said to be dead and did not appear again for 4 years. Countries have only enjoyed peace for a few years. Now, he is resurrected from the dead? Not to mention the hacker community was in an uproar and shocked. The top leaders of various countries are once again living in fear. There are suspicions, speculations, and even conspiracy theories about what the Phoenix wants to do by suddenly coming back to life. Nothing. Yisang stood up with the fruit plate and walked into the house, saying in a clear and slow voice, scare them. Zhao Yidu, so, little ancestor, you did this on purpose? Yisang, yeah. A justifiable bad taste. Zhao Yidu had nothing to say. And within the next hour, at least 30 calls came into Yisang's phone. The news exploded. All from Tianyi League. Yisang didn't answer either call and didn't reply either. In the evening, Yi Zixing called. She picked up. Yi Zixing asked her if she was the one who cured the illness of the youngest daughter of the Lan family in Jingzhou. Yisang said yes. Yi Zixing was silent for a while. The Lin family is looking for this person. Yisang, oh. Yi Ci sighed. Before they? You know me well. I only give others one chance. Yisang interrupted him, his tone casual. Since you don't cherish it, then wait for death. Yi Zixing was silent for a moment. Are you okay in Jingzhou? Okay. Yisang yawned. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Yi Zixing still had a lot to say, but the phone had been hung up and he didn't dare to call again. Asterisk. Zhao Yidu is a sophomore in college. He just took leave to take care of her when she came during these few days and went back to school the next day. Yisang looked at the menu prepared by Zhao Yidu in the kitchen and the meals arranged in the refrigerator. Take out your cell phone and find Li Suizhou. Sent voice. Mr. Li, are you free? The voice came out from the microphone, soft and clear. Li Suizhou put down the half-wrapped flower wall on the golden cage and typed. What's up? Yisang. I'm hungry. Li Suizhou was slightly startled. Where is Zhao Yidu? Yisang. I went to school. Li Suizhou. Then come out and I'll treat you to a meal? Yi sang. I don't want to go. Yi sang. Can Mr. Li cook? Li Suizhou understood what she meant, and her seductive appearance vaguely appeared in front of him again. He looked at the huge golden cage in front of him, with a dark expression in his eyes, as dark as an abyss with no bottom. Didn't she just bite him, and he should be led by her? Won't, he replied. The breath is mixed with dryness. Yi sang. Oh. And then nothing happened. Yi sang threw his phone on the sofa and took a bottle of yogurt from the refrigerator. Tick-tock. The phone call rang again like water drops. Yi sang answered slowly. I don't have the money to support you now. Chitty's lips twitched slightly. In your heart, we are just like this. Do we call you just to ask you for money? Yi sang raised an eyebrow. What else? Chidai choked. You retired from the circle back then, and now you've come back so high profile and invaded the Lon family. Is there something going on? What do you want to do? I don't want to think about anything. Yi sang put her long and slender legs on the table. Chidai, your return has caused a stir both inside and outside the circle. Since yesterday afternoon, at least hundreds of people have placed orders with you. Yi sang, no. Chidai, I have an order for the legendary swordsman Feng Yin, worth $7 billion. Do you want to take it? Yi sang, no. All right. Chidai sighed with regret. I thought you suddenly came out to avenge our Tianyi League. Yi sang said expressionlessly, just say it. Boss, you don't know how much suffering we have endured during the days you were away. Chitty's tone immediately turned into crying, sounding very aggrieved. Yi sang hung up the phone directly. 5 seconds later, he called again. Don't hang up. I'll talk to you nicely. Chidai said immediately. Yi sang, speak. That's right. Chidai said seriously. Since you retired 4 years ago and disappeared 3 years ago, other people and organizations who already disliked us have repeatedly targeted us, with the death god Huangquan at the forefront and then Haifengjiu. If the Tianyi Alliance had not existed for a long time, had deep roots, and had its headquarters hidden in mystery, it would have been brought down in recent years. Yi sang sneered, isn't it true that I have come back to life from the dead? The 3 words phoenix are a deterrent. Huangquan and the god of death will also retreat a little and dare not act rashly again. After hanging up the phone, Yi sang looked at Li Suizhou's dialogue box. No reply. Yi sang curled the corners of his lips coldly and clicked to delete the friend. I went upstairs, changed my clothes, and went out. Asterisk. Li Suizhou originally wanted to grow live flowers, but live flowers have thorns, so he made artificial flower vines and planted the live flowers in the sunroom on the roof. He did not reply to Yi sang's message. He drove away all distracting thoughts from his mind and carefully wrapped each railing. The cell phone thrown on the sofa suddenly buzzed. He frowned, wiped his hands and walked over. Caller. Li Qi. Master. Li Qi reported the recent situation of Black Wind Corner and then talked about the Phoenix. The Phoenix invaded the auction house so high profile, obviously deliberately trying to shock the world. Now both the black and white worlds are watching the situation carefully. Should we restrain our targeting of Tianyi League? Tianyi League is a very old organization that has existed for 100 years. It is said that the alliance had already fallen into decline 50 or 60 years ago, but suddenly a man named Lu Yi appeared from nowhere, killed their leader, and became the new leader. The Tianyi Alliance came back to life and continues to exist until today. But no one in the world has ever seen this Lu Yi. Nowadays, no one knows who the leader of Tianyi League is. Apart from their boss, there are now a total of 6 leaders. Very strong. But no matter how strong you are, without the Phoenix, there will always be gaps for you to exploit. In the past few years, many organizations have taken action against the Tianyi Alliance, and they in Haifengjiu have also taken action several times since they saw profits to be made. Now that the Phoenix has suddenly appeared, it is hard to guarantee that it is not seeking revenge. Li Suizhou was not interested. You decide for yourself. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the girl at the top of the message list. When I clicked on it, the conversation stopped at the girl's, 10 minutes ago. Li Suizhou sighed and typed, what do you want to eat? The message was not sent. The red exclamation mark is eye-catching. The system prompt that the word is not from the other party's friend is a bit glaring. Li Suizhou. Chapter 29 Miss Sang Sang. Jingzhou was house. Stop. As Yi Sang approached the gate, he was stopped by security. What do you do? Yi Sang spoke in a clear voice. Please inform me. I'm looking for Madame Hua. These days, can anyone really see Madame Hua? Before the security guard could say anything, a disdainful voice came from behind him. Yi Sang tilted his head. A Ferrari was parked not far away. A girl in a light red skirt and a beige coat came down from above and looked at her with a tisk-tisk. Chi-Chi, don't say that. Another girl in a white dress came over and smiled softly. Mr. Hua is the president of the Chinese Embroidery Association. It is normal for someone to come here to learn from his reputation as a disciple. Zhou Qi snorted. This last disciple must be you, Yuan. No matter how many others come, they are just clowns. Miss Lon. The security guard changed his expression immediately when he saw them and said politely, You are here, please come in. Zhou Qi walked to the front, turned his head and glanced at Yisang's face. He was stunned by her appearance and then said disdainfully, You are dressed so cheaply, but you look weird. Yisang narrowed his eyes and looked down at what he was wearing. A slim-fitting white short-sleeved shirt and overalls, with white sneakers on his feet. She didn't bring any clothes with her when she came to Jingzhou. These were the clothes she had left at the Zhao Mansion 3 years ago. Seeing that they were still wearable, she took them out and put them on. They were all sent to her by Gu Yu before, saying that they were custom-made exclusively for her. She thought it was pretty. After all, she is naturally beautiful and looks good even in a torn sack. I'm not so particular about what I wear. Chi-Chi, stop talking. Although not everyone is qualified to enter Hua Garden and see Mr. Hua, we still have to respect others. Lan Yuan called her again, and after seeing Yisang's face, she paused, walked over, took out a small wallet from her brand name bag, and pulled out 10 red bills. Although I respect everyone who comes to learn from me, Hua Garden is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Take this money and go home. She stuffed the money into Yisang's hand. Why are you giving her money? Zhou Qi said unhappily. She may not be able to get the job even if she goes in. Rather than letting her humiliate herself later, it's better to save her some face now. Lan Yuan smiled, and her tone seemed to be caring for her. Zhou Qi sighed, Wan, you are just too kind. Let's go. Lan Yuan entered the Hua family's gate carrying a paper bag. Take the money and leave quickly, otherwise it would be embarrassing to be kicked out later. Zhou Qi glanced at Yisang and followed him in. Take the money and leave. I don't even know where you came from, but you dare to dream of entering Hua Garden. The security guards continued to drive her away. Yisang looked at the money in his hand, folded it up slowly and put it in his pocket, then looked at the security guard. Are you sure you don't want to report it? Miss, if you are here to become Mr. Hua's apprentice, please go to the Embroidery Academy. If you are here for other purposes, you are not allowed in without an invitation. Please don't make things difficult for us. Another security guard came over. His tone and attitude were quite polite. Yisang smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. 10 seconds later, the two security guards were lying on the ground with dark circles under their eyes. Yisang walked into the door slowly. The Hua Mansion is a large, retro mansion located in the city. There were servants cleaning the courtyard. In the garden, Hua Liying is 65 years old this year, and she is still in good spirits. She is wearing an ink-colored Chinese cheongsam, and her temperament is elegant and generous. Teacher. Lan Yuan took out her recent embroidery work from the paper bag. Hua Liying took a look and asked, Did you two embroider this together? She was embroidering double-sided three-dimensional embroidery, so it was normal for two people to work together. Yes, Senior Hua. Zhou Qi smiled cheerfully, but I only helped a little. This is almost all the credit of Wan alone. Hua Liying ignored her and carefully examined the embroidery cloth. The stitches are still not fine enough. The lines are a bit messy, and some of the colors are transparent. According to the standards, it is not even qualified. Lan Yuan's expression froze. Senior Hua, Wan has worked very hard. Compared to many people, she is excellent. Zhou Qi pulled her sleeve and spoke for Lan Yuan. Please don't be so serious. Hua Liying turned his head to look at her. The day for me to accept a disciple has not yet arrived. Considering my friendship with the Lan family, I have already opened a back door for Yuan, allowing her to study with me in advance. Yuan is indeed excellent, but what I want to say is that the person who can inherit my legacy must be the best and love this cultural heritage. She spoke directly. The smile on Zhou Qi's face froze. Lan Yuan pursed her lips and said, I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't do well enough and disappointed you. I will definitely work hard. You are not yet my disciple, so please don't call me teacher for now. Hua Liying rolled up the embroidery and returned it to her. Hua Liying has always had a strange temper and is very straightforward. She is also very picky about her apprentices. She has been accepting a disciple for 10 years, and even though she has held national embroidery competitions every year, she still hasn't accepted one. As Hua Liying said, because of the relationship between the Lan family and the Hua family, Lan Yuan benefited from it, and was able to enter and leave the Hua residence and receive personal guidance from Hua Liying. She was like a disciple even though she was not one. Before this, Lan Yuan felt that she was excellent and was Hua Liying's designated disciple, and the so-called recruitment was just a process. But what Hua Liying meant by this was to tell her that she still had to compete fairly with all the participants. Lan Yuan bit her lip and said, "Teacher, I will go back first." "Hua, let's go." Zhou wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lan Yuan. The two walked out, and when they reached the moon gate leading to the front yard, they saw a beautiful girl walking towards them slowly. Lan Yuan was slightly stunned. Zhou had already asked, "How did you get in?" Yisang said slowly, "Walked in. The security guards couldn't have let you in. You must have climbed over the wall." Zhou snorted. "Is someone like you worthy of entering the Hua family?" "You?" Yisang chuckled, without a trace of warmth in his eyes. "You don't even know who I am, and you're saying I'm not worthy of entering the Hua family? You just want to become senior Hua's apprentice, right? If you can't get in through the main gate, you can just climb over the wall. I've seen many people who do whatever it takes." Zhou looked disdainful. "Get out now, or I'll call security." "What are you arguing about?" Hua Liying's personal maid Shangqin came over. "Aunt Qin, there's a woman who broke into the Hua residence and refused to admit it even after we caught her." Zhou immediately pointed at Yisang and accused her. "Chi." Lan Yuan pulled her aside, her voice still soft and considerate. Maybe she just wanted to see the teacher so much that she climbed over the wall. "Aunt Qin, please don't blame her." "Miss Sang." Before she could finish her words, Shangqin ran over when she saw Yisang. She was very emotional. "Miss Sang, is this really you?" Yisang tilted his head and smiled. "Long time no see." "Miss Sang." Shangqin simply ignored Lan Yuan and Zhou, dragging Yisang towards the backyard garden, shouting excitedly as she ran, "Madam, Miss Sang is here. Miss Sang is back." Hua Liying, who had just gotten up from the courtyard and was about to go back to the house, heard the shouting and turned around abruptly. Looking at the exquisite and beautiful girl with a hairpin on her head and Buddhist beads on her hands not far away, his eyes suddenly lit up and the wrinkles on his face trembled. She lost her dignity and composure and walked quickly towards Yisang. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Master." Chapter 30. Yisang is her master? What did Senior Hua call her? Zhou stopped and looked back. When he heard Hua Liying's name, his brain froze for a moment. I must have heard it wrong. Lan Yuan also heard it. But Hua Liying is already in her 60s. When the Embroidery Association was founded 20 years ago, she was the president of the association. How could such a person call a young girl his master? They all thought they must have heard it wrong. "Come on, sit down." Hua Liying pulled Yisang to sit down in the pavilion and called Shangqin, "Go and get all my treasured teas." But her enthusiasm and excitement towards the girl did not seem fake at all. "There's some respect too. Why didn't you tell me you were coming earlier? And why didn't you let anyone know?" Hua Liying held Yisang's hand, feeling a little resentful. Yisang said slowly, "I asked them to report it, but they refused, so I knocked them all out." Hua Liying laughed, not angry at all, but with some emotion. "You are still the same as before." For her, if something can be solved by hands-on, there is no need to waste time talking. Lan Yuan tightened her grip on the bag and turned back. "Teacher Hua." Hua Liying looked at her and Zhou and frowned. "Do you have anything else to do?" "Teacher Hua, this woman beat up the security guards at the Hua residence and sneaked in over the wall. She might have stolen other things from your house. Don't be fooled by her." Zhou also came over and pointed at Yisang and started to criticize him. "I'll beat her then." Hua Liying frowned even more tightly. "It's okay even if she steals everything in my house. If you have nothing to do, then don't stay here. Someone, show her away." "Teacher Hua." Lan Yuan bit her lip unwillingly as she looked at Yisang. "I know I still have some shortcomings, but no one is better than me. I am more suitable than anyone else to be your disciple. Please reconsider it." Yisang glanced at her and slowly took out 1,000 yuan in cash from his pocket. "Throw it on the table." Hua Liying was confused. "Are you going to give them money?" Yisang said slowly, "I just ran into them at the door. They gave me money and told me to get as far away as I could." Bang! After hearing this, Hua Liying slapped the table and looked at Lan Yuan gloomily. "I gave you many chances for the sake of the Lan family, but you are so shameless." "Teacher Hua." Senior Hua. Seeing that she was really angry, Zhou looked at the girl, frowned, and gritted his teeth. This girl doesn't look like a good person. Wanwan was afraid that she would lose and hurt her self-esteem, so she kindly gave her money and let her leave. Lan Yuan stood aside, feeling a little aggrieved and pitiful. Hua Liying listened to what they said and understood what they meant. She was so angry that she laughed. You think she came to me to become my disciple? You look down on her, and you're afraid she'll compete with you for the master, so you use money to drive her away and humiliate her, right? Miss Sang sang. Shangqin brought over tea and snacks. Hua Liying used to be the daughter of a prominent family, and Shangqin was her personal maid for 40 or 50 years. Shangqin's personality is very similar to Hua Liying. She is indifferent to everyone and only listens to Hua Liying. But today, he was extremely enthusiastic towards this wild girl who came from nowhere, and even called her Miss Sang sang. From her attitude, it can be seen that they are familiar with this girl. Before Zhou Qi could say anything stupid, Lan Yuan held her back and apologized to Hua Liying with red eyes. I'm sorry, teacher. I just wanted to be your disciple so badly. I will never do that again. I apologize to this lady. Miss Sang sang, I'm sorry. She bowed towards Yi Sang. Yi Sang picked up the 1,000 yuan on the table and threw it in front of her. Go away. Do you know who Yuan is? How dare you tell her to get out? Zhou Qi was stunned. He didn't expect to be insulted by her. He was so angry that he couldn't stand it and wanted to stand up for Lan Yuan. Then do you know who she is? Hua Liying's chest heaved with anger, and he shouted angrily, She is my master. As soon as these words were spoken, even the air in the entire garden became clear. Teacher Hua. A long time. Lan Yuan's facial muscles twitched slightly. You are kidding? Senior Hua, even if you don't want to accept our Wan as your disciple, you don't have to find such a ridiculous excuse, right? After Zhou Qi came back to his senses, he said speechlessly, I think Senior Hua has become confused and bewitched by this wild girl who came from nowhere. Zhou Qi. Lan Yuan stopped her and said to Yi Sang and Hua Liying with red eyes, I was wrong in this matter. I know I was wrong. She took out another stack of money and placed it on the stone table in front of Yi Sang. These are my compensation to Miss Sang sang. Teacher Hua, I will definitely prove to you that I am the most powerful and most suitable person to be your disciple. Wan, walk. Lan Yuan grabbed Zhou Qi, who was unwilling to accept the decision, and quickly turned around and left. Shangqin. Hua Liying said in a deep voice, Go tell the security guard at the door not to let these two people into the Hua residence again. Shangqin quickly said, Yes. Master. Hua Liying had just heard them insulting her master and had lost her composure and revealed her identity. Now she asked cautiously, I didn't cause you any trouble just now, did I? After all, Yi Sang's identity is mysterious. If they find out, it's okay. Yi Sang didn't care. If they walked any slower, her fists would have landed on their faces. Yi Sang stood up, bent down and picked up the 1,000 yuan that Lan Yuan had not picked up from the ground, put it together with the stack on the table, and counted it one by one. All added up, it's 13,000. She sighed, quite rich. This Lan Yuan is the daughter of the Lan family. She has some talent for embroidery and has always wanted to be my apprentice. I have observed her for a while, and she is still not quite there. After all, the competition date has not yet arrived. I was thinking, what if there are others who are even better? Hua Liying explained to her, it's just that I have some friendship with the old lady of the Lan family, so I allowed her to come to me to study from time to time. I didn't expect this girl to be like this. She looked at Yi Sang, Master, where have you been these years? I was almost worried to death about you, and there was no news from you. I'm going out to have fun. Yi Sang put the money into his small bag and pinched a snack. How's your health lately? I'm fine. I can live another 20 years. Hua Liying looked at her and said with emotion, Master really hasn't changed at all. She started learning embroidery from Yi Sang at the age of 14, and Yi Sang looked like this. Now, more than 50 years have passed. She is old, but Yi Sang still looks young. But Yi Sang at that time was not called Yi Sang. Her name is Mu Lu. Yi Sang took out his cell phone and asked, You are accepting a disciple. Are you going to retire? I'm old and can no longer take care of things. I want to find a successor for this intangible cultural heritage. Hua Liying sighed. There are friend requests in the phone. From Li Suizhou. The friend request says, I'll go cook for you. I am outside the Zhao mansion. Yi Sang raised his eyebrows slightly, pretending not to see it, and connected to the surveillance camera of Zhao mansion. Outside the Zhao mansion, a black Yan was parked there. Li Suizhou stood at the door, looking at the locked gate of Zhao mansion. He kept looking down at his mobile phone and sent friend requests several times. The other party ignored it. The call is not going through. I won't answer even if I change my number. Master, Li San said cautiously, should we wait any longer? Not long ago, His grandfather suddenly went out and condescended to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, and then came here and waited for 2 hours. I don't know what to do. What is he going to do? He himself doesn't know what he wants to do. But he knew that his heart was in turmoil. For the first time, it was so chaotic. Just a girl. But it just bit him. I just slept in his arms. Li Suizhou's aura was low. He closed his eyes and forcibly erased the image of the girl from his mind. He took a deep breath, turned around and got into the car, slammed the door shut, and said, "Go back to Longyuan." Li San was frightened and dared not speak, driving seriously. Chapter 31. Are you doing it on purpose? Return to master? After leaving the Hua residence, Zhou Qi kicked the car in anger. I think this old lady Hua is just confused and has been bewitched by that girl. Everyone in the world knows that Hua Liying's master is called Mu Lu. He died more than 20 years ago. Lan Yuan pursed her lips, but what you just said was too much. Zhou Qi said unhappily, "Isn't this just because I feel sorry for you?" She gritted her teeth and said, "I want to see who this wild girl is that could make old lady Hua make up such a ridiculous joke for her." Lan Yuan also wanted to know. No matter who the other party is, she must become Hua Liying's disciple. Become her successor. Become the next president of the Embroidery Association. World famous. Asterisk. Yisang looked at the man on the surveillance camera and ignored all incoming calls and friend requests. Ying. She called Hua Liying, "I'll stay at your place for a few days." "Okay. Of course. I've kept a room for you." Hua Liying was so happy. "Shangqin, go and arrange a room." Yisang had lived here before, but it was many years ago. Hua Liying has always kept the yard and had someone clean it regularly. Now it is clean and ready to move in. In addition to the master bedroom, there is also a side room. The side room is very large, very retro. There is an embroidery frame and a calligraphy and painting area inside, and a piano. There is a bookshelf next to the easel, which is filled with all kinds of books. Various paintings are protected by plastic film and hung outside the bookshelf. There was also a thick stack of papers on the table, all of which were drawn on them and looked very messy. The pens, ink, paper, and inkstone are neatly arranged and clean. These are all the paintings you drew before. I can't bear to burn them. Hua Liying smiled kindly, so I put them all here. Yisang said, The window next to the piano was open, and a laurel tree in the yard gave off a rich, fragrant aroma. Yisang sat down on the cushion and lifted the cloth covering the piano. The guqin is retro and clean without any dust. In the lower right corner, 2 small words are engraved. Qingxiao. This is the name of this guitar. Yisang's hand stroked the piano. His eyes seemed distant. His fingers hooked the strings, and a pleasant sound like water came out. This was given to her by a friend a long time ago. There is another one called Qinglu, and Qingxiao are twins either. But it was lost many years ago. Hua Liying said, I often have people come to take care of me. Yisang nodded, stared at the piano for a while, and then covered it again. The embroidery frame stood in front of another window. There is a piece of embroidered cloth on it, with 3 sides of double embroidery, but only half of it was embroidered. On one side is a pure black phoenix. On the other side, there is a gorgeously colored phoenix bird. The difference in colors is extreme. In the past, Hua Liying always said that if this embroidery was produced, it would surely shock the world and become a famous product. Although no one has embroidered it for several years and it has been placed here all the time, Hua Liying has taken good care of it and not a speck of dust has gathered on it. Yisang sat down in front of the embroidery frame, took the needle, threaded the thread, and began to embroider. The girl was wearing the simplest modern white short-sleeved shirt and black overalls, sitting in front of the embroidery frame with her legs spread wide. Her long hair was casually tied behind her head with a wooden hairpin, and she wore a string of Buddhist beads on her wrist. The delicate needle and thread in her hands shuttled through the embroidery cloth like a dragon, like some kind of magic. It is like a combination of postmodernism and ancient times, as beautiful as a painting. She doesn't like anyone to disturb her when she is embroidering. Hua Liying looked at her for a while, went into the house to light the sandalwood in the small incense burner, placed it on the table not far from the embroidery frame, helped her close the door, and took Shangqin away. The next day, the activity of the game God Killer has officially started. Sign in to receive coupons and get divine equipment. 7 consecutive days. Yisang used his main account to log in invisibly, and his private messages were flooded with messages. The mail is full too. She looked around and found a message from a weird little lowly. The content is that he has a terminal illness and is about to die, saying goodbye to her. It was sent before she went to rescue Luan Lily. Yi Sang laughed and looked at another email. From a player named I Am the King. I have heard of Yishan for a long time. I am the boss and planner of the Soulfalling game. I wonder if Yishan is interested in joining our game? We will definitely give you better treatment than in the God Killer. Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. Are they poaching people to play her game? She opened WeChat. The message about Li Suizhou reapplying for friend status stopped at the 7th time. Yi Sang ignored it and opened the chat box with Zhou Shuhua. Zhou Shuhua sent her a lot of messages. My ancestors and my gods. My heaven and my aunt. Do you think that Fallen Soul is sick? We organize activities to welcome you back. And they also organize activities to welcome you back? Welcome back? They are so shameless. I don't know which mental hospital this super psychopath ran out of. I doubt it, no. I don't doubt it. I'm sure the fallen souls are deliberately working against us. But their boss is so mysterious. They are so shameless that they can do such a thing. Too shameless. If they make me angry, I will burn down their company building. Yi Sang raised his eyebrows slightly and sent him a screenshot of the email about recruiting people. Zhou Shuhua, Zhou Shuhua, fuck. I really am. Do they have any shame? They are trying to take advantage of our games, our popularity, and our great players too? They are even trying to poach our boss? No one can stop me. I am going to burn their building down. Asterisk. Dragon Garden. Li Suizhou looked at the flower vines that had just been wrapped around the golden cage. They were obviously very beautiful, but the more he looked at them, the more annoyed he felt. He suddenly tore them all off and threw them into the living room. He took out his lighter, lit it, and threw it directly into the flower vines. With a boom, the lifelike plastic flower vines ignited in the house. The firelight lingered, and the man's handsome and cold face was cast in an eerie light. Are you crazy again? As soon as Quan Simon came in, he saw flames rising from the upper floor of the room and ran up quickly. Master Li, who has offended you again? No one. Li Suizhou's eyes were sinister and looked cold no matter how he looked at him. The air is so cold that even fire can't warm it. Quan Simon took some water to pour on the fire. I heard from Li San that you went to Zhao Mansion yesterday to look for Yi Sang but didn't find him? Li Suizhou looked over with a look that was extremely cold and evil. It's like looking at a dead person. Got it. It seems that's why. Quan Simon shuddered and smiled falsely. I know nothing. Since the house couldn't be burned down anyway, Quan Simon simply didn't put it out and got down to business. What about Zhao Tianjin from the Worry-Free Guild? He's determined not to tell us who Feng Yin is. As for the Phoenix, he invaded the land's auction house in a high-profile manner and then disappeared without a trace. The only thing we are sure of is that he is in Jingzhou, and the rest is unknown. It's as if he came out on purpose to shock both the black and white worlds. In the past few days, both the black and white worlds have been extremely quiet. The Tianyi League's orders for finding the Phoenix are completely full. By the way, Quan Simon mentioned the most important point. Someone from Huangquan will also come to the Long clan's underground auction this time. Li Suizhou poured a glass of vodka and gulped it down his throat. His eyes were as dark as ink, like a deep cold pond without any light. Catch him. It's on fire. It's on fire. Come and put it out. It's on fire. At this time, the robot came over slowly and shouted at the top of its voice. Its slow mechanical sound doesn't sound like fire, but like singing. Quan Simon smiled and slapped him lightly. By the time you shout, the house will be burned down. Asterisk. October 3rd is the day of the Lan family's underground auction. Mr. Zhao also received an invitation. Zhao Yidu happened to be on vacation and wanted to go with Yi Sang, but he didn't know where Yi Sang was. This prestigious auction doesn't start until 8 p.m. Its entrance is also inside the Jingzhou land's ground auction, in a hidden secret door. At 6 or 7 o'clock, people would go there intermittently. First scan the invitation letter and enter the secret door before you can officially enter the underground auction space. There are 3 inspection procedures in total: scanner, detection machine, and manual. The fear is that some people may carry guns or weapons. To enter here, you just need to bring an invitation letter and enough money. Some people are not afraid of revealing their true identities and walk in blatantly. Some people don't want to reveal their true faces, so they wear masks. There are also those wearing cloaks. Chapter 32: Selling Yourself? Yi Sang wore a black cloak and held the invitation letter that Li Suizhou had given her. She safely passed through several security checks and entered. Ever since the Phoenix invaded, the entire Lan family has been in a state of panic. Today's auction has added layers of security. There are many bodyguards inside, patrolling with guns. Welcome everyone to the land's underground auction house. There are 48 minutes left before the auction begins. Please take your seats first. The host, wearing a tight red cheongsam and delicate makeup, stood on the auction platform in the center below and made the announcement. Beautiful, dignified, and elegant. The sound is crisp and bright. That's the internationally renowned host Xiazhu? The Lan family invested a lot this time, and even invited Xiazhu to come. When some people saw her, they were shocked and talked about it. Yisang glanced at Xiazhu, but did not sit in the audience stand. He looked around and walked to the backstage of the auction. This underground space is no smaller than the ground. It is magnificent and bright as day. The underground auction space combines retro and modern styles. There are no private rooms, and the location is divided into 8 areas. Take a seat as indicated on the invitation letter. To put it bluntly, the super aristocratic rich can sit in the best seats, while those of lower status have to sit in the back rows. Quan Siming, wearing a silver mask, looked down at the space and squinted his eyes. The Lan family has invested so much money to pave the way for Lan Shiza. It shouldn't be just the bloodstone, right? Li Suizhou, wearing a black mask, swept his eyes across the 8 zones of the audience seats and landed on seat number 1, Zone A, which was listed on his invitation letter. Empty. Quan Siming stroked his chin and said, I don't know if Yisang has arrived yet. There are a small number of people here wearing masks. All of them are either rich or noble. Li Suizhou has a strong aura that cannot be concealed even by a mask. A waiter came over and asked, Excuse me, which seats are you two sitting at? Area A. Quan Siming took out the invitation letter. He is now the heir of the Quan family, so naturally he also received it in Area A. Area A, a total of 12 seats. Li Suizhou is at A1. He is in A12. You say the Lan family doesn't give him face? Put him in Zone A. Give me some face? Place it at the tail end of A12. This is more like a different kind of humiliation. After all, he was an illegitimate child who became the heir to the Quan family, and most of the wealthy young men in Jingzhou looked down on him. But I don't dare to provoke him. Quan Siming snorted, pulled Li Suizhou to the front, pushed Li Suizhou to A1, and sat on A2 himself. Mr. Quan, you are in A12? The waiter came over. I'll sit here. Quan Siming leaned back in his chair and said in a harsh voice, If anyone disagrees, let Lan Shiza come and talk to me. Right? Go down first. The waiter was embarrassed and wanted to say something, but Lan Shiza came over. He is 22 years old, wearing a burgundy suit, and looks handsome. Quan Siming took off his mask and threw it on the table next to him, then lit a cigarette. Lan Shiza smiled faintly, his eyes falling on Li Suizhou beside him. I heard that Master Li went abroad to recuperate and just came back recently. I wonder if he is better now? Li Suizhou looked listless and said in a cold tone, You won't die yet. Lan Shiza smiled. The Lan family sends invitations to young Master Li every year, but young Master Li rarely comes. But he gave him face this time, so I will also give young Master Li face this time and let young Master Quan sit here. Lan Shiza. Quan Siming's eyes widened. Can you speak? Jingzhou is full of wealthy families. Young Master Quan should have heard that illegitimate children are not allowed to be shown on the stage. Lan Shiza said casually, If it weren't for young Master Li, you wouldn't even be able to enter this door. You! Quan Siming narrowed his eyes, his anger rising for a moment, but then he suppressed it, saying nonchalantly, I heard that the Phoenix invaded the Lan family a few days ago, and young Master Lan was provoked for the first time he took on the responsibility. You'd better be careful not to get into trouble today, otherwise, your father might also have to raise an illegitimate son. You. Lan Shiza's expression changed slightly. Everyone knows that the head of the Lan family, Lan Guiyang, has a son and a daughter and only one wife, and the family is harmonious and loving. Only a few people know that Lan Guiyang, the head of the Lan family, has an illegitimate child in private, who is said to be born to his first love. Lan Shiza had always wanted to kill him, but Lan Guiyang had hidden him very well. He couldn't find it. This matter has always been a thorn in Lan Shiza's heart. Today's auction is his best chance to prove himself. If he fails, his father, who is already partial to his illegitimate son, will definitely take this opportunity to push the illegitimate son up. Quan Siming is a representative example of an illegitimate son who has taken power. Quan Siming's words went straight to his heart. A nobleman like young Master Li is hanging out with a bastard. Master! Lan Shiza was just about to use Li Suizhou's sarcastic tone to stir up trouble when a waiter came out from backstage and whispered a few words. Lan Shiza was slightly startled, then turned around and walked quickly towards the backstage. Quan Siming approached Li Suizhou and asked, Do you think the Phoenix will be here today and steal from the auction building? I don't know. Li Suizhou crossed his legs. leaned back in his chair, stared at the phone in his hand with his eyes downcast, looking uninterested. A few days ago, Li San said that he went to Zhao Mansion to look for Yuncheng but didn't find him. After he came back, he has been in a bad mood for the past few days, staying in the dragon garden, surrounding the golden cage, untying and tying it. He doesn't even eat. This gentleman, this is the first time he feels so upset because of a woman. Quan Siming didn't have Yusang's contact information, and Li San didn't know the whole story, so he couldn't even get in on the fun. Quan Siming glanced at him and asked the waiter to bring a fruit plate and wine. Mr. Li. At this time, Xiaozhu walked over and stood gracefully in front of Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou raised his eyes lazily. What's the matter? Quan Siming immediately put on a self-proclaimed handsome and romantic look, throwing seductive glances. What's the matter, beautiful sister? Xiaozhu glanced at him and ignored him. She put on a professional smile, looked at Li Suizhou, and spoke elegantly and properly. The prince is an epic genius with a great reputation. I have long heard of his name and wanted to interview him, but he has disappeared in recent years and is nowhere to be found. I finally got to see him today. I wonder if he will be available for an interview after the auction is over. Li Suizhou didn't even raise his head. I'm busy. Xiaozhu frowned slightly. Just 5 minutes. Li Suizhou, no time. Mr. Li, I am. He said no. No matter who you are, you can't do it. Quan Siming raised his eyebrows. Why don't you interview me? Xiaozhu was too lazy to pay attention to him and prepared to go back to the stage. Sister host, you're here at the Lan family auction, Quan Siming said with a sigh. You really have no taste. Xiaozhu said calmly, I am an international freelance host. I can go wherever I want. Besides, they pay me a lot. Quan Siming narrowed his eyes. I want to see what else the Lan family has at this auction besides the bloodstone. Li Suizhou half closed his eyes and glanced at the seats around him from time to time. Backstage, the girl was dressed simply. Her skin was extremely white and smooth, as if it could be blown away. Her facial features were as delicate as sculpture. Her long black hair was casually tied up with a wooden hairpin, revealing a lazy and casual beauty, like a goddess in the secular world. At this time, he huddled in the corner, full of timidity, like a frightened little white rabbit. Lan Shiza was amazed. How did she get in? Lan Chuan next to him said, I don't know who stole the invitation. You're quite smart. Lan Shiza walked up to her, squatted down, pinched her chin, and lifted her face up. Where are you from? Yi Sang shrank his neck. My father owes a lot of money to others, and she wants to sell me. Lan Shiza raised his eyebrows. So why are you here? Yi Sang bit her lip. I heard that you can sell people here. My father wants to sell me to a very cruel old man. So I thought it would be better for me to sell myself and find a good family. Sell yourself? This is also the first time in history. Lan Shiza felt it was a bit weird. Lan Shiza licked his lips and said, Why don't you just follow me? I don't want it. Yi Sang shuddered and shrank back. I want to find someone very rich to buy me. Lan Chuan was moved when he saw this woman, let alone Lan Shiza, but this auction was very important and could not tolerate any surprises. Lan Chuan reminded in a low voice, Master, even if you like it, you have to think about the situation of this auction. Those who came here today are all world-class wealthy people. If such a beautiful beauty were really put on the stage for auction, she would definitely be sold at a super high price. Moreover, the reputation of Lan's auction will become even more famous from now on. And as the organizer, he will gain a higher status and reputation. We can't let things get ruined just because of a woman. Lan Shiza took a deep breath, held it in, and left the room and whispered to Lan Chuan, Go check her out for me. The Land's underground auction house dares to sell people, but the information and background of the people being auctioned must be clear to ensure that no one will come to cause trouble afterwards. Although they are not afraid of people causing trouble, having information can reduce a lot of trouble and put them on the side that is absolutely reasonable and well-founded. Regarding this part about selling oneself and the setting of the canary plot, some people don't like it and think it doesn't fit the character setting, but I still want to explain it. This was her own pretending. As she had lived for a long time, she was free to do whatever she wanted, and her personality was ever-changing. She could do whatever she wanted and appear in the hunter's hands as a prey. This was what she could do. She was playing the game of catching the enemy off guard. And then there was only this part where she pretended to be weak. And here, because the male protagonist can cook before, but told her that he can't, she was unhappy. Before, she had always wanted to lock Li Suizhou in a cage as a blood bag, but here, she felt it was too troublesome. After all, she had to spend money to get a cage and buy a house. It would be better for her to deliver herself into Li Suizhou's hands, and then stay by his side more naturally, treating him as a blood bag and gain a loyal slave. Or it is Li Suizhou who voluntarily falls into the trap and delivers himself to the door without any effort. This is the setting structure. As for the plot of the Golden Cage, it is a connection between the beginning and the end. In the early stage, the heroine lived here for a few days to catch the hero, and later it will be the hero's turn to live there. Or will he live in a new cage? This is equivalent to being played around in the palm of one's hand by Sang Sang, who firmly holds the lifeblood of his mind. But if you really don't like it and can't accept it, that's okay. Chapter 33 Underground Auction. Now, the auction officially begins. At 8 o'clock, Xia Zhu's voice rang out on time. Zhao Tianjin and Zhao Yidu, grandfather and grandson, sat down in Area B. They didn't hide anything, and there was no girl around them. Yisang was not seen in other areas. Quan Siming muttered, "Didn't she come?" Yisang, all her information must be fake. Even if she wanted to disappear in his territory, he couldn't find any trace of her in such a small place. So mysterious. Who is she? Li Suizhou lowered his eyes, his emotions unclear. Zhao Yidu also looked around. Why can't I see the little ancestor? Zhao Tianjin said, I guess he doesn't want us to find out. Lan Shiza first came on stage to introduce himself and said some polite words, then the formal auction began. He explained the items to be auctioned, and Xia Zhu supplemented them and then called out the prices. The first 15 lots are all collections of antique calligraphy and paintings. Some interested people bid for it, and the lowest price was 200 million. The 16th item onwards is the real highlight of today. The next lot, the 16th lot, is a natural blue flame stone. It was found by an extreme expedition team in the desert of the border. After testing, it was found that it does not contain any radioactive substances. The amazing thing is that it will catch fire in water. Lan Shiza asked someone to bring a basin of water and demonstrated it to everyone on the spot. The fist-sized blue stone had a surface like a hornet's nest. When it was put into the water, bubbles appeared in all the small holes. After boiling in the water for a while, it suddenly burst into flames. The blue flames, like blue glass flowers blooming in the water, are bright and beautiful, like a visual feast. This stone does not belong to the blue planet. It seems to have fallen from outer space. It may contain the secrets of aliens in the interstellar space. The auction will start now. The starting price is 50 million, and the bid will increase by 5 million each time. Xia Zhu said in a clear voice. 60 million. 65 million. People started bidding. This is fun. My little ancestor will definitely like it. Zhao Yidu's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and shouted, 100 million. Zhao Tianjin did not stop him. Quan Siming glanced at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. Li Suizhou raised his sign, 500 million. The scene, which was originally bustling with bidding, suddenly became silent. When Zhao Yidu recognized it was him, he sat down with gritted teeth. He only has 300 million. Quan Siming's eyes widened. Master Li, are you crazy? Even if this stone is novel, it can only be used as an ornamental object at best. If there really is material from alien civilization, the Lan family will keep it for themselves. At most, it's only 300 million. Li Suizhou was really taken advantage of by directly asking for 500 million yuan. Li Suizhou had no expression on his face. The current highest price is 500 million, 500 million once, 500 million twice, 500 million 3 times. Deal? Let us congratulate this gentleman. Xia Zhu hosted the event very smoothly. Next, Lot 17. Lan Shiza said, the 17th lot is an ancient zither called Qinglu. Guqin Qinglu? It's actually here. Some people in the audience were shocked when they heard the name. Both antique collectors and people who love pianos know this. In the Guqin world, there are 2 Guqins. A handful of blue sky. A handful of green willow. These 2 guitars are twins. It has a history of more than 150 years. It's not too ancient. But these 2 zither were the last works of Ling Xiao, a famous and talented zither maker in ancient times, before his death, and they took his entire life's work. After Ling Xiao's death, these 2 zither became his legacy. It was said to have been stolen 100 years ago. 50 years ago, Qing Xiao appeared in the hands of a man named Shi Yin. But this Master Yin was extremely mysterious. Many people wanted to meet him, but could not find him. But Qinglu is nowhere to be found. He actually appeared in the Lan family. We only got this guitar by chance. There will never be fakes or forgeries in Lan's auction house. This one is definitely genuine and has a priceless value as a collection. Lan Shiza said, if it's a pair, the value will be higher. We only have one, and the starting price is only half of that. But if you are lucky enough to get the other one, or someone who owns another guitar buys this one from you, its price will be self-evident. The last work of the famous ancient zither player Ling Xiao, the Guqin Qinglu, is now being auctioned. The starting price is 100 million, and the bid will increase by 50 million each time. Xia Zhu said, 300 million. Zhao Yidu jumped up again. 400 million. 500 million. 550 million. The bidding continued. Whether they liked Qin or not, everyone was shouting. Because Lan Shiza was right. The two zither played by Xiao Lu together are unparalleled. If you bid for the Qinglu, the person who owns the Qingxiao will definitely want to get this one as well. Then you can raise the price and make a fortune. It sounds interesting. Quan Siming sighed, unfortunately, I'm not interested. Take a picture of it. Zhao Yidu looked at the message from Yi Sang on his phone and was stunned. Little ancestor, aren't you at the auction? Yi Sang didn't reply. Zhao Yidu frowned slightly and whispered a few words to Zhao Tianjin. Zhao Tianjin nodded. Zhao Yidu raised his sign again, 800 million. Li Suizhou, 1 billion. Quan Siming, you can play the piano? Li Suizhou, no. Quan Siming's lips twitched slightly. Then why did you spend money to shoot it? Li Suizhou said in a nonchalant tone, I'm happy. Quan Siming, okay. He was in building A1 and asked for a sky-high price right away. The expected price by others, including Lan Shiza's highest estimate for the guitar, was only around 800 million. No matter how much collection value it has, if it exceeds the budget, no one will buy it. Zhao Yidu gritted his teeth. 1 billion and 50 million. Li Suizhou, 1.1 billion. Go against him, right? Zhao Yidu, 1.15 billion. Li Suizhou said calmly, 1.2 billion. Zhao Yidu. Mr. Li, Zhao Tianjin said, as far as I know, Mr. Li doesn't like the Guqin, but I have a friend who loves the Guqin. Could you please give me some face and give it to me? Not everyone can sell the face of the Worry-Free Guild's president. This is equivalent to joining the Wuyo Guild, and many things will be much more convenient in the future. Quan Siming whispered, if you give him face and ask him about Fengyin later, he will definitely do you a favor. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes. Bite. At this time, Zhao Yidu's cell phone rang again. Yi Sang, no need to compete with him. Zhao Yidu paused for a moment, and before Li Suizhou could speak again, he said, we don't want it anymore, so let's give it to young Master Li. Quan Siming's plan failed. No one else bid. Xia Zhu struck the hammer 3 times, and the item was returned to Li Suizhou. Lan Shiza raised his eyebrows and continued, next, the 18th lot is the much-anticipated Bloodstone. Half of the people who came here today came for the Bloodstone. Hearing that it had finally arrived, everyone became excited. It is said that this Bloodstone comes from outside the domain, that is, from outer space. It contains immortal substances that can bring people back to life. Regardless of whether it is true or not, it is here today. I won't say more. The starting price is 500 million. 1 billion. 1.5 billion. 1.8 billion. 2 billion. As soon as Lan Shiza finished speaking, the shouting began. 10 billion. Among these undulating sounds, one is particularly clear. The field suddenly became quiet again, and everyone looked towards the front row of Area A. Quan Siming held up the sign and said, if you don't have a higher one, it will belong to us? The Bloodstone is very powerful, but it is almost all legend. There is no concrete verification whether it can really bring the dead back to life. 5 billion is considered a high price. This 10 billion, what if it's a piece of waste rock? In the silence, Quan Siming suddenly remembered something and whispered to Li Suizhou, did Yi Sang also come here for the blazing Bloodstone? But he didn't hear her among the bidding. Could she really not have come? Chapter 34, the last lot. People. Some people are unwilling to reveal their real faces, nor can they use their real voices. They use voice changers, but one can still roughly hear their tone. There is no Yi Sang. Li Suizhou was wearing a mask on his face. He said nothing, and no one could tell what his expression was. He only felt the low air pressure around him. 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10 billion 3 times. The Bloodstone was bought by Li Suizhou again. 3 items in a row were all bought by A1. Even if others are unhappy, there is nothing they can do without money. An old man sitting in seat A3 exclaimed, young Master Li is so heroic. There's nothing we can do. We have money. Quan Siming raised his eyebrows. His tone was frivolous. The old man's face turned sour instantly, and no one wanted to pay attention to them. In the back seat of Zone D, Li Buohong narrowed his eyes. At the backstage side door, Lan Yuan looked at Li Suizhou in position A1 with a deep gaze. Even with a mask on, he couldn't conceal his noble aura. Courage. Unrivaled. Zhou Qi jokingly asked, Wan, have you fallen in love with him? Lan Yuan raised her eyebrows. Don't you love it? Love. Zhou Qi did not hesitate, covering his heart and sighing. He is the prince of Jingzhou, extremely handsome, unrivaled, and extremely wealthy. Which woman cannot love him? But no one has ever seen a woman around this gentleman. Of course, except for relatives. For years ago, this man went abroad to recuperate and disappeared. Now he suddenly comes back, and all the unmarried girls in Jingzhou are falling in love with him again. I still have self-awareness. I have no chance. Zhou Qi hugged Lan Yuan's arm and said with a smile, but Wan, you are different. The Lan family and the Li family are also well-matched. There is no one more worthy of him than you. Lan Yuan looked a little shy. I still want to wait for Senior Hua to accept me as his apprentice, and then I will become the next president and stand by his side through my own efforts. The 19th lot is a treasure map. It is said to be the treasure trove of the last dynasty. It contains a large amount of treasure. If the Lan family didn't like things that were time-consuming and laborious, they would have kept it for themselves. Lan Shiza stretched out the picture on the screen. The starting price is 50 million. The treasure map in his hand was made of worn paper, like yellow parchment. Very old. The pattern on top is not clear. Whether the treasure can be found is even more difficult to say. The bidding was sparse. 60 million. 61 million. This price is too low. Lan Shiza frowned and narrowed his eyes. The treasure in this treasure map may not be attractive enough, but the person who sent this treasure map said that this thing may be related to that place. That place? Someone wondered, what is that place? Quan Siming narrowed his pupils slightly and leaned closer to Li Suizhou. Are you serious? Li Suizhou directly raised his sign, 200 million. Quan Siming. Mr. Xiaolan, please speak clearly. Why are you speaking in riddles? Someone frowned. Lan Shiza smiled and said, that place is the most terrifying and mysterious place in the world. I can't tell you directly. Those who know it know it. It's useless to film it for those who don't know it. I don't know much, so I'm sorry that I can't tell you in detail. The corner of Zhao Yidu's mouth twitched. Why not just say a tongue twister? 300 million. 500 million. 510 million. His words caused the shouting to increase even more than before. It also became intense. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Su, the old man sitting next to Zhao Tianjin, asked, what do you think? Zhao Tianjin's eyes were deep. There are many people who want to be immortal, but there is no such person in this world. They are all legends. A group of people are just using this saying to create mystery. Mr. Su chuckled. Mr. Zhao is still the one who sees things clearly. 2 billion. Quan Siming directly shouted out, a sky-high price again. The other sounds gradually faded away. 2.1 billion. A woman's voice sounded coldly. Quan Siming, 2.2 billion. Woman, 2.3 billion. Quan Siming narrowed his eyes. 30. Woman, 31. Quan Siming looked back. The woman was wearing a purple dress, bright red lipstick, and her long hair was curled into big waves and draped casually over her body. Sexy, charming, and beautiful. Quan Siming, 3.2 billion. Woman, 33. Li Suizhou's eyes were filled with hostility. He's from Huangquan. Quan Siming raised an eyebrow. 5 billion. Xiazhu, 5 billion for the first time. 5.1 billion. The woman said. Xiazhu, 5.1 billion once. 5.1 billion twice, 5.1 billion 3 times. The deal was sealed with a hammer strike. Quan Siming approached Li Suizhou. You can't escape her. Li Suizhou said lightly, don't kill him. Quan Siming raised his eyebrows. I am a man who cherishes women. Li Suizhou curled his thin lips coldly. Lan Shiza didn't care about them. He was just happy that he had sold the item at a sky-high price again, and today's auction was about to end successfully. The smile on his face deepened. Next, there is one last item for auction. It is a temporary item for today. This item is different from the others. She is a person. As he finished speaking, a huge cage was pushed up. It was just covered with a black cloth, so you couldn't see what was going on inside. People? Slaves. These people came from all over the world. They were all rich, powerful, and influential, and they were not surprised that in some places slaves could be bought and sold. It was just a surprise, as the Lan family had not mentioned before that anyone was auctioning it. Zhao Yidu looked disgusted. The police will catch them sooner or later. This is also human trafficking. But the Lan family's status is too high and too big. No one can shake them. Zhao Tianjin's eyes were cloudy. That day will come. Lan's is the second largest auction house in the world. There is also a first one above. The Lan family is too powerful, and that number one will take action sooner or later. I've heard about the Lan family's shady underground auction house that sells slaves, and I happened to run into it today. Quan Siming was very excited. I want to see who it is. This item is the last one to be auctioned. Xia Zhu was also stunned for a moment, frowned, pulled Lan Shiza aside, and whispered, "You didn't tell me there was someone else." "I'm sorry, Teacher Xiao Xia, this is a temporary auction item, and she wants to sell herself to pay off her family's debts." Lan Shiza was very sorry and showed her the information. He had someone check this when he was auctioning the previous items. The girl's name is Yisang. She is 20 years old. She has a father who is an alcoholic, gambler, and domestic abuser, and a sick mother. Her gambling and alcoholic father lost all the family property, and her sick mother died because there was no money for treatment. The alcoholic and gambling father refused to repent and lost his daughter to a bald, old, and brutal gangster boss who ran a club. The women who fell into his hands all suffered horrible fates. When the girl heard that the Lan family could sell people, she stole someone else's invitation letter, came here, and offered her youngest and most beautiful body to a good man and sell it for a good price. After reading the information, Xia Zhu stared at the name Yi Sang and frowned even more tightly. Could it be her? Lan Shiza returned to the stage. "Now, let's open the curtain." Li Suizhou was not interested and stood up to leave. The next moment, Lan Shiza lifted the black cloth on the cage. There was a bed in the cage, and a girl in a pure white dress was lying on it with her eyes closed. From the higher seats, you can see her face clearly. Clean, pure, stunning. It's like a fairy descending to earth, so beautiful beyond words. Yi Sang. Quan Siming was stunned for a moment. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he stood up suddenly. Li Suizhou, who had already stood up and turned around suddenly when he heard these two words. When he saw the girl sleeping quietly in the cage, his eyes suddenly narrowed and were filled with astonishment. How could it be? Quan Siming subconsciously looked at him in disbelief. Zhao Yidu and Zhao Tianjin also stood up suddenly. Little ancestor. Zhao Yidu couldn't believe it. How could she? Xia Zhu looked at the girl in the cage. The familiar features were also filled with shock and amazement. It was really her? I haven't seen her for a few years. How could she have fallen to this state? Chapter 35. Mr. Li, it's great to see you. Some people are amazed. Some people were shocked. Some people were stunned. Some people couldn't believe it. No matter what the reaction was, Lan Shiza was very satisfied. He clapped his hands and introduced the girl's background information. The auction starts now, starting at 500 million. 1 billion. 1.5 billion. 18. 20. The shouting became more intense. Zhao Yidu was filled with anger. How dare the Lan family? She is immune to all poisons and has extraordinary skills. Do you think anyone can successfully attack her and put her in a cage and auction her off? Zhao Tianjin had calmed down and said in a low voice. Zhao Yidu was stunned for a moment. Grandpa, are you saying that the little ancestor deliberately? But why did she do that? Zhao Tianjin was relieved and said quietly, maybe I have lived too long. I should find something new to do. Even if it was just for fun. If those people knew that the Lan family dared to treat her like this, they would be able to crush the Lan family to the ground overnight. None of the information that the Lan family obtained about Yisang was true. Xia Zhu looked at the girl in the cage who was like Sleeping Beauty, and then looked at the information and instantly guessed that the girl did it on purpose. I was speechless for a moment, but I didn't dare to go out and interrupt. Backstage door. Zhou Qi was stunned. Isn't this the girl from Hua's house a few days ago? Lan Yuan frowned. Why is she here? Zhou Qi's facial expression changed several times in an instant, and finally showed contempt. Turns out he is a shameless and lowly fellow. I don't know how he got close to Hua Liying, and he's still my master. Lan Yuan's eyes flickered. Maybe she was harmed by someone. Didn't you hear your brother say that she was selling herself out here? Zhou Qi rolled her eyes. When I saw her seductive look, I knew she wasn't a good person. If Mrs. Hua knew, she would probably be ashamed of this. She said such ridiculous words to protect her that day. Lan Yuan looked at the person in the cage and said nothing. Quan Siming pursed his lips again and again, turned his head to look at Li Suizhou, Brother Sui. Li Suizhou turned around and came back, striding onto the stage. Lan Shiza stretched out his hand to stop him. What does Li Xiao want to do? Li Suizhou took off the mask on his face. His beautiful face was full of sinisterness. His eyes were dark and scary, and he was filled with murderous aura. She is mine. Lan Shiza was slightly startled, then smiled and said, as long as young Master Li takes a picture of her, she will naturally be young Master Li's. Quan Siming licked his teeth and subconsciously reached for his gun. I didn't touch it, and then I remembered that they were all taken away when I came in. He also walked onto the stage, stood beside Li Suizhou, and looked at Lan Shiza coldly. Lan Shiza, you'd better know what you were doing. What? Lan Shiza smiled. Are you too attracted to this beauty? As long as you spend money to take a picture of her and bring her back, you can do whatever you want with her, both of you. Bang. Before he could finish his words, Li Suizhou kicked out. Everyone was shocked. The people below started shouting fiercely and stopped. Xia Zhu's eyebrows jumped, and he stood aside, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Zhao Tianjin narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, she will be fine. Zhao Yidu. Although he didn't want to think that way. But at this moment, the thought that kept appearing in his mind was that Yi Sang did this on purpose, just to provoke Li Suizhou. He sat down with a thud, his face looking uglier than if he had eaten shit. What is Li Xiao doing? On the stage, Lan Chuan rushed over and protected Lan Shiza behind him, his face gloomy. This is the Lan family's underground auction house. All the auction items that come in have only one way out, the auction. Even if you are the young master of the Li family, the prince is no exception. Li Suizhou didn't say anything. He just went up and kicked him again. Li Suizhou. Lan Shiza climbed up, holding his stomach and shouting angrily. Why are you yelling? Quan Siming grabbed his neck, his eyes sinister. I didn't bring a gun today. Otherwise you would be dead. Li Suizhou walked straight to the iron cage, unlocked the cage with his bare hands, walked in, and looked at the girl lying on the bed. The girl's long, dark eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. After seeing him, her dark, confused eyes seemed to light up a little. She forced a smile and slowly raised her hand, as if wanting to touch her. Mr. Li. So, that day he went to Zhao Mansion to look for her, but she was not there. After that, he stopped replying to my friend requests and didn't answer my phone calls. Was he kidnapped? Li Suizhou looked at her, his throat rolled slightly. The corners of his eyes were dyed with an evil red. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his abdomen that was about to burn everything, held her hand, bent down and picked her up. Don't be afraid, it's okay. He said softly, I'll take you away. Li Suizhou. Lan Shiza broke free from Quan Siming's grasp and gritted his teeth. Do you want to break the rules? Li Suizhou looked at him disdainfully. What do your rules mean? You. Lan Shiza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said ruthlessly, do you want the Lan family and the Li family to become enemies? Or do you think you can take her away safely from here today? He raised his hand, and a group of bodyguards rushed out from all directions of the underground auction house, all holding guns and weapons. These were originally used to prevent the Phoenix. Quan Siming narrowed his eyes and approached step by step. Lan Shiza, do you think they will kill us first, or I will kill you first? Don't go. At the side door, Zhou Qi came to his senses and wanted to rush out, being held back by Lan Yuan. Lan Yuan frowned. Going there now will only cause more trouble. Zhou Qi gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. When I saw her that day, I said she was a shameless vixen. Mr. Li. Yi Sang called out weakly again, with a pale smile. It's great to see you. After saying this, the man fainted. Li Suizhou's expression was tense, and he stared at Lan Shiza with sinister eyes. What did you do to her? Speak. Quan Siming grabbed his neck tightly, not afraid of the guns around him at all. Lan Shiza gritted his teeth and said, he's been drugged. Later, the girl suddenly changed her mind and didn't want to sell herself anymore. But their land's auction house, how can you come and go as you please? He had someone drug her. 10 billion. Li Suizhou looked at him as if he were a dead man, and the words he uttered from his thin lips were cold. Quan Siming, give me the money. Quan Siming frowned, guessing that he was worried about Yi Sang's health and was in a hurry to leave. Nodding, okay. Get lost. Li Suizhou held Yi Sang in his arms and walked away from the crowd with big strides. Lan Shiza, according to the rules of your auction, you should take 10% of the profits from the items sold, right? Quan Siming let go of Lan Shiza and helped him tidy up his messy clothes with a smile. Since you just said that she sold herself, then all the money from the sale, except for the profits, should belong to her, right? Lan Shiza slapped his hand away. What the hell do you want to do? There's exactly 1 billion in this card. Quan Siming took out a card. It's your commission, and I'll give her the rest myself. He slapped the bank card on Lan Shiza, leaned over to his ear and sneered, Quan Siming, I'm not a good person, but I also have a bottom line. I don't touch drugs, and I don't traffic in people. Lan Shiza, be careful when you go out in the future. Be careful, or a meteorite will fall from the sky and crush you to death. He turned to leave, took a few steps, and then turned back. Where are our first few lots? Hurry and pack them up and bring them over. He paid for the other items again and left with his stuff. Lan Shiza was furious, but he didn't dare to really take action. Xia Zhu looked at this scene, and his expression returned to normal. So this lady is pretending to hook up with men here? The one being fished for is the crown prince of Jingzhou. It can also cause the Lan and Li families to completely fall out. Kill two birds with one stone. TSK. The boss is the boss. He plays really wildly. At this time, Xia Zhu had come to his senses. Walk to the microphone and start your closing remarks. Dear guests, today's auction ends here. Chapter 36b His Canary. Dragon Garden. When Zhang Zijian came over from the hospital carrying a medical kit, Quan Siming was playing with blue flame stones in the fish tank in the lobby on the first floor. A blue stone illuminates the cylindrical fish tank. Blue flames burn in the water like jellyfish, and a group of beautiful guppies swim among them. Very beautiful. Zhang Zijian came over and asked, "Where did you get this new stuff?" "This is nothing new." Quan Siming sneered and took him into the elevator and went upstairs. "Come on, I'll show you something new." On the third floor, the entire huge space was occupied in the middle by a golden cage. The railings of the golden cage are wrapped with dense vines, and clusters of roses are blooming brilliantly among them. The floor inside was covered with a soft golden carpet. There is a bed placed there. There is a flower vine swing hanging on it. The decoration is beautiful like a fairyland. The bed was made softly, and a girl was lying on it. The girl's skin was a pale white, but she was extremely beautiful, like a fairy in Wonderland. Li Suizhou sat on the floor beside the bed, staring at her silently. Zhang Zijian opened his mouth wide. What is he trying to do? Quan Siming muttered in a low voice in annoyance. You're tempted by worldly desires. Zhang Zijian raised his eyebrows, looked at the beautifully arranged golden cage, then looked at the pretty girl on the bed, and said softly, he finally got a canary in this cage. Stop talking, let's go in. Quan Siming leaned over to the side. Remember to change your shoes. Zhang Zijian's mouth twitched slightly. So he called me here in the middle of the night to treat his canary, not him? Quan Siming, what else? Zhang Zijian. Last time at Yuncheng Hospital, Li Suizhou asked the doctor to give Yi Sang, who had fainted, a comprehensive physical examination. Apart from anemia and hypoglycemia, there was no other cause of illness. Zhang Zijian changed his shoes and entered the cage to examine her. The girl is beautiful from a distance, and even more exquisite and picturesque when you get closer. The body temperature is very low, there is no temperature, and it is so cold that it doesn't seem like a living person. After a moment, Zhang Zijian let go of her wrist and said, it's nothing serious except malnutrition. She will wake up after the effect of the medicine wears off. Li Suizhou hummed and said calmly, go out. Zhang Zijian. He left the cage and dragged Quan Siming to a corner. Look at him. Are you really tempted? Where did you get him back from? Quan Siming briefly told him the whole process from the time they met Yi Sang to the present. Zhang Zijian touched his chin and said, it seems like he has really fallen for it. Who knows? Quan Siming was a little confused about Li Suizhou's thoughts, but Li Suizhou's anger at the land's auction house tonight really seemed to have turned the world upside down and killed Lan Shiza. After all, he hasn't even put the person he likes into a cage yet. Instead, he was locked in a cage by others. Still being auctioned. How can I not be annoyed? Everyone get out. A cold and low voice came from the golden cage. Quan Siming shrugged and pulled Zhang Zijian away from Long Yuan. In the castle-like villa, all the lights were off. Only this golden cage was full of light, and the dim lights were on. The girl sleeps peacefully. There was an obvious needle hole on the exposed white arm. If he had said that day that he would cook, gave her the answer she wanted, and went to find her earlier, she would not have been kidnapped, right? Li Suizhou looked at her, his dark eyes showing a complicated expression. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, Yi Sang opened his eyes and saw a golden cage wrapped in flower vines. She blinked, stood up, stepped barefoot on the carpet, looked around the huge space and the beautiful golden cage, sat on the swing, touched the ground with her toes, and swayed gently. Her delicate face looked around with curiosity. The white dress is not stained with dust, like an elf that has strayed into the human world. Even the cold and lifeless aura had dissipated a lot, become bright. When Li Suizhou came up with the food, he saw this scene. The girl also noticed him, got off the swing, ran barefoot to the railing, looked at him through the gap in the railing entangled with flower vines, and smiled brightly. Mr. Li. For a moment, Li Suizhou was dazzled by her smile. The cage door was not locked. He came over. Yi Sang curled his lips slightly. I really didn't expect that before I could put Mr. Li in a cage, Mr. Li would put him in a cage instead. Li Suizhou paused. How did you get sent to the land's auction house? I don't know. Yi Sang returned to the swing with an innocent look on his face. I went out that day and woke up in the auction house. Li Suizhou placed the food on the small glass table in the cage and said, let's eat. There are buns, porridge, sausage, and egg custard with shrimps. Yi Sang came over and sat on the rattan chair, holding her chin with both hands and looking at him with a smile. Did Mr. Li make all these? Li Suizhou paused again and hummed uncomfortably. Yi Sang raised his eyelids, but Mr. Li said that day that he couldn't cook. Li Suizhou turned away with an unnatural expression, did not answer the question, and handed her the egg custard. The doctor said you are malnourished. Yi Sang's eyes flickered, and he said, oh, and reached out to him. Li Suizhou put the bowl in her hand. Yi Sang frowned. The money I earned from selling my body? Li Suizhou. He narrowed his eyes. You're so short of money that you have to sell yourself out? Yi Sang blinked slightly. A little bit. Li Suizhou took out a black gold card and placed it in her palm. It can be used in any country in the world. There is no limit on the amount. Yi Sang played with the card, looking at him with dark eyes. The corners of his lips curved up with a hint of evil. Mr. Li, are you supporting me? Li Suizhou's eyes were so dark that he couldn't see the light of day. You can think so. Yi Sang slowly put away the card. Where's my phone? Li Suizhou paused and frowned. Maybe he's still in the Lan family. He called Quan Siming, and Quan Siming when it lands again. Li Suizhou put her in a cage, but did not imprison her, allowing her to walk freely in the manor. The blue flame stone was still burning in the fish tank, and the guppies were still swimming in it, not affected by the flames at all. Li Suizhou placed it in a golden cage as decoration. At around noon, Quan Siming came over with the small black bag that Yi Sang had been carrying. Come, let's see if there's anything missing. Quan Siming didn't go into the cage, but sat outside. If there's anything missing, I'll go find the one from the Lan family. There is a mobile phone inside, a few candies, a small bag of tissues, and a small butterfly knife. A wired headset. Yi Sang flipped through it and said, not less. Li Suizhou brought up the food and fruits and placed them on the table outside the cage. He lowered his eyes and looked at Yi Sang, with an unclear emotion in his eyes. I'm going to be out for a while. You can walk around freely here. There's an intelligent butler in the building named Xiaovi. Just shout if you need anything. If you need anything, you can call me or send me a message. WeChat has been added back. Okay. Yi Sang smiled and said, Mr. Li, please be careful. Li Suizhou looked away, not meeting her eyes, and pulled Quan Siming away, taking the bloodstone with him. Quan Siming glanced upstairs and glanced at Li Suizhou with a raised eyebrow. You don't really intend to keep her as a canary, do you? It has nothing to do with you. Li Suizhou's voice was freezing cold, and his tone was a little choking. You know better than me that anyone who has a connection with the nobles of Dezhou is definitely not a simple person. Quan Siming narrowed his eyes. Li Suizhou's long black eyelashes covered all his emotions. The air pressure around him was a little scary. His voice was cold. It's none of your business. Well, I really fell in love with it. The moment I saw her in the cage, I wanted to destroy the world. Quan Siming sighed and said nothing more. Asterisk. Yi Sang took an apple from the fruit plate and looked at the golden cage while eating it. It's made of pure gold and is quite beautiful. She turned on her cell phone, and before the numerous missed calls and messages had finished popping up, a call came in. Yi Sang answered the call. Boss. The voice on the other side was heavy. There is no trace of Yu Qilin. When Yuying and Yu Qilin were on Luzhou Island, no outsiders could enter. After the two came out, they disappeared without a trace. I can't get into the place I can find, and I can't find the place I can get into. These two people are a world-class puzzle that has left countless people scratching their heads and feeling angry. Yoseng teased the robot. I found it. Opposite party, huh? Yi Sang said leisurely, you don't have to worry about it anyway. Okay. The other party didn't understand what was going on and didn't dare to ask more questions, so he started talking about something else. The blazing bloodstone was auctioned at the Jingzhou Lan family auction house last night and was bought by Jingzhou's crown, Prince Li Suizhou. He also captured a messenger from the underworld. Do you want us to send someone to kill him and snatch it away? Chapter 37. She wanted to hook him, so he took the bait. Yi Sang asked calmly, Is the treasure map in Li Suizhou's hands? The other party, Huang Quan, that woman is very smart. After taking the treasure map, she immediately let someone else take it away. She didn't take it with her. Li Suizhou arrested the person, but he hasn't got the treasure map yet. Yiseng took a bite of the apple and said, "Leave Li Suizhou alive for now, and send someone to kill him in the treasure map area." Pause. If you encounter Li Suizhou's men, don't kill them. Spending Li Suizhou's money. The house where Li Suizhou lives. Kill him again? She was a little embarrassed. If certain people heard her thoughts, they would definitely vomit blood. Is there anything else you were embarrassed about? Unfortunately, those people couldn't hear it. The person on the other end of the phone didn't understand, but still responded respectfully and continued in a deep voice. The heavenly evil has appeared. Tiansha is a murderous demon in the world. He was extremely cruel and vicious, and enjoyed killing people and skinning them. It is said that he is the second in command of the God of Death. Huangquan and the God of Death are also organizations that have existed for hundreds of years. Yiseng had destroyed it once before. In the postmodern era, the dead are resurrected and are stronger than before. This second in command, Tiansha, appeared 8 years ago. It is said that he killed the original second in command and took his place. No one knows gender, appearance, or age. Extremely mysterious. Yiseng had looked for it before but couldn't find it. Yiseng said, "Let's observe first." She hung up the phone, found Xiaozhu's missed call, and called back. "Hey, the canary is awake," Xiaozhu said in a sarcastic tone. Yiseng raised an eyebrow. "I didn't expect you to do this kind of work for the Lan family. Who told Lan Shiza to pay so much?" Xiaozhu was lying on the beach, looking very relaxed. 50 million for 2 hours. Having made some money last night, she spent today sunbathing on the beach. It's so nice to have money. Your father is an alcoholic, gambler, and domestic violence man. Your mother is sick and died, and you are broken and sold. Xiaozhu laughed. Master sang. "What are you trying to do?" Yiseng raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it obvious?" "Obviously." Xiaozhu took a sip of the drink from the handsome boy next to her and said, "But I still have to remind you that Li Suizhou is not someone you can easily mess with." Yiseng took the elevator downstairs. "If anyone is going to be eaten, I will be the one to eat him." "Okay." Xiaozhu shrugged, then Master sang, "You can play by yourself." She hung up the phone. Yiseng came to the first floor, stepped barefoot on the clean and cool floor, looked around, and his eyes fell on the guqin wrapped in cloth on the table in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Yiseng walked over and took out the piano. This is something that can be put in a museum. In order to sell it for a good price, Lan Shiza even spent money to maintain it several times. Yiseng's slender hand stroked the strings of the zither and landed on the 2 small words, Qing Lu, on the edge. Qing Lu is the name of Qin. It's also her name. Ling Xiao, from now on, I will never lose it again, she whispered. Asterisk. Lan family. Brother. Lan Yuan threw a piece of information in front of Lan Shiza and said in a deep voice, "You have been deceived by that Yiseng." She found Yiseng's information. Although she is the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Yuncheng, she is a wild girl who grew up in Nanting County and has committed murder and arson. He suddenly disappeared 3 years ago. Now it's suddenly back. The story about a father who is an alcoholic, gambler, and domestic violence is all fake. Mom is dead. It's true. She almost killed her stepmother and sister right after she came back from her disappearance. She is just an unlucky, naughty, and evil monster. Lan Yuan sneered, "All your information is fake. Then her selling herself out is also fake?" Zhou Qi cursed angrily. "I said she is not a good person. Fortunately, Hua Liying still protects her. I think she is just trying to seduce Li Suizhou. She is such a shameless vixen." Lan Shiza's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Li Suizhou and Quan Siming. I'll remember this." Asterisk. 3 Regions Research Institute. As soon as I arrived here, the old lady of the Li family called me. Li Suizhou hung up immediately. The next moment, it opened again. Hang up again. Beat again. Li Suizhou licked his teeth, and a murderous look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Connected. You better be okay. The tone is gloomy. Old Lady Li said in a deep voice, "Come back for dinner in the evening." Without waiting for him to speak, he hung up. Quan Siming never asked about the affairs of the Li family. He first entered the institute with his things. Masterly, Master Quan. Professor Chen, the head of the institute, greeted them when he saw them. Quan Siming handed him a box and said, "Take it and study it." Professor Chen opened it and found a crystal clear, bright red gem inside that looked like blood was flowing. He put on gloves before picking it up. The heat can be transferred to the skin through the gloves. Professor Chun was excited. Is this the bloodstone? Quan Siming nodded. Take it for inspection, and be careful not to damage it. Good. Good. Professor Chan was so excited that he was about to offer sacrifices. Quan Siming went to find Li Suizhou. The woman Huang Quan is locked up in the dungeon, but the treasure map is not with her. As soon as the photo was taken, she asked others to take it away quietly. Find her. Li Suizhou said coldly. Lock her up for a few days. Don't give her food or water. Don't let her die. And don't give her any light. Quan Siming raised his eyebrows. Okay. Asterisk. When we returned to Longyuan, there was no one in the golden cage. There was no one in the building. Ran away? Li Suizhou's eyes became increasingly gloomy, and his breath was filled with blood. Mr. Li. Just then, a voice came from the balcony of the rooftop greenhouse. Yi Sang was wearing a pure white dress, her long hair tied up with a wooden hairpin. She lay lazily on the edge and looked at him with a smile. Are you looking for me? Li Suizhou was stunned for a moment, and the violent aura around him dissipated instantly, and his tone became much warmer. Why did you go there? Yi Sang held his chin and blinked his eyes slightly, sunbathing. Li Suizhou stared at her sticking head for a while, went downstairs, found the guqin on the table in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and took it upstairs. The greenhouse on the rooftop is very large, filled with a variety of flowers and plants, and there is also a medium-sized grape trellis. There is a swing hanging next to the grape trellis, and there is also a hanging chair near the balcony. Both are wrapped with soft vines. They all look new. Yi Sang was curled up in the hanging chair, reading a book in his hand. The sun was shining brightly today. The golden light reflected from the glass and fell on her, as if she had been coated with a layer of golden light. She was surrounded by colorful flowers in full bloom, like a fairyland. She was wearing a white dress, like a goddess descending into the fairyland. In the silence, there is holiness and beauty. It's illusory and dreamy, and seems like it will be blown away by the wind at any time. Hearing the noise, Yi Sang looked up. His eyes swept from the piano in his hand to his stern face, and he curled his lips. Mr. Li was looking for me just now. You didn't think I ran away, did you? Li Suizhou looked away, hiding all other emotions in his heart. This is not a prison. You can come and go freely. He took the piano out of his bag and gently placed it on the table. I'll give it to you. Qing Shao is in her hands, and no one knows. Yi Sang narrowed his eyes and tilted his head slightly. Why? Li Suizhou paused. It's called Qinglu, and your WeChat name is Sang Qinglu. I felt it was meant to be with you, so I bought it. Yi Sang raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, if Mr. Li gave me the bloodstone, I would like it even more and be happier. Li Suizhou paused again and said, I'll take it to someone for testing. Yi Sang, oh. Li Suizhou went downstairs and came back with a tray. There was a glass of milk and a plate of cut fruit and strawberries. He handed the milk to Yi Sang. The doctor said you are malnourished and need to take good care of yourself. What would you like to eat tonight? The milk is pure white, but you can smell a faint smell of blood. Li Suizhou's blood. Yi Sang's eyes flickered. He took a sip, leaned back in the hammock and smiled at him. As long as it's made by Mr. Li, I want to eat it. Her slender white calves and feet swayed gently under her skirt. Her voice was light, and her glance and smile were all like a fairy seducing people. Never mind. Being moved is not a life-threatening thing. Just let me lead you. She wanted to hook him, so he took the bait. It is better to be locked up in his exquisite and gorgeous cage than to be locked up in someone else's rough and ugly cage and be auctioned off to be defiled by others. Li Suizhou lowered his eyelashes to reveal the strong emotions in his eyes. He said in a low voice, I'll have someone bring some clothes over later. After saying that, he got up and went downstairs. Chapter 38, Madam? Who? Yi Sang? Half an hour later, Li San drove over in a small truck which was piled high with boxes. He first carried 2 large plastic bags into the house. The moment he stepped into the door, Li Suizhou's cold voice came over. Change your shoes before entering. Li San looked at Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou, who was only wearing a shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, walked over in slippers and took the bag from him. His face was stern and his voice was cold. Change your shoes and disinfect them before entering next time. Li San. The dragon garden is very large, and Li Suizhou doesn't like servants, so he never hired one. So the cleaning is done entirely by machines. Li Suizhou rarely lives there, and there are no rules at all. They had previously come and gone as they pleased. Now, could it be that? Li San's eyes subconsciously glanced upstairs. Seeing him standing still, Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes dangerously. Any objections? No. No. How dare I have any objection? Li San shuddered and jumped out with his foot raised. He pointed to the boxes on the car outside and said, "Then these?" Li Suizhou, "Disinfect it before bringing it in." Li San, "Yes." The kitchen on the first floor is open. There is also a bar. A huge refrigerator is embedded in the wall between the bar and the kitchen. Li Suizhou put the bag on the bar and took things out of it. Vegetables, fish, shrimp, crabs, all are fresh dishes. Li Suizhou processed them one by one and put them in the kitchen refrigerator. Yi Sang came down from upstairs barefoot and sat on a high stool in front of the bar. Li Suizhou glanced at her and said, "Shoes will be available soon." She was in the cage at the auction last night and had no shoes on. After he brought me back, I always went barefoot in the house. Yi Sang held his chin with both hands. "I want to eat spicy fried crab." Li Suizhou licked his lips, took the crabs out of the refrigerator and threw them into the kitchen sink. After thinking about it, I took out the shrimps and threw them in as well. Li Suizhou, "What else do you want to eat?" Yi Sang raised his eyebrows slightly. "Mr. Li can do everything?" Li Suizhou paused and lowered his eyes. "It depends on the situation." Yi Sang smiled and said, "Then why did Mr. Li directly say no last time?" Li Suizhou looked away uncomfortably. "I learned it on the spot." "Oh." Yi Sang rested his chin on his arm and leaned on the cold bar. His dark eyes looked at him with a smile. "I want to eat braised pork and mao su wong, corn and pork ribs soup and spicy chicken. Can Mr. Li learn how to make it now?" Li Suizhou, "Okay." Li San came in carrying 2 boxes and saw this scene. The girls sat in front of the bar, clean and beautiful without a speck of dust. Their terrifying master is extremely gentle. Cooking is not to be mentioned. And let people order food? Even if a god came, he wouldn't get this treatment? The next moment, Li Suizhou looked over with a cold look. "Disinfection." Li San. Yi Sang turned around and looked at him. Li San put on a smile and put the box at the door. "Master Quan is on his way. I've asked him to buy it." Li Suizhou called Quan Siming and said, "Bring 2 pieces of duck blood for people to eat." Quan Siming, "What?" Before he could ask, the phone was hung up. Quan Siming, "Are you crazy again?" He called Zhang Zijian. "Jianzi, are you free?" Zhang Zijian was annoyed. "Why? You want me to treat that canary again?" "No." Quan Siming raised his eyebrows. "Let me show you the gods descending to earth." Asterisk. Yi Sang looked at the pile of boxes that Li Sanduo had placed at the door and asked curiously, "What are these things?" "Your clothes and shoes." Li Suizhou tied on an apron. Yi Sang paused, then stood up and ran over barefoot. Li Suizhou frowned. "It's dirty outside. Wear shoes." "It's okay. I'll wash my feet later." Yi Sang didn't care. He stood at the door and opened a box on the top. The box contained clothes neatly folded in packaging bags. She took off several pieces. There are skirts and pants. They are all long. Available in black and white and color. "I didn't know what you like, so I bought some of everything." Li Suizhou came over with a pair of his clean slippers, half squatted down, held her feet and helped her put them on. "Be gentle." The eagle-like arrogance and loneliness that he had when he first met in Yuncheng had completely disappeared, and he seemed like a different person, guessing that she was lying to him, but still being so nice to her. Yi Sang lowered his eyes and looked at him, stunned for a moment, something surging in his eyes. "There is a cloakroom on the 3rd floor. After they are disinfected, hang all the clothes in there, and then take a look at them slowly." Li Suizhou washed his hands and returned to the kitchen. Li San. "This isn't his master." "Absolutely not." Just then, a car sounded outside. Li San put down the box in his hand and ran out like an arrow. Seeing Quan Siming getting out of the car, he rushed over with a horrified look on his face. "Quan Shao, I suspect that Master Li has been bewitched. Please save him." Quan Siming was puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Li San quickly told what he had just seen. "Zhang Zijian." Quan Siming. Zhang Zijian looked through the gate railings, looking at the girl still at the door from a distance, squinting his eyes. She has quite a bit of magic power. However, Quan Siming had thought about the matter of being poisoned before. But Li Suizhou is so blood poisoned that he will probably be killed by the Gu King. How could someone be bewitched? "Okay, your master is not poisoned." Quan Siming patted Li San inside. "You may have a wife soon." "Lady? Who? That Yi Sang?" Li San turned his head to look at the girl, his mind going blank. "Miss Yi." Quan Siming walked into the yard and called out from afar, smiling charmingly. "Are you having a good time living here?" Yi Sang said casually, "Very good. This place is like a palace or a castle. How can it be bad to live here?" Quan Siming sighed and looked at the boxes at the door. What's going on? Did Master Li empty out the Jingzhou clothing store? Yi Sang pointed to the kitchen in the house and said, he's cooking. Li Suizhou raised his head. His dark and cold eyes met Quan Siming's at the door. Put your things down, you can leave now. Quan Siming? Master Li, even if I don't have any merit, I have worked hard. It's rare for a god like you to cook once in 1,000 years, so what's wrong with letting me have a meal? Quan Siming squeezed into the room and said unhappily, I even brought Jinzi here specially to ask him to check Yi Sang's body again. Zhang Zijian coughed dryly and looked at Yi Sang politely and elegantly. Miss Yi, are you feeling better? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Sang shook his head. No. They just come here to eat. Li Suizhou did not drive them away, but after the meal was ready, Quan Siming excitedly pulled Zhang Zijian, rubbing his hands and sitting down to eat with his bowl and chopsticks. Then he took a shower, changed his clothes, grabbed Quan Siming and Zhang Zijian by the back of the neck, one by one, and led them out of the house. I have to go out for something. You eat by yourself? Before closing the door, he said something to Yi Sang. Mr. Li. Yi Sang sat at the dining table, supporting his chin with one hand, his upturned phoenix eyes somewhat alluring. Are you coming back tonight? Li Suizhou paused as he closed the door and looked at her with cold eyes. Try your best. Quan Siming and Zhang Zijian outside the door. What the hell? Get in the car. Quan Siming was still speechless. It's harder to catch up with you cooking than for a 1,000-year-old turtle to give birth. I also helped you, the canary, move so many boxes of clothes. She can't finish eating so many. What's wrong with letting me have a bite? Anyone with eyes can see that this meal was specially prepared by Master Li for the canary. Zhang Zijian said with a click of the tongue. Do you have the life to eat it? And do you have the life to get out alive? He was dragged here to watch the fun, smelled the aroma of food and smoke for an hour, worked for an hour, and didn't even have a glass of water. What did he say? Quan Siming choked and glanced at Li Suizhou. Going back to the Li family? As soon as Li Suizhou left Long Yuan's house, his aura turned cold. It's like he's going to destroy the world. It's like this every time he goes back to the Li family. Li Suizhou hummed, with dark clouds in his eyes. There is something I need to remind you of, Quan Siming said cautiously. You bought a canary from the land's auction house, and everyone in Jingzhou knows about it. The canary's information has also been released. Old Lady Li asked you to go back, probably to talk about this. Chapter 39. Where do I get the qualifications and face? After Li Suizhou and the others left, Li San left too. After the pile of boxes were disinfected, Li San, Quan Siming and Zhang Zijian helped move them all to the cloakroom on the 3rd floor. There were 5 dishes and 1 soup on the marble dining table. Braised pork, maoquang, spicy diced chicken, spicy fried crab, shelled spicy crayfish and corn pork ribs soup. It's delicious and has good color, aroma and taste. What are you learning now? Liar. Yi Sang snorted and answered the video call from Yi Zixing. He put the phone on the table and slowly poured a bowl of soup. Looking at the gorgeous room behind her, Yi Zixing's eyes were deep. You are with Li Suizhou? Yi Sang drank the soup leisurely. Yes. Yi Zixing frowned. He is not what? I'm not a good person. Yi Sang took over his words and looked at him with cold eyes. Do you think I'm a good person? You. Yi Si choked and pursed his lips. Tell me you are. Don't worry. Yi Sang sighed. He's just a blood bag at most. Yi Zixing paused and pursed his lips even tighter. So you used such a dangerous method as sending yourself to the auction house to sell yourself to lure him into the trap? Yi Sang looked up at him and could feel the chill even through the screen. Yi Zixing took a deep breath. Today's hot search headlines are number 1. Jingzhou Crown Prince Li Suizhou bought a canary from the Lan family's underground auction house and even beat up the Lan family's heir. This morning, they were all on the hot search list. You can find out by just watching the news. Although no one has seen it and no media has captured the canary's true appearance, people only say it is breathtakingly beautiful. But in a place like Jingzhou, it seems that someone has deliberately released the information, and the information has spread to all major families in Jingzhou. In fact, Yi Zixing learned the details from Zhao Yidu. He asked Zhao Yidu to take care of Yi Sang and keep Yi Sang away from Li Suizhou. But the result? Yuncheng Yi family. Louis threw the phone in front of Yi Hong and said sarcastically, Look at your beloved daughter. She is hooked up with the Prince of Jingzhou. I said she is a vixen. Yi Hong glanced at the news on his phone, his eyes full of coldness behind the lenses. Lu Yi, your headache is gone, right? Lu Yi's face changed slightly and she subconsciously covered her head. Yi Sang was in the hospital for a week before she was discharged. As for Yi Tian, she still can't eat normally. I can't even go to school. Lu Yi gritted her teeth and said, "That was her shameless act. I was just telling the truth. If she hits me again, I will call the police." Yihang looked up, stared at her for a while, and took out a document from the pile of documents at hand. "Sign it." Lu Yi was slightly stunned, thinking about how she cried bitterly a few days ago and asked Yihang to compensate Yi Tian. When she saw this document at this time, she thought it was a transfer of company shares, and her heart was instantly delighted. But the next moment, when she got the document and read the contents clearly, her smile froze. Divorce agreement. Yihang. Lu Yi looked at him in disbelief. "I've been with you for 16 years. Tian and I were almost killed by that damn girl Yisang. And now you're telling me you want to divorce me?" "Yes. Yisang is your daughter, but isn't Tian your daughter too? You gave Yisang so many shares in the company, but only gave Tian 5%. Did I say anything? Now this is what others said. Yisang did this shamelessly, and you are blaming me here? Don't even think about getting a divorce." Lu Yi was so angry that she tore up the divorce agreement and slammed the door and walked out. Yihang looked at the table full of paper scraps and called out to Butler Li, "Move all her things out." Butler Li didn't dare to say anything. Yes. Asterisk. Li family. The new dining table is made of thick, double-layer marble. The bottom is firmly fixed. There is still a table full of dishes. It's still those people. Old Lady Li sat in the first seat and looked at Li Suizhou, who was standing there with a cold aura. "I heard that you took a picture of the blazing bloodstone." Li Suizhou glanced at Li Buohong. Li Buohong immediately lowered his head and concentrated on eating. Li Suizhou leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and sneered, "Li family rule number 8. No talking during meals." Old Lady Li looked at him with her cloudy eyes and snorted. "I have never seen you follow the rules of the Li family." Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes. "If you have something to say, you'd better get to the point." "Bloodstone. If you want the bloodstone, you can dream about it." Li Suizhou interrupted him directly. Li Buohong frowned. "Suizhou, how do you talk to your grandma?" Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows. "Is this the first day I speak like this? Besides," he curled his lips coldly, "do you have the right to talk here?" "You, Dad, shut up." Seeing that Li Buohong still wanted to stand up and make a fuss, Li Ji whispered to hold him back. 15 years ago, Li Suizhou was 10 years old. That year, my parents disappeared. After that, his personality became cold and erratic, and he became like an enemy to old Lady Li. Over the years, no one in the entire Li family was not afraid of him. He had been away for 4 years, and the Li family had finally lived in peace for 4 years. I heard that he is crazier than before. Now, no one wants to mess with him. You also bought a Guqin. Old Lady Li spoke again. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong?" "It's the long-lost Qinglu. It's really a good zither." Old Lady Li said calmly. "Kongzhen loves zither. She will come to visit me from Dizhou in a couple of days. Your marriage to her will be decided sooner or later. It just so happens that this zither can be given to her as a gift." Li Suizhou looked up, as if he had heard a joke. "Old Madam Li, are you daydreaming so late at night?" Old Lady Li's expression remained unchanged. "I heard that you bought a girl from the Lan family auction house last night." Li Suizhou's eyes flashed coldly. "What happened? What's wrong?" "The girl is the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Yuncheng on the surface, but in fact she grew up in the countryside, is very naughty, and makes a living by selling her body. She is a wild girl, disgusting to the eyes. You are shameless, but the Li family still wants you." Old Lady Li sneered. "Now the whole Jingzhou is spreading this. Do you know that you have brought shame to the Li family?" Li Suizhou's eyes curled up evilly, and the smile on his lips was cold and terrifying. He said word by word, "The Li family's reputation. What the hell do I care about?" "You." Old Lady Li wanted to slam the table, but she held back. She took a deep breath. "Suizhou, I know you still hate me because of your parents' death." Bang. Before she could finish her words, the table in front of her was kicked violently. The bowls and chopsticks shook and the food splashed. Everyone sitting around the table stood up with a start and stepped back 3 meters, holding their breath to reduce their presence. "If you hadn't mentioned the immortality stone and asked my parents to look for them, they wouldn't have disappeared. They haven't even found their bodies, but you said they were dead?" The corners of Li Suizhou's eyes turned red, and the eerie murderous aura made the temperature in the room drop to freezing point, and the overwhelming pressure made it hard to breathe. "Chun Jinling." He put his hands on the table, looked at Old Lady Li with a cold gaze, and called her name. "My grandfather and you had 4 sons and 1 daughter. He was always in good health, but he died suddenly. When he died, You were less than 40 years old. After that, you took over the management of the Li family and became the head of the Li family. You became the old lady of the Li family that everyone feared. Now, you are 70 years old. I used to respect you, but after my parents disappeared, you no longer had the face to talk to me about these things. Now I think you are almost done with living and you can die. If you can't die, I can give you a ride. Just stop dreaming of immortality and stop trying to control me. Li Suizhou. Unexpectedly, after being away for a few years, he became even crazier. Old Lady Li's chest heaved, the wrinkles on her face trembled. She pounded the ground with her cane and shouted, "I'm telling you, you have to agree to this marriage with the Kong family whether you agree or not. I see that you are in good health and can live for a few more years. If you really want this marriage, why don't you marry the old man from the Kong family?" Li Suizhou's thin lips curled up in an arc that became more and more evil and terrifying. "I think you two are a good match." "Suizhou," a woman said, "you're really saying too much?" "It's the second wife, Yinping." Li Suizhou looked over and asked, "Do you want to get married?" Yinping's face turned pale. She bit her lip and stopped talking. Li Suizhou's stern face was filled with viciousness. The veins on his hands pressing on the edge of the dining table were bulging. The corners of his mouth were raised in a mean and sinister way, and his grip was getting tighter and tighter. Boom. Crash. The thickened and reinforced marble table was overturned by him again. Butler Li reacted very quickly and stood in front of old Madame Li, preventing the oily soup on the table from splashing onto the old lady. "Don't think I don't know what you and the Kong family are doing. You want to interfere in my marriage and my life, but you don't even know where you get the face or the qualifications. Don't even think about the bloodstone, and you don't even have the nerve to ask me for the harp." Yi sang, "If anyone dares to touch her hair, I'll kill him." Li Suizhou's expression returned to normal. He clapped his hands, walked out of the Li family slowly with his long legs and leather shoes, and his cold voice fell lightly. "If it happens again, I will burn down this Li family." Chapter 40. Warn the whole Jingzhou for her. Dragon Garden. 9 o'clock in the evening. The car stopped outside the door, but the people in the car did not get out. The person in the car opened the window and held a cigarette in his hand against the window, the red spark flickering in the darkness. In the unlit rooftop greenhouse, Yi Sang stood in the darkness and watched. Half an hour passed, and the people on the bus still didn't get off. I changed to a third cigarette. Bite. The phone message rang. Li Suizhou took a look. Yi Sang. "Mr. Li, will you come back to Longyuan tonight?" Li Suizhou took a deep breath. "I'll be back later, and you should go to bed early." Yi Sang. "Oh. After the last time we chatted." "Oh, she was abducted and auctioned off." Now seeing her say, "Oh," again, Li Suizhou frowned slightly and looked into the building with a gaze as dark as a cold pond. After a moment, he put out his cigarette, parked the car, got out to get rid of the unpleasant and pungent smell of tobacco, washed up on the first floor, and after making sure that he no longer smelled, he went upstairs in his slippers. Outside the golden cage on the third floor, only the blue flame stone in the fish tank was lit, and the eerie blue flame illuminated the surroundings dimly. Inside the golden cage, the girl was lying on the bed in a white nightgown, her eyes closed, quiet and well-behaved, and had fallen asleep. Seeing that she was still there, Li Suizhou felt relieved for no reason. He knew she was dangerous. He knew she was mysterious. Whether it was because he was attracted by her beauty, or it was love at first sight, or he was seduced by her, he knew that his heart was in turmoil. Moved. Ever since his parents disappeared, and he discovered that he might not live past the age of 30, he has lived his life recklessly. There are still 5 years until I turn 30. He thought that he would never fall in love with anyone in his life. There is no first heir to his property. But his encounter and contact with her was like a tsunami that swept him away so fast that he couldn't react at all. Now, think about that again. The first heir he thought of was Yi Sang. At this moment, he began to think that he was finished. He was never one to run away. He was falling in consciousness. Into her web. It's only been 5 years anyway. That's it. Li Suizhou's eyes were gloomy. Then she is in his cage now. He bought her. His canary. It's okay for him to exercise some of his rights, right? Li Suizhou sat on the edge of the bed, stared at the girl for a long time, covered her with a quilt, leaned over, and gently kissed her flat and clean brows. She seemed to be using mint-scented shower gel, and her body smelled refreshing. After looking at her for a while, Li Suizhou left the golden cage. Listening to the sound of his footsteps leaving, Yi Sang slowly opened her eyes, raised her hand and touched the place on her forehead where he had kissed her, with a look of confusion in her eyes. After a long time, He laughed, turned over, and continued to sleep. Asterisk. The next day, a little after 8, Yisang got up and heard the voice of the smart housekeeper in the house. The owner is out. Breakfast is in the incubator downstairs in the kitchen. Yisang raised an eyebrow. Are you little V? Yes, I am Xiao V, the smart butler of Longyuan. I am in charge of all the smart appliances and robots in Longyuan. Missy can call me anytime if you need me. Little V's voice was mechanical and cold, and the robots circled around her. Yisang was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. It's Zhao Yidu calling. Little ancestor, do you know that Li Suizhou returned to the Li family last night and had a quarrel with old lady Li? The whole table of food was overturned, and it seems that he also mentioned your matter. Yisang paused. So, he was in a bad mood last night, came back but didn't come in, and was smoking in the car outside. Was it because of this? She didn't take the elevator and went down the stairs. And then? The whole Jingzhou knows that Li Suizhou beat Lan Shiza at the lands auction house and forced you to be bought away. It's been a hot topic these days, and everyone is saying this and that about you. It's about a woman of shameful background, a shameless person, and one who seduced the prince. There are even worse ones. But the online discussions were suddenly hacked down in the middle of the night yesterday. Then, early this morning, there was a new bustle. This prince made a harsh statement in Jingzhou's circle early this morning, warning the entire Jingzhou. Li Suizhou's original words were, "My Sang is delicate, weak, and timid. Anyone who scares her will lose his life." All the important people in Jingzhou, those who knew about this matter, received this warning without distinction. Li Suizhou was the ruthless prince of Jingzhou, who dared to beat the young master of the Lan family at the Lan family auction. Zhao Yidu had listened to Yi Cixing before and asked Yisang to stay away from Li Suizhou, but he found that he couldn't control her at all. After the auction that night, he finally realized that it was Yisang who was taking the initiative and trying every possible way to get close to Li Suizhou. At most, he could just flatter Yisang and say that Li Suizhou was not a good person. There was nothing else he could do. I dare not do it. He doesn't understand anything. He is still very angry. It's only been a few days, and it became Sang. Or is it his Sang? Zhao Yidu was not the only one who was angry. Yi Cixing and Huangli were also very angry. But things have turned out like this and there is nothing anyone can do. Zhao Yidu, who was in class at school, was puzzled. Yisang raised the corners of his lips slightly, took breakfast from the incubator in the kitchen, sat on the high stool at the bar to eat, and dangled his legs. Yu Ran said, "If you can't figure out something, don't think about it." Zhao Yidu. Asterisk. Li family. Mom, do you think Li Suizhou is talkative? He actually quarreled with his family, and you for a wild girl who came from nowhere? How disrespectful. He got the bloodstone, but didn't give it to the Li family. Li Buohong gnashed his teeth in anger. I met that girl. She is indeed very beautiful. Li Ji said. It's just a vixen. It's only been a few days, but she's already made him dizzy and even go against the entire Jingzhou? Li Buohong was so angry that he slapped his chest. He has brought shame to the Li family. Li Ji glanced at old lady Li and said nothing more. Old lady. Butler Li came in from outside and handed her a photo. The girl in the photo is dressed in black. She has a beautiful, bright, and flamboyant appearance, and her long black hair is casually tied behind her head with a hairpin. But his skin was too pale, revealing a chilly vibe. His eyes were dark, and he stared at the camera as if he was looking at a dead person. The moment old lady Li saw her face clearly, her whole body trembled, her pupils shrank suddenly, and the corners of her mouth twitched, resembling, too much like. Li Buohong took a look and immediately pointed at the person in the photo and said, That's her. That Yisang. A shameless vixen. She has bewitched Suizhou. Dad. Li Ji frowned. Be careful if Brother Sui hears you and beats you up. In this family, except for the younger generation and women, almost everyone who had offended Li Suizhou had been beaten by him. Li Buohong was beaten twice. But he still doesn't change. They really look alike. But old lady Li seemed not to hear his words. She stared at the photo and kept repeating these words in a low voice. She looks so much like her, exactly the same. Grandma. Li Ji said cautiously, Who does she look like? And old lady Li looked deep. An old friend who died long ago. Is this girl her descendant? Or is she not dead at all? Impossible. Immortality does not exist. At that time, she saw that man being killed with her own eyes. But they are too similar. Asterisk. Was house. The security at the door has been replaced. When he saw Yisang, he immediately bowed respectfully. Miss Yi, please come in. Yi Sang nodded and walked straight to the backyard. Senior Hua, this is not what we said. Now the whole Jingzhou knows that Yi Sang is that kind of person. Senior Hua, you are the president of the Embroidery Art Association. No matter how foolish you are, you can't make up such a ridiculous story that Yi Sang is your master just for an inferior person like her, right? As soon as I arrived at the backyard door, I heard noises coming from the yard. Chapter 41. Are you scolding me? You are too noisy. Ms. Zhou. Shang Qin interrupted her with a gloomy look. Please be careful with your words. Aunt Qin. Lan Yuan came over and hugged her arm. What Zhou Qi said is just what is being spread in Jingzhou now. It's just the truth. Shang Qin frowned and pulled his arm out of her grasp. Hua Liying's eyes were deep and cold. I let you in because you told me you had something important to tell me today. Previously, due to the relationship with the Lan family, Lan Yuan could not come and go freely in the Hua's house, but she could at least enter and leave freely. But since the last time Yi Sang came, when they came again, the security at the door had been changed. After hearing their names, they directly said that Madame Hua had instructed not to see them. From now on, they will no longer be able to enter and leave the Hua family freely. Today, Lan Yuan used the excuse that she had something urgent to attend to. Teacher Hua. Lan Yuan looked at Hua Liying, bit her lip, and sat down in front of her. I just thought that you must have been bewitched and deceived by Yi Sang that day, so I thought of reminding you. That's right, so that Senior Hua won't be kept in the dark by that vixen. Zhou Qi said. I know what kind of person she is better than you do. Hua Liying sneered. I don't need you to remind me. Senior Hua. Zhou Qi frowned. Then did you know that Yi Sang had killed someone before? Hua Liying paused. Zhou Qi thought she was frightened, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. This Yi Sang is the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Yuncheng, but she grew up in the countryside and was only brought to Yuncheng 3 years ago. Let's not talk about what happened to her as a child in the countryside. 3 years ago, she stayed in Yuncheng for 2 months. She was ranked last in academic performance, beat people up every day, went to the police station every few days, and then suddenly disappeared for 3 years. She just came back and almost killed her sister and stepmother. If you ask anyone in Yuncheng who knows her, they will say that she is unlucky and that she is a monster. Zhou Qi became more and more angry as he spoke. I think Yi Sang has a restless face. She has been missing for 3 years. Maybe she ran away with a man. Now that he has abandoned her, she has come back and seduced masterly again. I know I still have a lot of shortcomings and haven't met your requirements, but I will work hard. We came here today just to tell you the truth and don't want you to be deceived. Lan Yuan pursed her lips again and said sadly, you even humiliated yourself and your master for her and foolishly made up such a ridiculous story that she was your master. Are you scolding me? A casual and clear voice suddenly came from behind. Zhou Qi and Lan Yuan were startled and turned around suddenly. Then they saw the girl. She was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and high-waisted black overalls. Her hair was still casually tied behind her head with a hairpin, and she had a string of Buddhist beads made of unknown stuff on her wrist. She was leaning casually against the pillar, not in a proper position, her whole body exuding a lazy and cool beauty with an otherworldly aura. A bit cold. Those eyes were very dark and as calm as 2 dry wells, but when they looked at people, they emitted a hint of coldness. Yi Sang. When did she come? Did she hear what they said? Just hear it. Zhou Shua looked disdainful. How dare you come to the Hua family? Hua Liying wanted to stand up, but Yi Sang gestured for her to stay seated. Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. You have the nerve to come. Why don't I have the nerve? You. She was really pretty, and Zhou Qi's eyes flashed with jealousy. This neither light nor itchy look made her even more angry. His eyes showed disgust. Shameless people like you, coming to the Hua family will only pollute the Hua family's atmosphere. Zhou Qi. Lan Yuan suddenly interrupted Zhou Qi. Lan Yuan looked at Yi Sang and said, we already know your origins. Although we don't know how you ended up in the auction house, as the eldest daughter of the Lan family, I want to apologize to you here. Wan, why are you apologizing to her? Zhou Qi's eyes widened. She was treated as a slave because she was not presentable enough? Stop talking. Lan Yuan frowned and interrupted her, glanced at Hua Liying, pursed her lips, and took out a bank card from her bag. The Yi family is not a big deal in Jingzhou, but they are also well known in Yuncheng. The eldest daughter of the Yi family was turned into a slave and auctioned off. Your father would be so angry if he knew. Miss Yi, even if you don't do it for yourself, you should think about your family. Lan Yuan handed the card to Yi Sang, looking ashamed. This is 200,000. It's my compensation to you on behalf of the Lan family. Take this money and go back to the Yi family. Why did you give her money? Zhou Qi reached out and snatched the bank card that Lan Yuan was about to put into Yi Sang's hand. He rolled his eyes speechlessly and said contemptuously, "If I were such a shameless person, I would hit my head against the wall and die. How could I have the nerve to come out and hang around like that?" Zhou Qi. Lan Yuan frowned even more tightly, took out the bank card again and handed it to Yi Sang. "Take it and leave." Hee hee. Yi Sang let out 2 low laughs from his throat, and he exerted a little force on the 2 fingertips that were holding the bank card. Snap. The bank card broke into 2 pieces at my fingertips. Lan Yuan was startled. Zhou Qi was also stunned for a moment, then said, "I said you shouldn't give her money. She was shameless enough to do those things. It's so unlucky. Now you see, people take your kindness for granted. People like her deserve to be..." Well, before she could finish her words, the girl suddenly reached out and grabbed her neck. You dare to hit me." Zhou Qi suffocated instantly and tried to pry her hands away from his neck. The girl's arms were extremely thin, and the blue veins from her elbows to the back of her hands were extremely obvious. "You're too noisy." She smiled faintly, and the hand that was pinching Zhou Qi's neck tightened little by little. But in a moment, Zhou Qi couldn't utter a word. His face turned purple, and fear filled his eyes. Yi Sang. Lan Yuan's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly went up to pry her hands apart. "What do you want to do? Let Zhou Qi go." Hua Liying frowned slightly, but sat there without moving. Shang Qin also had a sneer in her eyes. Bang! Lan Yuan, who was trying to pry Yi Sang's hands, was kicked out. Lan Yuan's back hit the stone table, and her spine made a cracking sound. "She is the daughter of the Zhou family. If you kill her, the Zhou family will not let you go," Lan Yuan said anxiously with a pale face. "Really?" Yi Sang paused and suddenly let go of Zhou Qi's neck. Zhou Qi was freed from his restraints and collapsed to the ground. His face blew. He covered his neck and gasped for breath. Lan Yuan thought Yi Sang was scared, so she covered her lower back and breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Sang grabbed Zhou Qi's hair again and slammed her against a pavilion pillar. Ah! Before Zhou Qi could catch his breath, he was hit hard on the head again. With a bang, blood immediately flowed down his forehead. Yi Sang. Lan Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she endured the pain and rushed over to pull her. Although the Zhou family's status in Jingzhou is not as high as that of the Lan family, it is still not small. She grew up with Zhou Qi, who always tried to please and flatter her. Although the Lan family is not afraid of the Zhou family, if Zhou Qi really died today, the Zhou family would fight to the death to settle accounts with the Lan family. When Yi Sang grabbed Zhou Qi's head and slammed it against the pillar for the 3rd time, Lan Yuan grabbed her arm. Yi Sang raised the corner of his lips slightly and grabbed her hand with his other hand and jerked it violently. With a crack, Lan Yuan's arm broke off. Lan Yuan screamed in pain, her face pale. Yi Sang, you know the Lan family. If you dare to touch me, the Lan family will not let you go. Yi Sang, oh. Then, her hair was also grabbed by Yi Sang and slammed against the pillar. His head was broken and bleeding instantly. Screams pierced the sky. Chapter 42. Yi Sang. I didn't kidnap, I dumped the body. Hua teacher. Lan Yuan was still a little conscious and looked at Hua Liying for help. Hua Liying had a blank expression on her face, her eyes dim and heavy. I told you she is my master. You shouldn't mess with her. The Embroidery Association was founded by Hua Liying's master. How many years has that been? 23 years. 20 years ago, Hua Liying became the 2nd president of the Embroidery Association. Until now. How old is Yi Sang? 20 years old. Hua Liying's master was called Mu Lu, who lived 20 or 30 years ago. At that time, Yi Sang had not even been born yet. Master? Absurd. Lan Yuan hugged the pillar with both hands to reduce the gravity of Yi Sang grabbing her head and gritting her teeth with a pale face. If something happens to me here today, none of you will be able to escape. But she still couldn't dodge. Yi Sang hit her harder and harder. Blood flowed and her head was buzzing. After a while, Yi Sang paused and looked at Hua Liying. Isn't it going to cause you trouble here? After all, she is now a respected veteran in the art world. It's okay. Hua Liying didn't care. She just wanted her master to be well. Yi Sang narrowed his eyes, bent down, grabbed Lan Yuan and the unconscious Zhou Qi's arms one by one, and pulled them out on the ground. Master! Hua Liying stood up, a little worried about her. Don't worry. Yi Sang knew what she was worried about. I won't kill them. After she finished speaking coldly, she grabbed one person in each hand, dragged the 2 people's bodies, and walked out of the Hua residence step by step. like the impermanence that takes one's life. There is a sense of calm madness. Madam, Xiangqin was also a little worried. Master said she won't kill them, she won't let them die. Hua Liang pursed her lips, and after thinking for a while, she said, go and help me make an appointment with the Zhou family's patriarch and the Lan family's patriarch. Xiangqin nodded, okay. The gravel road in the yard was so scratchy that it hurt all over. Zhou Qi, who had almost fainted, was woken up by the pain of being tickled. My head, which was still bleeding, was buzzing with pain, and it took me a long time to come back to my senses. Yi sang. She screamed shrilly and tried her best to get up and break free from the grasping hands. But it's of no use. What do you want to do? She said in panic, if you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go. Yi sang. If you really do something to me, even Li Suizhou can't protect you. Lan Yuan also came back to her senses a little, but Yi sang acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to pull them out. The security guard at the door was so frightened when he saw this scene. Ding dong. The phone message sounded. Yi sang ignored it and looked at the Ferrari not far from the door of Hua's house. She dragged the two of them over. He bent down and took the key from Zhou Qi. Opened the car door. Like throwing sacks, Zhou Qi and Lan Yuan were thrown into the car. I got into the driver's seat and was about to step on the accelerator when my cell phone rang. It's from Li Suizhou. He was also the one who sent the message just now. Yi sang answered the call. Li Suizhou was obviously relieved. Where have you been? Yi sang raised an eyebrow. Didn't Mr. Li say that I can come and go freely? Li Suizhou paused for a moment and pursed his lips. I'm just worried about you. When I return to Long Yuan, I find that Yi sang is not there, but breakfast has been eaten. Xiao Vi said she went out. He was afraid that the incident at the lawn auction house would happen again, so he immediately sent her a message. She didn't reply. He called me. Yi sang curled his lips slightly. I'll be there in a minute. Master Li. Master Li. At this moment, the people in the car suddenly screamed loudly. Yi sang's ears were numb from the shock. She called him Mr. Li, so the person on the phone was most likely Li Suizhou. Zhou Qi immediately tried his best to scream, Master Li, help me. Li Suizhou heard the screams from inside and frowned slightly. Where are you? Master Li. I am Zhou Qi. Lan Yuan. Yi sang wants to kill us. Master Li, help me. Yi sang is a perverted lunatic. She wants to kill us? It's so noisy. Shut up. Yi sang suddenly slapped her in the face, knocking her unconscious. Lan Yuan had been spoiled since childhood and had fainted long ago. Li Suizhou frowned even more tightly. Where are you now? Yi sang smiled and said, on the way to dump the body. Then, he hung up the phone. Li Suizhou was stunned for a moment and quickly grabbed the computer next to him, looked up the address the call was connected to, and located Yi sang. He should be driving, going very fast. The track route starts from Hujiawan and goes all the way towards Minghu. Li Suizhou grabbed his coat and ran out. Yi sang drove like flying, and Lan Yuan was awakened by the shock. She looked at Yi sang, who was driving in front of her, took out the cell phone that was still on her body with her good hand, and sent out a distress signal. Lan family. When Lan Shiza saw the distress signal sent by Lan Yuan, he was stunned for a moment, then frowned and dialed the phone. The phone in the back seat suddenly rang, and Yi sang looked back in the rearview mirror. Lan Yuan immediately closed her eyes and pretended to be faint, with her cell phone under her. Yi sang said calmly, take it. Lan Yuan didn't move. Yi sang sneered and ignored it. Lan Shiza called several times, but no one answered, so he called Zhou Qi again. Didn't answer either. He knew that Zhou Qi and Lan Yuan went to the Hua family together. Call the Hua family again. No one from the Hua family answered the call. Lan Shiza's heart sank slightly, and he called his assistant, go check the lady's location. Ming Lake. This lake is a lake in the city, and it is very big. On weekdays, some people fish here. A Ferrari came speeding and drifted handsomely to a stop by the lake. It attracted the attention of people nearby. A girl got out from the driver's seat. She was dazzlingly beautiful. There seemed to be two people crammed into the small back seat, not moving. Isn't this kidnapping? An enthusiastic old man by the lake was startled and took out his cell phone to call the police. Comrade police, there may have been a kidnapping here, in Minghu. Uncle. Before the enthusiastic old man could finish his words, someone patted him on the shoulder. When I looked up, I saw the eerie pretty girl. He was so frightened that the phone dropped from his hand. The girl suddenly grabbed the net bag next to her and swung it, and at the moment when the phone was about to fall into the lake, she caught it and fished it out. The old man was stunned. Yosang handed him the phone. My daughter. The old man took the phone and hesitated to speak, but couldn't help but said, Kidnapping is illegal? Yi Sang tilted his head. I didn't kidnap anyone. The old man looked at the car and said, then you? Oh. Yi Sang smiled. I'm throwing away the body. The old man shuddered again. You? After you kept asking for a long time, he still didn't let you come out. He wanted to run away. But my legs were too weak to stand up, and I was a little scared. This beautiful girl, is she crazy? Just at this moment, there was a noisy and overlapping sound of cars coming from behind. More than 10 cars came from 2 directions and stopped in the square on the shore of Ming Lake. Leading the 2 cars, one is a Rolls-Royce, one is a custom SUV. The Rolls-Royce was followed by 8 cars. There is only one limited edition Maybach behind the SUV. The doors of the Rolls-Royce and the driver's seat of the SUV opened at the same time, and the people inside got out at the same time, their movements as if they were looking in a mirror. Rolls-Royce is Lan Shizhe. The SUV is Li Suizhou, a man in a suit, a black coat. The Ferrari was not far away, and you could see the people inside at a glance. Lan Yuan raised her head with difficulty, and when she saw Lan Shizhe, she cried bitterly as if she had seen a savior. Brother. Wan. Lan Shizhe took big strides and ran towards the Ferrari. But before he got close, Yi Sang suddenly raised his slender legs and stepped on the car door, blocking his way to see Lan Yuan. Lan Shize's eyes were sinister. Yi Sang, do you want to die? Yi Sang ignored him and looked at Li Suizhou not far away with a cold gaze. He tilted his head and smiled casually and evilly. Mr. Li is so anxious. Is he worried about me or them? Chapter 43. What's wrong with bullying her and getting beaten? Yi Sang was dressed in black. She was tall and had long legs. The short-sleeved shirt was a little short, revealing a slender waist. Blindingly white. She looked calmly at Li Suizhou, who was 10 meters away. His complexion was pale, cold, and somewhat lifeless. Just like not long ago, when I first saw Shishangju. Li Suizhou strode over, touched her cold hand, took off his coat and put it on her. I'm glad you're okay. He didn't answer her question directly, but his actions spoke for themselves. There was a little light in Yi Sang's dark eyes. Put down the leg that was stepping on the car door. Li Suizhou. Lan Shize's voice squeezed out from between his teeth. You bully my sister like this. What do you think my Lan family is? Li Suizhou pulled Yi Sang to his side and looked at him coldly. I just said this morning that if anyone dares to bully Yi Sang, I will make him pay with his life. Lan Xiao's sister slapped me in the face. What's wrong with getting beaten? Quan Siming, who was sitting next to the Maybach at the back, twitched his mouth slightly. But that's the truth. The harsh words Li Suizhou had just said in the morning were heard by everyone in Jingzhou. As a result, it has not even been 2 hours, and there are people who don't take it seriously and are bullying Yi Sang. Isn't this a slap in his face? Lan Shize looked at his sister and Zhou Qi, whose heads were bleeding, and clenched his fists, veins bulging. Is this a beating? Li Suizhou said calmly. You should feel lucky that you are not dead. You. So damn arrogant. Lan Shize gritted his teeth and said, Li Suizhou, you are determined to go against the Lan family, right? Li Suizhou sneered. What kind of person is the Lan family? You. Undisguised contempt. Lan Shize was furious. His eyes fell on Yi Sang beside him, and he gritted his teeth. How do you know that she was not the one who bullied and beat my sister first, and beat her like this? Impossible. Li Suizhou glanced at Yi Sang with a cold expression. Sang is delicate and weak. Where did she get the strength to beat someone like this? Quan Siming. What about the black market? It was the first time that he discovered that Li Suizhou was so good at lying. It's true, there is no reason and no discrimination to take sides. Whether right or wrong, Yi Sang is right. Li Suizhou. Lan Shize finally couldn't bear it anymore and punched him. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand to catch his fist, squeezed it hard, and kicked the man out with a bone-breaking sound. Master! The bodyguards in the 8 cars behind got out and surrounded them. What are you doing? Quan Siming raised his eyebrows and walked to the front. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense, like a gang fight. The old man who was fishing had already run away. Some other passers-by called the police, some stayed away from the battlefield, and some just watched the excitement. It was Lan Yuan who provoked Miss Sang first. At this time, a voice came from behind. It's Xiangqin. Hualaying was worried about Yi Sang, so she asked her to come over to check on him. She recounted what had just happened at the Hua family. She said coldly, Miss Lan and Miss Zhou insulted Miss Sang time and again, and even slandered my wife's mentor. That's why Miss Sang hit them. Did you hear that? Quan Siming was surprised that Hualaying's people would come here to speak for Yi Sang. but the truth was enough for him to gloat over the misfortune. This canary in our Master Li's family is delicate and weak. She won't mess with others unless others mess with her. If you're not satisfied, you can call the police or appeal. I'll stick with you to the end, Li Suizhou said coldly, holding Yi Sang's hand, and was about to turn around and leave. Stop them! Lan Shiza got up and shouted. The dozen or so bodyguards immediately surrounded them. Yi Sang narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Suizhou's thin lips were curled coldly. The corners of his eyes were tainted with evil coldness, and he was filled with murderous aura. Wait a moment. He whispered something to Yi Sang and walked over with his sleeves rolled up. Let's do it, eh? Quan Siming instantly became excited. His fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. So what if we can't afford to offend the Li family? No matter who is right or wrong today, his sister was beaten like this today. Where is the face of the Lan family? From now on, the Lan family will always be suppressed and weaker than the Li family. Lan Shiza gritted his teeth and said, Come on. More than a dozen bodyguards rushed forward. Li Suizhou moved slowly, stretched out his hand to grab the fist of the first bodyguard who rushed over, kicked him hard, and the man fell to the ground under his step. Then he turned to face another one. Quan Siming's attack was also ruthless, stabbing the other person directly in the neck. Li Suizhou's figure was like a swimming dragon, moving among a dozen bodyguards. Wherever he passed, no one stood. Elegant and handsome. The aura is intimidating. In a short moment, more than a dozen bodyguards fell down, each with broken arms, legs, and backs, groaning in pain on the ground. Sirens sounded and several police cars stopped outside. When the people who got off the bus saw the chaotic scene in front of them, Li Suizhou, Lan Shiza, and Quan Siming were all stunned. Captain Gao, what should we do? A police officer asked weakly. Captain Gao? Ask him. What the hell does he know? According to the rules, they should enforce the law seriously. But the scene before them was clearly a fight between the prince and the young master of the Lan family, and it was not something they could intervene in at all. The uncle who called the police before probably didn't understand the situation clearly. Become a caring citizen. The fight between the Lan family and the Li family is not something they can get involved in. Captain Gao looked at it for a while, licked his lips and said, Retreat. They can't do this kind of thing. If those gentlemen can't handle it privately, a senior police superintendent will come and handle it. The police car left. Li Suizhou didn't even look at Lan Shiza again. He walked over and held Yi Sang's cold hand. Let's go home. We go home. Many people have suggested taking her home before. But because she is immortal, she can't stay in any place for long, and she has never had a home. Li Suizhou took her back home. The golden cage? Yi Sang looked up at him. Her heartbeat that had slowed down started to rise again. In the end, she said nothing. Holding onto the man's coat, she was led away by him. Lan Shiza's eyes were burning with anger. One day, I will kill you. Quan Siming acted as if he had heard some joke. We're waiting for you. Yi Sang's personality and temper are such that he will take action if he is dissatisfied. If a problem can be solved physically, he will never say a single word. If you provoke her, she will beat you or kill you without considering the consequences. Because, in the face of her powerful strength, the consequences cannot affect her. I heard that this character was developed because he was bullied in the past. Until now, it has not changed. Although Li Suizhou has a bad reputation, the way he protects Miss Sangsang makes people feel a little reassured. Shang Qin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lan Shiza. This incident happened at the Hua family. My wife has already made an appointment with Mr. Lan. Asterisk. Dragon Garden. Li Suizhou took Yi Sang upstairs and poured her a glass of milk. The whole way back was in silence. Yi Sang held the milk and raised his eyelids. You don't have anything to ask me? The ice in Li Suizhou's dark eyes melted, and he said softly, I'm glad you're okay. There was silence for a moment. Yi Sang looked at the free, exquisite, and beautiful golden cage he was in and smiled softly. Mr. Li, I'm a little hungry. Li Suizhou helped her take off her shoes and asked gently, What do you want to eat? Yi Sang ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Li Suizhou, I'll do it. Quan Siming. He followed her upstairs silently, witnessed everything silently, and then followed her downstairs silently and came to the kitchen. Seeing this prince who was so decisive, vicious and cruel outside, now standing in the kitchen, skillfully tying an apron on himself and taking out vegetables from the refrigerator, Quan Siming licked the corner of his lips. No, you're not really going to do this, are you? If you have nothing to do, pick some vegetables. Li Suizhou handed him a bag of green vegetables and said in a cold and indifferent voice, I'll give you food today. His eyes were dark, and no emotion could be seen on his stern face. Quan Siming. Quan Siming poured the vegetables on the bar and pulled the leaves. Seriously, are you really in love with her? All in all, they had only known Yi Sang for less than a month. Li Suizhou's feelings came like a raging tide, and he did not hide them at all. When Quan Siming teased him before, it was just a joke. But today, he knows Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou seemed to be deeply trapped in his feelings for Yi Sang. Pamper in every way. But he could not see any love for Li Suizhou in Yi Sang's eyes. It's just a fun joke at best. Even when she was smiling, there was coldness deep in her eyes. Chapter 44. I was exposed, but no one believed me. There's nothing to say. Li Suizhou's voice was as cold as smoke. His fingers were long and slender, with distinct joints. His hand, which was like a work of art, held a kitchen knife and tapped the fish's back hard. Scrape the scales, cut open the belly, clean it, and then chop it into pieces. The movements are smooth and silky, like a pleasing performance. The man who was holding a gun and a knife like a hellish Azura in the hail of bullets was now cooking in the kitchen. Quan Siming opened his mouth and said, We can't find any extra information. During these few days, after he felt that something was really wrong with Li Suizhou towards Yi Sang, he sent someone to Nanting County. Some elderly people in Nanting County are familiar with the name Yi Sang, but it's all very blurry. I only know that this person exists, and I also know that she has a bad reputation. But when it comes to details, such as what he looks like, no one knows. In Yuncheng, everyone who knows her says that she is an unlucky monster. And during the 3 years she was missing, no information was found. It is certain that the information they found earlier must be false. On the other hand, there is no information about Yi Sang in Dezhou, but she is able to interact with the super nobles in Dezhou. And that ruthless skill. When I first met him, I saw that he killed people without any fuss. Lifeless. There is a kind of coldness and numbness, as if crawling out of a pile of dead bodies. This is totally not the aura that a 20-year-old girl should have. Moreover, last time in Yuncheng Hospital, he bit Li Suizhou and drank his blood. All this is enough to prove that she is definitely not an ordinary person. She does everything without hiding anything, yet is as harmless as a fairy. He sighed, I'm afraid of you. At most, she can drink some of my blood. Li Suizhou put the chopped fish on the tray and said calmly, She can't eat me. He looked indifferent. Quan Siming. Have to. It has come to this anyway. Anyway, Li Suizhou is a pervert and few people can touch him. That's it. Then let's talk about something else. Quan Siming said quietly, These past few days, we used all kinds of torture to pry the truth out of that woman. Her name is Huazhen. She is the daughter of a wealthy family in High City, but she is a leader of the outer sect of the Huangquan organization. She is responsible for searching for target materials and people outside, and is not qualified to meet with the upper echelons of Huangquan. She is a daughter of a wealthy family in public, but she is just a small follower in the Huangquan organization. She has never met the senior management of Huangquan, nor has she been to the Huangquan headquarters, let alone where the headquarters is. The water in the underworld is too deep. Every time they get something, Huangquan's professional transporters will deliver it back to the headquarters, and they will be replaced along the way. This method can ensure absolute confidentiality and prevent tracking. We tracked down the person with great difficulty, but he was intercepted and killed first. Quan Siming frowned. The treasure map is now missing, and we don't know who it is. Li Suizhou's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was cold. No matter who it is, if they are really related to that place, they will definitely go find the sword guide to lead the way. And now the only one who knows the whereabouts of the sword guide is the Worry-Free Guild, so we just need to keep an eye on him. Quan Siming snorted. He didn't even mention the 5 billion yuan for just the news about Feng Yin. Old man Zhao Tianjin is too tight-lipped. As Yi Sang came downstairs, he heard the conversation in the kitchen. She came over. Li Suizhou looked up at her. His eyes fell on her feet and frowned. Why aren't you wearing shoes? I don't want to wear it. Yi Sang was a little willful. He walked to the high stool in front of the bar and sat down. He held his face with his hands and asked curiously, What do you want to do with Feng Yin? Quan Siming paused and smiled charmingly. This is not something you can know. Really? Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. What if I know who Feng Yin is? Li Suizhou did not hide it from her. I want to go somewhere and ask him to lead the way. Quan Siming glanced at him, thinking he was testing Yi Sang, and didn't say anything, only saying, This man is very hard to find. Wuyo Guild has him as a member, but we can't find any news or traces of him. Yi Sang blinked slightly. Maybe I am. There was silence for a moment. Quan Siming laughed out loud. Sister, do you know who Feng Yin is? Yi Sang tilted his head, his eyes full of clarity. Attract the swordsman. Li Suizhou looked up at her. Quan Siming was stunned. Then he remembered that he and Li Suizhou had just talked about this, and he just thought that Yi Sang heard what they said. He laughed again. Sister, Feng Yin, the swordsman, has been in the martial arts world for 20 years. Even if he started at the age of 10, he must be at least 30 years old this year. Moreover, this industry is extremely dangerous. How old are you? And how could a little girl like her be that? Quan Siming handed the picked vegetables to Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou chuckled. Wait a moment, the food will be ready. Yi Sang. She told the truth. No one believed it, and it's not her fault. She shrugged her shoulders and went upstairs again to the sunroom. Yi Sang was curled up in the hanging chair, playing games on his mobile phone. Every time she comes online, it causes a stir. After Luan Lily found out, she added her secondary account. The Fallen Soul game is still trying to recruit her, and there have been a lot of activities in the past few days, which is obviously against the Godslayer. Yi Sang took some time out these days to check and found out that the company behind the game Soul Fallen is said to be Yuncheng Technology. This company researches all intelligent technologies, such as robots, intelligent AI butlers, and some system technologies. It's all high-tech. The boss behind the scenes who can be found is called Wu Yin. For years ago, an online game similar to Godslayer was suddenly released. Direct cross-border. The competition with God Killer is very fierce. Now, the competition is openly on the table. Also fighting for Night God. Sister Yishun, my illness is really cured. I can be discharged from the hospital in 2 days. Luan Lily was very excited, happy, and grateful when she spoke on the microphone. My parents said they wanted to thank you very much. Since she was cured, this incident has become a miracle in the medical community. A sensation. Everyone is looking for that mysterious doctor. At the Worry-Free Guild, 9 out of 10 orders are for her. But no matter who asked, Mr. Zhao didn't reveal a single word. Not even a name was given. For a time, even the legendary Dr. Su was overshadowed. No need to thank me, Yi Sang said slowly. By the way, Sister Yishun, my parents promised that I can play professional games. Luan Lily said happily again. She had had this idea before, but she had been lying in bed. Her life was almost over, and she could only pass the time. Now that she has recovered, she told her parents about it, and they agreed. She is only 15 years old, just the right age. Come on, Yi Sang said. To her, professional competition is just an ordinary game. But for others, it is an extremely difficult road. Especially girls. Luan Lily is very optimistic and full of expectations for this. Yi Sang was leading Luan Lily to fight a boss when an anonymous message popped up. Just 3 words. Got it. After she read the message, it automatically burned and disappeared. Talking about treasure map. Yi Sang replied to him only after he finished the game. Sent to Jingzhou Longyuan. The message will also be deleted after reading. About half an hour later, Li Suizhou and Quan Siming brought the food over on a tray. Sang, it's time to eat. The shouting was quite smooth. Yi Sang lazily raised his eyelids and slowly quit the game, but sat in the hanging chair on the balcony without moving, swinging his bare feet and looking at Li Suizhou with a smile. Li Suizhou put down the food, took the remote control to open the skylight, turned his head to meet her gaze, looking at her swaying white calves and bare feet, and that harmless smile. Pause. After looking around, he found Yi Sang's slippers outside the greenhouse door. Yo Sang smiled and lifted her leg, stretching her foot in front of him. Li Suizhou covered his dark eyelashes, half squatted down, and put it on her. Then, taking her hand, he pulled her out of the hanging chair. Quan Siming. Where is the canary? It's clearly an ancestor. He felt that he should jump off the building now instead of eating here. Chapter 45. The Master in the Dream? Quan Siming pretended not to see it, put the food on the table and sighed. It's harder than climbing to heaven to eat a meal cooked by Master Li. Today, I finally got some thanks to you, my sister. Yi Sang sat down at the table and glanced at Li Suizhou nonchalantly. Mr. Li said he learned everything on the spot. Mr. Li is really amazing. You can hear the weirdness. Li Suizhou. Quan Siming's eyes widened. I'm telling you, he is. Eat yours. Li Suizhou picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and stuffed it into his mouth. Yi Sang curled his lips. The 3 of them had dinner together, and no one mentioned anything about the Lan family. Quan Siming just asked curiously, do you know Hua Liying? Yi Sang nodded. I know him. Shang Qin called her Miss Sang and was very respectful and polite. I'm afraid it's more than just an acquaintance. Quan Siming guessed. Did you learn embroidery from her? Hua Liying is the president of the Embroidery Association. Recently, she announced that she would accept a disciple to pass on her legacy. And this disciple will also be the next president of the Embroidery Association. Lan Yuan had always wanted to become her apprentice, and even tried to get the Lan family to use the back door many times. But Hua Liying is very principled and only lets people talk about embroidery. Lan Yuan was ambitious and directly chose the most difficult double-sided embroidery with different colors. Different needles, different shapes, different colors, and 4 colors are used. But I have always failed. Yiseng had a conflict with her at Hua's house, so he had to go find Hua Liying and become her disciple. Yiseng pinched a strawberry that Li Suizhou brought over, propped up his chin with one hand, and smiled, cold yet sinister. If I say she's my apprentice, would you believe me? Quan Siming. Li Suizhou handed her the peeled orange and said with a smile, don't fool him. He's not smart enough and will really believe it. You're the one with a problem in your brain. Quan Siming rolled his eyes. Hua Liying's master died 20 years ago. Even if he's not dead, Hua Liying is already 70 years old. Yiseng 20. Yiseng's apprentice? Is this the master you worshipped in your dream? Or the previous life? No matter how stupid he is, he can still understand this logic. Sister, this kind of cold joke, I still say less in the future. Quan Siming snorted, otherwise, it is easy to be beaten. Yiseng laughed leisurely. If you don't believe it, forget it. Quan Siming was about to say something when his cell phone suddenly rang. He opened it and took a look. His expression changed slightly, and he gave Li Suizhou an imperceptible look, indicating him to go out and talk. Li Suizhou glanced at his phone and said, let's talk about it right here. It's about the bloodstone. Quan Siming was stunned for a moment. Okay, they said the results of the in-depth identification are out, and we need to go over there. Li Suizhou looked at Yiseng. Do you want to go with us? Quan Siming. Yiseng blinked slightly. May I? Li Suizhou nodded with deep eyes. It's not a secret. Quan Siming. He could tell that this was because after what happened at the auction house and with Lan Yuan today, Li Suizhou was afraid that something else might happen and was worried about leaving Yiseng alone. Okay, this guy has really been bewitched, and there is really no hope for him. Just take it with you. It doesn't matter if Yiseng is good at fighting and doesn't understand research. Asterisk. 1 hour later. Jingzhou District 3 Research Institute. Li Suizhou got out of the car first, opened the other door, and let a girl out. The girl was wearing a black skirt with transparent gauze at the sleeves and neckline. Her waist was so slender that it could be held in one hand, and she was wearing a black coat on the outside. Her eyebrows were as dark as willows, her eyes were as bright as stars, and her long black hair was tied behind her head with a wooden hairpin. His skin was extremely white, revealing a kind of coldness and otherworldliness that was beyond this world. Clear, eye-catching, and stunningly beautiful. Li Suizhou held her hand and went through the security check at the institute. No matter who it was the first time they saw a woman next to Li Suizhou. Still so beautiful. When the people in the research institute saw it, they were amazed and stunned. But soon, they thought of the rumors in Jingzhou in recent days. Li Suizhou beat up the young master of the Lan family at the land's auction house, destroyed the place, and bought a girl. The next day, Lung Li warned Man Jingzhou for her. Master Quan. A young man quietly approached Quan Siming and asked in a low voice, is this the canary that Master Li saw? Quan Siming said, yeah. The young man was shocked. So beautiful. I would fall for her too. Go away. It's not your turn. Quan Siming kicked him lightly. If Li Suizhou hears it, your life might be in danger. When Professor Chun came over, he was also startled when he saw Yiseng. This? Soon, he also reacted, and his expression became unpredictable. Frowning, showing much displeasure. Mr. Li, this is the Research Institute. What does it mean to bring a woman to a place where major engineering projects are being carried out? Especially, she is a woman who uses her beauty to please men and is not presentable. Li Suizhou's eyes were dark and cold. This is my Research Institute. What this means is that he is the boss here, and he can bring whoever he wants. Professor Chen choked and was unable to refute. He looked at the girl. In this situation, as long as you are not a fool and can understand what others are saying, you will know that you should not stand here, or you will find an excuse to leave out of embarrassment. But what about her? The girl had a cold and pretty face, and her dark eyes were calm. She stood beside Li Suizhou and looked at him indifferently. It's the same as if it wasn't hers. Old Chun, it's okay. She is one of us. It was Quan Siming who broke the silence. Professor Chen sneered, yes, this is Master Li's Research Institute. Of course, whatever Master Li says is what it is. We are not important. It's so weird. Quan Siming frowned slightly. He also didn't suggest Yi Sang come, but Li Suizhou insisted on taking her with him. Yi Sang didn't refuse. He had nothing to say. Li Suizhou's eyes turned cold. If you don't want to do this, you can leave. Quan Siming. He has really lost his mind. Moreover, Li Suizhou is not a good person. Everything he studies in his research institute, whether it is medicine or some biological instruments, is confidential. The identity of those who come in is kept secret, and the mouths of those who leave are kept secret. Especially people like Professor Chen who are responsible for core confidential matters. If he doesn't work here, how can he keep it a secret when he gets out? Does it depend on his self-awareness? No. In this world, the only things more reliable than confidentiality contracts are dead people. Professor Chen couldn't believe it. Mr. Li, you did it for a woman? Stop. Before he could say anything unpleasant and Li Suizhou could start beating someone, Quan Siming interrupted him, pulled Yi Sang over, and asked her with a smile, "Why don't you wait for us here?" Yi Sang smiled with dark eyes. "Okay." Quan Siming pushed Li Suizhou and said, "You go ahead. I'll stay with her." He also wanted to see the identification results of the bloodstone. But if Yi Sang was left here alone, Li Suizhou might be worried, or someone might bully her, and Li Suizhou might blow up the research institute again. It's good that he's here with me. Li Suizhou frowned and looked at Yi Sang. Yi Sang smiled and said, "Go ahead." Li Suizhou then nodded and followed Professor Chen in. Lust makes one lose one's mind. Professor Chen gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Sang with more disgust in his eyes. After they left, Quan Siming took Yi Sang around the periphery and whispered, "Professor Chen is the overall person in charge of this project. The project is halfway through. If we kill him, no one will take over." Yi Sang looked around and said, lazily, not very interested. Quan Siming touched his nose and took the initiative to find a topic. "We are a biological research institute. There is a research species wall over there that you can visit. Can I take you to see it?" Yi Sang, "All right." There is a lot of space on this side of the species wall, and when the fog glass is turned off, the inside is exposed. The special walls are divided into many grids, like shelves, each of which contains various containers and various animals and plants. Chapter 46 King Gu. Yi Sang's pet? Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. "You guys are researching these?" "Yeah." Quan Siming said, "It's just one of them, some biological genes." The name of the specimen is written below it, as well as its information and sample information. There is grass. There are animals. There are snakes, insects, rats, ants, and scorpions. At the innermost position, there is a large grid with a cylindrical glass container inside. I don't know whether the liquid in the container is nutrient solution or formalin. There is a snake in the middle. Golden snake. Very thin. Half as thin as a finger. It's about 20 centimeters long. It lay in the liquid with its eyes closed, and it was unclear whether it was dead or not. Pure gold, without any other color. As if made of gold, it exudes a holy divinity. Kingu. Yi Sang stared at it intently, and his eyes shrank slightly. Our exploration team collected this snake from a Miao village in the south. They said it was very poisonous and would not die. When we collected it, it was always like this. The villagers said it was sleeping. Later we tested it, and it was indeed still alive, but it had fallen into a hibernation state. That's not formalin, but a special nutrient liquid. Quan Siming saw her staring at the snake and introduced it to her. Although it is one of the most valuable specimens in our research, we have not yet found any useful genetic material, because even a little bit of its liquid can kill a pig or an adult. His voice was in his ears, but Yosang just stared at the vessel. The name written below is Number 01, Strange Snake. The sample information only has 2 words. Highly toxic. Yi Sang looked at it and reached out to trace its curve through the glass. Seeing that her expression and aura were a little strange, Quan Siming paused and said, "Do you like it? Or, do you know this snake?" "It's Wanggu." Yi Sang said softly, "It's my pet." Quan Siming. Is he hallucinating? "What did you say?" He asked again. "I didn't hear you clearly." Yi Sang didn't answer and didn't say anything else. The fingertips pressed against the window emitted a subtle green light, which turned into tiny light spots invisible to the naked eye like air particles, and flew towards the vessel through the thick glass. At the same time, the aura around the body is slightly released outwards. The golden snake in the vessel moved imperceptibly. Strange snake number 01 is moving. At this moment, in the research room not far from the specimen wall, a young man looked at the data wall and exclaimed loudly, "This is a specimen wall that you can visit, but not all of these specimens are dead. Some of them are alive and sleeping." These are all soaked in a special nutrient solution, and there are data cables connected to the bottom of the containers, similar to the tubes used on patients in hospitals, connecting to the data pipelines in the room at the back. For the scientific researchers here to keep an eye on changes at any time. This snake has been here for 6 years, and the data has never been moved. If they hadn't tested it and found that it still had vital signs, no one would have thought it was still alive. But just now, the data that seemed like a dead pool suddenly moved. It's moving again. The young man shouted in shock and looked at the projection of the golden snake in the vessel on the smart screen. His exclamation attracted many other staff members around to watch. Quan Siming stared at the vessel for a while, and when he didn't see the snake inside move, he ran inside and looked at the data display screen. Yisang was the only one left in front of the specimen wall. She pressed her palm against the glass. The green light on her palm became brighter and penetrated the glass like silk. The snake in the container on the screen moved its tail. And then the body. Open your eyes. It's alive. It's really alive. Someone over there is screaming excitedly. What are you doing? Professor Chen and Li Suizhou came out and saw them gathered there, and scolded them coldly in displeasure. Professor Chen, alien snake number 01 is alive, the young man said excitedly. What? Professor Chen was stunned and walked quickly to the specimen wall. The snake in vessel number 01 opened its eyes and swam in the liquid. Really alive? Professor Chen was stunned, but then he became excited. Miracle! Miracle! Not a miracle. Yisang looked at it silently, and the strange light in the palm of his hand had dissipated. Li Suizhou came over and was about to say something when Quan Siming pulled him away. Going to the corner, Quan Siming looked at Yisang on the other side with a strange expression. Just now Yisang said that this snake was some kind of Wanggu, and it was her pet, and then this snake woke up? He originally thought it was a joke from Yisang. But the snake woke up? At this time, this opportunity, it's too much of a coincidence. Li Suizhou looked at the girl who was standing at the front of the crowd, close to the glass, staring at the snake. He was stunned for a moment, then walked over. Mr. Li, this is a miracle. We should take it out and study it immediately. Maybe we can make some new discoveries. Professor Chen suggested excitedly. Yisang didn't say anything. His eyes were cold and his breath was low. Li Suizhou ignored Professor Chen and walked over to Yisang. Do you like it? Yisang's eyes were dark. It's mine. Others. In someone else's research institute, can you claim that other people's research items are yours? Or is he just a person who is not presentable? Would it be too arrogant? Too clueless? Professor Chen's eyes were gloomy. Mr. Li, we collected this snake 6 years ago. How could anyone keep such a poisonous creature? Don't let a woman really make you lose your mind. It has a name. Yisang said expressionlessly. It's called Diandian. People around. Yisang turned his head to look at Li Suizhou. How much is it? I'll buy it. Li Suizhou naturally spent money to collect the research organisms. At that time, Diandian was ownerless. She is still reasonable. You can give him money to buy it. If she doesn't sell it, then she will have to steal it. The so-called courtesy before force. She would too. Her expression and tone did not sound like a joke. After waking up and swimming a few circles, the snake in the nutrient solution was looking at her through the container and occasionally hitting the glass with its head and body. It seemed like I really had some connection with her and knew her. Buy it in our institute? Professor Chen was so angry that he laughed. I wonder if you have lost your mind? Don't think that just because Master Li brought you to the institute, he can let you do whatever he wants. That's right. You can just treat a woman as a canary for fun. No matter how much you like her, you can't lose your mind, right? Why does this woman really think she's something? Two people behind him snorted coldly. Yisang glanced at them. His expression was as calm as a pool of stagnant water, and his eyes were as cold as if he was looking at a dead person. If you make any more noise, I'll cut off your tongue. You. Professor Chen felt a chill down his spine when she stared at him. He then frowned and said in disgust, Who are you trying to scare? Take out number 1. Li Suizhou suddenly spoke, looking at Yisang. No need to buy it. I'll give it to you if you like it. Mr. Li? Professor Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the treasure of our institute. Now that it's awake, it has great research value. How could you be bewitched by a woman who came from nowhere? Professor Chen. Quan Siming interrupted him with a sharp shout. You? But before he could finish his words to stop him, Yisang suddenly reached out and grabbed Professor Chen's neck. A small dagger appeared in his hand from nowhere, and he pinched Professor Chen's mouth open. The dagger was inserted into Professor Chen's mouth and twisted it violently, causing blood to flow out along with his broken tongue. Ah, yeah. Not to mention other people. Even Li Suizhou and Quan Siming didn't have time to react before Professor Chen was kicked away. He covered his bloody mouth with horror and cried out in pain, unable to utter a word. The others were all frightened, screaming and stepping back, looking at Yi Sang in horror. Are you serious? Looking at Professor Chen's bloody, severed tongue on the ground, Quan Siming was also frightened. Chapter 47. No Immortal Matter. Li Suizhou's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at Yi Sang in darkness. The dagger in Yi Sang's hand was still covered in blood, and he looked at the others with a murderous look. Whoever bullies me again will be treated the same as him. Mr. Li, another professor said with an unpleasant expression, just look at her. Before he could finish his words, Yi Sang's cold and sinister gaze fell on him. It's heart-pounding. The air was filled with the smell of death. He turned pale with fright in an instant and covered his mouth subconsciously. No one else dared to speak, and they all covered their mouths with their hands. Quan Siming's scalp felt a little tingling, and he looked at Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou said calmly, a broken tongue won't affect my work. Everyone. Yuncheng returned to the glass and placed his hand against it once again. To others, it looked like she was putting her hand against glass, and they had no idea what she was doing. The glass suddenly cracked under her palm and spread like spider silk at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire glass, and the entire glass became like a snowflake pattern. Snap! Crash! The glass suddenly exploded, turning into glass fragments all over the ground. Woo 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 woo. The alarm at the research institute sounded, but everyone looking at this scene was filled with horror and shock. How could it be? Quan Siming was also shocked. This is shock-proof titanium glass. Even an electric drill can't drill it open. Li Suizhou was also stunned. His eyes narrowed into slits. Yi Sang walked over the glass and towards vessel number 01. The thin golden snake swam faster in the liquid inside. Yuncheng opened the lid. Li Suizhou flashed over, grabbed her hand, and frowned slightly. It's highly poisonous. Yi Sang looked at him calmly, opened the lid with his other hand, and reached into the mouth of the container. The little golden snake swam out and leaped into her hand at lightning speed. He didn't bite her. Instead, it carried the sticky liquid in the jar, wrapped around her beautiful white fingers, and the fingernail-sized head rubbed against the back of her hand, like they were very familiar and intimate. It was clearly a snake, but the way it rubbed against Yi Sang, its eyes, which were smaller than green beans, showed not only happiness and excitement, but also a sense of grievance. I'm sorry, Dian. Yi Sang stroked its head, his eyes gentle, and said softly, I'm sorry for making you suffer these years. The golden snake spit out its stamens and rubbed its head against her hand again. It looked at the group of people around it with its tiny eyes, looking a little fierce. It's okay. Yi Sang extended his hand wearing the Buddhist beads. Come back. The golden snake obediently climbed up her hand and wrapped itself around her wrist, where she was wearing Buddhist beads, forming 2 circles. Its motionless appearance looked like a snake-shaped golden bracelet. It can understand human language? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Quan Siming's heart skipped a beat as he watched this miraculous scene. He walked over to Li Suizhou and whispered, what Yi Sang just said couldn't be true. This is her pet, so it is so obedient? But this thing was brought back from the Miao village in the south, and it's been 6 years. Yi Sang should have been 14 at that time. She had never been to the Miao village. Besides, snakes are cold-blooded animals. How can they recognize their masters? Such a poisonous snake. Li Suizhou stared at the snake on Yi Sang's wrist with dark eyes, and his emotions could not be seen. Since it can understand your speech and is so affectionate to you, take it away. Mr. Li. The people around him looked incredulous. The snake had been sleeping for 6 years, and now suddenly woke up and ran out. And he seems to be well-versed in human nature and can understand what people say. The research value of such creatures is self-evident. Your boss has spoken, and you are still here objecting. Quan Siming chuckled. Do you want to cut off your tongue too? Judging from the quick and decisive manner in which Yi Sang cut Professor Chen's tongue just now, if these people keep talking nonsense, they might become a dumb research institute in a short while. It's just a snake. Maybe it will be more useful in Yi Sang's hands. Professor Chen hadn't left yet. His face was pale, and he covered his bloody mouth. He stared at Yi Sang and his wrist, full of horror. Yi Sang asked Li Suizhou, how much money will I give you? Li Suizhou's eyes were dark. No need. Since it's yours, return it to its original owner. They just grabbed a few pieces, not knowing what they were, and wanted to study them. But if it weren't for them, she and Dian would never have reunited. Yisang lowered his eyes and looked at the obedient and quiet on his wrist. His dark eyes lit up a little. I owe you a favor. Seeing her serious look, Li Suizhou was stunned again and said with a smile, okay. No one in the research institute dared to speak. They silently turned off the alarm, started cleaning, repaired the glass wall, and took Professor Chen to the hospital. No one dared to call the police. After returning to Longyuan, in the flower room, Yisang changed into a loose short-sleeved shirt and pants, sat in the hanging chair, and plucked a flower to feed Dian, who had already washed it. Quan Siming was surprised. Yisang, how did you get this snake? Previously, he had witnessed Yisang beating someone in the black market of Yuncheng, but he was not afraid. It was not until today, after the shocking incident at the research institute, that he realized that this girl was more cruel than he had imagined. It's really cruel. He was afraid of angering her now, and he didn't even dare to call her sister. Start calling names. How to say it? When he looks at Yisang now, he thinks of someone. The legendary Su Daji. It will not bring disaster to the country and the people. That monster is very similar in ruthlessness. Dian is the queen of Gu of the old South country. She was born in poison and grew up in poison. She fed herself with blood and swallowed countless poisons. Psychic, able to understand people's language. Because it couldn't grow up, she named it Dian. Many years ago, the southern kingdom was destroyed and Dian was taken away by Xiaoluo. He has disappeared since then. Over the years, she had visited the ruins of the southern country and found nothing. Now, here, alive, back with her again. But Dian is here. Where is Xiaoluo? Are you still alive? Yisang lowered his eyes and said simply, I raised it when I was a child, but then I lost it. Such a poisonous creature was so well-behaved and obedient in her hands, chewing the huge flower with its tiny mouth. Quan Siming was surprised. It actually ate it? Li Suizhou came over, pulled him away, and handed Yisang a glass of milk. The milk is pure white, but Yisang's sense of smell is extremely sensitive, and he can still smell the blood from the rich milky aroma. Same as last time. She did not expose Li Suizhou. She drank all the milk left, poured it into the pistol, and fed it to Dian. Li Suizhou's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Quan Siming curled his lips and raised the topic. What's the situation with the blazing bloodstone? Li Suizhou took out the information and sat on the chair next to Yisang. He said in a sharp voice, after Professor Chen and more than a dozen experts from home and abroad conducted in-depth tests all night, they said that the reason why the bloodstone has a constant temperature is because it comes from a fire mine and absorbs the essence of the earth veins for many years. After hundreds of years of accumulation, it is turned into a jade object like warm jade, which will generate heat from the inside out. The blood-red color inside is formed by a special natural reaction and is not real blood. There is no radioactive material inside. However, a special substance was indeed found, but it has not been analyzed yet. The second round of testing is underway. After Li Suizhou finished speaking, Yisang reached out to him and asked for the information. She flipped through the information and said calmly, they can't measure anything. The bloodstone is indeed unusual. There are substances that don't belong to the earth, but there is no immortal substance. As for being able to bring the dead back to life, that seems unlikely. Chapter 48 Let the organization die. Yisang's words startled Li Suizhou and Quan Siming. Immediately, Quan Siming laughed and said, it took so many senior experts to come up with this result after in-depth testing. How can you know if it works without even looking at it? Let's wait for the results of the second round of testing. Yisang raised an eyebrow. Then who bought a fake one on the black market and was so proud of it? Quan Siming's smile froze on his face. Then you can't blame him. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that it was too realistic. Didn't Li Suizhou also not notice it? Li Suizhou paused and asked Yisang, do you know anything about the blazing bloodstone? I've only heard some legends. Yisang leaned back in the hanging chair, swaying gently on his toes, looking a little lazy. For Dian's sake, he said a few more words. After all, no one has ever seen that interstellar spaceship with their own eyes, and there is no evidence whether the bloodstone came from there. However, a friend of mine once studied it and said that it has no ability to bring the dead back to life. It was later stolen. She was swaying on her feet, looking a little strenuous. Li Suizhou, who was sitting next to her, held onto the edge of the hanging chair and rocked her gently and slowly like a swing. Whatever it is, we have to study it first. Yes, I got it with great difficulty. Quan Siming said, this bloodstone is very powerful in legend and can bring the dead back to life. Whether true or false, it is hope. It was impossible for him to really watch Li Suizhou die in 5 years. By the way, Quan Siming asked Yi Sang, didn't you say before that you wanted it to prolong your life? Yi Sang glanced at him. My life extension is different from yours. Quan Siming, they both extend life, so what's the difference? At this moment, Li Suizhou's cell phone suddenly rang. Li Xiaodong called. His second uncle. Li Suizhou frowned and answered the call. Suizhou, this is what happened. Your grandma is sick. She said she knows she has let you down? Li Xiaodong said carefully. In fact, she has felt guilty about your parents' affairs over the years and has been looking for them privately. It seems that she has found some clues in the past 2 days, so she wants you to come back and see her. After hanging up the phone, Li Suizhou's eyes were filled with dark clouds for a long time. He licked the corner of his lips and said to Yi Sang, I have something to go home for. Yi Sang said, oh, and said, go ahead. Quan Siming followed Li Suizhou out. What's going on with the Li family? Li Suizhou's tone was cold. He said there was some clue about my parents. He has been looking for them himself over the years, but it seems like his parents have disappeared out of thin air, with no trace of their bodies either dead or alive. The truth is unknown. It's really weird. As long as there is a clue, he will not give up. Asterisk. 10 minutes after Li Suizhou and Quan Siming drove away, the doorbell at the Longyuan gate rang again. Housekeeper Xiao Vi came to the greenhouse and connected the doorbell to the smart screen. He was a man wearing yellow clothes, driving an electric tricycle. There was a sticker saying express delivery on the carriage. What's the matter? Yi Sang asked. The courier, who was looking at the residence of the Crown Prince of Jingzhou with curiosity, was startled by the sudden voice. Said quickly, excuse me, is there a lady named Yosang here? Her delivery. Yi Sang paused and went downstairs. Are you Ms. Yi Sangji? The courier was stunned for a moment when he saw a fairy-like girl coming out of the house, and his tone couldn't help but become light and polite. Yi Sang nodded. Where's the courier? Oh. The courier came back to his senses, took out a long paper box from the car, and gave her a pen. Please sign. Yi Sang took the pen and wrote his name in a flamboyant manner. The courier's eyes as he looked at her changed from amazement to shock and excitement. It is said that the Prince of Jingzhou bought a canary and kept her in Longyuan. People like him should never be seen again in a lifetime. But this express delivery allowed him to get close. Beautiful. So beautiful. No wonder she could have bewitched the prince to such a degree. It's a pity that he has no money, otherwise he would like to raise one. Have you seen enough? The courier was startled when he heard the cold voice in his ears. He quickly came to his senses, took a photo of the package, put away the pen and left. After returning to the greenhouse, Yi Sang unpacked the layers of express packaging. Inside, there is a pure black 12-rib umbrella. Each bone is very thick, and the end is like a black pearl. The handle is straight. The umbrella pole is also thicker than usual. It's a smart switch. After Yi Sang opened it and took a look at the whole thing, he grasped the umbrella handle, twisted it hard, and pulled it out. A black rapier flew out from the umbrella handle as if it was being unsheathed. There was a piece of yellow parchment rolled up inside. It's the treasure map. Yi Sang took it off, took a look at it, and frowned slightly. Although it was a little blurry, she was able to confirm in almost an instant that this was the map of the Savage Valley of the Jade Kingdom. It's not a treasure map at all, and has nothing to do with that place. She licked the tip of her tooth, then rolled it around her rapier and thrust it in. I put the umbrella aside, took a book, and sat down in the hanging chair when my cell phone rang. News from the never-sleeping capital. Fish that doesn't eat cats. Ancestor. Someone went to Yuncheng to investigate Yi Sang. Fish that doesn't eat cats. After the organization knew you were released, they had a mission and wanted you to go undercover. Yi Sang sneered. What? The fish that doesn't eat cats. Returned to Yuncheng number 1 middle school as a student. Yi Sang. She licked the tip of her teeth. Do you think I am suitable? Fish that doesn't eat cats. Ancestor, look at you. You are young and beautiful. You said you are 18. No one thinks you are 20, and even if you are 20, can you still go to high school? Yi Sang. You'd better get to the point. Fish that doesn't eat cats. It's like this. The organization said that you didn't complete the mission. You went to Yuncheng number 1 middle school for 3 years ago, and you suddenly disappeared after only 2 months. They want you to continue. Yi Sang sneered. If I were to go on a mission 3 years ago, the person on the mission would be long gone, right? Am I going to execute his father now? Fish that don't eat cats. After a moment of silence, Fish who doesn't eat cats sent me a few emojis of salted fish crying with his head in his hands. My dear, I don't want to do this either, but this is an order from the organization. Yi Sang. Then let the organization die. Fish that don't eat cats. The dot on her wrist seemed to sense her temper and raised its head slightly to rub her wrist, its body golden. Yisang exited the never-sleeping capital, sat in the hanging chair for a while, and after he calmed down, he changed his clothes and went out with an umbrella. Asterisk. Li family. Li Suizhou stood in the main hall in a custom-made black suit. The slits of his trouser legs were straight, and he looked as handsome as a sculpture. He radiated nobility from the inside out, and he was stunningly beautiful. His brows were twisted, and his black and white eyes were full of hostility. Even from a distance, you can feel the evil spirit, which makes your scalp tingle. Everyone was so frightened that they stood in the yard and didn't dare to go in. Kongjin smiled. Mr. Li, Grandma Li is indeed not sick. It was because I wanted to see you that Grandma Li lied for me. However, I do have some clues about your parents. She was wearing a white dress. Her long black hair was tied up on top of her head with an original pearl hairpin, and she wore a 5-pointed pearl necklace around her neck, like a proud swan. Elegant, dignified, and generous. As far as I know, young Master Li has been ill since childhood and will not live past the age of 30. He has been looking for a way to prolong his life. In addition to the clues about your parents, our Kong family may also be able to prolong your life. She said in a contemptuous tone, Mr. Li, you can seriously consider it. Even if our marriage fails, we can still talk about cooperation. After all, this is the only clue your parents have now. Chapter 49. Li Suizhou set the fire. Li Suizhou's eyes were as dark as ink, and his voice was as cold as ice. Tell me. Kongjin's lips curled slightly. I heard that Master Li bought the blazing bloodstone at the Lan family auction house a few days ago. I guess he has studied it. If I'm not mistaken, he shouldn't have found anything, right? Li Suizhou looked at her. Kongjin continued, let's not talk about whether the legend of the origin of the bloodstone is true or not. Our Kong family holds a high position in the imperial state, and there are naturally extraordinary people among our disciples. There is a special method to activate it. You give me the bloodstone, and then we can share the results. How about that? Li Suizhou stretched out his hand. Give me the clues about my parents. Kongjin raised an eyebrow. Master Li, have you agreed? Li Suizhou curled his lips coldly. You want to discuss cooperation with me and ask me for something as important as the bloodstone. You have to be sincere. Kongjin was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Of course. She turned her head and looked at her male bodyguard standing next to her. The bodyguard handed her bag. Kongjin took out a document and handed it to Li Suizhou. I am trustworthy, and I hope Mr. Li will be trustworthy as well. Li Suizhou took the information and opened it directly. There was a piece of paper and a photo inside. The paper reads, Discovered, September 27, 2024. Discovery location, Yugwa Savage Valley. The photo is a bit old, but you can still clearly see that it is a photo of a family of 3. They were Li Suizhou's parents and him when he was 8 years old. That year, the 3 of them took a happy photo together. The next day, old lady Li assigned a task to the couple. Once he left, he never came back. No one is seen alive, and no body is seen dead. Kongjin said, this photo was found in the wild. It must have been a few years old. It was already unclear. I had it restored, but it can only be restored to this extent. Li Suizhou lowered his head and rubbed his thumb on the faded photo. Emotions are unclear. Suizhou. Li Buohong spoke in an elder's tone. Miss Kong came all the way from Dizhou to Jingzhou just to give you clues about your parents and save your life. Why don't you thank her quickly? Dad, you won't die if you don't speak. Li Yang frowned and pulled him. Li Buohong was the first son of old lady Li. He got married late and had a son and a daughter. The eldest daughter is Li Ji, 21 years old, and still in college. My son, Li Yang, is 18 and a senior in high school. A large family like the Li family has many descendants and naturally a lot of property. Old Mrs. Li is old now. Although she pretended to be sick today, her health is really not good. She might die at any time. So, how should the Li family's assets be divided when the time comes? Who will be the next head of the family? Even if I can't be the head of the family, at least I can get more of the family property, right? Old lady Li had 4 sons and 1 daughter. Even though the 3rd son and daughter-in-law were missing, the 3rd son, Li Suizhou, was still there. Li Suizhou is so powerful that everyone in the Li family is afraid of him. Who knows if he will come out to rob at that time? As the eldest son of the Li family, Li Buohong was always scolded by a younger generation. He never accepted it and always wanted to find an opportunity to teach Li Suizhou a lesson. Of course, no one could please me. However, everyone said that Li Suizhou might not live past the age of 30. Although no one knew why, all the great doctors had seen it and said so, so everyone believed it. No one who grew up in such a wealthy family is a fool. Although Li Ji and Li Yang, brother and sister, had their own plans, they had long realized that Li Suizhou was a brother they should not mess with. Even if I don't live past 30, I'm still alive, right? I can live at least another 5 years. In these 5 years, anything can happen. We can't let Li Buohong destroy them. They agreed that whenever Li Suizhou came back to the Li family's old house for dinner, no matter who was there, they must follow and stop Li Buohong from saying anything that would anger Li Suizhou. Li Ji went to school today, so Li Yang was the only one at home. I'm your father. Li Buohong slapped him on the head and snorted coldly, still trying to please Kong Zhen. Miss Kong, you've worked hard. You and Suizhou can discuss your marriage slowly. If he could get close to the Kong family in Dizhou, he would have a better chance of inheriting the Li family. Li Xiaodong glanced at him and rolled his eyes secretly. Third cousin. A little boy of about 5 or 6 years old ran over and hugged Li Suizhou's legs. I like this sister Kong to be my third cousin's wife. She can save you. Don't want that vixen outside. Marry sister Kong back, okay? The vixen is referring to Yi Sang. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes, looked down at him. His fingertips slightly tightened, and a cold and terrifying aura instantly covered the whole body. Xiao Lei, come here. A woman's face suddenly changed, and she ran over quickly, carrying him away before Li Suizhou kicked him away. She is Lin Yuji, the fourth branch of the Li family and the wife of Li Longyu, the fourth son of old lady Li. The little boy is their son, namely Lei. Last time at the dinner table, the one who mentioned Li Suizhou was him. Lin Yuji looked unhappy and said in a low voice, "Who taught you to say that?" Li Lei blinked. My eldest cousin said that my third cousin bought a vixen from outside, and that vixen seduced him. My eldest cousin is Li Xiaodong's daughter, Li Miao. Li Xiaodong, who was present, immediately changed his expression. Lin Yuji quickly covered Li Lei's mouth and apologized to Li Suizhou. Suizhou, I'm sorry, Xiao Lei is ignorant. I will teach him a lesson. Don't be angry. She hugged Li Lei and left immediately. Otherwise, if Li Suizhou goes crazy, he can strangle even his own cousin to death. Kong Zhen's eyes flickered and she smiled. I also heard about this after I came to Jingzhou. It is said that Master Li also bought a girl at the Lan family auction. But it doesn't matter much. Men can understand. If Master Li likes her, he can keep her now. It won't be too late to deal with it after Master Li and I can get married. As for the Qinglu Qin, sooner or later, she would make Li Suizhou willingly coax her into accepting it. Suizhou, look at Miss Kong. Li Buohong was very disappointed. She can do this for you. Li Suizhou pinched the photo with his fingertips, raised his eyes, and looked coldly at the old lady Li who was sitting in the main seat and had not spoken the whole time. Don't you have anything to say about this today? Old lady Li sighed. I am sorry for your parents' affairs, but I did not want them to disappear. There is no rush for your marriage with Kong Zhen, but the girl you bought must not enter the Li family. No matter whether you are that person's descendant or not, you cannot enter the Li family. She spoke firmly. Li Suizhou uttered a huh in his throat, turned around and left with the photo in his hand. Li San was waiting in the yard. When Li Suizhou came over, he held out his hand to him. Lighter. Li San thought he wanted to smoke, so he gave him the lighter and cigarettes. Li Suizhou only took the lighter, lit it with one hand, threw it behind him, and left without looking back. Li San. In the hall, Kong Zhen looked at old lady Li. Thank you for today, Grandma Li. There was a gleam of light in the cloudy eyes of old lady Li. Suizhou has been a willful child since he was young, and the issue of his parents has become a thorn in his heart. I hope to facilitate this marriage. Oh, no, it's on fire. Just then, a servant shouted from outside. Someone come quickly. There's a fire. The Li family's old house is an ancient one, and the corridors are all made of wood, most likely to catch fire, especially when it is dry. But the Li family had many servants, and they were always careful, so no fire had ever occurred. But today, the fire started from the window of the main courtyard house. The lighter that was thrown out burned the curtain under the window, then it exploded, kerosene splashed everywhere, and it caught fire. When the servants in the yard discovered it, they immediately shouted to put out the fire. But as soon as the fire was put out on this side, it started again on the other side. 7 fire points appeared in the entire Li family's old house in an instant. If you take care of one, you can't take care of the other. And it burns very quickly. For a moment, black smoke rose into the sky. The Li family was in a panic. By the time they put out all the fires, 3 courtyards were burned down, one of which belonged to old lady Li. It was dark and smoky. Li Buohong gritted his teeth and said, It must be Li Suizhou who set the fire. Kong Zhen frowned. Master Li wouldn't burn his own house, would he? Li Buohong sneered. He doesn't think this is his home. And he threatened last time that if it happens again, he will burn this thing. This old house of the Li family has a history of hundreds of years. The value is immeasurable. He actually dares. Kong Zhan frowned even more tightly and looked at Old Lady Li beside him. Old Lady Li was not hurt. She looked at the yard solemnly, took out a photo from her pocket and handed it to Kong Zhan. I wonder if Miss Kong has seen this person before. The person in the photo is Yisang. She is dressed simply but breathtakingly beautiful, yet she looks a bit pale and sickly. This face. Kong Zhan's pupils suddenly shrank, and she said in astonishment, she is still alive. Chapter 50. She is the owner of Liqinjiwen, North District of Jingzhou. Liqing Garden. The theater is antique and retro, just like the 1930s and 1940s. Almost all the people listening to the opera inside were elderly people, but there were only 4 or 5 of them. Yisang came in with an umbrella and sat in the last row of empty seats. Yu, do you regret it? I will follow the king, no matter life or death. I will have no regrets. The song they sang was a selection from Farewell My Concubine. During the Battle of Gaixia, in order not to drag down Xiangyu, Yu offered Xiangyu the last glass of wine, danced with a sword in her hand, and suddenly committed suicide in front of Xiangyu. Xiangyu was extremely sad. It is said that later, Xiangyu could not bear to part with Yu, so he took her body with him. Later, when his troops caught up with him, he had no choice but to abandon Yu's body and cut off her head, carrying it with him. Yisang leaned back in his chair and watched the drama come to an end. Yu, who committed suicide on the stage, opened her eyes, stood up, and thanked the audience. When I saw the extra people in the last row, I was stunned. Yisang smiled and waved at him. Yu smiled slightly and went backstage to remove her makeup. About 10 minutes later, a young man in a moon-white gown walked out from the backstage and sat down next to Yisang. He was elegant, clean, and gentle, just like the snow on the mountains. He smiled with his eyes curved. Sang, long time no see. He was only 24 years old and very handsome, except for a tiny scar on the right side of his face. Yisang narrowed his eyes. What's wrong with your face? Duan Yuesheng was startled and said with a smile, I scratched it accidentally. Yisang sneered, don't sing into it, Yu. When he was a child, he sang Farewell My Concubine. I am still singing it now. The singer and actress still played the role of Yu. He often wears a long gown, like an ancient person living in modern times. Duan Yuesheng laughed. I can't tell the difference between what's on stage and what's not. He looked at Yisang tenderly. I haven't heard from you in the past few years. Where have you been? Luzhou Island. Yisang sighed, looking a little depressed. Duan Yuesheng was stunned, looking at her pale and thin face. You must have suffered a lot. Yisang raised an eyebrow. Do you think I am someone who can endure hardship? She is a person who would never make herself suffer if others suffer. Duan Yuesheng laughed. It's so hard to see you once. Are you free? Can we go have a meal together later? Yisang nodded. Okay. The hotel we went to was nearby. It's called Jihe Hotel. Very retro. This area is almost entirely ancient, with features left over from the Republic of China. It is well preserved and quiet and elegant. The food at Jihe restaurant is delicious, but the prices are quite reasonable. Many people like to come and eat. It was dinner time at this time, and both the hall and the private rooms were full. However, Duan Yuesheng often comes here, and there is a private room reserved for him. The waiter in the store saw Duan Yuesheng and said politely, Mr. Duan, please. Hey, isn't that Duan Yuesheng? Didn't he say he likes men? Why is there a woman around him today? And she's so damn beautiful. This beautiful girl's temperament shows that she is not an ordinary person. This Duan Yuesheng is so shameless. After hooking up with men, he doesn't let go of women, and specifically picks on rich ones. There was a table of people at the side of the hall. Several men saw Duan Yuesheng and Yisang and started talking about them with disdain and contempt. The voice was not lowered at all, as if it was deliberately meant for him to hear. Yisang narrowed his eyes and looked over there. A man saw her looking over and quickly smoothed his hair. He whistled at her in a pretentious manner. Beautiful lady, are you free to have dinner with me? Yisang raised his eyebrows and walked over. When the man saw him coming, he became extremely excited and quickly pushed the people around him in to make room for her. Yisang didn't sit down. She held an umbrella in her hand, put one foot on the stool, and picked her ear with the little finger of her other hand. I didn't hear what you said about Duan Yuesheng just now. Sang. Duan Yuesheng guessed what she was going to do, and hurried over to hold her, pursing his lips and shaking his head. I'm used to it. I'm not used to it. Yisang narrowed his eyes and looked at the people at the table. Speak. She was dressed in black and held a black umbrella in her hand. With her feet on the chair and her body leaning forward slightly, she lifted up the short sleeves of her shirt, revealing a slender waist. In addition to a string of Buddhist beads on her wrist, there is also a dazzling golden snake-shaped bracelet. The temperament is extraordinary. The aura is very strong, cool and beautiful, and a little arrogant. You can tell at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. Several young men at the table were stunned for a moment. Then they spoke. Speaking of Duan Yuesheng, beautiful lady, don't be fooled by him. The young man who made room was called Lu Cheng, and he spoke first. Duan Yuesheng was standing aside with a bad look on his face. Yisang raised an eyebrow. Can you elaborate? Everyone in this area knows that Duan Yuesheng has an affair with the CEO of Jingyue Group. They were previously photographed by the media staying over at his house, and the two of them were kissing passionately in the car. That Li Qing Yuan should have been eliminated a long time ago, but he's still singing there. Maybe that boss is the one who supports him. He is very shameless. To put it bluntly, he is just a whore. He hooked up with men and now he is hooking up with women? He's selling himself anyway. I gave him money, but he wouldn't even sleep with me. He would rather die than surrender. What era is this? He's wearing that, like a chastity arch. Several people were talking to each other, all of them showing contempt and disgust. It's not like that. Duan Yuesheng's face was pale and his hands were clenched. No one knows who the boss behind Licheng Garden is. I've never seen him. Maybe he's a rich woman who supports him. No, it could be a man. If it's not like this, then what's going on? Our Duan Jiaoer was on the hot search list for his passionate kiss with a man before, and everyone on the internet saw it. Lu Cheng's eyes were full of sarcasm. Now he's hooking up with a rich girl again? Yisang tilted his head and asked Duan Yuesheng, what's going on? Duan Yuesheng opened and closed his mouth, but could not say anything. He took 2 steps back with a pale face. Look, he can't even explain it. Doesn't that mean he admits it? My dear beauty, don't be fooled by him. Bang. Lu Cheng wanted to exaggerate, but Yisang kicked the stool hard. Everyone else in the hall was startled and looked over. The waiter pursed his lips and ran to call the manager. Yisang glanced at Duan Yuesheng's face, leaning on a stool with an umbrella in his hand. His eyebrows were delicate and arrogant, with an evil look in his brightness. He looked down at the young men at the table like a king, with a somewhat cold look. First, I am the boss of Licheng Garden. It is not the turn of others to support and care for my business. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the young men were stunned for a moment. The Licheng Garden is a legacy from the Republic of China period. Generation after generation, no one knows who the boss of this generation is. Everyone else in the hall was also stunned and somewhat stunned. Beauty. Lu Cheng's expression was stiff. You are kidding? Yisang curled his lips coldly. Who do you think you are to deserve me to make fun of you? You. Lu Cheng's face suddenly turned ugly after being scolded. Second, Duan Yuesheng is my man. I know him best. It is not your turn to point fingers and insult him. Yisang continued, his voice cold, each word spoken. Duan Yuesheng looked up in a daze, looking at Yisang protecting his back, and suddenly he felt like he was back in his childhood. He was sold and bullied by a group of people. She also walked up to him in the same way, but this time she was holding a knife, and she chopped the table in half with one blow, and said to those people arrogantly, from now on, this child is mine. I will take care of him no matter what happens to him. It is not your turn to bully him. For a moment, it seemed like it overlapped with the memories of the old times. She is still the same, hasn't changed at all. Duan Yuesheng pursed his lips and his eyes turned red. Lu Cheng was speechless. How could you be so ungrateful? We are kindly telling you not to be fooled. Whether I'm cheated or not is my business, but you guys are too talkative. Yisang curled the corners of his lips coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. What? Do you still want to hit someone? Another young man stood up. Lu Cheng and the other 3 stood up fiercely in an instant. Shake the save draft. Chapter 51. Are you so arrogant? A few guests. Yisang was holding the umbrella and was about to take action when the hotel manager finally arrived. He interrupted the tense atmosphere. No fighting in the restaurant. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Yisang suddenly kicked out again. Lu Cheng was caught off guard and was kicked away along with the chair. A scream shook the entire hotel. The manager's expression suddenly changed. Miss, you can't fight here. Yisang didn't even look at him. He took out a card from his pocket and handed it to him. The compensation will be deducted from it. Are you so arrogant? So crazy. Damn it. Another young man got angry and hit him with his fist. Yisang picked up the chair with one hand and smashed it on him. The chair is pretty sturdy. The man's head was broken and bleeding, but the chair was not damaged at all. Sang. Duan Yuesheng wanted to stop her. Yisang glanced at him and asked, "Do you want to be beaten too?" Duan Yuesheng looked frightened. When Yisang wants to beat someone up, he has to beat them up. No matter what, no matter who the other party is, just beat him up first. Otherwise, if you keep the anger in your heart, it will only get angrier and angrier. This is what she said before. She always follows through. No one dared to stop him. And it's good enough that she doesn't kill anyone now. Just hit one person. Duan Yuesheng remained silent, pulled the manager back, and apologized to him. Manager Hu, I'm sorry. I will compensate you for the property loss. Manager Hu looked unhappy, but the box had already been opened and the money had been given to him, so he couldn't stop it and simply gave up. Yisang raised his eyes and looked at the other two. It's your turn. You. She knocked one down at once, and the expressions of the remaining two changed slightly. But they still gritted their teeth and picked up the chairs to smash at the girl. Yisang dodged and poked the umbrella in his hand towards the gap between the chairs, with the tip of the umbrella directly hitting a young man's eyes. The young man screamed, threw the chair away, and covered his eyes. Yisang kicked each of them out, and the whole table flipped over. It's so easy and effortless. Lu Cheng and his four companions also realized that they had provoked a tough guy. Lu Cheng got up, grabbed the other two, supported the one with a broken head and bleeding, and ran out quickly. Just wait for me. I'll find someone to kill you. Before leaving, he uttered a cruel word. Manager Hu was familiar with Duan Yuesheng, so he reminded him, they are Master Sun's men. If you beat them like this, they won't let it go. Duan Yuesheng was extremely pale. He grabbed Yisang's sleeve and muttered, Sang, let's go home for dinner. Why do you want to go back? Yisang's lips curled coldly. Just eat here. Manager Hu asked someone to clean up the table and calculated the losses. The total compensation was 3,800. When Yisang walked in front, followed by Duan Yuesheng, and went upstairs to the box together, no matter who was upstairs or downstairs, they looked at them and dared not say a word. I was just shocked and questioning whether the owner of Lekinjiwen was really her. Yuncheng. In front of the carved railing on the second floor, an old man wearing a gray Zhongshan suit and with gray hair on his temples, leaning on a cane, glanced at Yisang with his cloudy eyes and called out to Duan Yuesheng, Who is this? Mr. Duan Yuesheng called out politely first, pursing his lips. Her name is Yisang, the owner of Lekinjiwen. Then he introduced Yisang. This is Du Zhenqing, the old man of the Du family in Jingzhou. He often comes to Liqing Garden to listen to operas. He takes good care of me. Yisang remembered him, having just seen him in Liqing Garden. He was one of the few people attending the opera and he sat in the first row. The girl is very beautiful, a beauty that is rare in this world. Also very young. Looks like he's only 20 years old. It's really hard to believe that she is the owner of Lekinjiwen. Yuesheng is a good opera singer. I like to listen to him. I have been listening to him for 7 or 8 years. I have always been curious about the owner of Liqing Garden, but he is very tight-lipped and has never said a word. Old Du looked at Yisang and said with a smile, After meeting her today, I can see that Miss Yi is truly a young person to be feared. Yisang nodded, Thank you, Mr. Du, for taking care of him. Polite, but he felt cold and distant. There is also the evil spirit of having just beaten someone. Mr. Du shook his head and made way for the two of them. You guys go eat. By the way, he added, those guys just now were Sun Yong's men. If you need my help, just let me know. No need. I can handle it myself. Yisang walked over with a faint smile. Duan Yuesheng bowed to Mr. Du, performed a deep salute, and followed him. Old Du looked at them with a kind look and some emotion. Let's go. Just as he was about to shout at the butler to leave, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. Then the whole face. The crutch in his hand fell, and he fell to the ground at once. His whole body was stiff and began to twitch and spasm. Master! Master! Butler Du was startled and hurried to help him. But Mr. Du was convulsing badly. His whole body was straight. The muscles on his face were twitching, and he began to drool. Don't scare me, sir. Someone come quickly. Help. Call an ambulance. Duan Yuesheng and Yisang, who had only taken a few steps, were startled and looked back. After seeing that scene, Duan Yuesheng ran over quickly. Mr. Du. Yisang leaned against the railing and said calmly, He has epilepsy. Duan Yuesheng raised his head suddenly. Sang, can you cure it? He knew that Yisang was a medical practitioner. He pursed his lips. Over the years, Mr. Du has really taken good care of me. In recent years, opera has been in decline, and he has been involved in so many scandals. Many people have scolded him and despised him, and it was all because of Mr. Du's care. Just like Grandpa. Yiseng raised her eyelids slightly. Okay. At least, she didn't hate the old man just now. She will be more patient with things she doesn't hate. She walked over, took a look, and said, "Give him something to chew first, so he doesn't bite his tongue off." Duan Yuesheng hurried to look for it. Yiseng came closer and looked at Butler Du. "Get out of the way." Butler Du looked at her questioningly. "Do you know medical skills?" Yiseng nodded. "I know a little." Butler Du stepped back hesitantly. Yiseng squatted down and pinched Du Lao's wrist to feel his pulse. Release after a moment. Take the umbrella and pinch the black ball at the end of one of the ribs. With a twist and a pull, a long, thin needle came out. Butler Du was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed slightly. "What are you doing?" "Give him acupuncture." Yiseng turned his head to look at Duan Yuesheng, who had returned, took the chopsticks from his hand, stuffed them into Du Lao's mouth for him to chew, and raised his head to ask manager who was startled, "Do you have alcohol for disinfection in your store?" At this time, Yiseng was half squatting, with a very strong aura. The tone left no room for doubt. Manager who nodded subconsciously, "Yes. Shaoli, go get it." Yiseng held the umbrella and removed the needles from the other 11 ribs. There are 12 silver needles in total, thin and long. She doesn't like to carry too many things with her, and doesn't have the habit of carrying silver needles. This umbrella is what she used before. I didn't expect that I would use it as soon as I got it back today. Take out a silver needle from the umbrella? Is this reasonable? Butler Du's face turned bad. "You're not going to use this for acupuncture, are you?" Yiseng raised his head in a trance. "Yeah. What's wrong?" Butler Du. "Others. She is so young. Does she have a medical license? Is she reliable?" Butler Du. "I don't know where this yellow-haired girl came from. If you say she knows some Chinese medicine when taking the pulse, that's fine. But this is acupuncture, and she took the needle out of the umbrella? With Mr. Du in this situation, aren't you afraid that she will stab him to death?" A group of people were startled by the noise and ran over to watch. As they were talking, a loud cry suddenly came from the crowd. "I know who she is. She is the canary of the Li family's prince. Thank you all for your likes and rewards. I will update more. P.S. My desire to survive. The background of this article is completely fictitious, and I don't have a brain. All medical conditions may be exaggerated. Everything is fictional just for the sake of the plot. Please don't take it seriously, don't use your brain, and don't worry about logic. Thank you." Chapter 52. She used the 13 ghost needles. Everyone in Jingzhou knew that the prince of the Li family bought a canary. She also warned everyone in Jingzhou that anyone who dared to bully her would pay with his life. A few days ago, everyone was discussing who this canary was. But no one has seen it. There's not even a photo. Moreover, all online discussions disappeared overnight. These days, everyone has forgotten about it. At this moment, this sound was like a huge rock hitting the water, causing a huge splash. So it was her. So beautiful. A person who is not even presentable is trying to show off here? Just now, I really believe that she was the owner of Liqinjuan. If you know medical skills and acupuncture, why would you be sold out? Suddenly people started talking. Butler Du's expression suddenly changed again, and he suddenly stopped saying, "I won't let you treat me anymore." Housekeeper Du. Sang Sang really knows medical skills. Duan Yuesheng was anxious. "I guarantee you with my life that she really can do it." Yiseng raised his eyes and said in a cold voice, "The nearest hospital is 6 kilometers away. It will take more than 10 minutes to get here even if we rush." He has been convulsing for 2 minutes. Judging from the degree of his convulsions, this is not the first time. At his age, if he doesn't stop in 5 minutes, he will pass out. By the time he is sent to the hospital, he may be dead. "You." Butler Du's face turned pale, and he began to hesitate again. "Disinfectant. Medical grade." The waiter Shaoli ran back and took it out from the first aid kit that the hotel always has. She also brought the first aid kit. "I think you are just talking nonsense. You are a woman who only cares about your looks, and you are saying that you can save people. And that needle, can you afford to pay for it if it kills Mr. Du?" "Shut up." Duan Yuesheng suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily, his eyes turning red. "Who do you think you are? Tell me to shut up?" A young man in a suit and tie came out and sneered. Just now he mentioned Yiseng as a canary. He looked at Yiseng and Duan Yuesheng with disdain. An actor and a prostitute, both of them are cheap women who use their beauty to please others. Yet they dare to pretend to be a miracle doctor and save people. Yi Sang narrowed his eyes and threw a needle in his hand out, straight between the eyebrows of young people. Ah! The young man screamed, rolled his eyes and fell down. Around. Murder! Murder! The group of people's faces turned pale and they stepped back and screamed. A girl in her early 20s squeezed over, touched his nose and neck, and said to the noisy man, "Shut up! He's not dead." Yi Sang walked over and pulled the needle out from between the young man's eyebrows. With such a random needle, from such a distance, it can hit the Yuncheng acupoint accurately. The girl looked at Yi Sang deeply and said, "I think he has deep kung fu skills." "She is Mr. Qi's granddaughter, Qi Ling," someone whispered. "The Qi family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine. I also do acupuncture." Uncle Du Qi Ling said to Butler Du, "Although I am not well trained, I heard what Missy said just now. She is right. Mr. Du is in a serious condition. Since this lady is so sure and Duan Yuesheng has promised to protect her life, why not let her try? The current situation is that even if we wait for the ambulance to arrive and send him to the hospital, there is no guarantee that he can be saved even in the emergency room. Here, if you take a gamble, there is still a glimmer of hope." Yoseng glanced at her. Qi Ling smiled at her. Yi Sang didn't say anything. He held 12 specially made thin silver needles together and inserted them into the disinfectant bottle from the mouth for disinfection. Duan Yuesheng smiled gratefully at Qi Ling. "Miss Qi, do you really dare to trust someone like her? I think what she did just now was just a coincidence. Elder Du has epilepsy. Can she find the acupuncture points on her body?" Ms. Qi, who is from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, would actually trust this wild girl who looks younger than you and can't even be on stage? A man named Wang San sneered disdainfully, "If she can be saved, I will kneel down and kowtow to her 10 times. Qi Ling didn't believe it either, but when she looked at Yi Sang's powerful aura and stable emotions, she had an inexplicable feeling that she really would. She said in a deep voice, "I believe her, and I can vouch for her. She was beating someone up downstairs just now, and now she's saving people?" The man with Wang San also sneered, "What young Master Li said just now is right. These two, one an actor and the other a canary, are both using their beauty to please men. Do you also want to become Li Yuan?" Qi Ling's eyes were cold. "Can you guys stop arguing? Take care of Mr. Du." Duan Yuesheng looked grim. "Butler Du, Sang Sang is really amazing." Old Du was convulsing even more violently on the ground, with foam coming out of his mouth as he bit the chopsticks. Yi Sang raised his eyes, handed the alcohol bottle with the silver needle in his hand to Duan Yuesheng, and walked towards Wang San and the others. She was dressed in black, and her eyes were dark, without any emotion. She looked at them as if she were looking at a few dead people. "He walked towards me step by step, like the footsteps of the god of death. You? What do you want to do?" Wang San was so scared that his neck shrank, and he stepped back. When passing by Manager Hu, Yi Sang handed him the bank card again and said, "Keep deducting." "Manager Hu." Then, the next moment, Yi Sang suddenly dodged over, grabbed Wang San, who was frightened by her and wanted to run away, and his companion by the back of the neck by the collar, and threw them back violently, smashing them against the wall. With a loud bang, everyone around was frightened. In an instant, they fled away like birds and beasts. "You!" Bang! Wang San got up and was about to curse when Yi Sang grabbed him by the back of his neck again. "Slam it against the wall. You like to kowtow, right?" Yi Sang's lips curled up. "I'm going to let you guys knock as much as you want now." Bang! 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 She grabbed the back of their necks, once, and again, both heads down. "Keep knocking against the wall." Each time, there was a loud noise, until both of them had broken heads and their blood covered the wall. He had already lost consciousness when she threw him out. She turned her head and looked at the others. "Who else wants to knock?" The group of people looked at the blood and suddenly stepped back a long way. His mouth was tightly shut, and he looked at her as if she were a ghost. "Then shut up." Yi Sang's voice and eyes were cold. This is what the prince said, that she is delicate, weak, and timid. Qi Ling's heart skipped a beat, and her scalp went numb. She was glad that she hadn't provoked her just now. Manager Hu holding the bank card. This girl. At least they took the initiative to compensate. Duan Yuesheng's face turned pale. "Sang Sang?" Yi Sang took the needle from him and looked at Butler Du, who was holding down Old Man Du. "I don't usually like to save people. Today, I am doing this for Duan Yuesheng's sake. You have two choices now. One is to let me save him, and the other is to wait for the doctor to come and take him to the hospital to die." Her tone was still arrogant, with a frivolous look of contempt for everything. It was like a gift from a goddess who came to the world to save people. Wang San and the other man were lying there. Regardless of whether she knows medicine or not, she certainly knows martial arts. This time, some people still think she is arrogant and pretentious. No one dared to say anything. Housekeeper Du looked at old Du, then at her, and gritted his teeth. You save him? He stepped aside and said, let me be frank. If you stab my old man to death, you and Duan Yuesheng will have to pay for it. Hold him. Yiseng squatted down, picked up a needle, and inserted it diagonally into Du Lao's Renzhong acupoint from bottom to top. Insert the needle 3/10 of a foot. He grabbed his hand again and penetrated the Shaoshang acupoint from the outside to the inside. Insert the needle 3/10 of a foot. Take off his shoes and socks. The third needle is to pierce the Yinbai point from the outside to the inside of the foot. Insert the needle 2 fen deep. The fourth needle is inserted straight into the Daling point from the outside to the inside. Insert the needle 5 fen deep. The fifth needle. Mr. Du, who had been foaming at the mouth just now, gradually calmed down. Not even the convulsions or twitches anymore. Qi Ling looked at her skilled technique. His eyes widened, and finally he lost his voice in shock. You are using the 13 ghost needles? Chapter 53. Miracle Doctor, please follow me. The people around were stunned. What are the 13 ghost needles? Seeing how shocked Qi Ling was, someone asked curiously in a low voice. It is recorded in Xinjiang Feng that there are 13 acupuncture points for diseases caused by all kinds of evil spirits. For the needle, start from the ghost palace, then the ghost letter, and then the ghost fortress. It is a medical miracle to cure diseases and eliminate evils, and never let them recur. The depth of each needle and the method of insertion are different. Yiseng received 12 injections in total. Stop it, he said in a cold voice. Everyone, disperse and get some fresh air. Butler Du was also shocked at this time and quickly dispersed the crowd. Aren't there 13 needles? Why are there only 12 needles? Some people were puzzled. What do you know? Qi Ling stared at Yiseng. The real 13 ghost needles has long been lost. It is now called a forbidden technique. Only those who really know how to use it would not insert the 13th needle. Under normal circumstances, the patient will be fine after 5 or 6 injections. Yiseng gave Du Lao 12 injections, indicating that his condition was serious. Qi Ling took a deep breath. Legend has it that the 13th needle is taboo. Yiseng looked up, his expression calm. I gave you 12 needles because I only have 12, not 13. Just because others don't dare to take the 13th injection doesn't mean she doesn't dare to take it. Even with 23 stitches, she dares. Qi Ling. But her skillful technique is amazing enough. The Qi family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Although her medical skills are not very sophisticated, she has read all the medical books and knows the 13 ghost gate needles. Specializes in treating schizophrenia, epilepsy, and some evil diseases. It can be said that the disease was cured with just one shot. However, the real 13 ghost needles have long been lost. But today she saw it with her own eyes. So, compared to other people who had no idea about the 13 ghost needles, she knew better than anyone how amazing it was. It's like a miracle again. On a girl who is no more than 20 years old. Qi Ling looked at her, becoming more and more excited. Ms. Yi, miracle doctor. Don't follow Li Suizhou. Follow me. Yiseng looked up. Duan Yuesheng. Others. Bah. No. Qi Ling realized later that he was too excited and spoke without thinking, so he hurriedly explained, what I meant is, I want you to be my master. Bah. I want you to be my master. Please accept me as your disciple. Yiseng, I don't accept disciples. Miss Qi, please calm down. Duan Yuesheng was also a little helpless. I want to calm down, but I can't calm down. Qi Ling took out his cell phone and ran to the box next to him and made a call. Grandpa, do you know? I saw the 13 ghost needles. The real 13 ghost needles? Her excited voice could be heard everywhere outside. Yiseng twitched the corner of his mouth slightly and was about to pull out the needle when the phone rang. It's from Li Suizhou. His voice was deep and pure. Where is it? Yiseng, rescuing people. The last time he called, he said they were disposing of the body. This time he called and said he was saving someone. How many surprises does she have? Hearing her voice, Li Suizhou's hostility dissipated a lot. Hearing that she was saving people, he chuckled. Where are you? I'll find you. Yiseng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Are you worried about me? There was silence on the phone for a while. Li Suizhou, well, I'm worried about you. Yi Sang was slightly startled. North City District, Heji Hotel? Li Suizhou. Okay. Yi Sang was silent for a moment, came to his senses, and pulled out the needle. Just a moment. Mr. Du slowly woke up. Master! Butler Du rushed over, almost crying. Master! How are you? Master, can you hear me? How do you feel? I heard it. Old Du said in a deep voice, but his expression was very energetic. Old man, I feel refreshed and energetic now. He looked at Yi Sang with cloudy eyes. You are amazing, little girl. Who is your master? Yi Sang paused and smiled. My master died a long time ago. He didn't allow me to mention his name outside. In fact, she has no master. She used to be bored, so Ling Xiao threw a pile of medical books at her to cheer her up. She taught herself. She rarely uses the 13 ghost needles and doesn't think there is anything special about it. But judging from Qi Ling's reaction just now, if she said that she taught herself, Qi Ling would probably be even more excited and shocked and would pester her. Miss Yi. Seeing that old Master Du was really fine, Butler Du knelt down in front of Yi Sang. His eyes reddened. Thank you, Divine Dr. Yi, for saving my master's life. I apologize for my attitude towards Divine Dr. Yi just now. Please don't hold it against me, Divine Dr. Yi. He kowtowed to Yi Sang. Yi Sang paused and chuckled. Get up? Mr. Du has always had epilepsy, but the incidence rate is very low. He is getting older and some old age diseases are beginning to show up. The hospital didn't dare to diagnose and treat me casually, so I have been taking medicine all the time. Who would have thought that it would come so suddenly today? Yi Sang gave him these 12 needles at once. Mr. Du held Yi Sang's hand and said, if it weren't for you, I would have died today. You deserve this gift. Mr. Du, Duan Yuesheng helped him up. I'm glad you're okay. Mr. Du looked at him kindly and said, thank you very much. Duan Yuesheng shook his head. I should thank Mr. Du for taking care of me over the years. Old Du looked at the two of them and said to Yi Sang with a smile, I don't think a genius doctor like you would be interested in an old man like me. Why don't I accept Yuncheng as my grandson today? Duan Yuesheng was stunned and subconsciously looked at Yi Sang. Yi Sang disinfected the needle again and put it into the umbrella without looking up. This is your business. You decide for yourself. Duan Yuesheng opened his mouth. I'm not worthy of it. Yi Sang paused, his eyes suddenly filled with anger. No matter how rubbish the person I raised is, even a god can be worthy of his 18 generations of ancestors. Duan Yuesheng, don't make me angry for no reason. She suddenly lost her temper, shocking everyone around her. Especially the sentence, I raised you. She is at most 20 years old. Duan Yuesheng is already 24 years old. Who raised whom? Moreover, that arrogant tone. Duan Yuesheng pursed his lips, his fingertips turned white. But I? You were talking about those rumors, right? Old Du said in a deep voice, don't be afraid. With me here, no one dares to do anything to you. Master Duan, my old man has been listening to you singing opera for 8 years and has liked you. He wanted to recognize you before, but he was afraid that you would refuse. Butler Du said earnestly, just agree to it. In this era, real opera is in decline and young people don't even want to listen to it, let alone learn and inherit it. Duan Yuesheng was a genius and could sing almost all types of music, and sang very well. Huadan, Kaidan, Chodan, Qingyi, you can dress up as anything. This is inheritance. It's about a break. Therefore, many elderly people from the old times like this place, like Duan Yuesheng, and often come here to listen to operas. Mr. Du is one of them. Unless he has something else to do, he comes almost every day. Duan Yuesheng glanced at Yi Sang, took a deep breath, lifted his clothes, and knelt down in front of Du Lao. Yuesheng kowtows to Grandpa. Okay. Mr. Du laughed and called to manager who set up another table. Manager who quickly gave orders. And just then, the ambulance arrived outside. Butler Du suddenly wanted to say that if he hadn't met Yi Sang today, the master would have died by the time the ambulance arrived. But Wang San and his 2 men were still there, as well as that young masterly. No one dared to call the police. The ambulance took all 3 of them away. Manager who asked someone to quickly wash the blood off the corridor wall. He returned the card to Yi Sang and said admiringly, young lady, you are so amazing at such a young age. The inheritance of Chinese traditional medicine is endless. You saved Elder Du, so I won't deduct the money. Yi Sang raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything polite. A group of people entered the box, and the other people who had been watching not long ago were all shocked and confused, searching for what the 13 ghost needles were. When all the dishes were served, Yi Sang had just picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth when there was a knock on the door of the private room. Without waiting for the people in the room to agree, he pushed the door open and walked in. One is Qiling. One is a spirited old man. P.S. The 13 ghost needles and the illness in this chapter are all for the plot and are exaggerated. Please don't take them too seriously. For the real situation, you can search Qianjin Fong and Baidu. Thank you. Chapter 54. Not accepting disciples, useless man. That's her. That Yosang. As soon as he came in, Qiling pointed at Yi Sang and said, "Grandpa, it's her." When Qi Songjin saw that it was such a young and beautiful girl, he was stunned for a moment, but he did not feel contempt or anything. He believed in his granddaughter. "Is that the 13 ghost needles that you used?" He walked over excitedly and reached out to grab Yi Sang's hand. "Mr. Qi." Butler Du stopped him first and said unhappily, "We are having dinner. Your eating is not as important as my becoming your disciple." Qi Songjin glared at him, pushed him away, and continued to walk towards Yi Sang excitedly. "You are not a miracle doctor. You are a ghost doctor. Miss Yi, please accept me as your disciple and teach me the 13 ghost needles." "Stop." Yi Sang frowned. "If you don't want to be beaten, get out now. If she says she will hit someone, she means she will hit someone." "Grandfather." Qiling grabbed Qi Songjin and said, "Shall we let her finish her meal first?" Qi Songjin paused, pulled out a stool, and sat down at the dining table. "I'll eat with you." Duan Yuesheng's mouth twitched slightly. Old Du snorted and laughed. "You old thing. What's wrong? You won't even let me eat your food?" Qi Songjin looked him over and said, "Give me your hand. I'll feel your pulse." The North City District is full of courtyard houses and can be considered an ancient city district. There are some relics left over from ancient times and the Republic of China. The people who live here are either rich or noble, but they are not like the other wealthy families in Jingzhou. They are all serious aristocratic families. The Qi family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Du used to be in the medicinal materials business. The two families are old friends. Qi Songjin felt Du Lao's pulse and found that all his serious illnesses had healed. He became even more excited and said, "Miss Yi, please accept me as your disciple. I will give you whatever you want." "Grandpa." Qiling glared at him. "Why are you trying to snatch it from me? You are a junior. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Grandpa is old." Qi Songjin sighed, his eyes full of vicissitudes. "If I can learn the authentic 13 ghost needles in this life, my life will not be in vain." He knows acupuncture and the 13 needles, but what he learned is not the authentic one. Yi Sang supported his cheek with one hand and drank the soup, not interested. "Okay, let's eat first." Mr. Du interrupted them. When the meal was almost finished, Yi Sang's phone rang again. Li Suizhou called and asked her where she was. Yi Sang reported the box number. Soon, the door was pushed open again. When he saw a room full of people, Li Suizhou was stunned. The man was tall but not rough, wrapped in a straight black suit, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, like a supermodel. She has fluffy short hair, sword-like black eyebrows, a high-nose bridge, thin lips, deep and three-dimensional facial features, and extremely smooth lines and contours, like carving with a knife or an axe. Unparalleled handsomeness, stunning beauty. The formal attire made his elegance fully stand out. She has a strong aura, is intimidating without even getting angry, and is almost enchantingly beautiful. It makes people feel palpitations for no reason. Seeing him, everyone in the room was stunned. Qi Songjin was a little surprised. "Mr. Li?" Mr. Du looked at him with a deep gaze. Why would young Master Li come to such a small place? Qiling thought of those rumors and subconsciously looked at Yi Sang. Duan Yuesheng looked at Yi Sang with a subtle expression. Li Suizhou said indifferently, "I'm here to take Sang Sang home." Everyone in the room looked at Yi Sang, and then they remembered that Yi Sang seemed to still be his canary. Qi Songjin frowned, and the wrinkles on his face trembled again and again. "Mr. Li, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Miss Ye's 13 ghost needles is a ghost doctor among miracle doctors. How can you keep her as a pet?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. "You are simply wasting God's gift. You have lost your conscience." "No." "Grandpa." Qiling hurriedly grabbed him. "This grandpa is not easy to mess with." Li Suizhou. After a moment, he figured out what was going on. He sat down next to Yi Sang and looked at everyone with a cold aura. "I didn't imprison Sang Sang, nor did I treat her as a pet." His voice was clear, and he spoke word by word. "Even if you were here with me, Sang Sang is free. I'm full." Yi Sang pretended not to hear anything. He put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a tissue, stood up, and said to Du Lao and the others, "I'm leaving now." "Hey!" Qi Songjin came back to his senses. "Miss Yi, take me as your apprentice. I don't accept disciples." Yi Sang still refused in a cold voice, put his hands in his pockets, and walked out with a step that didn't recognize any relatives. Duan Yuesheng. A cold shout. Duan Yuesheng was slightly startled, said goodbye to Mr. Du, and got up to chase after him. Li Suizhou, who had just sat down, also stood up and left. "Why? Grandpa, you are too radical. Don't scare people." Qi Songjin still wanted to chase after him, but Qi Ling held him back, saying helplessly, "Old Qi, things like master-disciple relationships depend on fate." Old Du patted him on the shoulder. "This little girl is not simple." Qi Songjin frowned. No matter how difficult it was, he would try his best to become her disciple. Mr. Du thought for a moment and told him, "She is the owner of Liqing Garden." Qi Songjin was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what he meant and his eyes lit up. Asterisk. Li Suizhou followed Yi Sang and glanced at Duan Yuesheng with a cold gaze. "A famous actor from Liqing Garden?" Duan Yuesheng curled his lips and said, "He's not a famous actor." Yi Sang said, "Tell me what's going on." "What I was asking was about what Lu Cheng and the others talked about when we first entered the hotel. Judging from their tones and attitudes, they seem more like superiors and subordinates." Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes and let down his barely perceptible guard. Duan Yuesheng folded his 5 fingers together. His face turned pale again. Because I'm good looking. Someone took a photo of me and posted it online. A man, so handsome, singing in the theater. And he sang so well. Like an ancient person who lived in the wrong era. After someone photographed him and posted it online, he became an internet celebrity. Many young people came to Liqinjuan to listen to opera, and it became very popular in an instant. It's said to be listening to opera, but it's just watching him. At that time, the traffic and popularity were extremely high, which brought him to a high level. There are even media and entertainment companies that want to sign him. But Duan Yuesheng didn't want to be a popular star. He just wanted to take good care of this theater, sing quietly for the rest of his life, and not have to worry about food and drink. But they threatened me and came to smash the theater, asking me to have dinner with them. I didn't want to trouble Mr. Du, so I went. The result was, as a result, the men drugged him and sent him to an old man. He struggled and destroyed his face. But those people didn't let him go. It was Jingqin who saved me. He is the boss of Jingyue Group. I was controlled by drugs and was in the car with Jingqin. The next day, the photo became a hot topic. His background information was also revealed. His father loves gambling and taking drugs. He's a drunkard and a murderer. He was sold into the theater. Even though he had no responsibility or fault, he was later labeled as the child of a murderer and a drug dealer by public opinion. In addition, she had an unclear relationship with a man and was accused of being kept and sold. All the fans who had been there before dispersed and began to spit on, despise, and humiliate him. They forced him to heaven and dragged him to hell. From exploding to falling into hell, everything happened in no more than a week. Unfortunately, he was speechless. That is to say, Mr. Du often came to listen to opera, so others dared not to come to Liqing Garden to make trouble. That's why he has become so inferior and sensitive now, staying in the theater every day, living a despicable and dark life. I am most confident only when I am performing on stage with a mask and heavy makeup. I've embarrassed you. Duan Yuesheng lowered his head, his eyes red. I should have been too embarrassed to see you. Where's Jingqin? Yi Sang said coldly, just because he hurt you, you'll forget it? I was forced to do that. Later, he came out to defend me and also formally pursued me, but I didn't agree. Duan Yuesheng pursed his lips, his eyes determined. There is no possibility for me and him. Useless man. Li Suizhou sneered. Duan Yuesheng. Yi Sang glanced at him sideways. I scolded Jingqin. Li Suizhou snorted. If you really like someone, you should not be afraid of difficulties. If you hurt others, and they say you don't have to pay it back, then you don't have to pay it back? Duan Yuesheng. Yi Sang glanced at him and said, You are very understanding. Li Suizhou coughed dryly. I just felt inspired. P.S. Duan Yuesheng becomes an important character later on, and the story between him and Jingqin here is just a foreshadowing interlude, because it is connected to the outline plot that has been written long ago, and it is difficult to change. But apart from this point, there is nothing else later. If anyone wants to read it, it will be put in the extra chapter at the end. If you don't like it, you can just skip it. My desire to survive is really strong. Supplement. The original concept I had for the story of Duan Yuesheng was, because Yisang lived a long life, not just a few decades, but almost 200 years. She went from having no memory to learning knowledge, witnessed war and peace, and saw all kinds of people and emotions, both same-sex and opposite-sex, love, friendship, and family. In the past 200 years, she has seen everything and used those to reflect her self-growth and her own emotional cognition. The world is changeable, and so are feelings and people. My original intention was just to enrich her character who lives a long life, and it was not based on the subject matter of the book. But after writing it, I found that there was a lot of controversy, so I deleted Duan Yuesheng's love story in the subsequent main text. So don't worry whether you like it or not, there will be no same-sex love story of his in the subsequent chapter, and it will be written in the extra chapter at the end. Thank you everyone. Chapter 55. Then call the police to arrest me? Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation. When Yisang first met Duan Yuesheng today, she felt that something was wrong with him, but he didn't want to say it and she didn't ask. Yisang has lived for so many years and has seen all kinds of situations. No matter what era, two men in love have to face the secular world. Yisang's eyes were covered with frost. Call Jing Qin to me. Duan Yuesheng was stunned and pursed his lips. Sang, he and I have broken up? It's broken. Cut it off cleanly. Duan Yuesheng sighed, his eyes firm. I still only like singing opera. They were just a momentary mistake. Yisang licked his teeth and said in a cold voice, Duan Yuesheng, I don't care about your personal feelings, but you are the one I raised. If one day you become the real Yu, I will kill you first, and then kill the entire Jing family, and grind them to ashes. Of the children she raised out of boredom over the years, only 2 survived. If anyone wanted to die over these crappy emotional matters, she would kill them first. Hearing Yisang's words, Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes. Duan Yuesheng paused and said in a deep voice, No, my life belongs to you, and no one has the right to take it away, including himself. He would not sacrifice his life for a mistake that should not have existed. Brother, it's them, Duan Yuesheng and this woman. Just then, a group of people rushed out from the alley in front. They all looked ferocious, holding sticks and looked unruly. The leader was Lu Cheng, who still had injuries on his body. After seeing the extra Li Suizhou, he was stunned for a moment, but soon turned ferocious again, pointing at Yisang and Duan Yuesheng. Brother Sha, it was these 2 who beat us? The person he was accusing, Brother Sha, was a man who was a head taller than him. He was wearing a white vest, had a lot of fat on his body, and looked a little sloppy. Watching the evil spirit rising to the sky. It's really terrible. Li Suizhou tilted his head and asked Yisang, Do you know each other? Yisang's expression was calm. I just called him 20 minutes ago. The tone is light, just like drinking water. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes slightly, took a step forward, and protected Yisang behind him. He was dressed in a suit, looking extremely handsome and with an unparalleled noble temperament. You can tell at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. Brother Sha stepped forward and said, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Li Suizhou raised his eyebrow. What if I insist on interfering? Brother Sha said ruthlessly, Then let's fight together. Do you know who he is? Duan Yuesheng said in a deep voice, He is Li Suizhou. Sha Gu and the others were startled, then burst out laughing. Why would that high and mighty prince appear here? Lu Qing sneered, Duan Yuesheng, don't think that just because the woman next to you is Li Suizhou's canary, you can just pick anyone to impersonate Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou's great reputation shocked the entire Jingzhou. But this prince is also synonymous with mystery. It is so famous that everyone knows it. However, he never appeared in public, and even his photos had never been leaked. Few people in the entire Jingzhou had ever seen his true appearance. But just think about it. That prince is rich and powerful. How could he be short of women? It is even more impossible to come to such a place just for a woman. Even though this man had an extraordinary demeanor, they did not believe that he was Li Suizhou. Yisang, stupid. Li Suizhou. Duan Yuesheng. If they hit me, it's a slap on Grandpa Sun's face. If I don't hit them back today, where will Grandpa Sun keep his face in the future? Stop talking nonsense. Come on, everyone. I'll beat up anyone who's meddling in other people's business. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth, and at Sha Ji's command, a group of more than 20 people swarmed forward with sticks in their hands. All the people on the street were frightened and scattered instantly. Hide and watch the fun. There are idiots in every era. This era, there are especially many. Yisang sneered and handed the umbrella in his hand to Duan Yuesheng. Go to the side. Duan Yuesheng quickly stepped back. Li Suizhou unbuttoned the cuffs of his suit, rolled them up twice, then suddenly grabbed Sha Ji's wrist, which was holding the baseball bat, and hitting him. He twisted it hard, and Shagu fell in pain. Li Suizhou caught it with his other hand, grasped the handle of the baseball bat, and suddenly hit him on the back of the neck with his backhand. His hand was ruthless. Brother Sha was such a big guy, but he just fell to the ground screaming. The bones in his neck were broken, and he couldn't lift his head. Yisang also grabbed a steel pipe and smashed it directly at the head of the person coming towards him. With a bang, the person's head was broken and bleeding. Two stunning black figures were still at ease under the siege of more than 20 people. Each of them held a stick in his hand and smashed it on the head of each person. The attack was ruthless. Not long. More than 20 people were lying on the ground with broken bones and bleeding heads. From beginning to end, he didn't even touch the corners of the man and woman's clothes. Not to mention, hurting them. Yuncheng, who was hiding at the back, looked terrified and turned to run. Yisang narrowed his eyes and threw the steel pipe in his hand forward, hitting him on the head. Yuncheng staggered and fell to the ground, his face full of fear. Yisang came over and looked at Yuncheng, who was bending over and trying to escape. He stepped on him, and Yuncheng fell heavily to the ground with a crackling sound from his spine. Yuncheng screamed in pain, his expression ferocious. "You killed someone. It's against the law? Breaking the law?" Yisang curled his lips wickedly, "Then call the police to arrest me." "You." The voice squeezed out from Yuncheng's teeth. "Grandpa's son will not let you go. You've said this once." Yisang stepped down again. "Ah." A shrill scream came from Yuncheng's mouth, and his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Yisang turned around and walked towards Brother Sha. "Go back and tell your grandpa's son that if he wants to fight, just come here by yourself. Don't send a bunch of rubbish like the Calabash brothers to save their grandfather. Her ancestor Yisang will wait for him in Liqing Garden today." Arrogant. Arrogant. Despise everything. Arrogance to the extreme. Brother Sha's neck bones were broken, and he couldn't get up. Li Suizhou kicked the man next to him, who was only slightly injured and had a broken arm. "Help him?" The two men got up with pale faces, carried Shagu away. Others who were still conscious also crawled and rolled away. Unconscious, being carried or dragged. Not far from the entrance of Heji Hotel, Qiling grabbed Grandpa inside. "I told you not to be so impatient." Qi Jinsong blew his beard and glared. "I am her disciple. She can't beat me too, right?" Qiling. "Who knows?" Elder Du leaned on a cane, his eyes dim. "It's not simple. Those people in Licheng belong to the underworld, and no one dares to mess with them in this area." No one called the police. Although Licheng was so tough on the outside, he actually didn't dare to call the police. After all, they are gangsters. Li Suizhou walked over to Yisang and looked at her hands, which were only rusted by the steel pipe. He asked gently, "Do you want to go to Liqing Garden?" He was completely different from the vicious look he had just shown when he beat someone up. Yisang said slowly, "Let's solve it all at once." She hates procrastination the most, endless things, and waves after waves. If the man named Sun doesn't come, she will destroy his nest. Li Suizhou chuckled, "Then I'll go with you." The two of them walked side by side, slowly towards the nearby Liqing Garden. Duan Yuesheng followed behind with an umbrella. After returning to the theater, Duan Yuesheng called out everyone in the theater, a total of 7 people. 3 men, 2 women, an old man, and a little girl. Duan Yuesheng pursed his lips. Originally, there were more than 20 of them, but after my story was exposed, they all left. The 3 men and 2 women were actresses of different ages. The youngest was 28 years old, and the oldest was over 50 years old. They are all fans of ancient opera, but the times are moving too fast, and this cultural heritage has been left behind. They stayed because they liked and trusted Duan Yuesheng. The old man, whom Duan Yuesheng called Uncle Huang, was cleaning the theater. The little girl is his granddaughter. Her name is Huang Do, and she is 6 years old. Duan Yuesheng, they are poor people. I took them in. They helped with chores, and I took care of their meals. He then solemnly introduced Yisang to the 7 people. This is Yisang, the real boss behind Liqing Yuan, who has never appeared before. Chapter 56. Fuck. She is my ancestor. Everyone was stunned when they saw this young and extremely beautiful girl. They did not doubt what Duan Yuesheng said, but were shocked that the mysterious boss behind Liqing Yuan was actually Yisang. Such a young girl. A few days ago, the news about the Princess Canary was widely spread in Jingzhou. "Hello, boss." After everyone came back to their senses, they spoke in unison. Yisang nodded. Li Suizhou lowered his eyes and glanced at the girl beside him. His eyes were deep. This is the young master of the Li family, Li Suizhou. Duan Yuesheng introduced him. He is the Prince of Jingzhou. The seven people's eyes suddenly widened. Oh, that legendary prince would actually come here? He came here with Yi Sang. So Yi Sang is his canary? Is that true? Duan Yuesheng noticed that the atmosphere was unusual and said, "Everyone go get busy." Half an hour later, Quan Siming found this place, carrying a paper bag of sugar-roasted chestnuts. On the stage, Duan Yuesheng changed his costume and sang the Peony Pavilion, talking about love. Yi Sang and Li Suizhou sat in the first row, with peanuts, melon seeds, fruits, and tea on the table. Sitting in the back row were Du Lao, Qi Songjin, and Qi Ling. When they saw Quan Siming, they were stunned for a moment and nodded as a greeting. In the back row, there were a few people I didn't know who had bought tickets to get in. Quan Siming also nodded, walked over to Li Suizhou, handed him the chestnut, and looked at him strangely. "I say, why did you two come to this remote place to listen to opera?" Li Suizhou opened the paper bag, grabbed a handful of chestnuts and started peeling them, saying casually, "It's just a hobby." He handed the peeled chestnut kernels to Yi Sang. "Sister Yang's on this street, the best sugar-roasted chestnuts in Jingzhou." Yi Sang was dressed in black, with his hair tied up loosely, making him look even thinner and more solemn, and his skin was so pale that it looked a little sickly. The only bright spot was her extremely cold face, and the golden snake quietly wrapped around her wrist like a bracelet. She crossed her legs in a lazy posture. Looking at the chestnuts handed to her, she looked at Li Suizhou with a smile in her eyes and opened her mouth. Li Suizhou chuckled, broke the chestnut kernel into two halves, and fed half of it into her mouth. Quan Siming. A few people behind. Yi Sang leaned back in his chair and watched the show on the stage. Li Suizhou continued to peel chestnuts. No. Quan Siming was speechless. Only later did he remember why he came here. He pulled Li Suizhou closer to him and whispered, "You weren't the one who started the fire at the Li family today, were you?" Li Suizhou lowered his eyes. "Yes, is there a problem?" Quan Siming. That old house is now worth a fortune. A symbol of the Li family's power. Even though the fire was put out quickly, several houses were burned down, especially the one where old Lady Li lived. Quan Siming paused. "Did the old lady lie to you?" Li Suizhou took out a photo and a note from the inner pocket of his suit and gave them to him. Photo and address. Quan Siming was stunned for a moment, frowning. "Then do you want to go?" Li Suizhou glanced at Yi Sang beside him and fed half of the chestnut kernel to her mouth, his eyes as dark as the abyss. "Go." Regardless of whether it was true or false, he would go as long as there was clues about his parents. Quan Siming glanced past him and looked at Yi Sang, who was watching the show while eating chestnuts seriously. He lowered his voice and said, "Kong Zhen." Li Suizhou said expressionlessly, wishful thinking. "Who is Kong Zhen?" A curious voice suddenly came from the side. Quan Siming looked up and met Yi Sang's curious eyes. "Quan Siming." He spoke so quietly, but she still heard it. Yi Sang tilted his head. "Is she Mr. Li's fiancée?" "No." Li Suizhou's expression was slightly tense. His brows were furrowed. "I don't have a fiancée, nor any woman." Quan Siming. Yi Sang blinked slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. "What about me?" Li Suizhou's expression froze. "You? You can't go in. Get out of my way. Today, I want to see who the hell is bullying my brother." At this moment, there was a loud curse coming from outside. Everyone's attention was attracted. Li Suizhou breathed a sigh of relief, barely perceptible. Huangbo failed to stop the people outside, and they swarmed in. This time there were hundreds of people, more ferocious than before, filling the theater yard. The two in the lead. A man in his 30s, with a long face, a tall and thin body, and a mole on his chin. A man, about 24 or 25 years old, with a straight face, dyed yellow hair, and a burning cigarette in his mouth. The two of them were walking in front, and should be the leaders of the group. Huang Mao kicked over the chair, looked at Duan Yuesheng on the stage with a scoundrel look, and sneered, "Master Duan, are you still singing?" In the opera circle, people who respect and like Duan Yuesheng call him Master Duan. But Huang Mao's words were sarcastic and mocking. Duan Yuesheng looked unhappy, but it was not noticeable because of the makeup she was wearing. "Wu Hui." Old Du narrowed his eyes. "Those are Sun Yang's people. Do you want to intervene?" "Hey, it's Elder Du and Elder Qi." The yellow-haired man smiled as if he had just seen them. "I usually protect Sun Yang, but today, his men were beaten by a canary. That's a slap in his face. A slap in his face is a slap in my face." He was so arrogant and said that. "I have to come and take a look, right?" Mr. Qi's eyes darkened. "You must make trouble today, right?" You two are both respected senior figures in Jingzhou. Under normal circumstances, I would definitely give you this face, but today, I can't. Wu Hui flicked off the ash from his cigarette. Otherwise, I won't be able to survive in this business in the future. Li Suizhou and Yi Sang were sitting in the first row, their faces hidden by the wide chair backs. Wu Hui was standing in front of them so he couldn't see the faces of those people. Yi Sang aside, Li Suizhou and Quan Siming are both crazy. Although Wu Hui is a gangster, he still has a bottom line. Different from Sun Yong. Old Du reminded him tactfully, Wu Hui, Sun Yong is not your kind. If it weren't for his people provoking others first, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly by him. You'd better not get involved. Old Du Sun Yong sneered. I, Sun Yong, have never been afraid in the underworld. Today, a woman has destroyed so many of my brothers. Master Wu is my brother, and my face is his face. If you want to meddle in other people's business, don't blame us for being rude. If they want to die, let them go. Qi Ling was annoyed and stopped his grandfather and Du Lao. They will cry soon. If Yi Sang was alone, she would definitely be worried. But Li Suizhou, the cruel and perverted prince of Jingzhou, is here. And there is the master of the Quan family. I'm afraid that Wu Hui and others will be so scared that they will kneel down when they see them. Mr. Du and Mr. Qi each snorted. Qi Lao, since you want to die, then go ahead. Wu Hui curled his lips. Thank you both for not interfering. Sun Yong walked forward arrogantly and looked at Duan Yuesheng on the stage. Where is that woman? Didn't she say she was the boss of your leeching garden and was waiting for me here? Duan Yuesheng pursed his lips and looked at Yi Sang subconsciously. Sun Yong narrowed his eyes and looked sideways in the direction he was looking. At this glance, I saw 3 people sitting in the first row. Each of them has stunning looks and outstanding temperament. Especially that girl. She was breathtakingly beautiful and captivated everyone. Sun Yong was stunned in amazement. What are you looking at? Wu Hui came over, kicked Sun Yong, and said, Where is the new boss of your leeching garden? Let her get out. I want to see what kind of person is the one who dares to claim to be my ancestor. Quan Siming was pulling Li Suizhou and asking in a low voice what was going on. Yi Sang raised his hand and said casually, Here it is. Wu Hui turned his head to look over. At first sight, I was stunned. The second time, the pupils suddenly contracted. The third time, the hand holding the cigarette shook, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Hold. He licked his lower lip. You are the owner of Lekinjuan? Yi Sang didn't expect to see him, so she smiled and nodded, yes. Wu Hui's hands trembled again. Then, did you hit that person? Yi Sang smiled and said, yes. The corners of her mouth were curled up evilly, and her tone was nonchalant. Are you going to stand up for this grandpa and demolish my leeching garden? The cigarette in Wu Hui's hand fell to the ground. His legs went limp, and he knelt on the ground facing Yi Sang, with all the muscles on his face twitching. No, I don't dare. He, who was so arrogant and ruffian just now, was kneeling there trembling. Quan Siming, who had just finished listening to Li Suizhou's explanation and was ready to take action, and the 3 Du brothers behind him were all stunned when they saw this scene. I don't understand why. Wu Ge. Sun Yong frowned in disbelief. What are you doing? Damn it. Wu Hui gritted his teeth. She's really my ancestor. Sun Yong. Others. I have finished writing all the manuscripts in my memory. This is an extra chapter to encourage you to update and give me rewards. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 57. Was he so perverted 4 years ago? No. Sun Yong was stunned for a while, then came back to his senses. Brother Wu, are you crazy? He is older than Wu Hui, but he called Wu Hui brother. It's because Wu Hui is doing better than him in Jingzhou. Others call him Grandpa's son, but he is still dependent on Wu Hui, a canary kept by someone else. The son of a murderer and drug dealer and an actor. The person who beat him claimed to be his ancestor? Too arrogant. Beat his people on his own turf. Still so arrogant. How could Sun Yong bear this? He thought about bringing more people, but was also worried that he would not be able to win, so he called Wu Hui to support him. But at this time, Wu Hui knelt down? The one who was kneeling. Yi Sang? You're the fucking confused one. Wu Hui cursed at him, gritting his teeth. Then, his face instantly turned into a smile, and he looked at Yi Sang in a flattering manner. Ancestor, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you just now. Why didn't you tell me earlier that this leeching garden is yours? He felt a little aggrieved. You didn't tell me your name was Yi Sang? The Yi Sang he knew was called Lu Qing, and that was 4 years ago. I haven't seen you for a few years, and my ancestor is still as beautiful as ever, so gorgeous that it's hard to take in anything. I feel pity for her even when I see her. He flattered the man in a random manner, using all the words he knew. Quan Siming's lips twitched slightly. What kind of idioms are these? Li Suizhou's gaze fell on Yisang, with inquiry hidden deep in his eyes. He seemed to have brought back a very valuable treasure. This is... Later, Du Lao came back to his senses. What's going on? Qi Songjin and Qi Ling, grandfather and grandson, also looked confused. Sun Yong gritted his teeth. Brother Wu, have you been deceived by him? Get lost. Wu Hui stood up, turned around and kicked him, his tongue brushing across his cheek. Yi sang. My ancestor. Don't say you were wrong first. Even if you are not wrong today, if she hits you, you will have to bear it. Sun Yong pushed him away and said, Wu Hui, are you fucking sick? He asked Wu Hui to help him, not to kneel down and admit defeat. Do you know who the two people next to Yisang are? Qiling suddenly asked. She looked at Sun Yong. One is the Prince of Jingzhou, and the other is the heir of the Quan family. Are you sure you want to fight? Sun Yong's expression froze, and he subconsciously looked at Li Suizhou and Quan Siming. These two men have outstanding looks, extraordinary temperaments, and their dignity and elegance cannot be concealed. They are obviously children of aristocrats at first glance. But the prince... This Yisang is the canary of the prince. Yisang is here, and the prince is here too. Sun Yong's expression became more and more ugly, and he felt uneasy. Quan Siming chuckled. A bunch of unpresentable gangsters are also jumping around here. Are they in a hurry to be clowns? Wu Hui gritted his teeth and looked at Sun Yong. Kneel down if you want to live. Sun Yong looked at them, and then looked at Wu Hui, who was usually so arrogant but was kneeling there, and sneered, I am not that weak. Wu Hui licked his teeth and looked at Yisang flatteringly. Ancestor, I have nothing to do with this Sun Yong. If he provokes you and wants to kill or beat you up, just tell me, and I will help you kill them. Seeing that Sun Yong was still pretending, he cut off his relationship with Sun Yong without hesitation. The person with the highest status in this theater at this time is Li Suizhou. However, Wu Hui, who came with his men in a menacing manner and was so arrogant and unwilling to give up when he first entered, knelt down and begged for mercy and explained after seeing Yisang, which shows that he was afraid of Yisang. Looking at a few people, their expressions were a little bit confusing. Yisang was leaning sideways in the chair, his arm resting on the armrest, his face supported by one hand. He looked lazy and carefree, with the corners of his eyes raised, and he looked cold and casual, and his tone was neither fast nor slow. This Liqing Garden is my territory, and Duan Yuesheng is my man. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. Wu Hui nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. From now on, I will protect Liqing Garden and Master Duan. If anyone dares to come here to cause trouble again and say something unpleasant about Master Duan and you, I will make them pay for it. Yiseng nodded with satisfaction. Go away. Okay. Wu Hui stood up and walked a few steps, as if he had been pardoned, and came back to flatter him. Grandfather, do you want me to deal with Sun Yong and the others for you? No need. Yiseng said lazily. Then I'll leave first. Wu Hui turned around and walked out, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He also picked up the stool that he had kicked over when he came, almost running. A moment later, Wu Hui's loud voice was heard in the yard. This Liqing Garden will be under my protection from now on. You all should keep an eye on it. Anyone who comes here to cause trouble or insults Master Duan is trying to make things difficult for me. Wu Hui. Do you hear me? The group of people he brought with him, who were originally planning to smash Liqing Garden, didn't understand why, but they still responded one after another. Clear. Wu Hui, retreat. Wu Hui's men gradually dispersed, leaving only Sun Yong's. Yiseng looked up at him. Fight? Oh shit. That bastard Wu Hui. He ran away? Sun Yong's face was pale. He looked at the people in front of him and gnashed his teeth. Just wait. I'll find someone to kill you. Quan Siming looked at his stubborn expression and laughed out loud. This is the Prince of Jingzhou. Who are you looking for to kill him? You. Sun Yong's face turned pale. He was unwilling to continue to be a coward, but he didn't dare to take any action. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, turned around and wanted to leave. Quan Siming stepped forward to block his way. You are so unwilling to obey. It will be troublesome to keep you here. How about I beat you into submission today? Outside in the yard. When Sun Yong's men saw that Sun Yong did not come out, they went to ask Wu Hui. Wu Hui had a blank expression on his face. He's looking for death in there. He looked at Sun Yong's men and ordered the people he brought with him. From today on, Sun Yong and I have nothing to do with each other. His life or death? Bang! Before he could finish his words, a figure was kicked out of the inner hall like a broken sack and thrown into the yard. The people in the yard were startled and rushed over after seeing clearly. Grandpa's son. Boss. The person on the ground is Sunyo. At this time, all his limbs were broken. All his bones were shattered. His nose and face were swollen. His face and mouth were full of blood, and his eyes were full of fear as he looked straight ahead. Wu Hui hissed and rubbed his face subconsciously. He patted his chest again, thankful that he knelt down quickly. Asterisk. Yi Sang looked at Duan Yuesheng on the stage and said calmly, "Finish the song." Duan Yuesheng let out a breath and continued to sing the Peony Pavilion in a gentle voice. Li Suizhou fed her another chestnut, with a questioning look in his dark eyes. "How do you know someone like Wu Hui?" Quan Siming also looked over, a little curious. Yi Sang spoke lazily and nonchalantly. "I met him when I came to Jingzhou 4 years ago. He wanted to tease me, but I crippled him and hung him outside the rooftop of the central building for 3 days and 3 nights. After he saw me, he kept kowtowed to me and called me ancestor, and I couldn't stop him." Oh? The central building in Jingzhou is 632 meters above the ground. Hanging there? 3 days and 3 nights? Still useless? If it falls, there won't even be any meat paste left. It will just turn into blood. Who the hell wouldn't kneel down and beg for mercy? Will it be a shadow for the rest of your life? No wonder Wu Hui knelt so smoothly after seeing her just now. Hearing her talk about such a perverted thing so nonchalantly, especially since she was so perverted 4 years ago. Quan Siming sat up straight and unconsciously squeezed his legs together. Li Suizhou paused. "Doesn't he know your name is Yi Sang?" Yi Sang raised his eyes and said, "My name was Lu Qing at that time. Every time she moved to a new place, she changed her name." Chapter 58. Yi Sang. "Sorry, I have no medical ethics." By the time Duan Yuesheng finished singing the Peony Pavilion, it was already getting dark outside. Mr. Du's son Du Yuncheng and daughter-in-law Lin Xiong came to pick him up. The two of them greeted Li Suizhou and Quan Siming first, then looked at Yi Sang. "Ms. Yi, thank you for saving my father." Du Yuncheng bowed to him. Lin Xiong looked kind and gentle. "Miss Yi, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you ask, our Du family will do everything we can to help you." Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. "No need to go through fire and water. Just take care of Duan Yuesheng. It's so hard for her. She has worked so hard to support and raise a child. She can't just die. Didn't my dad adopt him as his grandson?" Du Yuncheng looked at Duan Yuesheng, who was still in his costume, and said with a kind smile, "From now on, he will be a member of our Du family." Duan Yuesheng pursed his lips, held back his tears, and bowed to Yi Sang's back from a distance. "Ms. Yi." Qi Songjin squeezed in. "My matter of becoming a disciple." Qi Ling also looked at her, blinking her big eyes, full of anticipation. "They watched the show with me for the whole afternoon, so at least give me a chance." Yi Sang paused and said, "I'm sorry, I really don't plan to accept you as a disciple." Yi Xiao. "Excuse me, is Yi Sang here?" When Qi Songjin wanted to say something, a polite voice came from the door. Everyone looked over. A man in his early 30s, wearing a gray suit, was also stunned when he saw the group of people inside, especially Yi Sang and Li Suizhou, who had extraordinary looks and temperament. But he quickly came to his senses. He asked again, "Excuse me, is Miss Yi Sang here?" Quan Siming bit a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. "Why are you looking for her? Even if you don't know them, these people look either rich or noble." "My name is Panwei," Panwei said politely, taking out a few business cards from his pocket. "Here are my business cards." Black letters on a white background read, "Vice President of Huasheng Group, Panwei." Quan Siming was a little surprised. "Huasheng? There are 5 major financial groups in China, and Huasheng Group ranks 3rd. Panwei nodded and said with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, you two should be the Crown Prince of Jingzhou, Li Suizhou, and the heir of the Jingzhou Quan family, Quan Siming, right?" Without waiting for the two to answer, he looked at the girl next to Li Suizhou. "Then I guess this must be Miss Yi Sang? "Yes." Yi Sang held the business card between his fingers. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "That's right," Panwei said politely. "I heard that Miss Yi saved someone with the 13 ghost needles at the Heji Hotel this afternoon. I came here to ask Miss Yi to save that person." "Wait." Quan Siming's mind froze for a moment. 13 ghost needles? Save people? Yi Sang? Li Suizhou didn't say anything about this? He looked at Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou paused. "I don't know either." When he arrived at the restaurant, he only knew that Yi Sang had saved Mr. Du, and that Qi Songjin and Qi Ling, the grandfather and grandson, were vying to become her apprentices. Quan Siming. He took out his cell phone and looked up the 13 ghost needles. Specialized in treating schizophrenia, epilepsy, etc. It can even exorcise evil spirits and call back souls. One of the 5 forbidden techniques. A strange acupuncture method that has long been lost. Many of the things that are practiced in the world today are not authentic. Although Quan Siming was surprised when he thought about how Yi Sang saved Luan Lily's leukemia, it seemed nothing that he knew the 13 ghost needles. He should be called a miracle doctor. Pan Wei said, as long as Miss Yi agrees to see the patient, our chairman will pay no matter how much it costs. Not long ago, the news that the daughter of the Luan family in Jingzhou was cured of her terminal illness shocked the medical community. Even some experts came to Jingzhou to examine Luan Lily. A lot of people also went to Wuyou Guild to find Mr. Zhao and ask about the doctor. But there is no name, no origin. Mr. Zhao didn't say a word. They went to the Worry-Free Guild to place an order, but no matter how much money they spent, the other party would not accept it. In order to save his son, our chairman has been paying attention to doctors from all sides, including some folk doctors. We also invited the miraculous doctor, Mr. Su. Mr. Su said that his son was frightened, and it was not just schizophrenia, but something weird. In order to express his sincerity, Pan Wei explained the situation directly. We have a friend here. My friend's subordinates saw Miss Yi saving someone this afternoon. They heard about the 13 ghost needles and told me, so I came here to look for Miss Yi. Yi Sang narrowed his eyes and asked, has Su Shutong been there? When Pan Wei heard her calling the divine doctor by his name, he paused and asked, Miss Yi knows Mr. Su? Yi Sang uttered an ah and said casually, I'm sorry, it can't be cured. Holding the umbrella, he walked away without giving others a chance to speak. The car that Li Suizhou drove when he came was parked near the Heji Hotel. He went over first and drove. Quan Siming, who also couldn't get a word in, looked at the group of people strangely and left. Little divine Dr. Yi. Qi Songjin chased after him even faster than Pan Wei. We study medicine to cure diseases and save lives, and we have a medical ethics and benevolence. You know the 13 ghost needles, but you specialize in treating difficult and complicated diseases. You haven't even seen a doctor or treated him yet, so how do you know it can't be cured? Yes, Miss Yi. Pan Wei came back to his senses and chased after her. As long as you go, we will pay you whatever you want. Yi Sang glanced at them. His lips curled coldly. Who told you that we are the ones studying medicine? Who said that I studied medicine to save people? Qi Songjin choked. What's the point of studying medicine if not to save lives? Yi Sang's eyes were hooked with an evil look, and he uttered 2 words, let's play. Qi Songjin. Pan Wei. Qi Songjin frowned. Ms. Yi, a doctor must have medical ethics first. I'm sorry. Yi Sang interrupted him coldly and left Liqing Garden, saying leisurely, I have no medical ethics. Li Suizhou drove over, got out first, opened the passenger door, and let Yi Sang sit in. Quan Siming drove over in his own car. Are you going back to Longyuan? Li Suizhou looked at Yi Sang. Yi Sang nodded. Okay then. Quan Siming blew on his hair. I'll go first. Pan Wei sighed and could only watch them leave. Qi Songjin's face was twisted into a ball of wrinkles. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Isn't the purpose of practicing medicine to cure diseases and save lives? How could a medical genius like her? Mr. Pan, Mr. Qi. Duan Yuesheng, still in his costume, came over and said calmly, no one can change what she doesn't want to do. Qi Songjin was still very depressed. Even if she didn't want to save him, she should have passed on the 13 ghost needles. If it weren't for Yusheng's face, she wouldn't have saved me today. Old Du sighed, this little girl. The beating was so cruel. Holding a silver needle can save lives. Looks young. It's not easy. Asterisk. Dragon Garden. After washing up, Yi Sang changed into a green velvet nightgown, which made her skin look whiter. She sat on the swing in the golden cage, looking lazy, noble, clean, holy, and illusory. Like a fairy. Feed the snakes there. She was completely different from the one who was beating people outside. Quan Siming was lying outside the cage, looking at her through the gap. Just as he was about to say something, a call came in on his cell phone. What? He didn't know what the other party said, and he was quite surprised. After hanging up the phone, he took the computer and opened the official website of the game. Open the software on your phone. Li Suizhou cut a plate of fruit and brought it up from downstairs. Quan Siming immediately ran over and complained speechlessly that idiot Zhou Shua scolded us on the game's official website and Weibo. Yi Sang, who had just finished feeding the snake and picked up his phone to open the god-killing game, opened his eyelids and looked at him through the golden cage bars entangled by flower vines. Do you have a grudge against him? Chapter 59. The Love and Hate Between Two Games. Do you still remember? Quan Simon came over and leaned over the gap in the railing and asked her, the game Fallen Soul that I recommended to you last time? Yiseng nodded. That's our game. Quan Simon said unhappily, isn't it, because we also welcome the return of Yishan? Wait a minute. Yiseng paused and frowned. Fallen Soul is your game? Quan Simon nodded, yeah. Recently the #1 in the entire server of the God Killer game. And also their first-generation champion, the mysterious and awesome Night God, has returned, right? We just joined in the fun and organized an event in the game to welcome Night God. We didn't do anything else, but the boss of the God Killer game company, Joshua, that bastard, actually scolded us. Yi sang. She licked her lips slightly. So, you are the real boss behind Tianqing Technology? Yes. Quan Simon nodded. Tianqing, you know everything. Yi sang narrowed his eyes. Isn't Fallen Soul a copy of Godslayer? It's just the same game. How can you say it's plagiarism? Quan Simon curled his lips and said in a sarcastic tone, the company behind the God Killer, Shangxin Group, has the strongest legal team. If there was evidence, Zhou Shua would have sued us long ago. And even if we did plagiarize, he wouldn't have the nerve to sue us. Yi sang. She looked at Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou first gave the fruit plate to Yi sang before answering Quan Simon's phone call. Recently, to celebrate the return of Yi Lu, the first champion and the original player of the game Godslayer, our company held an event in the game, using generous benefits to reward everyone's love for Godslayer. However, some people were so shameless that they also celebrated Yi Lu's return in their game. That would have been fine, but they even made shady moves behind the scenes and tried to poach Yi Lu. How shameless. Yishen is the god of the game God Killer and will always stay in God Killer. I advise some people to stop being so shameless. The official of the game God Killer did not directly mention Fallen Soul, but every official post on each website seems to be cursing Fallen Soul. All that's missing is reporting the ID number of Fallen Soul. It became a hot topic. At this time, the whole network was watching the fun, waiting for the response from Fallen Soul. The person in charge of Fallen Soul called Quan Simon and asked him what to do. Quan Simon was annoyed. There's something wrong with this Yi Lu. He's so secretive, like he can't stand showing his face. What's wrong with us inviting him to poach him? It only shows that we have money and strength. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to make the same game better than him in just 4 years. This Yi Lu, if he doesn't agree, then he doesn't agree. Why is he still complaining? Yi sang. I say, sister. Quan Simon heard the background music of the game on her phone and lay in the crack of the cage again, complaining, we are considered family now, right? Our game is not bad either. I get angry when I see it now. Don't play theirs anymore. Come play ours. I'll give you a full set of conferred God Purple equipment and a mount. Yi sang. According to Zhou Shua's previous complaints, he said that the Fallen Soul appeared a year after the God Killer and was similar to the God Killer in every way, as if it was deliberately targeting the God Killer game in every way. Moreover, Quan Simon and Li Suizhou don't look like they are short of money. They wouldn't be so shameless as to imitate others to earn a little money, right? Yi sang narrowed his eyes and asked, why are you going against the God Slayer? Who wants to go against him? It's the Shangxin company that's sick. Quan Simon rolled his eyes in disdain. The company behind God Killer is Saint San Technology, which was established 7 years ago and began announcing the marketing of the game God Killer 6 years ago. 5 years ago, domestic and foreign servers were officially released and put on the market at the same time. The huge worldview, gorgeous and exquisite special effects and modeling, the interesting story of mortals killing gods, and the large-scale online game with various matching ranked battles and copy modes attracted a lot of people as soon as it was released, making it popular all over the world in the shortest time. Such a large project took only 2 years to complete. At that time, Quan Simon also said, awesome. We at Tianqing were working on an intelligent technology that could compress any game's memory size to less than 5G, but the game would not be affected by the compression in the future. Through background control technology, the memory of any software can be compressed so that games and software no longer take up space on the mobile phone, which will attract more players to download the software. It will not be uninstalled repeatedly due to insufficient memory. But after the Saint Forest game appeared, I found that our technology appeared in their game. It compressed the game with dozens or hundreds of GB of memory into 5G, and it didn't lag and affect the image quality. It is because of this that so many people play their game. Yi Sang paused. Do you mean to suspect that they stole your technology? It's not suspicion, it's certainty. That is, there is no evidence, and we still don't know who the mysterious boss behind Shangxin is, Otherwise, I would have killed them long ago. Quan Siming snorted coldly. Yi Sang laughed. So, you made a similar game called Fallen Soul and poached their gaming masters? Fortunately, as the heir of the Quan family in Jingzhou, he has the energy to spare. Yeah, what's wrong? Quan Siming is still angry when he thinks about it now. I originally wanted to hack into their system server, but who knew that the firewall of their server was so powerful? Going directly to their door would damage the reputation of me and the prince. If they hacked from me, I would hack from them too. Even if I can't defeat them, I will annoy them to death. He was a little proud when he said this. Look at Joshua's defensive strength now. He must be so angry that he might even scratch the wall and smash the cup in the office. Yi Sang glanced at Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou said in a clear voice, "It's not my character to swallow my anger." Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. What if they developed their own technology? Impossible. Quan Siming snorted. Our technology was just stolen and they used it. How could it be such a coincidence? Yi Sang, then you didn't ask? Quan Siming was annoyed. Who would admit to stealing other people's things? Yi Sang glanced at him. If you can't defeat them, will you just keep going against them and annoying them? What else? Quan Siming snorted coldly. Except when I was a child. I have never suffered such a loss in my life. I can't let this go. When I find out the real boss behind them, I will kill them. Yi Sang looked at him again and licked his teeth like Li Suizhou beside him. Quit the game. Got off the swing. Picked up the small black bag and slung it over his body, holding the fruit plate that he had not eaten a bite of. Walked out of the cage barefoot and put on slippers. You too, follow me. She ate some fruit and walked downstairs without noticing anyone. Quan Siming was stunned. Where to? Li Suizhou paused and shook his head. Just follow her and you'll find out. It's late October and it's cold outside at night. Yi Sang was still wearing her nightgown when she went downstairs, which was extremely thin. Li Suizhou first went to the cloakroom to get a dark green coat, caught up with Yi Sang, and put the coat on her. More than half an hour later, the customized SUV was parked outside the Jingzhou branch building of the God Killer game. Quan Siming looked at the large character stand of the God Slayer game character outside the building, as well as the neon sign above that flashed in the night, especially the words on the sign. He frowned. What are you doing here? Li Suizhou also frowned. Immediately, Quan Siming's expression became excited, as if he had thought of something. Sister, you're not bringing us here to burn down the God Killer game headquarters, building to seek revenge on that bastard, are you? Follow me. Yi Sang glanced at him and continued walking inside. Only 3 chapters. No more manuscripts saved? How many people are going to start school? Chapter 60, isn't this a bit exciting? It was about 8 o'clock in the evening. The lights were still on in the building, and some staff members had not yet left work. The security guard had already gone off duty, and there was no one guarding the hall. However, there is a surveillance security system, so there is no need to worry about intrusion. There is a gate at the entrance on the 1st floor, and you must swipe your card to enter. Yi Sang took off the thick phone case and swiped the phone. Drop. The gate is open. Quan Siming. Li Suizhou's eyes changed slightly. Yi Sang went in first and threw the phone to Li Suizhou to browse. Li Suizhou. Quan Siming. Aren't they here for revenge? Why does Yi Sang still have the access card here? After everyone went in, Yi Sang took back his phone, put the phone case back on, and made a call. Well, I'm in the God-Killing Company building. Question mark. Li Suizhou and Quan Siming still didn't understand, but Li Suizhou was always steady and didn't show his emotions much. Quan Siming couldn't bear it anymore. He caught up with Yi Sang and lowered his voice. Sister, how did you get the access control of their company building? Don't tell me you still have a job here. Yi Sang raised the corners of his eyes. You will know in a moment. Quan Siming felt uneasy because of Yi Sang's mysterious attitude. He moved closer to Li Suizhou again. What do you think? Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes slightly, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. But this idea is too unrealistic and somewhat unrealistic. He said calmly, anyway, I won't trick you or me into killing you. Quan Siming. This building has a total of 5 floors. It is owned by the Shangxing Group and is a gaming company dedicated to the God Killer game. Inside and outside the building, the characteristics of the God-Killing game are displayed. There are various character posters, standees, and weapon models in the game. It's like entering a 2-dimensional game world. Yi Sang led them into the elevator and clicked for the 5th floor. When they entered the building, the security guard in the monitoring room noticed them. Seeing the 3 unfamiliar faces with extraordinary looks and temperament, he originally thought they were here to discuss business. But after watching the girl use her mobile phone to swipe the gate, he notified the president. Zhou Shua told him not to worry about it, and seeing that the elevator had already come up, he greeted him at the door. Bite. The elevator opens to the floor. The girl who came out first had a dark green coat that made her pale skin look even whiter. Her eyebrows were as black as willow trees. Her eyes were black and white. Her hands were in her pockets. Her hair was casually tied behind her head, and she was tall and beautiful, like a model made by manhwa. The only difference is that she was wearing a pair of pink cotton slippers on her feet. Oh my God! Zhou Shua immediately went over to her excitedly, subconsciously wanting to touch her, but not daring to pull back, extremely excited. Why are you willing to come to the company? And now? Ancestor? Ancestor? A small, hesitant, puzzled, and bewildered voice was heard. Zhou Shua was slightly startled, and then he realized the two people behind Yisang. A man with misty blue hair and a dashing look. The other one was tall but not rough, with a slender figure wrapped in a black coat. He had a handsome face, as if he was created by manhwa. Zhou Shua recognized these two faces, the heir to the Quan family and the Prince of Jingzhou. He paused slightly, looked at Yisang again, and thought of the rumors in Jingzhou these days. The Prince of Jingzhou bought a canary named Yisang. Before, Zhou Shua always thought it was impossible. After all, this ancestor was so powerful, so wild, and a lunatic. How is it possible that I would become another man's canary? There was an activity on the game side, and Fallen Soul had been bothering them again. He was busy dealing with it, so he didn't ask. Zhou Shua's expression changed slightly. He gently grabbed Yisang's sleeve and pulled it to the side, whispering, "Ancestor, there are rumors in Jingzhou recently about the crown prince. The canary. That can't be true." Yisang raised his eyebrows and smiled wickedly. "It's true. What's wrong?" Zhou Shua. He wanted to say, she was fallen. But who is she? A godlike existence. No one can force her. She must have her own purpose and reasons for doing this. Zhou Shua coughed dryly. Then why don't you bring them here tonight? Let's talk inside. Yisang walked into the president's office in slippers. Zhou Shua is not very old, only 31 years old this year. He is quite handsome. Quan Siming narrowed his eyes. Could he be Zhou Shua? Originally, that thought was only 1/10 of my life, but I rejected it myself. But at this moment, the CEO of Godkiller Game showed respect to Yisang. The thought came up again and increased to 5%. Li Suizhou looked at the back of the girl walking in front of him with dark eyes and licked his teeth. You'd better be mentally prepared. Quan Siming? What to do? What to prepare? What to prepare for? In the office, Yisang walked to the large sofa in the lounge area and sat down, leaning back and crossing his legs, looking very bossy. She spread her hands and pointed at the single sofas at both ends, indicating Li Suizhou, Quan Siming, and Zhou Shua. Sit. Zhou Shua sat on the left. Li Suizhou sat next to Yisang. Watching this, Quan Siming sat on the sofa on the right, feeling more and more panicked. Sister, if you have anything to say, can you just tell me directly? You're making me feel uneasy. He looked at Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou's eyes were dark, and he didn't know what to say. Zhou Shua also felt a little uneasy, as if something devastating was about to happen. Yisang glanced at Quan Siming and said, "Sit down." Quan Siming. Inexplicably, Yisang was like a queen at this moment. It's like the teacher is teaching primary school students to sit randomly in the class. Although, his teachers didn't dare to say that to him when he was in school. But at this moment, the words from the girl's mouth were inexplicably threatening. It made his hair stand on end in a weird way. He immediately straightened his twisted body and placed his hands on his legs. Zhou Shua also straightened his back and his face looked tense. Now, let me introduce him. Yisang raised his left hand and pointed at Zhou Shua. He introduced him to Li Suizhou and Quan Siming word by word. This is Zhou Shua, the general manager of the game, Godkiller, under Shangxing Group, and the executive president. This one. She raised her right hand again, pointed at the person sitting on the right, and introduced in a casual tone, Li Suizhou, the crown prince of Jingzhou. That one, Quan Siming, the heir of the Jingzhou Quan family, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Tianqing Group, and the general manager of the development of the game Fallen Soul. Zhou Shua. So the opponents who have always been against him are these two gentlemen? He was scolding them too? Isn't this a bit exciting? So what are you doing now? Sit down with your opponents and enemies to drink tea and chat? Zhou Shua. Could it be that his boss brought the other party here to mess things up? No. Impossible. That's his ancestor, the boss of his family, so he must be on his side. Right. Must be towards him. These two people must have been brought here to let him take revenge. But he didn't even dare to report the identities of these two people. Quan Siming. Hold. Yi sang. Did you bring them here to get beaten by Zhou Shua? No. Don't panic. He was not wrong about this. If anyone wanted to steal, Zhou Shua would be the first to steal from them. He was just treating others in their own way. Right. He is the heir of the Quan family, the king of the night. Stay calm. At this moment, the calmest person was Li Suizhou. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the girl beside him with his deep dark eyes. He guessed that she had not finished speaking. He poured Yiseng a glass of water to moisten her throat. Obviously, he had no intention of participating in this invisible war against his opponent, and he didn't know what the plot would develop next. Yiseng took a sip of water, looked at Zhou Shua and Quan Siming and said, "Now, you are just the bosses of the God-killing game and the Fallen Soul game. Other identities don't count here. Clearly explain the grievances and hatreds between you." Like a judge in a court, he exudes the aura of a king. There is no room for doubt. Zhou Shua. Quan Siming. Chapter 61. Yi sang. By the way, I am Yi Lu. Yi sang is his ancestor, the boss of his family, developer of God Killer. No matter what, I will never turn my elbow outward. There was silence for a long time. Zhou Shua stood up first, pointed his finger at Quan Siming, and said angrily, "They are shameless. They copied our game worldview and game mode. In the past few years, whenever we launched an event, they followed suit and opposed us. They even tried to take advantage of our Nox's popularity. When they couldn't find anyone outside the game, they shamelessly poached people from within the game. What's so great about standing up?" Quan Siming stood directly on the sofa, a head taller than him. "You are shameless. You don't have the ability, but you steal our scientific research to develop the game?" Zhou Shua. He also stood on the sofa. "Who the hell stole your scientific research? It's you who stole secretly but used the money so openly. No one is more shameless than you." Bang bang. There was a knock on the office door, and it was the assistant Xiao Wang who heard the noise. She said cautiously, "Mr. Zhou, are you okay in there?" "It's okay. You can all go home now." Zhou Shua shouted and continued to curse. "You are shameless. Don't think that I won't scold you just because you are the heir of the Quan family. What do you think your scientific research is? Is it the treasure of the gods? And you steal it for others? You stole it. You said I stole. Do you have any evidence? Your game memory is the evidence. If I had concrete evidence, I would have shot you dead a long time ago. Are you going to collapse? You think you're so great just because you're rich and powerful? You are still so confident. You are crazy." The voices were intense and saliva was flying. Yoseng covered his ears. Li Suizhou also covered it. It was unknown how much time had passed before the two men had used up all their curse words and were tired. They collapsed on the sofa, panting, and each poured themselves a glass of water. Yiseng put down his hands covering his ears, took out a candy from the small bag inside his coat, peeled it and put it in his mouth, his eyes cold. "Are you done scolding and venting your anger?" Zhou Shua. Quan Siming. "No. If it weren't for their image, they would have wanted to tear each other apart. Now let's talk." Yiseng's words were like those of an emperor, dominating his subjects. He gestured to Quan Siming first. "You. First tell me the reason why you targeted Godslayer." Quan Siming took a big gulp of water and said, "As I told you, they stole our scientific research chips at the time." "You are." Zhou Shua was about to retort when he heard the word steal. Yiseng gave him a look and he immediately shut his mouth. Quan Siming continued, finishing his grudges. Then he stared at Zhou Shua, ready to see what he would say. "Yiseng, it's your turn." She spoke. Zhou Shua dared to speak. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and tried to keep himself calm. "First, our server and compression technology existed before the game was released. They were developed by our game's initial developer, our boss. We have records of this. If you want evidence, I can give it to you. Second, our initial player, the first champion Yishan, also known as Yi Lu, is the initial developer of our God-killing game, and the chip was also developed by her. 3. Oh yes. Zhou Shua had just said the number 3 when Yiseng spoke. She smiled at Quan Siming and Li Suizhou who was sitting beside her, and said with a bleak mouth, "I am Yi Lu." "E? Li Suizhou. Really? The only person who can make Zhou Shua, the president of God Killer, treat him with respect is the big boss behind the Shangxing group. And that night god. Even though I had probably guessed it just now that I heard her admit it, I still felt a little. It's so subtle that it can't be described in words. Quan Siming's pupils trembled. Then he said so many bad things about God Killer in front of Yi Sang. In the game, there are particularly mean and showy emails sent to poach people. In Long Yuan, he cursed Yi Lu and God Killer so much in front of Yi Sang, and he cursed so harshly. Silence. Deathly quiet. Silence. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Yi Sang just watched them in silence, with a mint in his mouth and a cup of water in his hand, feeding the little thing that had crawled out from his wrist. I don't know how much time passed. It seems to have been digested. Also accepted. Li Suizhou coughed dryly. Then there must have been a misunderstanding during this period. Quan Siming. You don't have to be so hypocritical. Your mind changes so quickly. At this time, Zhou Shuo also came to his senses and guessed that Yi Sang brought these two here today because they saw him scolding them, or there was some misunderstanding, so he came to resolve it. Yi Sang spoke in a cold voice. I made the game God Killer, and I also wrote the compression technology. It has nothing to do with your Tianqing, let alone stealing. She was bored at the time, and she met a few friends who wanted to make games, so she set up this game company to pass the time. Quan Siming. Look, he's silent. Zhou Shuo snorted arrogantly. We don't even know what your chip technology is. Why would we steal it? Besides, our Yi Shun is so awesome. Why would we bother to steal it? Quan Siming. He muttered. But I've watched your games. All the major game companies are trying to compress the game memory and reduce the amount of memory occupied by players' mobile phones to increase the player download rate. But some of them have immature technology, and some do not have the ability to do so. Zhou Shuo has calmed down. When we were developing the game, we said it was a super large online competitive game that could be downloaded on both PC and mobile phones. It was also available worldwide, and the backend technology was naturally the best, even a few years ahead of yours. He said in a deep voice, if you think it's similar or plagiarized, you can come to me for verification instead of imitating and plagiarizing the game, which has been against us for the past few years. Quan Siming. I brought you here today and confessed my identity for Mr. Li's sake. I want you to clear up the misunderstanding. Yi Sang said with a smile, otherwise, your words of theft are enough for me to blow up your entire Tianqing group. She is not that good-tempered. Quan Siming. Li Suizhou. After a while, he chuckled. It seems that I still have some status in Song Song's heart. Yi Sang glanced at him and ignored him. Quan Siming's mouth twitched. What else can he do now? He never dreamed that Yi Sang was the night god. Moreover, God Killer was released 5 or 6 years ago. How old was Yi Sang then? 14 or 15 years old. Is the technology that great? Zhou Shuo. Yi Sang said again. Take him to see the system. Zhou Shuo was reluctant, but still stood up. Follow me. Li Suizhou raised his eyes and said, go ahead and be nicer to them. Quan Siming. After a moment, Yi Sang and Li Suizhou were the only ones left in the office. Be quiet for a while. Li Suizhou touched his nose and said, I was not in Jingzhou at the time. I was recuperating on Dui Island, and I was not aware of this matter. He really didn't know about this. He heard about it from Quan Siming, who complained over the phone. He just came back recently, and it hasn't been dealt with yet. Dui Island? Are the people in the prison on Luzhou Island ghosts? Yi Sang's lips curled slightly, but he didn't expose him. I don't like trouble. Now that I know the whole story, I will bring you here to solve the problem once and for all. 6 years ago, you were 14 years old? Li Suizhou sighed. You were already that amazing? Yi Sang raised an eyebrow, tilted his head to his side, and whispered, actually, I have lived for more than 100 years. Li Suizhou was slightly startled, then chuckled. So I'll call you little ancestor from now on? Yoseng blinked. I think so. When she came out of Luzhou Island this time, she actually didn't intend to hide herself. For example, bite Li Suizhou directly and drink Li Suizhou's blood. She searched for so long but still couldn't find out her origins. Meng Tang's eyes have been lost for more than 6 years. If they cannot be restored within 7 years, they will never be restored again. She knew that Meng Tang had always forbidden her to kill anyone for her own good, fearing that someone who shouldn't exist would come looking for her. But she didn't plan to hide herself. What if those people knew her and knew where she came from and who she was? It would be better if she took the initiative to expose herself. Let those people find her. Chapter 62. Just a little blood. He can afford it. Return to Dragon Garden. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. Quan Siming collapsed on the sofa, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. I have really lost my mind. I am the heir of the Quan family, the king of the Dark Night, but I have been fighting for a non-existent grudge for 4 years. I want to die. Ah, this is so embarrassing. Now that I think of the dirty words I said to seduce He Lu, I feel like crawling into a crack in the ground. Yiseng glanced at him. I'm not embarrassed. Why are you embarrassed? Quan Siming. Is she the one being teased? Is he the one who initiates the teasing? Can this be the same? Quan Siming never thought that there would be a day when he would die in society. I quit. He complained. I'm going to shut down the game tomorrow. Yiseng raised his eyebrows. Don't you have a lot of game users? After all, these two huge games have a variety of game modes to choose from, including team matches and ranked competition modes. Although they are somewhat similar, the main storylines are quite different. The activity rewards are generous and do not take up much space. Anyone who likes to play games can find them on their phone. Moreover, most players are dual users of two games. If he shuts down suddenly, the impact will be huge. He has apologized to Zhou Shuo, and they have reconciled. Li Suizhou smiled and said, It's late now. You are a weak leader, so you should go and have a rest first. I will take care of the rest. I promise to satisfy you, Lord Yishan. Yiseng glanced at him and said, Stop being so sarcastic. How dare I? Li Suizhou laughed, touched Yiseng's cold hand, and took her hand upstairs. She looked at Li Suizhou, who had brought her up and was not going to leave, and said slowly, I'm going to take a shower first. Do you want to come with me? Li Suizhou. He turned and went downstairs. The next morning, someone in the esports gaming community discovered that the official of God Killer, which caused a sensation yesterday, deleted a post that insulted a certain game of the same title, and reposted an even more shocking one. That is, Godslayer is actually going to cooperate with the game Fallen Soul, and even tag the official account of Fallen Soul. And they even reposted and responded to the official account of Fallen Soul. The implication between the lines is that the two games may be merged in the future. In fact, to celebrate, the two games started to have a lot of activities again. Directly cap the hot searches on each platform. The word explosion is scarlet and dazzling. Netizen. Esports community. Two game players. Aren't these two plagiarizing? Aren't they just imitating each other? Aren't they mortal enemies? Didn't the official God Killer curse the fallen souls yesterday? Is this the sun setting in the east? World Wonder +1? Shit, did I see it wrong because of my eye boogers? Yesterday they were cursing at each other, but today they are arm in arm with each other and calling each other brothers? Can anyone tell me what happened? Although, we both play both games. I am the one who benefits from the fight between gods. 666666666. Maybe I haven't woken up yet. I don't play any of them, but I want to join in the fun, so I'll download it now. Not only netizens, but even the official professional players of the two games were confused. I have no idea why. The activities for the two games were held together, and it was as lively as the Chinese New Year. Luan Lily also sent a WeChat message to Yiseng, telling her about this in shock. Yiseng, I know. At that time, the technology was actually developed by Li Suizhou. His original purpose was not to play games. Later, halfway through the trip, he left for something. Quan Siming took over. Then, after finding out that Godslayer used the same technology, Quan Siming compared them and found that they were similar. Because, at that time, the Shangxin group in this game emerged suddenly and quickly, and the technology was the same as theirs. He suspected the other party of stealing. He was not one to swallow his anger, but he couldn't get any solid evidence. So he went to Black Saint Forest, and after finding out that he couldn't hack into or attack the opponent's server, he started making games as well. That is, if you steal from me, then I can just steal from you too. Anyway, you can't catch me with any evidence, and I don't make money from this. I just want to annoy you and make you angry to death. Quan Siming did succeed in being both mean and irritating. Zhou Shuo was so angry, but there was nothing he could do. The so-called strongest legal department is led by Yiseng. Without Yiseng, his legal department cannot do anything to Tianqing. So, as soon as Yiseng came out, he immediately started crying and complaining. But what is the result? Why did this happen? Even in dreams, no one dares to dream such a bizarre dream. Li Suizhou doesn't make money from this. Quan Siming was holding his breath. Now it's a misunderstanding. After the two parties reached a settlement, Quan Siming was too lazy to work on this game anymore. He originally wanted to merge it directly into God Killer, but even he doesn't care. So, what about the many technicians who made this game, and the players who really like the story of this game? He gave up the idea. It was handed over to the people below to arrange a marriage with Zhou Shuo. No matter how noisy the world is, he still goes his own way. Yiseng had no objection to this. She only developed God Killer and wrote technical programs. She participated in a professional championship to open up the gaming industry, and then became a hands-off boss, leaving everything else to Zhou Shuo. It would be fine if you didn't know who the boss behind the soul-falling game was. But now, Zhou Shuo is hers. Li Suizhou is also hers. Quan Siming was just a byproduct. Only because she knew the truth did she have the patience to lead both parties to reconcile. Otherwise, she would just kill the other party. Sang, it's time to eat. Li Suizhou's voice came. Yi Sang went downstairs barefoot. Li Suizhou frowned, sighed, and went to get slippers for her to put on. Quan Siming was busy with company matters. Li Suizhou washed his hands and brought breakfast to the table. The small crystal bag is wrapped very delicately. The egg custard was filled with shrimp and chopped chili peppers, but it wasn't too spicy. There are also fried eggs, bacon, boiled vegetables, and wontons. The wonton wrapper is green. Use spinach juice, shrimp and crab juice, and egg white to knead the dough. Li Suizhou looked at her and explained, "You are too thin and have poor nutrition. You need to eat some nutritious food. This hearty breakfast is a complete nutritional supplement." He packed them all very small. Yi Sang could eat one at a time without any juice splashing. It's filled with shrimp and fish. Li Suizhou looked at her, his stern eyes softening. "Is it delicious?" "It's delicious." Yi Sang nodded slowly, "But I can't gain weight." "Then let it grow slowly." Li Suizhou smiled, poured another glass of milk, pierced his fingertip with a needle where Yi Sang couldn't see, and squeezed some blood into the milk. There wasn't much blood. It melted in the milk and no color could be seen. There is no peculiar smell either. He held it over to Yi Sang. Since Yi Sang drank his blood before and said that his blood was sweet, then his blood should be useful to her body. And she stayed with him probably just for his blood. It's just a little blood. He can afford it. It's still 3 updates. I really can't do 10. The ratings are out. I want to beg everyone to give it a 5-star rating. I will try my best. Thank you. Chapter 63 Yi Sang. I have met your parents. After having breakfast with Yi Sang, Li Suizhou went out for a while. He went to graduate school. Professor Chun was sent to the hospital last time. He is fine, but his tongue could not be reattached, and he will never be able to speak again. Since this incident, the research institute has been very quiet. Everyone does their own thing, and no one dares to say a word of nonsense. The second study of the bloodstone was similar to the last one. No more useful information. Li Suizhou took the stone away, and on his way back to Longyuan, he received a call from an unremarked number. He answered. The woman's voice came, "Mr. Li, it's time for you to fulfill our deal, right?" Kongjun. Li Suizhou's eyes narrowed with coldness. "Have I ever made a deal with you?" Kongjun paused for a moment and said with a smile, "Mr. Li, you were joking. You took the photo. A prince like you shouldn't break your promise, right?" "I took it, but did I ever say I agreed to trade with you?" Li Suizhou said coldly, "Who do you think you are?" Kongjun choked and her face turned ugly. "Li Suizhou, don't think that." Li Suizhou hung up the phone. Kongjun heard the busy tone, tightened her grip on the phone, and looked cold. Her bodyguard Shui Feng said in a deep voice, "Miss, what should we do now?" Kongjun said in a deep voice, "He will definitely go to Savage Valley, and we will go too. He will definitely not bring Yi Sang with him, so you stay and kill her. There is nothing Kongjun, who sets her eyes on, cannot get, including people. And this Yi Sang, no matter whether she is that person herself or that person's descendant, she cannot be allowed to live." Asterisk. Dragon Garden. On the balcony of the greenhouse, Yi Sang was lying in a hanging chair basking in the sun. On the table next to him was a small ecological fish tank filled with blue flame stones and butterfly fish. Its body is dotted with gold, and it is lying on the edge of the ecological fish tank. There is an old photo of a family of 3 on the corner of the table. Yi Sang plucked a flower, dripped his own blood on it, and fed it to Dian Dian. Su Shutong called. "Master!" Su Shutong was very excited. "You are out of the mountain." Yi Sang said slowly, "You are too slow in getting news. If it weren't for the 13 ghost needles, I still wouldn't know." Su Shutong choked. "I heard from Pan Wei that he went to Jingzhou to invite that Yi Sang, but he failed. I guess it was you." Yi Sang, not interested. She studied medicine just to kill time when she was bored. Saving lives? Medical ethics? She has none of them. Su Shutong paused. "Master, didn't Pan Wei tell you the cause of this child's illness?" Yi Sang, "Schizophrenia, a fool." "Master, I was planning to tell you this, but I didn't know you were coming back. His stupidity is extraordinary." Su Shutong's voice became solemn. "This kid is the son of the president of Huaxing Group. His name is Gao Ming. He has loved adventure since he was a child. Huaxing Group has a logistics business and can go anywhere. 5 years ago, Gao Ming, 17, followed the transport logistics to deliver goods to a group of desert explorers in an uninhabited area. After 2 days in the desert, he came back dumbfounded. He said he saw another world there. Demons, monsters, and hell? Yisang narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Shutong whispered, I suspect that it is that place that appeared. Maybe after curing him, I can get some useful information. My acupuncture skills are not yet perfect. Whether it is or not, there is nothing wrong in confirming it. Yisang lowered his eyes. Let him invite me again. Su Shutong, okay. Yosang sent him an address. She lowered her eyes, looked at Diandian who was drinking water and eating flowers obediently, and sighed softly. Diandian, tell me, who am I? She has been looking for so many years. There are so many names and identities, but none of them is the real her. Diandian couldn't speak, so she rubbed her hand and continued eating the flower petals. Not long. Li Suizhou is back. He found Yisang in the greenhouse, and when he saw the photo on the corner of the table, he paused and asked, Where did you get it? The bedside of your room. Yisang looked up at him, his head slightly tilted, a little innocent. You said I could go anywhere. Li Suizhou was silent for a while, took the photo, and lowered his head. These are my parents. This is the only photo I have with them. Yisang, I've seen them. Li Suizhou was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and asked, What did you say? Yisang smiled. I have met these two people. Li Suizhou's pupils narrowed slightly. When and where? Yisang said slowly, 6 years ago, in the Savage Valley of Jade Country. Savage Valley. Li Suizhou subconsciously grabbed her arm and asked, Where did they go afterwards? Yisang frowned slightly and moved his arm. It hurts. I'm sorry. Li Suizhou let go immediately, lowered his head, and breathed a little heavy. My parents disappeared 15 years ago. I've been looking for them. You. Wrong. He came to his senses belatedly. If Yisang is 20 years old this year, he was only 14 years old 6 years ago. The Savage Valley of Yu Country is extremely terrifying. How could Yisang, who is only 14 years old, go in and survive? Li Suizhou pursed his lips. Did Quan Siming tell you? Yisang paused and smiled lazily. Quan Siming didn't say that. I told you that I have really lived for more than 100 years. The corners of her eyes were curled up, and the corners of her lips, which were painted with lip balm, were flushed, revealing a seductive look. I'm a monster, she said. It's a bit unreal. Li Suizhou didn't know whether what she said was true or not. There was silence for a while. He said, Sang, I have to go to Savage Valley. He will go regardless of whether the clue is true or false. Yisang blinked slightly. Then I want to go too. Li Suizhou paused and frowned. Savage Valley is too dangerous. I am worried about taking you with me, but I am even more worried about you staying here. I will take you to Jade Country. He sat in front of the hanging chair, face to face with Yisang. Seeing him frowning and chattering about his own affairs, Yisang leaned forward and held his face with both hands. Stop. Li Suizhou was stunned when cold hands were placed on his cheeks, and his body stiffened slightly. I have to go to Shancheng for something. Yisang held his face with his cold white hands, looked into his eyes and smiled. You don't have to worry about me. There are few people in this world who can hurt me. Nothing is so absolute. Li Suizhou came back to his senses instantly, holding her hand, frowning. Then I'll go with you first. There's no rush to go to Yugua after visiting Shancheng. Yisang. Forget it. Just follow. Li Suizhou asked her, When are you leaving? Yisang chuckled. Wait until the person who invited me arrives before leaving. Li Suizhou. He felt the girl's cold body temperature and then remembered the important matter. He took out a box from his pocket and handed it to Yisang. Yisang raised an eyebrow. What? Li Suizhou opened the box. There is a red jade inside. Bloodstone. Yisang was slightly startled. Give it to me? Li Suizhou nodded, looking at her with eyes as deep as the sea. I have finished my research, but I didn't find any useful information. Your body temperature is too cold. If it is useful to you, you can use it. If not, just wear it as a warm jade. Yisang. A long time. She chuckled. Okay. She looked up at Li Suizhou and said, I'm hungry. Li Suizhou paused. I'll go cook. Yisang grabbed his hand and stopped him from moving, looking at him with a smile in her eyes. Li Suizhou was silent for a moment. Then he supported himself on the edge of the hanging chair with his hands, stood up and leaned forward, exposing his fragile neck to her mouth. The moment Yisang was about to bite it, he suddenly stepped back and looked at her hesitantly. Isn't this unhygienic? Do you want to disinfect it first? Yi sang. Seeing her stunned, Li Suizhou raised his lips slightly. Just kidding. Yi sang kicked him and said angrily, Go away. I don't want to drink anymore. She didn't use much force. Li Suizhou staggered back for a bit, but soon regained his balance. He held her cold foot that had kicked his abdomen with his big hand to warm it up. There was a smile in his eyes and eyebrows. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Before he could finish his words, Yoseng grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back, sinking his fangs into his neck. Li Suizhou's finger joints bulged, but his expression did not change at all. When Yiseng had drunk enough, she let him go. Her delicate eyebrows relaxed a lot and asked him, Do you know why your blood is poisonous? Chapter 64. The Lin family comes to Yiseng for help. Li Suizhou paused and went to find a band-aid to cover the wound on his neck. I'll tell you when I get back. I've been carrying it since birth. Some say I inherited it from my mom, but my mom doesn't have anything unusual. Later, my parents kept looking for a solution to the toxins, but they never found one, and someone said I wouldn't live past 30. He looked at the photo. His breath was low and his eyes were filled with unclear emotions. Since I was born, my parents have been running around. My grandmother and the others told me that they were looking for a way to detoxify and save me, but when I was 10 years old, they disappeared. His fingers tightened, and he became more aggressive. I just realized that they were not running around to find a way to save my life, but because my grandmother Chen Jinling didn't want to die. She heard that there were immortal people in the world, so she asked them to look for them everywhere. There are so many people in the Li family. Why would she let anyone else go? But she let his parents go. Li Suizhou didn't understand at first, but he researched for many years and finally got some information out of Chen Jinling a few years ago. Because it is rumored that his mother is from that place. Only then did Chen Jinling let them go. My parents are not fools. They agreed to help Chen Jinling in order to save me, but later they disappeared. No one can find them alive or dead. I can't get over this. So, he has been looking for them all these years. Even a little clue. He must go to the Savage Valley. Yiseng licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, leaned back in his chair, his eyes looking distant and sad. It's great. That's great. At least he knows who he is and who his parents are. Even if you look for it, you still have a goal. Not like her at all. There is no home. Parents don't. There is no name either. She has nothing. As for the jade plate with the word Sung written on it, she took it to exchange for food when she just woke up because she was too hungry. She was hungry and had to eat to stay alive so that she would have the strength to look for it. Later, when I went back to redeem it, it had disappeared. She didn't look for it again. No one looked for her. No. Yes, there are. Those who look for her want her life. Want her secret of immortality. Dian climbed onto Li Suizhou's head at some point without knowing it. This was the scene that Quan Siming saw when he came over. Yiseng was lying in the hanging chair, and Li Suizhou was sitting on the chair in front of her with 2 band-aids on his neck. Yiseng put her fair feet on Li Suizhou's legs, using the force to gently swing the hanging chair. And on Li Suizhou's head, there was a small golden snake coiled. The picture is quite quiet and peaceful. This is the person. The master acted wildly in front of the prince, and the prince spoiled him. Now, a pet has also climbed over the prince's head, but the prince doesn't care. Quan Siming's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless. It seemed that every time he came to see Li Suizhou recently, it was not at the right time. Is there something? Li Suizhou glanced at him and took off the dot on his head. Not a single bite was given to Li Suizhou. Appears very well behaved. Quan Siming glanced at Yiseng and motioned him to go out and talk. Li Suizhou handed Dian to Yiseng. Yiseng retracted his feet and crossed his legs. Li Suizhou got up and went out. Quan Siming looked at the extra band-aid on his neck. Without asking, he knew it was definitely Yiseng's doing again. He twitched the corner of his mouth again. Without asking, he pulled Li Suizhou to the other corner of the rooftop and whispered, I have already arranged to go to Savage Valley. People are already waiting there. It is still in the war zone and is quite dangerous. I must go with you. I will ask Jianzi to go with us as well. At least we have a medic. Li Suizhou frowned slightly. I have to accompany Yiseng to Shenzhen first. Quan Siming, how long? Li Suizhou paused and said, I don't know yet, but it shouldn't take long. Quan Siming, okay. He has already realized that the most important person to Li Suizhou now is Yiseng. Quan Siming would readily accept things that could not be changed. He whispered again, Kongzhen left Jingzhou early this morning, but she has set her sights on you and will not let Yiseng go. She will definitely go to Yugua later. Li Suizhou's expression was calm. then let her die in your country. In a place like Savage Valley, even if 10,000 people died, no one would know. Okay. Quan Siming had no objection to this and said sarcastically, then I won't disturb your love. Li Suizhou glanced at him and said, if you want love, you can find one. Quan Siming choked. The girl in Yuncheng sanatorium appeared in his mind, but it quickly disappeared. The old man at home is making trouble again. I'm going back first. After he killed his cousin and others, he became a madman in the Quan family. He did not kill Mr. Quan and his wife. His mother was deceived by Mr. Quan back then. After she had him, she never came to threaten him. It was Mr. Quan who took his mother back to the Quan family when she was pregnant. But when he arrived at the Quan family, he didn't care. Once you enter a wealthy family, it is like entering a deep sea. Her mother found that there was nothing good about wealthy families, and she also didn't like the Quan family who looked down on her, so she kept thinking about leaving. And it was found every time. Old Master Quan said that she was pregnant with the Quan family's child, so she must be born in the Quan family and cannot be born outside. For the sake of this child, his mother endured humiliation and gave birth to him. However, the Quan family still did not let his mother go. Later, his mother finally could not bear it anymore and was humiliated to death by that group of people. He was abducted when he was only 5 years old. If it weren't for Li Suizhou, he would have become tiger feces at the age of 5. Having given birth to so many children, she still wants more children. Then he would kill his children one by one, make his life worse than death. But recently he has been dishonest and wants to run away and has been making trouble. He had to go back and pick them up. In the afternoon, Yi Sang went to Licheng Garden again, and Li Suizhou accompanied her. There were a few more bodyguards at the theater entrance. When they saw Yi Sang, they all saluted respectfully. Miss Yi. The voices were in unison. Yi Sang was puzzled. We are Brother Huey's men. One of the security guards explained quickly. He asked us to stay here to prevent anyone from causing trouble. After knowing that Licheng Garden belonged to Yi Sang, Wu Hui arranged this. Yi Sang twitched the corner of her mouth slightly, knowing that Wu Hui was trying to please her. She didn't care and just said, don't scare the guests. Nowadays, unlike before, many things have become despised cultural heritage, such as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, embroidery, opera, and even ancient porcelain and wine are being abandoned by the times. But she liked it, so she bought Lekinjuan at that time. Fortunately, Duan Yuesheng was talented and left behind this legacy. Some elderly people also listened. Today too, Mr. Du is here with Butler Du. They come every day. Duan Yuesheng sang Peking opera today. The Legend of White Snake. There are other elderly people I don't know. When Mr. Du saw the two of them, he smiled kindly. Here they come. He went to the hospital for another checkup that day, and the root cause of his illness was healed. This girl is a miracle doctor. The only pity is that her character is not one that helps others. Yi Sang. Yi Sang and Li Suizhou had just sat next to each other, and Huang Do, the granddaughter of Mr. Huang, who was running errands, served them peanuts and sunflower seeds. Suddenly there was a shout from behind. Yi Sang turned his head and saw Lin Junchuang and his parents. It's really you. After seeing her, the 3 members of the family all looked unhappy. I can't say whether it's awkward or embarrassing. Lin Junchuang glanced at the extraordinary Li Suizhou next to her, trying to ignore him, and pursed her lips. 2 days ago, it was you who used the 13 Ghost Gate needles to save Mr. Du at the Heji Hotel, right? Yi Sang glanced at Mr. Du. Mr. Du quickly shook his head and waved his hands. I haven't told anyone. That day, Yi Sang beat someone up and then saved someone. He also introduced himself and said that he was the owner of Lekinjuan, Yi Sang. Many people know about it, so it's not surprising that it gets out. Yi Sang tooted, resting his chin lazily. Yeah. His sister was transferred to the best hospital in Jingzhou. The hospital said that her fission was too sudden and had seriously damaged her brain. She was also very young, so they did not dare to perform any surgery on her. At present, we can only stabilize the condition. They asked around for the whereabouts of the miraculous Dr. Su Shudong, but they couldn't contact him at all. Not long ago, they heard that Luan Lily's leukemia was cured, so they went to the Worry-Free Guild to place an order, but the Worry-Free Guild refused to accept the order, and the Luan family didn't say a word. Just when they were in despair, they heard the 13 ghost needles and Yi Sang's name coming from here. At first, he thought it was a duplicate name, but he was mentally prepared. Until this moment, I didn't expect it was really her. After a moment, Lin Junchuang knelt down directly, his fists clenched, his head lowered, and he was extremely humble. Yi Sang, I beg you, can you save my sister? I'm working on it, Thank you all for your ratings. Think about it, students who are starting school. By the time you can watch it during the holidays, you will have saved a lot. Won't it be better? Chapter 65. What the hell does it have to do with me? The master of the miracle doctor? The other people watching the show were curious and looked over. Li Suizhou didn't say anything. He sat aside and peeled chestnuts. He bought them at Sister Yang's house when he came here just now. It's the best one in Jingzhou. I really like the Yisang I bought last time. Yisang looked at Lin Junchuang and his parents and suddenly laughed. When I took the initiative to save you before, you didn't let me save you. Now you come to ask me to save you again. Who do you think I am? Ms. Yi, Lin Ningfu's expression was not very good. After all, you are too old and you don't even have a medical license. We are lives. No one will believe us. You can't blame us for not believing that you can cure. Yes, Miss Yi. Mrs. Lin quickly nodded in agreement. We can't risk my daughter's life. Heh, Yisang laughed. You can't take risks with your daughter's life. You didn't believe a man like Yi Cixing even when he guaranteed it with his life, and you even said such harsh words. She raised her eyes. Her pupils were cold. Now you see that I really saved someone? You're here? How can such a good thing happen in this world? Leave. Yi sang. Lin Junchuang, who was kneeling, interrupted his father's words and said humbly, 3 years ago, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I believed what others said and bullied you. If you didn't feel satisfied beating me 3 years ago, you can beat me up again now to vent your anger. But this time, I know that you agreed to treat my sister for Yi Cixing's sake in Yuncheng. We were blind to the truth. As long as you can save my sister, I will do anything for you. Li Suizhou glanced at him and snorted barely perceptibly. Yes, yes, yes. Miss Yi, we are the ones who didn't recognize the real talent. Mrs. Lin realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly made amends. As long as you can save my daughter, our Lin family will give you any amount of money you want. Yi Sang looked at Lim Youngbi. Last time at Yuncheng Hospital, Lin Ningfu rejected Yi Sang so harshly and even scolded Yi Cixing. Now he came back to beg her. He clenched his hands tightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Old Lin. Mrs. Lin pursed her lips and reached out to pull him eagerly. Lin Ningfu gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the great man. Yi Sang smiled and said coldly, no help. You. Lin Ningfu's face darkened. We all apologized to you. You apologized because you were disrespectful to me. But as for me, Yi Sang's lips curled coldly. I will never save someone if I say I won't save him. That was a human life. Lin Ningfu said in an intense tone. Yi Sang glared coldly. What the hell does it have to do with me? Li Suizhou put the broken chestnut kernels into small pieces on a clean porcelain plate and handed it to Yi Sang with cold eyes. When Yi Sang took the initiative to save your daughter, you said it was a human life. You didn't believe she could save it, so you scolded her and rejected her. Now that you know she can save it, you used the reason of a human life to blackmail her. What? Humiliation and blackmail? Everything is up to you? Who do you think you are? He is the crown prince of Jingzhou, Li Suizhou. Before Lin Ningfu could start talking about seeking death, Old Du spoke. The words that were about to come out of Lin Ningfu's mouth stopped abruptly, his throat choked, his eyes stared at Li Suizhou, and his face turned pale. Ms. Yi. Mrs. Lin also knelt down in front of Yi Sang and cried, I know we misunderstood you before. We were really wrong. Please save my daughter. Yi Sang, I believed you in Yuncheng before, but I couldn't beat my parents. Lin Junchuang's throat was blocked. I beg you. As long as you can save my sister, I will do anything. I have a bad temper. If I say wait for death, I won't bother you anymore. Yi Sang said unmoved, now, either you guys go away, or I will help you go away. Ms. Yi, let's go. We won't beg her. Lin Ningfu didn't expect that she was so shameless. Even after they did this, she still didn't agree. His face turned black and blue. Seeing that Mrs. Lin still wanted to beg, he pulled her and Lin Junchuang away. She only knows the 13 ghost needles, right? I don't believe that no one else knows it except her. Let's go find Dr. Su. Lin Ningfu gritted his teeth. Lin Junchuang looked back at Yi Sang every few steps, feeling bitter. He always felt that apart from her, no one could save his sister. After they left, Mr. Du sighed softly. Yo Sang glanced at him. Nothing. Mr. Du chuckled and shook his head. Yi Sang certainly knew what he was thinking, but she didn't care and signaled Duan Yuesheng, who had just stopped singing on the stage, to continue singing. The other elderly people who were listening to the opera in the back kept looking over with curiosity. Yi Sang turned a blind eye. Huang Do brought her another drink and stood beside her, seeming to say something but stopping himself. Yi Sang looked at her with a frown. What's the matter? The 6-year-old girl had not yet gone to school, but Duan Yuesheng would teach her to read when he had time. She dressed simply but cleanly. Her eyes are like grapes, round and sparkling. Boss sister. She was a little afraid of Yi Sang and spoke timidly, I want to learn to sing opera. Yi Sang paused, then chuckled. If you want to learn, then learn. It is a good thing to have fresh blood to inherit some things that are about to be lost in the ever-changing history. Huang Do glanced at Duan Yuesheng and said, Master Duan needs to ask you. Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. You said I agree. It depends on whether he agrees or not. Huang Do smiled brightly and bowed to her. Thank you, boss sister. From now on, this opera theater will only belong to Duan Yuesheng. After all, among the several children she had raised to kill time over the years, Duan Yuesheng was the most fragile and sensitive. The only one I raised. It can't be called waste either. It's just that his talent is not in martial arts. Yi Sang sighed softly. Li Suizhou looked at her and asked, Why are you sighing? Yi Sang sighed again. I'm so disappointed in you. Li Suizhou. When the song Legend of White Snake was almost finished, Pan Wei finally arrived. He asked cautiously, Ms. Yi, do you agree? Yi Sang nodded. Su Shutong is now in the Gao family. Pan Wei failed to invite Yi Sang and has not returned to Shenzhen yet. Today, he suddenly received a call from there, asking him to go and invite Yi Sang again. Last time, Yi Sang refused completely. Even if Pan Wei came, he was still prepared to be rejected. I didn't expect that she really agreed. Still so straightforward? Pan Wei was stunned. But that's a good thing. He quickly came back to his senses and asked politely, When can you leave? Yi Sang, tonight. After leaving Liqing Garden, I went back to Long Garden with Li Suizhou. Yi Zixing called her. It is said that Yi Hong and Lu Yi divorced. Yi Zixing never looked down on Lu Yi, but Lu Yi had gone to great lengths to climb into his father's bed, so she was not a person of noble character. She was always narrow-minded and wanted to give Yi Hong a son so that she could compete with Yi Zixing for the family property. However, she was never able to get pregnant again, so she could only set her sights on a daughter. It's a pity for Yi Tian. She could have become a graceful and elegant young lady in the Yi family, but she was taught by her mother to be petty and have thoughts that are not presentable. They were fine when Yi Sang was not around. As soon as Yi Sang showed up, the mother and daughter immediately regarded Yi Sang as an imaginary enemy and targeted him all day long. It is easy to live in luxury, but difficult to live in frugality. Lu Yi was a hotel manager. She climbed into Yi Hong's bed and threatened Yi Hong to marry her. Now she has been a wealthy wife for 16 years and has the best food, accommodation, and transportation. Now that we're getting a divorce, of course she would never agree to it. But she was not allowed to disagree. My father gave Yi Tian a house and child support for her sake, and asked her and her daughter to move out of the Yi family. He also fired and replaced all the servants in the house. As for the 5% of shares previously given to Yi Tian, they were also taken back. As for Lu Yi and Yi Tian, they will no longer be rich wives and daughters. They have brought shame upon themselves in the circle of rich wives in Yuncheng and will never be able to live a luxurious life again. This makes them feel more miserable than death. Yi Zixing pursed his lips. Next time you come back, there will be no trouble. He represented the attitude of the Yi family and gave Yi Sang an explanation on this matter. Yi Sang said, and didn't care much about this matter. On the Huaxing group side, in order to express his sincerity to Yi Sang, the chairman specially prepared a private jet to pick up Yi Sang. The route is requested in advance. We set off at around 8 p.m. Li Suizhou looked at the girl next to him with her face covered with clothes, raised his eyebrows, and hummed softly, Aren't you afraid of heights? Yi Sang pulled his clothes down, revealing a little of his eyes. I was kidding. Li Suizhou was amused by her frank answer and shook his head helplessly. Go to sleep. We'll be there soon. We arrived in Shenzhen at around 1 a.m. It's raining here. Yi Sang opened the black umbrella. Li Suizhou took it from her and helped her walk out. Master! Master! In the distance, there was a little old man with white hair. He ran towards Yi Sang in the rain without an umbrella and said excitedly, Master, I finally see you. Master? The master of the miraculous healer? Who? Yi Sang? Li Suizhou paused slightly. Pan Wei's brain froze. Chapter 66. Are they going to compete with Yi Sang in medicine? Master! My master! If there weren't differences between men and women, the old man would have rushed up and hugged her. Even though he couldn't hug her, he was so excited that he almost cried, My master! I finally see you grow old. Stop! Yi Sang was impatient. It's like crying at a funeral every time. Su Shutong. Li Suizhou came back to his senses and greeted him, Divine Dr. Su. Su Shutong glanced at him. Why are you with my master? Oh, I see. My master's new little slave, right? Before Li Suizhou could answer, Su Shutong glanced at the umbrella he was holding and the hand holding the suitcase, and instantly understood. This kid from the Li family is pretty good looking. Master finally found a good one this time. He really deserves to be my master. He patted Li Suizhou on the shoulder again and said, Good job, Li boy. Li slave Suizhou. No, that Dr. Su. Pan Wei was still a little shocked. You said Miss Yi is your master? Of course. Su Shutong raised his eyebrows. I tell you, I can't lie about anything except my master. Pan Wei. He still found it unbelievable. After all, these two people look very different in age. But someone like Su Shutong would never lie about this. But he just felt. Split? Fantasy? Let's go, get in the car. Su Shutong led the way for Yisang and directed Li Suizhou, Li boy, put the suitcase in the back. The only one who knew his identity and was not afraid of him, and dared to call him like that and command him like a slave, was Su Shutong. And his confidence comes from Yisang. It seems that the canary that lured him into the trap is more unfathomable than he thought. Li Suizhou glanced at Su Shutong and silently went to put the suitcase away. At night, rest at the Huaxing Hotel, which is part of the Huaxing Group. The next morning, at the dinner table, Li Suizhou looked at Yisang and pursed his lips. I have something urgent to do and I need to leave first. He received a call in the middle of the night. Something happened to the people who were stationed in Yu Country first. Quan Siming had already rushed over with Zheng Zijian. Okay. Yisang nodded, without any hesitation or reluctance on his face. Li Suizhou sighed inwardly and arranged her whereabouts. I'll ask Li San to come over later. When you're done with your work, you can stay here for a while. I'll pick you up when I'm done, or you can go back to Jingzhou. Yisang nodded. Okay. Li Suizhou left in a hurry and didn't have time to give too many instructions. After breakfast, I left. Yisang watched him leave, stretched, and called Su Shutong, let's go to the hospital. The hospital where Gao Ming is staying is a private hospital under the name of Huaxing. Huaxing Group Chairman Gao Penglin and Mrs. Gao Yuyini were both there, wearing formal attire to greet them at the door. Su Shutong had already told them about his relationship with Yisang. Although he had long found it unbelievable, he was still stunned and shocked when he saw Yisang's true appearance. She is so beautiful. And too young. Divine Dr. Su. Gao Penglin felt that his voice was floating. This girl. Is she really your master? Of course. Su Shutong said proudly, kissing guaranteed. Yu Yini came back to her senses first and walked over. Ms. Yi? Don't stop me. I want to see who has the guts to be Dr. Su's master. At this moment, a discontented snort came from inside the gate. He was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow Taoist robe, holding a peachwood sword in his hand and a bunch of garlic hanging around his neck. He glanced outside the door and didn't see any other strangers, so his eyes stopped on Yisang. He paused for a moment. Su Shutong. Don't tell me this yellow-haired girl is your master. You are the young boy. Su Shutong immediately put his hands on his hips and cursed back. My master looks young. Isn't that okay? Su Shutong, are you crazy too? Or have you been possessed by an evil spirit? The Taoist raised his thick black eyebrows. Is this girl an adult? How dare you, a great doctor, call her master? Su Shutong frowned. You are crazy. She is my master. Come quickly. Come and take a look. The Taoist priest suddenly shouted towards the hospital. This great doctor actually said that a yellow-haired girl is his master. Soon, 4 or 5 more people came out from behind him. Judging from their clothes, one of them looks like an Indian. There was one who looked like a Miao woman, and her Miao clothes were covered with silver ornaments. There was another one, wearing a purple-black cloak and holding a cane with a crystal ball on it. It reminded Yisang of the Wizard Wolf in Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. The other one was wearing a foreign hat, a black suit, and holding a black suitcase, looking like a foreign man. The last one is also a woman, wearing a Sakura Country kimono. When the woman in kimono came out and saw Yisang's face, her pupils suddenly froze and she was deeply shocked. Yisang didn't pay much attention to her. He just glanced around and spoke slowly. Are you guys having a big stew? Su Shutong snorted coldly. It's Gao Penglin and his wife. In order to save their son, they hired all kinds of doctors, including evil sorcerers. This is just part of it. Witch doctor, magic doctor, spell doctor, meow doctor, all collected. It's not easy either. Gao Penglin was a little embarrassed. We are just eager to save our son. Who are you calling this evil sorcerer? The foreigner spoke awkwardly in Mandarin. I am Thomas, An internationally renowned brain surgeon? Are we evil sorcerers? You are the legendary doctor praised by the Chinese people, but you can't cure people either. The one who sounded like Wizard Wolf spoke in a sinister tone. Yi Sang glanced at Pan Wei. You didn't say this was the case here. Pan Wei was even more embarrassed. I was afraid you would not come after hearing this. Su Shutong snorted coldly. If it weren't for that incident, I wouldn't have let you, master, come to such a terrible place. Little girl. The Miao woman's silver ornaments jingled. Her expression was kind, and her upturned lips were a little mean. Don't come out to cheat people before you finish your studies. I advise you to go home to your mother as soon as possible. Su Shutong. Asan spoke in a strange Chinese tone. You claim that even the divine doctors of China can't cure you. So I thought you invited some great man, but you are making fun of us, right? Everyone. Gao Penglin spoke up quickly. Everyone, stop arguing. No matter who it is, no matter where they come from, as long as they can save my son, they are the benefactor of my Gao family. Everyone, you mocked Mr. Su, but Mr. Su has only been here for a few days, and the most of you have been in our Gao family for half a year. We Gao family have served you well, but have you cured my son? Yu Yuni's eyes darkened, and she said in a cold voice. The group of people were speechless for a moment. Why not let this lady try? Maybe she can do it. The woman from Sakura country suddenly spoke. She speaks standard Mandarin. He was also the only one who didn't make any sarcastic remarks just now. Her eyes were fixed on Yi Sang. Yi Sang glanced back at her, and she immediately dodged. Yi Sang narrowed his eyes. Su Shutong snorted unhappily and whispered to Yi Sang, these people are just psychopaths. You don't have to care about them. Each of them relied on their knowledge of some evil and unorthodox magic to come to the Gao family to defraud money, food, and drinks. I heard you scolding us. The Wizard Wolf raised his head, his pale face grim. As Madam Yu said, there are so many of us here for so long, but we haven't been able to cure Master Gao, and we are not unreasonable people. Since this little girl is the master of the divine doctor, her medical skills must be superb. How about we compete in medicine? Chapter 67, How can a doctor fight be faster than killing you? I agree. Thomas, the foreigner, raised his hand in agreement and said in a roundabout way, if this girl can beat all of us, we will obey her. I agree too. The Miao woman said with a gloomy look. Otherwise, who knows where this little girl came from? Maybe Su Shutong colluded with her to deceive the Gao family. Pan Wei frowned, although I was also shocked that Mr. Su called Miss Yi his master. But I saw Miss Yi using the 13 ghost gate needles to save people in Jingzhou with my own eyes. What are the 13 ghost needles? Thomas, a foreigner, said disdainfully, traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture have long been abandoned. How can you worship them as miracle doctors here? You're talking nonsense. Su Shutong gritted his teeth. How can you be qualified to comment on our thousands of years of cultural tradition? Besides, medicine is for learning, not for competition. The witch doctor looked at Yi Sang and said sinisterly, little girl, you haven't said anything. Are you scared? If you are scared, go home and find your mother now. It will be too late if you cry later. The woman from Sakura country had been standing by and watching this scene. Apart from asking Yi Sang to give it a try, she didn't say a word. Her eyes were dark and unpredictable as she looked at Yi Sang. You guys. Gao Penglin didn't expect this situation to happen. Yi Sang looked too young, and he had his doubts. Over the years, they have hired all kinds of alchemists, sorcerers, and famous doctors from all over the country to treat their son's illness. Those that didn't work before were replaced by new batches. These are from the past year. They are all mysterious and obviously look like masters. The girl in front of me, who is called Master by the genius Dr. Su Shutong, is so young, but her aura is very strong. But, no matter how much I doubt it, it is true that Yi Sang knows the 13 ghost needles. Gao Penglin and Yu Yuni, a married couple, both wanted to give it a try. As for this fighting doctor, I don't quite understand what you mean by medical duel, but I asked Miss Yi to save my son, not for you to make things difficult for her. Gao Penglin took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, even if Yi Sang couldn't do it, he couldn't follow the foreigners and humiliate them, watching them mock traditional Chinese medicine and his compatriots. Yu Yuni stood in front of Yi Sang and looked at them gloomily. My son has been treated by you for half a year, but there is no improvement. We tolerated your free food and drink, but now you are ganging up to bully our guests. Please forgive us for not entertaining you anymore. They had invited someone from far away, so no matter whether the girl had medical skills or was so miraculous, they had to protect her. Even if I have to leave, I want to see what this girl can do today. The witch doctor looked even more sinister. She can heal someone that none of us can? There was a purple light flashing in the crystal ball on the cane in his hand. Yisang took a look. That's right. Thomas's eyes were filled with sarcasm. As Chinese doctors, you are so good, but you don't even dare to compare with us. Little girl, why don't you speak? The Taoist waved the wooden sword in his hand. If you are scared, go home and find your mother. I want to see what she can do today. The Meow woman snorted coldly, opened her mouth, and a centipede crawled out of her mouth. Dian, who was sleeping on Yisang's wrist, seemed to smell the scent, and her eyes lit up the moment she opened. The snake's core is slightly protruding, ready to move. Yisang touched its head, and it coiled back up again. Su Shutong wanted to argue with them, but was suppressed by Yisang. It's not that I don't dare. Yisang asked Yuni to step aside, and looked at the motley group of people in front of him with a casual smile. I just think that a doctor fight is such a troublesome thing. How can it be faster than killing you, right? Her tone was light, but it sounded arrogance to everyone. Su Shutong's eyebrows jumped, and he pulled Panwei to stand aside. Panwei? Su Shutong narrowed his eyes. My master is going to kill people. Panwei? The witch doctor said grimly, Little girl, are you scared silly? Are you out of your mind? Thomas said with sarcasm. The Meow woman moved her fingertips slightly, and the centipede in her hand fell to the ground along her clothes. She blew a strange whistle, controlling the centipede to crawl quickly to Yisang's feet. Just when the centipede was about to crawl up Yisang's trouser leg, Yisang didn't even look down. Just lift your foot and step down. The Meow woman's expression suddenly changed. How dare you step on my centipede? Don't embarrass yourself here with your limited witchcraft skills. Yisang sneered, moved his foot away, bent down, picked up the squashed poisonous centipede, and placed it on the back of his hand. The golden snake-shaped bracelet on her wrist immediately came to life, and it stretched out its head, which was no bigger than a fingernail, and began to gnaw on the food. Yisang was wearing a coat, but his wrists were exposed. He had a string of Buddhist beads and a golden bracelet on them, and everyone could see them. But at this moment, I saw the bracelet suddenly move and turn into a snake, eating the centipede. They all opened their eyes wide in astonishment. The Meow woman's pupils suddenly shrank, and she cried out in a lost voice, This is the King Gu. Impossible. The Gu King is the one who emerged victorious from the slaughter of countless poisonous insects. But Wang Gu has been the king of Gu since birth, a natural-born king. It is said that only the bloodline of the old Southern Kingdom's royal family can tame or cultivate this pure royal Gu. The old Southern Kingdom had long been destroyed, so it was impossible for anyone to be alive. What King Gu? It's just a snake. The Taoist took out a yellow paper talisman, walked over, and circled around Yisang, muttering some unknown spell. See how I can subdue demons and kill evil spirits. Yu Yuni and Gao Penglin frowned, and just when they were about to stop them, the girl moved again. She lifted her legs. With one kick, he kicked the Taoist priest out. The Taoist priest was caught off guard and flew backwards and hit the glass door. With a bang, the sturdy glass sensor door shook, and then with a crack, it fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The Taoist priest was lying in the glass. His face was grim with pain. You? He was confused for a while. Then he grabbed the peachwood sword that had fallen to the ground and got up. He took out another talisman and said with gritted teeth, Hurry up and obey the order. I'm going to kill you. Yisang sneered and kicked him again. This time the Taoist hit the wall and slid heavily to the ground. Yisang stepped on his chest to prevent him from getting up. He snatched the talisman paper from his hand, crumpled it into a ball with one hand, pinched his chin, and stuffed the talisman paper into his mouth. You woo-woo. The Taoist struggled with his hands and tried to hit her with the peachwood sword. Yisang snatched the sword away and stuffed it directly into his mouth, which was blocked by the talisman paper. He slapped the hilt and most of the wooden sword entered his mouth. The Taoist priest's throat was stretched and bleeding from his nose. A suppressed roar of grief came from his throat, and his struggling hands that were grabbing Yisang's sleeves gradually slipped and fell down. His head with the sword still stuck in his mouth tilted to the side, and he collapsed on the ground with his legs spread apart, his eyes wide open and motionless. Yisang stood up and clapped his hands, looking at him with satisfaction. You killed someone? The Meow woman shuddered with fear. The others' faces changed. Ms. Yi, Yu Yuni asked cautiously, he can't be really dead? I don't know. Yisang spread his hands and shrugged, looking innocent, and said slowly, I saw him swinging the sword back and forth, and I thought he wanted to show everyone how to swallow a sword, but he couldn't put it in. So he wanted me to help, so I helped him out of kindness. This is an extra chapter for the reward. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 68, She is eliminating harm for the people. The faces of the wizards were gloomy and unclear, and the faces of the Miao women were pale. Thomas looked at Yisang hesitantly, then cautiously approached the Taoist priest on the ground and reached out to touch his nose. The next moment, he suddenly took it back. He's dead. He looked horrified, and his Mandarin tone was a little funny. The other people's faces changed again. They never thought that this little girl would actually dare to kill someone and be so cruel. What nonsense are you talking about? The old man Su Shutong put his hands on his hips, puffed his beard and glared. It was obviously him who insisted on swallowing the sword. The dozens of eyes here are not blind. There's no need to lie like that, right? Someone's mouth twitched. Some people have gloomy expressions. Gao Penglin and Yu Yini looked unhappy. This is their private hospital. They are asking someone to rescue their son today. But in the end, someone died here? How will they explain? Ms. Yi, everyone. Today, I want to see how capable you are. When Gao Penglin and Yu Yini wanted to stop all this again, the wizard came out with an evil smile on his face under his hood. He raised his hand and touched the crystal ball, muttering something that no one could hear, and light began to flicker in the purple crystal ball. Which doctor? Yu Yuni had seen him perform treatments and had also seen the power of his magic crystal ball. When she saw him trying to use it against Yisang, she quickly ran over and called the security guard to stop him. But before she could get over, a few rays of purple light flew out of the crystal ball and flew towards Yisang. Yisang raised his eyebrows slightly and actually reached out and grabbed those rays of purple light. Caught? Caught? The witch doctor's face changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and activated the crystal ball once again. This time, the light on the crystal ball was brighter than before, and it was faintly visible in the air, like flashes of lightning. But this time, before he could launch another attack, Yisang flashed in front of him and kicked him away. The witch doctor screamed and fell directly into the large potted plant in the corner of the door. His staff fell, and the crystal ball and staff separated and rolled to Yisang's feet. Yisang bent down and picked it up. You, give it back to me. The witch doctor was obviously stronger than the Taoist priest. He was able to quickly climb out of the flower pot after being kicked. He looked at Yisang holding the crystal ball and made a strange seal with his hand and hit him. The crystal ball in Yisang's hand began to emit electricity again, but she didn't react at all as the electricity clung to her hand. It's like I didn't notice. How could you possibly? The witch doctor looked incredulous. Yisang snorted and clenched his hand hard. The crystal ball broke directly in his hand and turned into a pile of crystal fragments. The purple liquid inside flowed down through the gaps between his slender white fingers. The wizard was stunned. You! Bang! Yoseng punches him in the face, knocking him against the wall. You're being so fancy. Do you really think you're a wizard wolf? She kicked and punched the witch doctor again. The witch doctor died without even saying his last words. Yisang looked coldly at Thomas, the Miao woman, and Asan. You? Killing people is against the law. The Miao woman was finally scared. Call the police. Call the police. Thomas took out his cell phone and shouted. Yisang went up and kicked him again, and his cell phone flew away. Aren't you guys going to compete with each other as doctors? She raised her eyes wickedly and smiled coldly. Now I'll let you compete to your heart's content. You. Thomas's Mandarin began to get tangled up, and he stepped back. I tell you, I have diplomatic immunity. Bang. Yisang kicked him 10 meters away, and the other glass door was also smashed. Go to hell. Asen said viciously and began to cast spells. Yisang dodged and grabbed his neck, squeezing it hard. With a click, Asan's body went limp. Yisang threw him aside and looked at the Miao woman with a smile. It's your turn. You! The Miao woman stepped back in fear. Actually, I don't want to kill you. After all, there aren't many Miao doctors in this era. Yisang smiled faintly, but the three of them can't even get together to play mahjong, so you can go too. Gao Penglin, the Miao woman shouted. You have to watch her kill us. This time, Yisang did not take any action, but raised Yindian's hand that was lying on the ground. The dot turned into a golden light, suddenly flew to the woman's neck and bit her. The Miao woman screamed miserably and grabbed her neck frantically. You! The Miao woman's body turned blue at a speed visible to the naked eye. She stood stiffly on the ground. She stared at Yisang and said her last words, which were also her last words. You will die miserably. Isn't he going to die a good death? Yisang chuckled. I'm quite looking forward to it. Miss Yi. Yu Yuni was so frightened that she looked at the bodies lying on the ground, trembling. You? Kill. They insist on competing with me in medical skills, but I think it would be faster to kill them. Yisang shrugged, looking indifferent. Pan Wei's face turned pale. Divine Dr. Su, your master. I've said it before. These people are all liars and they're crooked. My master is trying to get rid of this harm to the people. Su Shutong wasn't at all flustered and spoke in a righteous tone. Yisang walked slowly towards Thomas, who was not far away. Like the footsteps of death. Thomas struggled to get up, dropped the box, and ran out. Yisang dodged and caught up with him, kicking him in the back. You're killing me here. My country won't let you go. Thomas shouted in horror. You'll start a national war. If something like you can cause a national war, then your country is really stupid. Yisang sneered and stepped on the back of his neck. Thomas was no longer breathing, his eyes still open in fear. Lao Gao. Yu Yuni's face turned pale as she pulled Gao Penglin's clothes. What should I do? They just want to save their son. Who knows this? Gao Penglin's face was also pale, and there was panic in his eyes. Yisang turned his head and looked over. You can choose to call the police to arrest me. After killing 4 people, she was still able to laugh as if nothing had happened. Gao Penglin and Yu Yuni felt their scalps tingling. Did they invite a killer? Yisang looked at the last one, the woman wearing Sakura country clothes. The woman's face turned pale as well. She retreated to a corner and leaned her back against the wall. I didn't disrespect you just now. I didn't provoke you. I didn't offend you at all. Indeed. Yisang nodded, raised his eyebrows, and smiled evilly. But if I want to kill you, I don't need a reason. Woman. The woman stood in the corner, watching the girl approaching step by step. She gritted her teeth and formed a strange seal with her hands. Escape. With a low shout, the man disappeared into smoke with a bang. All those who were still standing were stunned by this scene. Yisang was also startled. Then he chuckled and disappeared in the lobby as a shadow. He appeared outside the hospital like lightning, grabbed at the void, and pulled the woman out. How could you possibly? The woman turned pale with fear. Your Shinmen escape technique is very good. Yisang commented with a faint smile. But to me, it's just a child's play. She grabbed the woman's neck and asked, Do you know me? I didn't. The woman struggled to deny. Yisang exerted force on his hands. Lu Qi. The woman stared at her intently, her voice squeezed out from between her teeth. If Huang Quan knew you were still alive, he would never let you go. Yisang paused, thinking, So you are from Huang Quan. Unexpectedly, there was someone in Huang Quan who recognized her face. Fine. This would also prevent her from killing them again without them knowing the reason. She exerted force with her hands, broke the woman's neck, and threw her to the ground. TSK, someone was killed today. Killed 6 more. However, these people are all evil and will only harm others if they are kept. She killed them, which was considered as getting rid of harm to the people. Is it considered killing to eliminate harm for the people? Of course not. So, Meng Tang's place doesn't count either. Yisang felt at ease and turned the Buddhist beads on his wrist. Chapter 69. Who was invited? Yisang returned to the hospital slowly and asked Su Shutong, Where's the person? Su Shutong immediately came to his senses, jumped over the Taoist's body on the ground next to him, and walked in. Master, I'll take you there. Pan Wei. Gao Penglin. Yu Yuni. The patients seem to be their son. They are the masters here. Yu Yuni looked at Pan Wei. After a long while, Pan Wei managed to utter, She also beat people in Jingzhou. Gao Penglin and Yu Yuni. Who on earth did they invite? No. Kill Gaoming too? Yu Yuni came back to her senses with a start. You take care of these bodies. I'm going to go see my son. Gao Penglin looked at the bodies and turned to look at Pan Wei. Pan Wei, Chairman, don't look at me. I don't know either. Call the police? Still not reporting? Never mind. Gao Penglin stared solemnly at the bodies on the ground, gritted his teeth, and made the final decision. These people have strange origins and are not normal people. In order to save his son, he placed orders at high prices on some websites and the dark web, and these people came to take orders. After they came, they kept saying that they could save the patient. It just took time. But it has not been cured. These people's origins are unknown, and no one will look for them even if they die. No matter who Yisang is, as long as he can cure his son, he can help her cover it up no matter how many people she kills here. This is a hospital. Isn't it normal for some people to die? Gao Penglin's eyes were gloomy. and he asked people to send the bodies to the morgue first. Panwei kept his mouth tight in response. Upstairs, the ward. 1, 2, 3 little kids, sitting in a row eating apples. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Ah, there's a ghost. I saw heaven. In the ward, a young man in hospital gown was running back and forth in the room, changing 5 or 6 expressions within a minute. Like a split personality. Su Shutong said through the door, It's him. He was still angry when he said this. I just came here recently too, and I think those evil doctors made him even dumber. Yisang said nothing and pushed the door open and went in. Ah. The young man looked over subconsciously, and after seeing Yisang, he screamed suddenly, ran to the bed with fear in his eyes, pulled the quilt to cover himself, and trembled underneath. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. There were constant sounds of fear coming from under the quilt, which was shaking like a sieve. Ming Ming. Yu Yuni ran over from outside, went to the bedside, lifted the quilt and coaxed him. Don't be afraid. This is a doctor. Ghost. Ghost. No. Ghost. Gao Ming shrank into her arms as hard as he could and looked at Yisang in horror, as if he had seen some scary monster. Go. Go. Ghost. Monster. He was still holding something and throwing it hard at Yisang. Yisang narrowed his eyes. Su Shutong frowned. He wasn't so hostile to outsiders before. I'm sorry, Miss Yi. Yu Yuni was afraid that Yisang would get angry and kill her son. So she quickly apologized to her and then held Gao Ming's hands. That's not a monster. That's a doctor. It's a monster. Monster. The monster wants to eat me. A terrible monster. Gao Ming struggled frantically, got out of Yu Yuni's arms, and crawled under the bed wrapped in a quilt. Yu Yuni was a little embarrassed and also lay on the ground to continue coaxing him. Su Shutong frowned and whispered, Master, he has never been like this before. That means you saw me. Yisang's eyes were dark. In her previous medical cases, there was a type of patient who was possessed by evil spirits under special circumstances and could see things that normal people could not see. Gao Ming's condition does not seem to be ordinary schizophrenia. It's not just ordinary being scared silly. It was like someone had sucked my soul away. Yisang walked to the bed and asked Yu Yuni to get up. Yu Yuni was a little worried. I won't kill him, Yisang said in a cold voice. Yu Yuni stepped back, but still looked at her nervously. Yisang squatted down and looked at Gao Ming, who was shivering in the quilt under the bed. He narrowed his eyes slightly, grabbed the edge of the bed and lifted it up. Ah, monster, go away. Gao Ming was so scared that he wanted to run away again. Yisang raised his foot and stepped on the quilt. Gao Ming slipped out from under the quilt, screaming in fear and smashing anything he could get his hands on. Yisang flashed close to him and stabbed him in the back of the neck. Gao Ming's body stiffened, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ming Ming. Yu Yuni's face suddenly changed, and she ran over quickly. I just felt dizzy, Su Shutong said. Yu Yuni finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yisang reached out to Su Shutong. Needle. Su Shutong quickly took out the needle bag, moved a stool over, and spread the needle bag on the stool for Yisang to use. Su Shutong pulled Yu Yuni away and said, Wait over there first. 13 ghost gate needles. All 13 needles fell on Gao Ming. Yisang placed his hand on Gao Ming's head, and green light from his palm flowed into his head, repairing his lost soul. After a moment, release. After 10 minutes, remove the needle. Gao Ming's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Confused for a moment, looking at Yisang's face so close to him, he murmured absent-mindedly, Sister, are you a fairy? Ming Ming. Yu Yuni called out cautiously. Gao Ming tilted his head, startled. Mom? Yu Yuni was shocked and immediately rushed over crying, Ming Ming. Gao Penglin also ran in from outside the door. Dad is here too. Gao Ming, who was held in Yu Yuni's arms, said with red eyes, Dad. Hey. Gao Penglin responded heavily and hugged the mother and daughter in his arms. The family of 3 hugged each other and cried. Yisang rubbed his ears and said, I'll give you 5 minutes to cry. If it weren't for Gao Ming's memory, she wouldn't have come here to save people. Gao Penglin and Yu Yuni. Yisang can watch what he saw through people's minds again and again, but the longest time is only 1 week. If it goes any longer, it will consume your energy and your spirit will not be able to sustain it. Li Suizhou's blood had an effect on her. It was her current medicine. After drinking it twice, her hypoglycemia and anemia improved a lot. The timeline of 5 years ago is too long, and Li Suizhou is not here, so there is no way to drink his blood to replenish energy and nutrients. I can only ask him first, and take him for another walk if necessary. When the 5 minutes were up, Yiseng walked back into the ward. A family of 3. Gao Ming huddled behind his parents. Yiseng looked down at him with cold eyes. What did you see in the no man's land 5 years ago? When Gao Ming heard her ask this, he was stunned for a moment, and in an instant he seemed to think of something horrible. His body began to tremble, and his eyes bulged out in fear. Yiseng narrowed his eyes, pinched the needle between his fingertips, and inserted it into the top of his head. Hell. I saw hell. Gao Ming's eyes were dazed. It would be impossible to expect him to explain it in detail. Yiseng said to Gao Penglin and his wife, "You go out first." Go out if I tell you to, or my master will be angry." Su Shutong raised his eyebrows at the hesitant Gao Penglin and Yu Yuni. The two of them pursed their lips and retreated out the door, looking back every few steps. Su Shutong closed the door and stood guard at the entrance. Yiseng took another needle and stabbed it into Gao Peng's head. He pierced his fingertip, squeezed out a drop of blood that blended with the green light, and used it to pinch out a strange mark, which he then hit between Gao Ming's eyebrows. Kill. The air around was rippling, and deafening shouts of killing were heard. Countless strange monsters were roaring fiercely and twistedly, and countless people in black armor were rushing forward with knives. There are also huge mechas and flying boats. It was like entering another world, a battlefield that was like hell. Someone stood on a tall mecha tank, holding high a blood-stained flag, and roared at the top of his lungs, "Kill! Capture the witch alive! Take over the island of eternal life! Save the planet!" A man in armor turned around, revealing a hideous and rotten face with dense tentacles flying out of his mouth. Chapter 70 threaten her? Then the sky is cold and blue. The thing opened its mouth wide and countless tentacles swept towards him. And in the next moment, an intense light flashed, and all the people and mecha monsters on the battlefield collapsed into pieces. The illusion of returning to the past disappeared. Yiseng felt dizzy and held onto the bed, his face pale. She pursed her lips, her eyes dark. Where did you see it? Gao Ming's expression was still dazed. In the uninhabited area of the northern region. He followed the supply delivery team and wanted to see the world. As a result, a red moon appeared that night, and a huge floating island suddenly appeared in the polar desert. He thought it was a mirage, so he walked out of the camp curiously and followed the path, and saw a river in these scenes. The monster ate him up at that time. After that, he lost consciousness. The next day, the team found him in an oasis 200 meters away. He was covered in green liquid and was dumb when he woke up. Yiseng lowered his eyes and looked at him. "When you saw me, you said I was a monster. Did you sense the same aura from me?" "Yes." Gao Ming trembled. "You are scary." "So, the name of that place is the Island of Eternal Life?" "Eternal Life?" According to rumors, that place has always been elusive, so no one has ever found it and no one knows its name. Some people have said before that that place was not supposed to exist on this planet at all, and that it fell from outer space hundreds of years ago. And that place never appears in the same place. It is only said that the secret of immortality is hidden in that place. That's why countless people are looking for it. Yiseng had never seen it in the 100 years since he could remember. According to Gao Ming's memory, it had appeared in the uninhabited area of the Northern Territory 6 years ago, so it would definitely not appear again for a second time. Even if she went to the place where Gao Ming had seen it that year, she would not find anything. But no matter what, this is also a clue. If this is taken literally, then the people there are all immortal. She also came from there, which explained her immortality. Li Suizhou said that his mother might also be from that place. Even if it really came from outside the realm and was not from this planet, she wants to go and see it too. It's been more than 100 years, and it's time to reveal the truth. It seems that she needs to find time to go back to the Bureau of Special Investigations and force the old man to reveal some confidential information. Yiseng's eyes were dark, and he reached out to pull out the needle from Gao Ming's head. Gao Ming was in a trance for a while, and his expression gradually returned to clarity. Yiseng turned and walked out. Outside the door, Ms. Yi, Gao Penglin, and Yu Yuni looked at her nervously. "My son." "Okay." Yiseng threw the needle to Su Shutong and stretched out his hand to the two of them. 5 billion. Gao Penglin and Yu Yuni. Yiseng raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice, "You have asked so many weird doctors to help you, but they still couldn't cure me. I cured you with just a few injections. Is it too much to ask you to charge 5 billion for the consultation?" "Be quiet for a while." Yu Yuni pursed her lips. "Not too much. No amount of effort is too much to cure her son." Gao Penglin said in a deep voice. I will send someone to call Miss Ye's card right away. Give it to him. Yi Sang pointed at Su Shutong and walked away. Master, you really love me so much. You are worthy of being my master. Su Shutong was so moved that he immediately knelt down in front of her. You are the greatest master in the world. Gao Penglin and Yu Yuni. If they hadn't known this earlier and seen it with their own eyes, who the hell would dare to believe that this person is a great doctor and a genius in the medical field? And he also has a master, a young girl? Asterisk. After Yi Sang returned to the hotel, he saw Li San at the door. Ms. Yi. Although Li San felt uncomfortable, he looked very respectful. Master Li asked me to follow you and protect you. It came pretty fast, although she doesn't need to. But having more little slaves to carry the luggage and drive the car is also fine. Yi Sang nodded, opened the door and went in. Has Li Suizhou arrived? Probably not. Li San replied, Master Li will definitely send you a message when he arrives. After Li Suizhou left in the morning, he didn't send any message. Yi Sang opened the suitcase, took out the umbrella, looked at the map inside the umbrella, and thought for a while, let's decide on the route to Jade Country. Before he could finish his words, the phone rang. Unknown caller. The IP is from Jingzhou. Yi Sang. After the call was connected, a female voice was heard. Yi Sang narrowed his eyes. Lan Yuan. Yi Sang, I won't waste my words with you. Lan Yuan sneered. Duan Yuesheng is in my hands. You don't want him to die, right? Yi Sang paused, then laughed. If you want to kill me, just do it. Lan Yuan, with a bandage still wrapped around her head, frowned. Duan Yuesheng is really in my hands. You don't think I'm lying to you, do you? The next moment, Yi Sang received a text message with a picture on his mobile phone. Duan Yuesheng had his hands tied and was hung in a cage. Yi Sang's expression remained unchanged, and his tone was as calm as ever. If you can catch him, then he is useless. You can kill him if you want. Anyway, the Lan family will be buried with him. Lan Yuan was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Yi Sang, do you think you are really Hua Liang's master, and that Hua Liang dares to confront our Lan family? Or do you really think that just because you are with the Prince of Jingzhou, he can really move our Lan family for you? Jingzhou is full of powerful people, and the major families are like sitting on a spider web. Even if they dislike each other, the interests behind the families are intricately intertwined. Even though the Li family was the most powerful family, they did not dare to speak in this tone and let the Lan family be buried with an actor. Today, the Lan family status in both business and political circles is second only to the Li family. How could she, a wild girl from the country, touch the Lan family? The reason Yi Sang was able to beat her and Zhou Qi last time was because they didn't know how to defend themselves and were spoiled, so she bullied them. This time, Duan Yuesheng is in her hands. Lan Yuan touched her head, her eyes fierce. She wanted to get it back double. Yi Sang, I'll give you one day to come to the Lan family auction house. Otherwise, you might see Duan Yuesheng's fingers, ears, or even tongue in the dragon garden. After saying that, she hung up. Threaten her? Yi Sang sneered, without a trace of worry or nervousness in his eyes. She is a person who protects her own shortcomings. But she has no weaknesses. Duan Yuesheng was raised by her, and as a parent, she had to step forward when others bullied him. But if he dies, then he is useless. After all, he wasn't the only one who died because of his own wastefulness. Just die. She just needs to help them get revenge. It's just a matter of killing a few more people. Yi Sang took the map back and said, book a flight back to Jingzhou. Since Lan Yuan was so anxious to die, she would go and see her off. When Li Suizhou asked Li San to come, he gave him 100 million. It is said that Yi Sang is delicate and frail, so he wants the best of everything he eats and drinks. Li San didn't dare to speak, but Li San did as he was told. Book first class directly. Yi Sang sent out another message. The next flight is at 11 o'clock noon. We arrived in Jingzhou at 6 o'clock in the evening. Outside the airport, a fiery red convertible sports car was parked on the side of the road. A woman with short red shoulder-length hair was leaning against the car, wearing a red suspender top with a bare belly and hot pants, and her two slender white legs were crossed. The eyeliner and lips are both red, like a ball of fire. Blowing smoke rings, the smoke flickered at his fingertips. In this dark night, it is charming and bright. It was obvious from her look that she was not someone to be trifled with, and no one dared to approach her. But people kept looking at me sideways and taking pictures. Red smoke doesn't matter. Yi Sang was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, black overalls, a black jacket, and her jet black hair was tied up behind her head with a hairpin. He is dressed in black, but his skin is extremely white. The eyebrows and eyes are delicate and beautiful like a masterpiece. He was holding a black umbrella in his hand. Hong Yin put out her cigarette and chuckled. Looking at this outfit, it seems that Master Sang is really going to attend the Lan family's funeral. Lan family? Funeral? Li San listened and was a little stunned. What does this mean? Could it be that the Lan family is bullying Missy again? Do you want to inform me? Don't they have a saying called Tianliang Wangpa? Yi Sang raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. Then let's say Tianliang Wangpa now. Anyway, she had long wanted to deal with the Lan family. I don't know what you've learned. Hong Yin laughed, opened the passenger door and let her get in, then looked at Li San who was pulling the suitcase. Your new little slave is not very good. Li new slave 3. He is not. Yi Sang said slowly, his master is. Isn't it Li Suizhou? I know. Hong Yin laughed. Then this one is the slave of the slave. Lead slave of slaves 3. There is no one in this world who dares to treat his master as a slave. Only this Yi Sang. His master, on the other hand, was willing to condescend and accept the offer. I don't know where this Yi Sang came from. My friends are crazy too. And a little crazy. Li San dared to think, but not to speak. Get in the car. Hong Yin shouted at him, raised her chin towards the back seat, leaned against the door, flipped her long legs up, and climbed into the car, sitting steadily in the driver's seat. Li San silently carried his luggage into the car. Chapter 71. The Lan family can no longer exist. Cars shuttled through the city like flaming arrows, and the sound waves were deafening. Li San felt that Hong Yin's car must have been speeding at 800 miles per hour. He sat in the car and fastened the seat belts of everyone except himself and the suitcases, holding on tightly, fearing that he and the suitcases would fly out. Yi Sang sat steadily in the passenger seat, not shaking at all. Li Sandu suspected that he and she were not in the same car. Seeing him like that, Hong Yin raised the canopy. It drove straight to the outside of Lan's auction house and stopped on the side of the road with a cool drift. Li San unbuckled his seatbelt, rolled out of the car, and started vomiting. Hong Yin raised an eyebrow. Your physique is not good. Li San. Miss Yi. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit ran over from not far away. Yi Sang tilted his head. Who are you? Du Yuncheng choked. He didn't expect her to be so forgetful. I'm Du Yuncheng, Mr. Du's son. We met at Liqing Garden a few days ago. Yi Sang remembered and nodded. Du Yuncheng pursed his lips. You are here for Duan Yuesheng, right? Yi Sang nodded. Du Yuncheng said in a deep voice. The Lan family sent people to Qingli Garden early this morning. They smashed things there and then took Yuesheng away. My dad went to negotiate with Long Guiyang. We came here to ask for him, but the Lan family refused to give him to us. It's been a day since we've been at this stalemate. Little ancestor. Wu Hui was also here. He came over, with wounds all over his face and body. He looked very ashamed. I'm sorry, I couldn't save Master Duan. We can't beat the Lan family. He led his men in and was beaten out. After a pause, he added in a low voice, Jing Qin also came today. He brought people to smash the Lan family's auction building. Later, he was caught by his father and forced to apologize to the Lan family. The Jing family cannot afford to offend the Lan family. Jing Qin resisted his parents' suppression. In order to prevent the Lan family from being implicated because of Jing Qin, Jing's father broke his legs in front of Lan Yuan and pulled him back. Yi Sang's expression didn't change much. Li San, who was standing behind, watched this scene, and while holding back the dizziness he had yet to recover from, he quickly sent a message to Li Suizhou. Yi Sang raised his head and looked at the door of Lan's auction house. His eyes were calm, as if there were no ripples in an ancient well. Tell Mr. Du that there is no need to negotiate. Wu Hui, take all your people and withdraw. But you. Wu Hui pursed his lips. Can you do it alone? Yi Sang only said, Go, Hong Yin. It is now the end of October, late autumn. Jingzhou time, 6:47 p.m. It was dusk, there was no wind, no moon, and no stars. There was no rain. Yi Sang opened the black umbrella in his hand and walked towards the door of Lan's auction house. His thin figure looked cold and solemn in the night, as if he had no weight at all. After tonight, the Lan family will no longer exist. A light voice came out and reached everyone's ears. Hey, slave of slaves. Hong Yin bit another thin cigarette in her mouth and called out Li San. Li San raised his head, feeling aggrieved but not daring to speak. Stay here with Mr. Sang's luggage. I'll come back to pick you up later. Hong Yin put the luggage next to him, got in the car, and drove away like a flash, leaving only exhaust gas and sound waves. Li San. Du Yuncheng and Wu Hui looked at each other, somewhat confused. In the auction building, there are bodyguards guarding the door. Seeing a man dressed in black and holding a black umbrella coming over on a sunny night, he frowned and reached out to stop him. Yi Sang said calmly, "Yi Sang." The two bodyguards paused, looked at each other, and let her in. After Yi Sang went in, he closed the door immediately. Do Yuncheng look nervous? Is Miss Yi okay? The Du family is an old family in Jingzhou, so they have connections and status. But the Lan family is a postmodern rising family, whose power and status in Jingzhou are second only to the Li family. They run an auction house and have connections in both the black and white worlds. Some old families are not worth offending. That little girl Yi Sang, even if she knows some martial arts, will still suffer, right? Wu Hui suddenly thought of what happened a few years ago when Yi Sang beat up dozens of his brothers alone, killed 3 of them, crippled him, and hung him on the roof of a building for 3 days and 3 nights. 2 days ago, Brother Sha took people to look for Yi Sang and Li Suizhou on behalf of Lu Cheng, but he died after he came back. Lu Cheng also died. Lu Cheng died of cerebral vascular rupture and excessive blood loss. As for Brother Sha, all the vertebrae on the back of his neck were broken, and he died not long after he was taken back. Sun Yang's bones were all broken, and he was now lying on the bed, his life worse than death. She is just as cruel as ever. Since she was so calm just now, she should be fine. Jade Country. Li Suizhou was wearing a heavy black special operations bulletproof suit. His broad shoulders and narrow waist made him look particularly stern, like a general on the battlefield. He walked through the Xiang family's territory with a rifle in his hand. He raised his gun and shot the man who was lying in ambush in front of him, put a cigarette in his mouth, and opened his phone to read the message he had just received. After he landed today, he sent a message and called Yi Sang. She didn't answer and didn't reply. Only after Li San reported that she was safe did he not run back immediately. At noon, Li San said that they had returned to Jingzhou. At this time, the cell phone rang, and Li Suizhou thought it was Yi Sang who replied to the message. Quan Siming was not far away, carrying a gun and shooting them one by one. I caught a glimpse of him looking at his phone, feeling speechless, and pressed the microphone. Master Li, even if it's a message from your precious little ancestor, there's no need to rush to reply right now, right? It allows Li Suizhou to look at his phone in a war zone. It's only Yi Sang. While others were fighting to the death, Li Suizhou was just strolling in a garden. He bit the cigarette and didn't answer. Yi Sang didn't reply to the message on the phone. There is Li San. Went to Lan's house? Kidnapped? Li Suizhou's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent. He spit out the cigarette in his mouth and said angrily, I want to go back to Jingzhou immediately. Quan Siming. Li Suizhou. Something happened to Sang Sang. Quan Siming paused and frowned. Isn't she in Yuncheng? Li Suizhou's eyes were sinister. The Lan family kidnapped Duan Yuesheng. The Lan family? Quan Siming gritted his teeth. He really deserves to die. Li Suizhou's voice was as cold as ice. The Lan family no longer needs to exist. Quan Siming licked the corner of his mouth and said, Leave this to me. Li Suizhou was filled with murderous intent. He put away his cell phone and walked directly into the dilapidated street with a gun in hand. He shot the enemies on the opposite side one by one, and his tall figure cut a way through. Asterisk. Jingzhou. Lan's auction house. In the underground auction hall, there was a cage on the auction table, and Duan Yuesheng was hanging inside it with his head lowered, seemingly unconscious. Lan Yuan was still wearing a hospital gown, with a bandage on her head and one arm hanging around her neck. She was sitting in a seat in Zone A, with Zhou Qi next to her wearing the same outfit. There were bodyguards standing all around, all holding guns. Seeing Yi Sang, Zhou Qi stood up first, gritting his teeth and sneering, Yi Sang, you didn't expect that we could catch Duan Yuesheng. How could they hide what happened in Leqinjiwan, Beiqing district from them? This time, she wants Yi Sang to die. Lan Yuan didn't get up, but sat steadily, looking at Yi Sang, who was dressed in black and holding a black umbrella and walking towards her, exuding a kind of eerie and strange beauty. She cursed in her heart that he was a monster and was unlucky. Her expression remained unchanged. She crossed her legs and drank tea leisurely. I thought Miss Yi really didn't care whether he lived or died. Zhou Qi sneered arrogantly, Yi Sang. This day will come for you too. Yi Sang smiled faintly. Tell me, what do you want? Lan Yuan didn't waste any words. She sat there with a very ladle-like attitude. Kneel down and kowtow to me. Return double the damage you have done to me and Zhou Qi, and I will consider sparing you. Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. Just considering it? Who do you think you've offended? Zhou Qi sneered. You should be grateful that I'm considering letting you go. Yo Sang chuckled. Really? Seeing her like this, Zhou Qi frowned. Li Suizhou and Quan Siming are not in Jingzhou now. No one will come to save you. Chapter 72. Does it look good? Use the fireworks you set off at home. Oh! A laugh escaped from Yisang's throat, and he kicked out fiercely. There was no warning. Zhouqi was kicked more than 3 meters away and fell into a pile of chairs. The screams were sharp. Yisang. Lan Yuan couldn't believe that Yisang dared to take action in this situation. She stood up suddenly and roared. More than a dozen armed bodyguards immediately surrounded him. Zhouqi was lying on his back in a pile of chairs with his limbs facing upwards. His ribs seemed to be broken, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't move. He was having difficulty breathing. The wound on his head was cracked and bleeding, staining the bandage red. He was spitting blood from his mouth. Chi-Chi. Lan Yuan hurried to pull her, but Zhouqi kept spitting blood from her mouth, like a small blood fountain. Your ancestors are not deaf? Facing more than a dozen guns surrounding him, Yisang remained calm and used his little finger to pick his ears. No need to shout so loudly. Lan Yuan raised her head with a sinister look in her eyes. This is the Lan family's territory. Do you want to die with Duan Yuesheng? Yisang raised an eyebrow and smiled casually, then just kill him. There was no fear on her face, not even panic. Lan Yuan gritted her teeth and gave stern orders to the bodyguards around her. Quick! Shoot! Kill her! A group of bodyguards did not hesitate. Looking at the flying bullets, Yisang's expression still did not change, and he did not even dodge. He waved the black umbrella in his hand and turned around, blocking all the bullets. Not a single one fell on her. You! Lan Yuan looked at her umbrella and her face turned pale. How could it be? What are you standing there for? She yelled at the bodyguards. Shoot! Kill Duan Yuesheng, she roared. A group of bodyguards immediately opened fire again, and 2 of them turned towards Duan Yuesheng. Yisang swayed and flashed in front of them. He turned the umbrella handle lightly and pulled out the slender and sharp sword. He threw the umbrella horizontally to block the bullets flying into the cage, and the sword slashed across the necks of the 2 bodyguards. Blood spurted, staining the sword red. The 2 bodyguards fell heavily to the ground. The other bodyguards were stunned for a moment by this scene, but quickly came to their senses and shot at Yisang frantically. Yisang, who was surrounded in the middle, raised his phoenix eyes coldly, and his figure was like a ghost, floating out from the countless bullets without being touched by a leaf, killing one by one with his sword. In a moment, more than a dozen armed bodyguards fell to the ground. All of them died from the thin and deep sword marks in their necks. Yisang was not injured at all, and the blood splattered on his black clothes was not noticeable at all. She held the sword, stepped onto the chair, and walked towards Lan Yuan. What did you say before? You'll chop off Duan Yuesheng's fingers, ears, and tongue first, and then he'll kowtow and beg for mercy, right? Her tone was light and casual, like the wind. There were some blood beads on her extremely delicate and cold white face. Looked seductive. Her expression was extremely calm and peaceful, as if she was talking about whether the weather was good or not. The eyes are distinctly black and white, as calm as an ancient well. You don't really think that I dare to hit you because of Li Suizhou, do you? She chuckled, but there was no warmth in her chuckle, and her breath was so cold that it didn't sound like that of a living person, like the black impermanence coming out of hell. Lan Yuan looked at the corpses on the ground and finally felt scared. She shrank back with a pale face. What kind of monster are you? Now. Yisang smiled. It should be the monster that killed you. Ah, someone help me. Lan Yuan turned around and ran away. But because he stood up too quickly, one of his arms was still hanging around his neck, and there were chairs all around him, so he tripped and fell. Yisang stepped over the chair with his slender legs, and as he passed Zhouqi, he stepped on her chest again. The sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. Zhouqi's whole body sank into the gap between the chairs, his eyeballs bulged out, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth. He was unable to utter a word. Someone come. Lan Yuan continued to run out while rolling and crawling. Terrified, Yisang threw the sword in his hand forward, piercing her shoulder blade directly. He tapped the chair lightly with his toes and flew directly in front of her. He drew his sword and kicked her out. Yisang, you killed me. My parents, my brother, will not let you go. Lan Yuan was lying on the ground, shivering with a pale face. I am the eldest daughter of the Lan family. The Lan family is the second most noble family in Jingzhou. There will be no Lan family in the future. Yisang's tone was as light as smoke. Lan Yuan was startled, her expression ferocious. You probably don't know the Lan family? Ah? Before she could finish her words, Yi Sang came close and swung his sword. Her left ear was cut off. She screamed miserably. Yesong, you bitch eh. She covered her ears and huddled in a corner in pain. But she seemed to have forgotten that the space in this underground auction house was very airtight and soundproof. In order to prevent others from rushing in to rescue Yi Sang, she even issued a death order to the outside world. No matter how loud the screams were, no one outside could hear them. Yi Sang swung the sword again, and Lan Yuan's right ear fell off. She covered her ears with her hands, looked at Yi Sang who was still approaching, and shrank back, with fear in her eyes and face. Yi Sang, I was wrong? The pain of having her 2 ears cut off finally made her feel scared. She huddled in the corner between the chairs and looked at Yi Sang with horror. She's a monster. It's a madman. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Lan Yuan curled up into a ball, covering her ears and shaking like a sieve. The arrogance and contempt that wanted to kill Yi Sang just now was completely gone. Yi Sang had an expressionless face. He looked down at her as she walked towards him, squatted down, and reached out to hold her hands that were covering her ears. Lan Yuan's face was pale, blood was flowing from her ears, her body was stiff and trembling, and she looked a little dazed. Ah! The next moment, the sword swept across and 10 fingers fell together. The shrill screams echoed throughout the underground. Duan Yuesheng was awakened. He looked at Yi Sang and Lan Yuan sitting in their seats, stunned for a moment in confusion. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the rope tied around his hands, swung his body hard, clamped his feet horizontally around the cage railings, leaned forward, and bit the rope with his teeth. Yi Sang tilted his head and looked at Lan Yuan, smiling and whispering, "Don't be afraid, little friend. Only the tongue is left." Mad. You're a lunatic. Lan Yuan could no longer hear clearly. She looked at Yi Sang with eyes wide open in horror. She tried to shrink back as hard as she could, and with her blood-stained hands convulsing, she pushed Yi Sang away. But she couldn't escape. Yi Sang pinched her chin and the knife went in and out. Lan Yuan's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Sang Sang. Duan Yuesheng came over with a pale face and an umbrella in his hand. Of all the children I raised, you are the least skilled in martial arts, but your body is not suitable for martial arts training, so it's not your fault. Yi Sang spoke in a contemptuous tone. He wiped the blood on the sword on Lan Yuan's body, took the umbrella from Duan Yuesheng's hand, and put the sword back. You can't be blamed for what happened today. After all, they came for me, and I got you into trouble. She held the umbrella in one hand and held Lan Yuan's ankle with the other, dragging her up the stairs one by one. I raised you, so I have to let you live if you can. She sighed. Duan Yuesheng bit his lip, picked up a gun and held it tightly, ran in front of Yi Sang, opened the door leading to the ground from the underground, and opened fire the moment the bodyguard outside looked over. The bodyguard fell. Yi Sang did not pull Lan Yuan out, but went upstairs to the top floor of the auction building, found a rope to tie Lan Yuan's hands, and dropped her outside the window of the auction house. Brother Hui, look. A younger brother heard the noise and pointed upwards and called out, Wu Hui. Wu Hui and Du Yuncheng, who had not left yet, looked up together. The window on the top floor of the auction building was opened, and a figure was lifted out. That is Lan Yuan. Du Yuncheng's pupils suddenly shrank. Li San opened his mouth wide, looking stunned. Boom. Bang. At this moment, there was a vibration under everyone's feet. After a loud bang, a firework exploded in the sky above Jingzhou, with flames shooting up into the sky and thick black smoke rolling under the firework. Looking from the top of the building, that direction is exactly the Lan family. Ah. Lan Yuan struggled desperately, her eyes almost bulged out, but no words came out of her mouth except, "Aw." The pain is heart-wrenching. Yi Sang leaned against the window next to her, looking at the fireworks with a smile. How about it? Is it satisfying to die in the way you wanted? Ah. Madman. Psychopath. Devil. Lan Yuan was already terrified to the extreme, but with her wrists tied and hanging in the air, she didn't dare to struggle strongly. Look. Yi Sang turned her head and let her look at the fire in the distance, smiling. Is it beautiful? Use the fireworks from your house. Your parents are in it too. Madman. There was blood coming out of Lan Yuan's ears and mouth, and tears were coming out of her eyes. Full of despair. Chapter 73, Don't Make Your Family Wait. The loud noise startled everyone in Jingzhou. They were even more shocked when they discovered that the fireworks came from the Lan family. That's the Lan family. When Yi Sang was accompanying Lan Yuan to appreciate the Lan family's fireworks, Hong Yin called and said, Lan Shiza is not at the Lan family. Yi Sang turned on the speakerphone so Lan Yuan could also hear it. Hong Yin said, "The servants of the Lan family said that he went abroad these 2 days." Ah! Lan Yuan whimpered and stared at Yi Sang. Yi Sang smiled casually. "Are you trying to say that when your brother comes back, he will kill me to avenge you?" Lan Yuan didn't need to say anything. Her eyes said it all. "Isn't Miss usually very smart? Why are you so naive now?" Yi Sang chuckled. "Your entire Lan family is gone. What do you think is the use of Lan Shiza coming back?" Ah. Lan Yuan wanted to skin Yi Sang and eat him, but when she opened her mouth, only sobbing sounds came out of her throat. She couldn't utter a word, and she couldn't get up. "Don't be afraid. Your brother will be down to reunite with you soon, and Zhouqi will be with you too. Such a stupid daughter of a wealthy family, you should improve your brain in your next life." Yi Sang pinned her to the railing and turned to go downstairs. The bodyguards guarding downstairs had all been killed by Duan Yuesheng long ago. Yi Sang pressed the hidden mechanism on the back of the thick phone case, and 4 or 5 miniature magnetic storm pieces as thin as cicada wings flew out in all directions and landed at several locations in the auction building. The moment he walked out of the auction building, Yi Sang took off the thick black phone case on his phone, lit the ignition system, turned on the self-destruct switch, and threw it into the building behind him. Bang! Boom! The phone case exploded like a bomb, taking those magnetic explosive pieces with it. The auction building collapsed, and there was a huge tremor within 100 meters radius. A raging fire broke out inside the auction building. Lan Yuan was tied up on the upper floor. When she looked up, she saw the fire coming from the Lan family in the distance. When she looked down, she saw the fire from the auction building below her. The entire auction building collapsed bit by bit, taking her, who was tied up, with it into the fire. Outside, Yi Sang walked out with Duan Yuesheng, without even glancing at the fire behind them. There was no trace of blood on their black clothes, but a strong smell of blood could be smelled. Against the backdrop of the raging fire, her skin looked whiter than snow, stunningly beautiful, yet so dull that she didn't seem like a living person. He looked calm and composed, as if he had no idea what he had done. Wu Hui looked at the burning Lan family building, then at Yi Sang, and his scalp went numb. Du Yuncheng looked horrified. Li San was standing on the side of the road, with Yi Sang's suitcase next to him and a cell phone in his hand. The page on the phone showed a dialogue box with Li Suizhou. In the dialogue box was a text message that he had half-edited. "Mizzy has been in there for half an hour and hasn't come out yet. Not sent." Who the hell said that Yi Sang was delicate, weak, and timid? Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, Li San's mouth was dry. He silently reached out to close his open mouth, deleted the words in the dialogue box one by one, clicked on the video recording, and took a live video to send out. The sound of the sports car roared again, and the red color broke through the night. Hong Yin opened the passenger door and raised her chin towards Yi Sang. "Master Sang." Yi Sang looked at Wu Hui and said, "Send Duan Yuesheng back to Liqing Garden." Wu Hui came back to his senses and subconsciously stood up straight. "Yes." Yi Sang got in the car. "Li San?" Oh. Li San quickly came back to his senses and pulled the suitcase into the car. As soon as he sat down, he fastened the seat belts for the suitcase and himself, holding the seat tightly to steady his body. As soon as it was done, the sports car flew out. The raging fire in the auction building lit up the dark night like day. The underground was blown up and collapsed, and the buildings on the ground were destroyed bit by bit. Lan Yuan and Zhouqi were both among them, and no one could get out. Wu Hui swallowed and said, "Master Duan, I'll take you back." Du Yuncheng also felt his scalp tingling and left here in horror. Even though the fire department arrived in the second half of the night, they were unable to put out the fire. The Lan family's mansion and the Lan family auction house building were completely reduced to ashes, with nothing left. At dawn, Lan Shiza received a call last night and finally rushed back after rushing back. He knelt on the ground outside the ruins of the Lan family, his fists clenched, his eyes bloodshot, and his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. "No matter who you are, I will make sure you die without a burial place." "Yeah." A cold voice came from behind. Lan Shiza's body stiffened, and he turned his head, the lines in his pupils almost cracking. "Li Suizhou, how dare you?" "Why shouldn't I dare?" Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows coldly, his thin lips hooked in an evil way. "I'm standing right here. Come and make me die without a burial place." He came alone, and Lan Shiza brought his men with him. Lan Shiza was furious. "Everyone, come up and I will kill him." The 4 or 5 bodyguards around him immediately took out their guns. Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows slightly, flashed to the side of a bodyguard, grabbed his hand and pulled it apart, using him as a human shield to block the gun while holding his hand and pulling the trigger. One shot per person, and they all fell down. Almost an instant kill. Li Suizhou threw away the person in his hand, walked towards Lan Shiza without a speck of dust on his body, and said, "You are the only one left in the Lan family now. You will be lonely if you live with hatred in your heart, and you will not be able to take revenge. You should go and reunite with them." Seeing him easily deal with the bodyguard, Lan Shiza wanted to run away with a pale face. But before he could run a few steps, Li Suizhou suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Lan Shiza stepped back in fear and punched forward. Bang! Li Suizhou kicked him hard and sent him flying. His skills are totally no match for Li Suizhou. Lan Shiza spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his abdomen, and his face turned pale. Li Suizhou, that Yuncheng is just a wild girl from the countryside, not presentable enough. I told you. Li Suizhou continued to approach him step by step, stepping on his chest, his narrow eyes curled up in a sinister manner. Whoever dares to bully Sang Sang, I will make him pay with his life. Li Suizhou. Lan Shiza wanted to say something, but Li Suizhou exerted force on his foot, and the sound of bones in his chest breaking was clearly audible, and the words in his mouth broke into pieces. The harsh words we said in the past, such as, "One day I will kill you," have become just harsh words of the past. Don't keep your family waiting. Li Suizhou's voice was cold and his face expressionless. He threw the unconscious Lan Shiza into the ruins of the Lan family, which were still emitting black smoke but had not yet been completely burned out, and set a fire to them. As for the bodies of the bodyguards, they all went with him. Since we want to target the Lan family, we can't leave a single person alive. Since the other Yisangs have already done it, there is no need for him. Then he will clean up the mess. After watching them being annihilated and making sure that no one from the Lan family escaped, Li Suizhou drove away and disappeared in the dawn. The Lan family disappeared overnight. That night, a raging fire broke out in Jingzhou. That night, Jingzhou turned upside down. Half an hour later, Dragon Garden. Seeing him coming back, Li San, who was dozing in the living room, immediately perked up. "Master!" He quickly and in a low voice recounted what happened last night. "I understand." Li Suizhou nodded, washed off the blood on his body, changed into clean clothes, and then went upstairs. Yuncheng fell asleep in his bedroom. Her sleeping face was pretty and peaceful, but her face, which had still had some color when he left yesterday, had now turned extremely pale and her breathing was weak. He had guessed long ago that she was no ordinary person. He also guessed that she might have done it on purpose at the Lan family auction. But so what? It doesn't matter whether she is over 100 years old or only 20 years old. Whether the target was his blood or his life, he knew he couldn't escape. Then accept it. Li Suizhou sat down beside the bed and tucked the quilt for her. The next moment, the person on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. Li Suizhou paused for a moment and asked gently, "Did I disturb you?" Yuncheng shook his head and didn't ask him why he suddenly came back or why he was here. She said directly, "Give me a drink of your blood." Li Suizhou was stunned for a moment, then leaned over and put his neck closer. "I really tried my best to maintain 3 updates a day, and I really didn't do any writer's block on purpose." Chapter 74. Just playing with the Li family. Extracting and recalling the memory scenes from 5 years ago from Gao Ming's mind took a lot of her energy because it took so long. When this happened before, she would replenish herself with sleep and normal human blood. But now with Li Suizhou's blood, she will recover after drinking a sip. After she finished drinking, Li Suizhou tucked her hands into the quilt and whispered softly, "Lan Shiza is dead." As for the illegitimate child, he was killed by Lan Shiza yesterday. There is no one left in the Lan family. Lan Shiza left Beijing this time because he had clues about the illegitimate child. This illegitimate son favored by his father has always been a thorn in his heart. Now we finally found the clue. Before Lan Guiyang found out, he knew about it and went abroad under the pretext of discussing business to deal with him. Lan Shiza probably never dreamed that he had just killed his illegitimate son and was no longer a threat, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, his whole family was gone. Li Suizhou told Yuncheng about this matter in detail and also told her that he knew she had destroyed the Lan family. Although Lan Shiza wouldn't be able to jump around even if he were alive, if he were kept alive he would still be annoying in the future. Even though Yuncheng was not afraid that Lan Shiza was still alive, killing him would be like crushing an ant and he would not need to clean up the mess. But he wanted to do it. If he did it, she would have less trouble and be less involved in murder in the future. Yuncheng looked at him with dark eyes, with no smile in his eyes, and said in a light voice, "Li Suizhou, I really am a monster." She always called him Mr. Li and rarely called him by his name. It doesn't matter. He doesn't care. Li Suizhou raised his eyebrows. I am a monster anyway. He couldn't really be in love with her, could he? Yuncheng looked at him and blinked. Li Suizhou smiled and said, you sleep a little longer. I'll go make breakfast. Morning. The annihilation of the Lan family caused a sensation in Jingzhou. News from all major platforms are on the headlines. And no one from the Lan family came out to explain the matter. Some people say that the Lan family members did not show up because all of them were dead. The Zhou family called the police and reported the disappearance of their daughter Zhou Qi. As for the powerful nobles in Jingzhou, some secretly gloated over the Lan family's misfortune, while others immediately laid their hands on the Lan family's assets. But they discovered that all of the Lan family's assets had been eaten up overnight, leaving nothing behind. Afterwards, someone whispered that before dawn today, they saw Jingzhou Crown Prince Li Suizhou and Lan Shiza, the son of the Lan family, arguing outside the ruins of the Lan family. Then, there was another rumor that the thing that happened to the Lan family was done by the Li family. Evil creature. Rebellious son. At the Li family, Li Buohong was filled with anger and slammed the table. The Lan family. How dare he, for a wild girl? What is brother Suizhou afraid of? Li Ji looked at his father coldly. Even if he is a rebellious son, it was his parents who scolded him, not you. If you want to live a few more years, you'd better keep quiet. You. Li Buohong was so angry that he picked up the cup and threw it at him. Am I your real father? Li Ji dodged the cup and sneered. If you weren't my biological father, I would have ignored you and let brother Suizhou kill you. In the eyes of outsiders, the Li family is said to be a wealthy and powerful family at the top of the pyramid. Indeed, with money, power, and influence, one lacks nothing. No one dares to provoke. Outside, she is a glamorous princess from a wealthy family. But inside, the Li family was in such chaos that no one knew what was going on. They are all fighting for the family property. Especially her father. How does he look like the eldest son of a wealthy family? So stupid. Li Ji ignored him and went to school with his books. Li Buohong was still angry, so he went to find old lady Li. It's fine that he killed the Lan family, but he actually took all the Lan family's assets for himself, leaving nothing for the Li family. Still using the Li family's reputation? Last time he burned down the Li family's old house, and this time he burned down the Lan family's. If he is not disciplined, I think he will really go to heaven. Listening to him getting angry, old lady Li raised her eyes and said, go and discipline him. Li Buohong choked. Ever since Li Suizhou's parents disappeared when he was 10 years old, he knew it was because of old lady Li, and he has been estranged from the Li family. He is disobedient and rebellious, and treats the Li family like an enemy. But old Madame Li still calls Li Suizhou back for dinner every month. Of course, 8 times out of 10 he won't come. Of the remaining 2 times, neither was peaceful. If it weren't for his parents, Li Suizhou might never have come back. He is still tolerating old lady Li because he wants to know some more secret things from her. For example, his mother's background. For example, that place. But till now, old lady Li has kept silent and even called Li Suizhou back for dinner every few days, and even wanted to arrange his marriage in a self-righteous manner. If this continues, Li Suizhou, who can get nothing from her, will sooner or later destroy the Li family just like he destroyed the Lan family. Li Xiaodong looked at old lady Li and the always self-righteous Li Buohong, and said in a deep voice, Mom, big brother, I advise you not to force Suizhou anymore. Li Buohong glared at him. Are you teaching your mother a lesson? Li Xiaodong frowned, waved his hand, turned around and left. Li Buohong snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. Mom, you must take good care of Li Suizhou. Guan Li Suizhou? In this Li family and in this world, I'm afraid no one can control him. But if we really don't care, it won't work. Old lady Li thought of the girl named Yisang. Her cloudy eyes narrowed, and she called out to Butler Li, call him. Master. Butler Li's voice on the phone was respectful and gentle. The old lady said that she was indeed impulsive when she asked you to marry Miss Kongjin last time. She wants to apologize to you and ask you to bring Miss Yi back to the Li family for dinner. Li Suizhou was washing Yi Sang's hair when he answered the phone. His hands were covered with foam. The call was answered by Yi Sang, who was half lying down. Listening to what Butler Li said, Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes coldly. No one knows Chen Jinling better than him, and she definitely has no good intentions. Okay. Just when Li Suizhou was about to coldly refuse and hang up the block number, Yi Sang spoke into the phone. Hearing the clear and pleasant female voice, Butler Li was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at old lady Li next to him. Old lady Li narrowed her eyes and nodded for him to continue. When? The female voice sounded again on the phone. Butler Li probed. Tonight? Okay. Yiseng thought for a moment. I want to eat golden caviar and alba white truffles. She named 20 dishes in one breath. The food is the most expensive in the world. Then since this is my first visit, I need a gift, right? Without waiting for Butler Li to speak, she continued, the Li family is so rich, it's not a big deal to give me 10 billion first, right? You. Butler Li was stunned when he heard her light tone. He couldn't believe that this wild girl from the country dared to speak so shamelessly. Give it to her. Old Lady Li said in a deep voice with dark eyes. She took the phone from Butler Li and tried to act kindly. Ms. Yi, 10 billion will be transferred to Suizhou's account later. Ask him to give it to you. Ask him to bring you back for dinner in the evening. We will definitely have all the dishes that Miss Yi ordered. As long as Li Suizhou brings the person back and lets her confirm whether Yiseng is the one, a little money won't mean anything. If it is true, 100 billion is worth it. Less than 10 minutes after I hung up the phone, Li Suizhou's account had an additional 10 billion. Yiseng used his mobile phone to transfer the money into his own account. Li Suizhou was annoyed. Is it because I don't have enough money? Yiseng said slowly, this is what I earned through my own strength. Li Suizhou was both angry and amused. He gently rinsed the foam off her head and helped her sit up to blow dry. The Li family is not a good place. Her wanting to see you is definitely not a good thing. Yiseng raised an eyebrow and said, I don't really plan to go. Li Suizhou was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and realized that she was just playing a trick on the Li family. After a while, he burst into laughter again. She will really be mad to death. That's true. I waited until 8 o'clock in the evening, but Li Suizhou and Yiseng still hadn't arrived. Butler Li went to make a phone call, but found that all the numbers had been blocked. I waited until 9 o'clock and no one came. A group of people from the Li family were still sitting on both sides of the dining table. Looking at the table full of custom-made luxurious meals worth hundreds of millions, they were all silent, not even daring to breathe. In order to save face, Old Lady Li cooked all of Yisanti's dishes. Moreover, half of them are now airlifted from other countries. And there is a chef. After being so busy, Li Suizhou and Yiseng didn't come, and 10 billion wasted. Given Old Lady Li's temper, this was the first time she was played like this. Or by a wild girl from the countryside who she looked down upon. This evil creature. Li Buohong slammed the table first. This was the first time that the Li family, Old Lady Li, had been fooled like this. Old Lady Li's face was gloomy and as black as the bottom of a pot, and she almost fainted. And this time, Yiseng and Li Suizhou are already in Yu country and have just got off the plane. Chapter 75. No need to negotiate. Just fight. Jade Country. Airport. Quan Simon came to pick them up in a fully bulletproof off-road vehicle. Grand Ancestor, Little Ancestor. Quan Simon got out of the car and opened the door for them, his tone somewhat sarcastic. Please get in the car, both ancestors. Before he could finish his words, a fiery red SUV came speeding over, brushed past his car and stopped a little in front. Hey, how can you drive? Quan Simon was about to say something to him speechlessly when the driver's door of a red SUV opened and a woman with short red hair got out. She wore a white suspender with a loose and casual red jacket, black denim shorts, and her legs were white and slender, wearing a pair of over-the-knee boots. An oval face, cold and beautiful. Wearing sunglasses, he looks extremely cool. Li San saw her. His eyes widened and whispered to Li Suizhou, Master, she is the woman with Miss Yi. You must be the legendary prince of Jingzhou. Hong Yin took off her sunglasses, looked at Li Suizhou with sharp eyes, and raised her eyebrows. You look good, have a good figure, and are a decent person. You are worthy of being Master Sang's slave. Li Suizhou. No, who are you? Quan Simon sneered when listening to her evaluation of Li Suizhou. Do you think you can evaluate my brother Suizhou? Master Sang. Hong Yin glanced at him and ignored him. She interrupted him directly, patted her car, and called Yiseng, get in my car. Master Sang? Quan Simon's brain froze for a moment again. He looked at Yoseng. Yiseng smiled with a smile on his face. Her name is Hong Yin, and she's mine. Quan Simon. No. What happened to Yoseng's people? Still calling him Sui Ji's slave? Are you so crazy? Master Quan. Li San was sharp-eyed. He ran over quickly and pulled him, whispering in his ear what happened in Jingzhou last night. After listening to it, Quan Simon said, he didn't look down on Yiseng or the red smoke in front of him. However, he used to be high and mighty, a person that everyone feared. No matter how crazy someone is, They can't be crazier than him. Li Suizhou is also a person who makes people tremble with fear just by mentioning him. Yi Sang looked young, weak, and sickly. This Hong Yin looked down on them from the beginning. Still treating Li Suizhou as a slave? Anyone would think that the other person is sick, feeling unhappy. His temper was unbearable. But at this time, Yi Sang said that this woman was hers. Li San said that she and Yi Sang destroyed the Lan family together last night. Quan Siming. Then she can't come up and treat my brother Sui as a slave. Quan Siming slowed down, still humming silently. She can humiliate me, but she can't humiliate my brother Sui. Hong Yin raised her eyebrows. With my status and position, there are many people in this world who want to be her slaves, but unfortunately she doesn't like them. It's a blessing for Li Suizhou to be chosen. How can I say this to insult you? You. Isn't every sentence humiliating? Still so arrogant. Quan Siming gnashed his teeth in anger. Li Suizhou's eyes were dark, and he glanced at Yi Sang subconsciously. Yi Sang looked at him and said slowly, Li Suizhou is not a slave. Li Suizhou's eyes deepened, and the corners of his lips curled up imperceptibly. Hong Yin raised her eyebrows, shrugged, and looked indifferent. As long as she is happy, that's fine. She patted the car and said, So, Mr. Sang, which car are you going to take? Yi Sang turned his head and asked Li Suizhou, Where are you going first? Li Suizhou paused. Where are you going? Yi Sang raised an eyebrow. Then let's go together. Li Suizhou, okay. Quan Siming, okay. It's confirmed. There's no hope. Li Suizhou followed Yi Sang and boarded the red off-road vehicle. Hong Yin glanced at Li San. Li San shrank his neck and quickly got into Quan Siming's car. Even if you beat him to death, he would never ride in Hong Yin's car again. Hong Yin sneered and drove away. The Jade Kingdom is a place rich in jade, but the power is chaotic and divided among the four major families: Xiang, Shi, Gua, and Zhong. These four major families have always been at odds with each other, fighting each other every few days, and the war has never stopped. In the main urban area, the owner has changed every few days as well. So far, the strongest of these four families is the Xiang family. The Gua family has always remained neutral and was sometimes forced to fight back. The Zhong family and the Shi family are not satisfied with the current situation and join forces to cause trouble all day long. Li Suizhou had accompanied Yi Sang to Yuncheng before. Quan Siming asked him to come here urgently because they were the first people to arrive here and were detained by the Shi family when they were about to enter the Savage Valley. Zhang Zijian was also among them. The people they fought in the war zone that day were also from the Shi and Zhong families. Li Suizhou's original intention was to just rush over and force the other party to release the person. Quan Siming was worried that the other party would kill him to silence him, so he didn't rush over aggressively. Li Suizhou was worried about Yi Sang, so he went back to Jingzhou temporarily. Here, Quan Siming has been negotiating with the Xiang family and the Shi Zhong family. It just hasn't started yet. There had been a recent battle in the city, and there were ruins everywhere. As the saying goes, when the gods fight, the people suffer. For fear of being affected, residents simply do not live in the city anymore. The city is now empty except for the war. Li Suizhou, Quan Siming, and others lived on the Xiang family's territory. Yi Sang was bored and had nothing to do this time, so she came here with Li Suizhou. Just with Li Suizhou. The red SUV passed through the chaotic and smoky city, and in this ashes, it was flamboyant, seductive, and bright. There are guards inside and outside the Xiang family manor, all of whom are armed to ensure safety. Xiang Qingjie, the young master of the Xiang family, is 26 years old this year. He wears a bulletproof vest even at home. Received the message and waited for them at the door. When he saw Yi Sang getting off the red SUV, he was stunned for a moment. Who is this? Quan Siming pointed at Li Suizhou casually, his ancestors. Xiang Qingjie. Li Suizhou was slow and did not want to explain. He took Yi Sang's hand and led her inside. Xiang Qingjie's eyes changed, and he made an okay gesture to Quan Siming. I understand. Hong Yin parked the car and got out. Her red hair was particularly eye-catching, and she looked cool and impressive. Xiang Qingjie couldn't move his eyes away again. Who is this? Your ancestors? Hong Yin raised her eyebrows and followed Yi Sang with her hands in her pockets. Xiang Qingjie. Quan Siming muttered quietly, maybe he's a psychopath. Li San said nothing and chased after Li Suizhou. No. Xiang Qingjie frowned. This place is so chaotic now. No matter how powerful Mr. Sui is, bringing a delicate and beautiful woman here. Brother. Quan Siming patted his shoulder and said earnestly, if you think she is weak and look down on her, then you are very wrong. Xiang Qingjie. Quan Siming bit down on a cigarette and said, "Let's go and discuss the situation first." The Shi and Zhong families captured Zheng Zijian and found out that he was their man and was related to the Xiang family. So they wanted to use him to negotiate territory with the Xiang family, but they have not harmed them yet. But if it is delayed for too long, it may not be the case. In the meeting room, Xiang Qingjie looked at Yi Sang and Hung Yin and frowned slightly. "Master Sui, what's wrong with us?" Hung Yin raised an eyebrow. "Do you look down on us?" Xiang Qingjie, "Not really. She knows everything about me." Li Suizhou said calmly. "Just say it. We are all family anyway." Quan Siming clicked his tongue. Xiang Qingjie knew Li Suizhou's temper, and Hong Yin didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with, so he didn't say anything else. He pointed at the sand table and said, "They now want the two main areas of the Xiang family in exchange for Zheng Zi to meet them. The negotiation time is set for tomorrow at noon." Hong Yin sneered. "Just kill them directly. Why bother talking about a judgment? It's so easy to say." Quan Siming frowned. "What do you know? My brother is in their hands. What if they try to silence him? All the concessions come from your lack of firepower." Hong Yin raised an eyebrow. "You are so passive because you are not strong enough. No need to negotiate." When Quan Siming was about to refute her, Yi Sang spoke coldly. Everyone in the room was startled and looked at her. Li Suizhou paused and asked gently, "What do you think?" "Just go get the person." Yi Sang said word by word. Hong Yin raised her eyebrows proudly. "See, my master Sang thinks so too." Xiang Qingjie. Quan Siming. Chapter 76. Yi Sang? It was Yi Sang who saved them. Li Suizhou was silent for a moment. "I'm not afraid of them, nor am I short of firepower. Zhang Zijian came here because of me. If the Shi and Zhong families were to fight to the death, they would just kill and murder each other. He couldn't watch them die. His original plan was to replace the people first, and then directly destroy both families." "Sister, your country is not Jingzhou." Quan Siming sighed weakly. "The situation here right now is really not something that can be solved by fighting." Xiang Qingjie didn't understand her and didn't dare to say anything. He just nodded and agreed with Quan Siming. "The people here are murderous without blinking an eye. We dare not close our eyes when we sleep. What if they kill Zheng Zijian directly?" Yi Sang ignored them and just turned his head to ask Li Suizhou beside him, "Do you believe me?" Her eyes were clearly black and white, as dark as a deep pool, and full of seriousness. Li Suizhou looked at her, his eyes deep. "Believe it." Yi Sang curled his lips and stood up. "Let's go and meet the Shi and Zhong families. Let's go, everyone." Hong Yin stood up, raised her eyebrows at Quan Siming and the others, and snorted. "I'll show you what real strength is." Quan Siming. Xiang Qingjie. Li Suizhou stood up. Quan Siming held him back. "No. Are you really going with her? The main thing is that this place is too dangerous. Even if Yi Sang can destroy the Lan family, he can't just say a word to defeat the Shi and Zhong families with powerful firepower, right?" Xiang Qingjie said in a deep voice, "Master Sui, even if Miss Yi is your girlfriend, you can't trust her so blindly. This is not a joke." Li Suizhou showed no expression, only said, "Since I choose to believe her, I will believe her to the end. Even if there is any accident, I can protect her and you. Things can't get worse." He walked with his long legs and caught up with Yi Sang. Xiang Qingjie looked at Quan Siming. "What's the point of looking at me?" Quan Siming grabbed his hair angrily. He believed it and went there. "What else can we do?" "There is no choice but to go." Quan Siming took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "Go and arrange some people. Faith is faith. The necessary safeguards must also be provided. Asterisk. This time, the Xiang family must hand over these two main areas." That Li Suizhou was a very important person in Jingzhou, but when he came here, didn't he still have to stay like that? The heads of the Shi and Zhong families, Shi Wansong and Zhong Hongtian, sat together, drinking tea and looking at the sand table with great pride. It's better for the Guo family not to interfere, otherwise they will swallow him up this time. Shi Wansong sneered. By then, the Jade Kingdom will completely belong to their two families. "Master! Master!" At this time, a subordinate ran in from outside and called Shi Wantong. He gasped, "There's a girl out there who wants to see you." "Girl?" Shi Wansong was stunned. "Yes, I asked her what her name was, but she didn't tell me. She just called your name and said she wanted to see you." After a pause, he added, "She is very young and very beautiful." Shi Wansong frowned. Zhong Hongtian said, "Let her come in and take a look, then we'll know. Anyway, no matter who it is, they can't cause any trouble here." Shi Wansong signaled his subordinates, "Bring them into the main hall." Yi Sang was walking in front, dressed in black. He was thin and frail, and looked cold and solemn. His long black hair was tied into a high ponytail today. Her eyebrows, eyes, and facial features are all revealed, looking extremely cool and bright. Stunningly beautiful. Next to her was a very tall man, with an upright and slender figure and an equally handsome face, like a seal carving. There is an invisible deterrent effect and a strong aura. Zhong Hongtian narrowed his eyes. Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou. A handsome young man in a suit walked out. He glanced at Yi Sang and Hong Yin with a look of amazement in his eyes. He chuckled. What? Are you planning to use women to please us in exchange for people? Li Suizhou's eyes flashed with coldness, and he kicked him. Are you worthy enough? Shi Kaitong was kicked unexpectedly and stumbled backwards, his face gloomy. Damn it! Li Suizhou, you. Who are you? At this moment, Shi Wansong, who had been staring at Yi Sang since they came in, cried out in shock, You are Yi Sang. Yi Sang? Zhong Hongtian, who was focusing on Li Suizhou, was surprised by the name. He immediately looked at Yi Sang and carefully examined her, his expression gradually becoming shocked. Do you still remember me? Yi Sang walked to the main seat in the main hall and sat down, crossing his legs, with an arrogant and carefree posture and a casual smile. Long time no see, you too. It's really you. Shi Wansong stared at her in a daze. It's been so many years. How could you still be so young? Zhong Hongtian was also full of disbelief. Impossible. My master Sang takes good care of himself, so what's impossible? Hong Yin stood beside Yi Sang with her red hair fluttering. But the last time I saw you was 6 years ago, and you look like this? 6 years later, nothing has changed? When Zhong Hongtian saw her for the first time, he felt that she looked familiar, but he didn't think about it because his attention was drawn to Li Suizhou. At this moment, after looking at her again and confirming that she was really the girl, my scalp felt tingling for a moment. Dad? Shi Kaitong got up, rubbed his chest which was hurt by the kick, and gritted his teeth. Do you know this woman? Shut up. Shi Wansong shouted at him. Shi Kaitong was stunned. Dad, was I just beaten by Li Suizhou? You'll take the beating. Shi Wansong gritted his teeth. You're just being mean. Dad? Shi Kaitong couldn't believe it. I'm your son? I was in our home? I was beaten by Li Suizhou. But his father actually ignored him for a girl who came from nowhere? Kneel down. Shi Wansong acted as if he didn't hear his words at all and kicked him hard in the knee, making him kneel in front of Yi Sang. He smiled and apologized to Yi Sang. My son is ignorant and has a bad mouth. I apologize to you, Mr. Sang, on his behalf. Please forgive him this time. Li Suizhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. It seems that he really brought back a very remarkable little ancestor. And when Zhao Yidu and the others called her ancestor, it was not just a casual, respectful title. Someone, take the young master away. Fearing that Yi Sang would take action, Shi Wansong hurriedly called for help and had Shi Kaitong dragged away. Hong Yin rolled her eyes. What a coward. Yi Sang picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. He didn't bother to talk nonsense and said directly, I heard that you arrested Li Suizhou's people. Shi Wansong's expression changed slightly. Master Sang, those are Li Suizhou's people who broke into our territory and tried to steal our things. They are just passing by on their way to Savage Valley. Li Suizhou looked sinister and sneered. It's a pity that you don't become a master of lies. Yi Sang's lips curled up coldly. I don't have the patience to play with you. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire main hall froze. Her voice was cold and her tone brooked no room for rebuttal. Let him go. This? Zhong Hongtian frowned. Master Sang, you can't just do this. Master Sang came here in person to ask you to release the people. This is already a favor to you. Hong Yin raised her eyebrows coldly. Don't give me your life or not. Shi Wansong looked grim as he looked at the girl, leisurely sitting there drinking tea. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he called his subordinates. Go and release her. Zhong Hongtian wanted to object, but looking at Yi Sang sitting there, he didn't dare to say anything. Soon, Zhang Zi was taken out when he saw them. Mr. Li. Zhang Zijian was a little excited when he saw Li Suizhou. They were not injured, just a little disheveled after being locked up for a few days. Li Suizhou patted his shoulder and said, It was Yi Sang who saved you. Yi Sang. Zhang Zijian was startled and looked at the girl in the room. The girl looked weak and frail except that her breath was a little cold. The weak girl stood up at this moment, looking at Shi Wansong and Zhong Hongtian with clear eyes, and said nonchalantly, These people seem to have been frightened here. The compensation will be paid to the two main areas in the southeast. Zhong Hongtian. Shi Huansong gritted his teeth and said, "We call you Master Sang out of respect for you. Now the person has been released. Don't go too far." Hong Yin raised her eyebrows and kicked him directly. "Who are you talking to?" She had been wanting to take action for a long time. Just now Li Suizhou kicked Shi Kaidong, and now Hong Yin kicked their head. This is still the Shi family's territory. It's so arrogant. All the people from the Shi family outside the door ran in, surrounded by the black muzzles of guns. Chapter 77. Believe in Master Sang and get eternal life. Li Suizhou flashed and stood in front of Yi Sang, his eyes cold. Yi Sang raised his eyes, looked at his tall back, and said slowly, "I don't need your protection." Li Suizhou paused. "I know." His eyes were dark and complicated, and he pursed his lips. "But I can't not protect you just because you're strong and don't need protection." He has witnessed Yi Sang's strength time and time again. But no matter whether she treated him as a slave, a mobile blood-activating bag, or anything else, he liked her in his heart. He wanted to protect her, to be her support, and a useful person by her side. Then he would not fail to protect her just because she was strong. He turned a blind eye to the danger she was in. What's more, it was Yi Sang who helped him save people in this dangerous situation. Yi Sang was stunned for a moment, chuckled, and squeezed his hand. "Don't worry, they don't dare to do anything to me." After all, if she couldn't die, the Shi and Zhong families would be destroyed. Neither Shi Huansong nor Zhong Hongtian dared to gamble. "Everyone, get out." The next moment, Shi Huansong shouted at his subordinates. He really didn't dare to kill Yi Sang. 6 years ago, the structure of the Jade Kingdom was not the current 4 major families. The big families at that time didn't take this girl seriously at all. They sent people to surround and kill her, and finally they sent her into the Savage Valley. Hundreds of people went in, but she was the only one who came out alive. After coming out, she single-handedly destroyed several major families of the Jade Kingdom. At that time, she was like a devil, running through the hail of bullets, catching bullets with her bare hands without getting hit by a single bullet. No one was alive wherever he passed. The current 4 major families were reorganized at that time, and they were also helped up by Yi Sang. Later, when Yi Sang disappeared, they began to have their own ideas and began to be dissatisfied with the status quo and fight for the division of territory. But I never thought that I would still see her today, 6 years later. And she is still young and beautiful, unchanged. To this day, Shi Huansong and Zhong Hongtian cannot forget the bloodshed of that year. That kind of fear comes from the bottom of my heart and bones. Not to mention Hong Yan's kick. Even if she kicked him 10 more times, he would not dare to attack Yi Sang even if he was furious. Okay. Shi Huansong gritted his teeth. 2 main urban areas in the southeast. Zhong Hongtian didn't dare to speak either. "Let's go." Yi Sang called Li Suizhou. Hong Yin put her hands in her pockets and said, "Isn't this solved?" "How simple." Li Suizhou. He could also destroy the Zhong and Shi families by himself. But it is indeed impossible to compare to Yi Sang, who is so arrogant and comes and goes freely. After coming out of Shi's house, Zhang Zi saw a group of people and still felt like he was dreaming. Quan Siming and Xiang Qingjia were outside, with their men ready to charge in at any time. When they saw them coming out, they hurried over to greet them. Seeing Zhang Zi meet them, Quan Siming and Xiang Qingjia were both stunned. They really let him go. Hong Yin raised her eyebrows proudly. "It's that simple for my lord Sang to take action." The two looked at Yi Sang. Yi Sang shrugged and tilted his head. "Li Suizhou, I'm hungry." Li Suizhou came back to his senses instantly and paused. "Shall we eat or not?" Yi Sang, "Eat." Li Suizhou, "Okay." The two of them got into a car, ignoring others, and left together. Red smoke aftermath. Zhang Zijian was still a little bit lighthearted, so he pulled Quan Siming over and told him about the humble appearance of the 2 masters of the Shizhong family just now. He asked Quan Siming with some palpitations, "What is the origin of this canary of Master Li?" Quan Siming was stunned for a long time before coming to his senses. "I don't know. It's really not clear. I just knew that she was not that simple, but I didn't expect her to be so complicated." Quan Siming even began to suspect that what Yi Sang said not long ago in Long Garden, that she was Feng Yin, was true. And when Xiang Qingjia heard Yi Sang asking the Shizhong family to take over the 2 main cities in the southeast, his mouth became dry. They have been fighting for these 2 main urban areas for more than a year. In the end, Yi Sang just said lightly and took it as compensation. This is so arrogant that it's almost to the point of heaven, and the Shi and Zhong families didn't dare to say a word. Xiang Qingjia scratched his head, feeling like he was dreaming. Quan Siming was silent for a long time. She will also be my ancestor in the future. Just face the reality. Hong Yin leaned against the passenger door of the red SUV, bit a lady's cigarette, and chuckled. Believe in Master Sang, and you will have eternal life. Follow Master Sang, and you will be as arrogant as me and can walk sideways everywhere. Quan Siming. He suspected that Hong Yin was brainwashing him, but he was so moved. Asterisk. Returned to Xiang's house. Li Suizhou borrowed a small kitchen and found ingredients to cook for Yisang. Yisang sat on the sofa with Pleasant Goat playing on his phone. Xiang Zhongwen came in from outside and looked at her on the sofa, excited. Master Sang, is it really you? Yisang raised his head and paused. Are you? Xiang Zhongwen? Xiang Zhongwen nodded quickly and said excitedly, Master Sang, you still remember me? Yisang chuckled. Remember? Xiang Zhongwen was so excited that he wanted to spin around twice. I really didn't expect that I could see you again in this life. He sighed. You are still the same as you were then. Yisang looked at him. You're old. Xiang Zhongwen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I am not like you, Mr. Sang. I will grow old naturally along with the years. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the normal laws of nature. Yisang sighed. That's a good thing. Xiang Zhongwen laughed. What is the matter with your visit to your country this time? Oh, I'm here with someone. Yisang said, I just dealt with Zhong Hongtian and Shi Wansong. Xiang Zhongwen was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter again. It seems that we don't need to take any more action. Pause. He added. In the past few years, the Shi and Zhong families have not been honest. This area, which was finally settled, has become chaotic again. The jade situation in the southeastern two areas is the worst. Even if they give it to you, they will not be willing to accept it. They may even do something behind your back. 6 years ago, I was able to destroy it once, and now I can do it a second time. Yisang stared at the reunion and hug of Grey Wolf and Red Wolf on the screen of his mobile phone with his clear eyes, not caring at all. Her personality is still the same as it was 6 years ago, indifferent to everything. Don't care about anything. Anyway, anyone who comes to cause trouble or provokes her will be killed. Sang. The two chatted for a while, and Li Suizhou came over with the food. It's time to eat. Xiang Zhongwen looked at this man who was decisive and like a devil, and now he was washing his hands in the soup, with a strange expression on his face. Master Li, do you know Master Sang? He is also called Sang Yi. A girl could be called Master by a group of middle-aged people in power in the family that controlled the Jade Kingdom, and she was so scared and terrified. Li Suizhou's eyes were dark. Sang came with me. Hearing his affectionate voice, Xiang Zhongwen raised his eyebrows slightly. Your relationship? Li Suizhou paused and looked at Yisang tenderly, her slave. Xiang Zhongwen. Yisang looked up at him and rolled his eyes. Li Suizhou laughed and put the food on the table in front of her. Eat. 2 dishes, 1 soup and rice. Xiang Zhongwen looked at the ambiguous expressions of the two people, smiled, and said kindly, Then I won't bother you two anymore. He got up and went out. Yisang eats with chopsticks. Li Suizhou looked at her quietly. Yisang raised his eyes. Why are you looking at me? Li Suizhou chuckled. I'm very happy to see that you like the food I cook. Yisang raised an eyebrow. Isn't it time for you to tell me you can't cook? Li Suizhou paused and sighed with a complicated look. Then? He found Yisang's arrogant and flamboyant nature very interesting, so he thought it would be very interesting if he pulled out her thorns and put her in a cage. But before he knew it, he found that she was leading him. His heart was in a mess. I wanted to break free and calm down, so I said no. As a result, she deleted me as a friend, and then I saw her at the auction again. At that time, he wanted to extinguish the anger of the Lan family, and his nervousness and worry about her made him realize that his so-called ridiculous refusal. Later, after bringing her home, he couldn't bear to keep her in a cage. I can't bear to treat her as a canary. She is such a bright and unrestrained person, but she shouldn't be a canary. He had never thought that he would be moved by a girl in his lifetime and fall for her like this. I'm sorry. Li Suizhou apologized for the rejection and coaxed her softly. Please don't be angry with me, okay? Yisang paused for a moment, raised her head, met his eyes full of complicated guilt, was startled for a moment, turned away from his gaze, and lowered her eyes. I'm not angry anymore. She really wasn't angry. Besides, she had no right to be angry. After all, at that time, she was the real hunter in the dark. She was seducing him, using him. It's normal for a proud person like him to refuse. Li Suizhou sighed quietly and decided to apologize with actions in the future. Chapter 78, Jade Street. After Quan Siming, Zheng Zijian and Xiang Qingjie came back. Xiang Qingjie was directly called away by his father Xiang Zhongwan. Quan Siming and Zheng Zijian stood at the door, looking at Yisang who was eating there, their expressions more weird and complicated than each other. Hong Yin put out her cigarette outside the door and walked in with a box in her hand. Master Sang, this is what Xiaoyer asked me to give you. Before she came to your country, Guyu sent her express delivery and asked her to give it to Yisang. It's a mobile phone case. A bit thick. Hong Yin said. Xiao Yuer said that the functions have been updated this time, and the micromagnetic storm plate is more powerful than the last time. It has 12 functions in total, including anesthesia needles and blades, ignition, and self-destruction. Quan Siming looked at the phone case and remembered when he first met Yisang in the ghost market. He was curious about Yisang's thick phone case. Later, needles came out of Yisang's phone case. A phone case with so many functions? Zheng Zijin was stunned. How does it hold all the functions? Hong Yin raised an eyebrow. Of course, it's our special technology. Li Suizhou paused and asked Yisang, can I take a look? Yosang handed it to him. The phone case is pure black. The inner shell is like a double layer, very thick, and in addition to the normal buttons of the phone, there are several other invisible buttons on both sides. 12 functions, including the power to blow up a building, are all packed into this not-so-big phone case. This super technological technology is even more advanced than Tianqing's technology. So, Quan Siming's facial muscles twitched slightly. You have been carrying such a powerful energy bomb with you all the time? Yisang nodded. What's wrong? Quan Siming. What else can he say? Zheng Zijian. He coughed dryly and said, Thank you, Miss Yi, for saving my life today. Yisang said slowly, I'm doing this for Li Suizhou's sake. Li Suizhou paused slightly and curled the corners of his lips. No matter what Yisang thought of him, at least she had him in her heart now. That's enough. Zheng Zijian was slightly startled, then smiled and said solemnly, We will remember Master Li's kindness, but even if it's just for Master Li's sake, it was you, Miss Yi, who saved us, so we should also remember this kindness. Yisang didn't care and put the ultra-thin and light phone into the phone case. Quan Siming calmed down and asked, What about our trip to Savage Valley? I'll go with you. Yisang said slowly. Li Suizhou paused again. Okay. Asterisk. Sure family. Sure Kaitong gnashed his teeth in anger. Isn't she just a woman? A woman can destroy the entire Jade Kingdom. Sure Wan Song slammed the table, took a deep breath, and tried to stay calm. She won't stay here for long. She will take the Southeast District back later. You'd better not mess with her. Sure Kaitong gritted his teeth and said nothing, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. After Sure Wan Song left, he turned around and called his close subordinates and instructed them in a harsh voice, Go and keep a close eye on Li Suizhou and that guy named Yisang. Zhong Hongtian returned home and gathered all the family members together, warning them to be quiet for the time being. As for the Guo family, after knowing this, they did nothing and remained quiet, as if they did not exist. Xiang Qingjie took his men to take over the two main areas in the southeast. He felt so lighthearted. He never expected that he could take it so easily. But he also knew that it was the Shi and Zhong families who were afraid of Yisang. Even his father talked to him and asked him to take good care of Yisang. Yes, it is supply. Xiang Qingjie didn't dare to say anything and just did as he was told. The next day, morning, several luxury cars were parked outside the Xiang family's house. Hearing the report, Xiang Qingjie frowned. People from Dizhou? The subordinate said. The other party said her name is Kong Zhun, and she came to see Master Li. Xiang Qingjie paused. Some of the things Li Suizhou and his friends needed had not been delivered yet, so they had not set out yet. Today he took Yisang out shopping. This won't be here. He took out his cell phone and called Li Suizhou. Hearing Kong Zhan's name, Li Suizhou's eyes flashed coldly, enemy. He only said these two words. Xiang Qingjie nodded. I know what to do. The Jade Kingdom is rich in jade, including various jade vein ores. Most of the residents here make a living from this, and several major families fight each other for territory in order to seize the jade veins. There are no residents in the war zone, but there are residents everywhere in the non-war zone, including Jade Street, a street made entirely of stone. Xiang Qingjie was busy with something, so he sent his trusted aide Dawa to follow them. Seeing that Yisang was more interested in jade, he took them to visit the jade area. This street is the open bid area, and the street inside is the hidden bid area. The street is divided into two. It is divided into outer streets and inner streets. The outer street is the clearly marked area, where all the stone types sold are clearly marked with prices, and it is indicated whether the stones contain jade or jadeite. Everything is transparent. The inner street is a blind bidding area. There is no information about the stones except the prices. Buyers are required to select and inspect them by themselves. Whether jade or jadeite can be found depends entirely on luck or ability. This is gambling on stones. Some people become rich overnight. Some people even lost everything overnight. The young master has told you that if you want to play, you can go to the Xiang family garden. Dawa said, you can all play as you like, it's free. I don't know where Hong Yin went. She disappeared as soon as she came in here. Yi Sang glanced at him coldly, looking a little gloomy. Jade is a very powerful thing, and some of it can ward off evil and avoid disasters. She came here to look around and see if there was anything good to buy back for Mingtang to play with. Li Suizhou hung up the phone, suppressed the anger in his heart and eyes, and looked at Yi Sang with gentle eyes. Tell me if there is a stone you like, I will buy it for you. Yi Sang said lazily, there are no good rocks here. Quan Siming sneered, good stones won't be sold here. The good pit-type jades have all been reserved and sent to jade bidding fairs or major jewelers. Almost all of the jades sent here are leftovers and bargains. The Xiang family has? What a crazy tone. Just when Dawa was about to take them to Xiangjiewen district, a group of people came towards them. Leading the group was a man and a woman. Both of them were probably in their early 20s, and they looked 70% similar in terms of their features. The man's eyes were glued to Yi Sang. The woman looked at Li Suizhou. Brother. Zhong Linlin grabbed Zhong Zihao and pointed at Li Suizhou with bright eyes. I want this man. Li Suizhou frowned. Yi Sang narrowed his eyes. Quan Siming came over. You guys. They are the young masters and young ladies of the Zhong family. Dawa said hurriedly in a low voice. After speaking to them, Dawa looked at Zhong Linlin and Zhong Zihao again. Master Zhong and Miss Zhong. These are our distinguished guests of the Xiang family. Distinguished guest? Zhong Zihao was stunned. Although he hadn't seen them yet, he knew that a group of people had come here in the past few days. One is called Li Suizhou. One is called Yi Sang. Not only did they take Li Suizhou's people back from the Zhong and Shi families, they also asked the two families to set up two main areas inside. Both this man and this woman have extraordinary demeanor. They must be those two people. Zhong Zihao protected his sister behind him, his eyes darkening. You are Li Suizhou, Yi Sang, and Quan Siming, right? Quan Siming raised his eyebrows, put his hands on his hips, and stood in front of Li Suizhou and Yi Sang, and said arrogantly, it's your grandfather. What happened? Zhong Linlin paused, her expression becoming a little strange. It was you who bullied my dad and took away the Southeast Main District. Chapter 79, Kill Them All. What do you mean by bullying? Quan Siming raised his eyebrows and sneered. That's because your father is blind and is compensating us for the loss of our captors. This is a very arrogant statement. But Quan Siming felt refreshed. I even felt a hint of the coolness that Hong Yin described. After he finished speaking, he stole a glance at Yi Sang behind him. Yi Sang had no expression on his face. He pulled Li Suizhou to stand in front of a stall and looked at a stone that looked like a hornet's nest. He seemed not to care about the presence of Zhong Zihao and the others at all. Zhong Zihao looked at Yi Sang and Li Suizhou with a gloomy gaze. It seemed that these two people were nothing special except that they were good-looking. Li Suizhou is the prince of Jingzhou and has some power and status. But that girl had no power, no influence, and no background. She looked thin and weak, with a sickly and cold appearance. Would it scare his dad like that? So what if there is a background? This Jade country is their territory. Now that they have been humiliated like this, it would be easy to kill them silently. Zhong Linlin rolled her eyes, leaned close to Zhong Zihao's ear, and whispered, Brother, gamble with them on stones. If they are good at fighting, they can make their father afraid of them. Then don't fight them. This is a country of gambling on stones, so let's gamble with them using gambling on stones. Get out of the way, everyone get out of the way. At this time, a group of people rushed over from the street behind. The young man in the lead was wearing a well-fitting gray suit and glasses. It's Shi Kaidong. He brought more than 20 people with him, all holding guns in their hands. In an instant, they surrounded Yi Sang, Li Suizhou, and Quan Siming. Zhong Zihao's expression changed slightly, and he stepped back to protect his sister. Dawa's expression suddenly changed. Shi Kaidong, what do you want to do? What are you doing? Shi Kaidong smiled coldly. Isn't it obvious? Dawa took out his cell phone and secretly called Xiang Qingjie behind his back. He said coldly to delay the conversation, You just handed over the two southeastern districts yesterday. It was your father who made the decision. It seems that it is not your turn to speak yet. My dad is old and confused, and he's afraid of a little girl like her, but I'm not. Shi Kaidong said sternly, I just want to see what you can do today. Quan Siming narrowed his eyes and took out his gun. You don't think that we are afraid of you just because you have more people than us, right? Yiseng put down the stone in his hand and came over with Li Suizhou. Li Suizhou looked at Shi Kaidong coldly and said calmly, you still have time. Call your father and ask him to collect your body. So arrogant. Such crazy words. Shi Kaidong gritted his teeth and said, you guys. Brother Kaidong. Seeing that he was furious, Zhong Linlin didn't want Li Suizhou to die and was afraid that he would act impulsively, so she quickly ran over to hold him back and whispered to him, our father is afraid of them, and there must be a reason for that, don't be impulsive. Shi Kaidong's eyes were sinister, and he wished he could tear them apart right now. My sister is right. Zhong Zihao also came over and whispered, if they dare to do it, they must have someone behind them. If we force it, we may not get anything good out of it. Why not use wits to defeat them? Among the 4 major families in Yu Kingdom, the Shi and Zhong families are the closest. They grew up together and knew about the incident 6 years ago, but they did not witness it with their own eyes, nor did they see that person. I only heard my father talk about it, but I didn't feel the fear from experiencing it myself. He just looked at the frail-looking girl in front of him and felt no sense of threat. They didn't believe it. But if they miscalculate and a fight breaks out, they will suffer a loss. Shi Kaidong gradually calmed down and asked, how can we defeat him outsmart others? Zhong Linlin's eyes lit up, betting on stones. Zhong Zihao nodded. Weren't they evaluating the stones here just now? Let's gamble with them. If you fight directly, the outcome, life or death, is uncertain. But once you're at the gambling table and it's written in black and white, you have no choice. This is indeed a good idea, but, Shi Kaidong frowned, what if they lose and refuse to admit it? It's written in black and white. Even if he refuses to admit it, we can still ruin his reputation. Zhong Linlin muttered softly. Besides, this is our territory. Even if he denies it, won't they go into Savage Valley later? Zhong Zihao whispered, kill them there? Shi Wansong's son Shi Kaidong is a ruthless man. Those two are Zhong Hongtian's children. His son Zhong Zihao is a smiling tiger who can bend and stretch. His daughter looks innocent, but it is impossible for her to be naive if she grows up here. Over there, Dawa was also whispering to Yiseng and Li Suizhou. The two listened without showing any significant reaction. Everyone, have you reached an agreement? Quan Siming said impatiently. Shi Kaidong raised his head. You. Everyone, Kaidong was too impulsive just now. Zhong Zihao said with a smile. We don't have to fight you to the death. We just feel a little bit dissatisfied with what happened yesterday. Quan Siming raised his eyebrows. Not convinced? Then what do you want? This is what I've been waiting for. Zhong Zihao curled his lips. As we all know, Jade Country is a paradise for gambling on Jade. Since everyone is in Jade Street right now, how about we both have a game of gambling on Jade right here? Gambling on stones. Quan Siming sneered. You said you would gamble? Zhong Zihao smiled and said directly, we will each pick 5 pieces of jade on this Jade Street, and the one with the highest total price of jade and jadeite will be the winner. The bet is very simple. If you lose, you will return the 2 southeastern districts and keep your life. If we lose, we will give you the remaining districts, including our life. Shi Kaidong's eyes were filled with sarcasm. You guys are so good. You wouldn't dare to bet with us on such a simple bet on stones, right? Li Suizhou. Zhong Linlin looked at him with sparkling eyes. If you lose, I won't let my brother kill you, but you will stay in the Zhong family and be my man from now on. Then you'd better dream on. Quan Siming sneered complacently. You guys dare to play gambling with us? Li Suizhou is the king of the gambling stone world. Do you want to gamble on stones with him? Losing everything is not enough. Yiseng narrowed his eyes and twitched his lips. Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve us to play gambling with you? Do you still dare to covet her blood bag? You don't dare? Zhong Linlin raised her eyebrows and snorted. Your provocation won't work on us. Hong Yan appeared from nowhere again, with a gun in his hand, the color of which was also as red as flames. Quan Siming was stunned. Why is there still skin on your gun? I like it. Hong Yan raised an eyebrow. Why do you want it too? Quan Siming looked at the original leather pistol in his hand. Is it okay? I'll give you one later. Hong Yan was very generous. Quan Siming's lips twitched slightly. We are not sure who is older yet. Have you said enough? The two of them chatted as if no one was around. Li Suizhou and Yiseng didn't react at all. Shi Kaidong had never been ignored like this before. Shi Kaidong sneered, then I will let you die here. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Hong Yan suddenly shot him. A blood flower bloomed between Shi Kaidong's eyebrows, and his body stiffened. You! You guys. With unfinished words in his mouth and anger in his eyes, he fell to the ground and died. There was no warning and everyone was stunned. Not to mention Shirkai and his bodyguards, Zhong Zihao and Zhong Linlin. Even Quan Siming and Xiang Qingjia who came rushing over were shocked. Everyone looked at the red smoke. Hong Yin chewed gum and blew bubbles slowly. She met everyone's eyes and shrugged nonchalantly. He was too noisy, and he wanted to kill my master Sang. Seeing that he is so anxious to die, I will send him off first. Quan Siming turned his strange eyes and looked at Yi Sang. He thought that the red smoke yesterday was wild enough. Unexpectedly, there is something even crazier today, even wilder than his way. The people taught by Yi Sang. What is the origin of this ancestor? Everyone else also looked at Yi Sang. Li Suizhou narrowed his eyes. Yi Sang looked depressed. Kill them all. The tone was light, as if he was asking whether the weather was good today. But he restrained all his arrogance. I have seen everyone's rewards and ratings for Love Generation. Thank you for your likes. I have finished sharing them before saving them. This chapter will be updated again, and there will still be 3 updates in total. I will try my best to save it. If I save it, I will see when to add more. The pace of the content may be a bit fast, so please feel free to ask any questions or feedback you have, and I will try my best to answer them. By the way, please continue to ask for good reviews and ratings. Please give me love. Chapter 80. What's your face worth? Hong Yin walked forward as if receiving an imperial decree, holding her red-skinned gun. Master! Shirkai and the bodyguards finally came to their senses and were all terrified. Wait. Zhong Zihao subconsciously protected his sister behind him, raised his hands and looked at Yi Sang, Li Suizhou and the others with a gloomy look. You killed the heir of the Shi family on our territory. Do you think you can leave? It's already like this, and you still can't see the situation clearly? Hong Yin fired a shot. Only when I, Sang Yi, give it to you, is your territory. If I, Sang Yi, don't give it to you, you are nothing. Go ahead. Kill them. Avenge your young master. They were still thinking about outsmarting each other and self-righteously provoking the other party to gamble on stones, but the other party actually killed Shi Kaitong directly? Zhong Zihao looked at them and started shooting like crazy without saying a word. He quickly dodged Hong Yin's bullet and ran away, pulling Zhong Linlin. Yi Sang raised his eyes and flashed like lightning to block their way. Li Suizhou followed closely with a look of hostility in his eyes. You. Zhong Linlin didn't expect them to be so arrogant that they dared to attack her right away. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she hid behind her brother. Zhong Zihao never expected that these people would play by their own rules. His face was grim. Li Suizhou, you have already killed Shi Kaidong. If you kill us again, you won't be able to leave the Jade Country? Li Suizhou said softly to Yi Sang, leave it to me. Yi Sang glanced at him, then kicked him out. Li Suizhou. Zhong Zihao stumbled and fell with his sister who was hiding behind him, his face pale. Someone, protect the young lady and leave. While shouting at people, he pushed Zhong Linlin out, clenched his fists, and fiercely rushed towards Yi Sang and Li Suizhou, trying to stop them. Li Suizhou grabbed his fist, pulled his arm with force, kicked him out, and sneered, you can't even beat one of us, and you still want to stop 2 of us? Brother! Zhong Linlin looked back and saw her brother's broken arm. Her eyes widened, and she screamed miserably. Go! Zhong Zihao roared in pain. Where are you going? The red smoke figure was graceful, shooting one person after another. Quan Siming didn't just watch, he joined her in killing people. The group of bodyguards were quickly dealt with by the 2 of them. Xiang Qingjia was confused and dumbfounded from beginning to end. Before we knew what exactly happened, there were bodies all over the ground. Hong Yin reached out to grab Zhong Linlin, who was trying to run away. Zhong Linlin gritted her teeth, clenched her hands into claws, and grabbed Hong Yin's face. She swept her legs towards Hong Yin's lower body, trying to snatch her gun. Hong Yin chuckled, blocked her attack 2 or 3 times, and shot her leg. With your limited skills, you'd better save them. She dragged Zhong Linlin over and left her with Zhong Zihao, waiting for Yi Sang to make a life or death decision for them. Yi Sang. Li Suizhou. Zhong Zihao used his only remaining arm to protect his sister, his face pale. We are the ones who don't know what's good for us, but I beg you to let my sister go. I can exchange her for the other 2 districts. Yi Sang looked at them calmly. If I want it, do I need you to change it? That's right. Quan Siming ran over like a lackey, sneering. If Master Sang and Master Li wanted to, we could just kill you and take you down. Is there any need to exchange your lives for it? Hong Yin glanced at him and snorted. You learn pretty quickly. Quan Siming blew his hair and smiled charmingly. Great. Hong Yin rolled her eyes. Yi Sang walked forward and kicked Zhong Zihao out, and stepped on Zhong Linlin, who was now terrified and trying to escape. Let go. Shut up. Zhong Zihao wanted to crawl back, but Hong Yin stepped on him and broke his leg. Yi Sang looked down at Zhong Linlin and smiled nonchalantly. You want Li Suizhou to stay here and be your man, right? Li Suizhou was slightly startled. The corners of his lips curled up, and his eyes were full of smiles. Quan Siming. Hong Yin glanced at Li Suizhou and sighed silently. Stop. And at this moment, another clear voice rang out. 4 or 5 people came over. Xiang Qingjie's expression changed slightly, and he brought his men quickly to Li Suizhou and the others. Kong Zhen. Quan Siming narrowed his eyes. She is here. The gentleness in Li Suizhou's eyes instantly turned into coldness and terrifying hostility. Miss Kong. Zhong Zihao saw her and struggled under Hong Yan's feet as if he saw a savior. Miss Kong, please save us. I can agree to any condition you give. Kong Zhen was also wearing a tight black dress and her long hair was tied up, looking neat and tidy and even more arrogant. Her clear eyes swept over them and her gaze fell on Yi Sang's face, who was stepping on Zhong Linlin. This face is the same as the one in the photo of Old Lady Li. The woman in the black and white photo displayed in the Imperial Continent General Alliance is almost exactly the same, even more beautiful. But the woman in that black and white photo was wearing a Chong Sam, with her hair tied behind her head with a wooden hairpin, looking very charming. The girl in front of him was dressed all in black. She was younger, more bright and beautiful, more solemn and cold, and exuded a sense of desolation. It is recorded in the Imperial Alliance that the person is already dead. Died at the beginning of World War II. The heart was dug out. There's no way he's still alive. That person has never had a family, never had an intimate relationship with any man, and it is impossible for her to have any offspring. But this Yi Sang looks so similar. It's like a replica. Kong Zhen's eyes were dark. She took a deep breath to keep herself calm. She looked at Li Suizhou and smiled. What a coincidence to meet Master Li here. Whether it's a true coincidence or not, you know it better than anyone else, right? Quan Siming sneered. Stop being hypocritical. Kong Zhen was not embarrassed and continued to smile. Mr. Li came here to look for his parents. Regardless of whether Mr. Li and I will get married in the future, I am here to help you now out of my heart. Li Suizhou's eyes were cold. If you feed your kindness to a dog, the dog will vomit. You. Shui Feng clenched her fists when she saw him insulting her young lady and was about to attack, but was stopped by Kong Zhen. You know others are disgusted by you, yet you still try to stick to them. You are really shameless. Quan Siming said sarcastically. Kong Zhen's eyes flashed coldly, and she tried to maintain a smile on her face. I came here this time to discuss business with the Zhong family. I just happened to run into them. Although I don't know how they offended Master Li, it's not good for Master Li to make a fuss over a girl of unknown origin. She said meaningfully. Why don't you let them go today for my sake? I will mediate with the Zhong family and will never let them bear any grudge against Master Li. Your face? There was a hint of evil in the corners of Li Suizhou's raised eyes. He took the gun from Quan Siming beside him and shot it at Zhong Zihao's forehead, who was standing under Hong Yin's feet. Zhong Zihao, who was still full of hope, fell down in despair. Brother! Zhong Linlin roared. Yi Sang stepped hard on her chest ribs, breaking them and causing her death. Kong Zhen's expression changed slightly. You guys. What's your face worth? Li Suizhou sneered coldly. You don't think that Qin Jinling takes you seriously? So you can be a thing in my eyes, right? Li Suizhou. Shui Feng's face was filled with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, It's your blessing that my young lady likes you, but you are so shameless that you humiliate my young lady so many times. Yi Sang looked at them quietly for a while, tilted his head, and asked Li Suizhou, She is Kong Zhen? Li Suizhou pursed his lips and nodded. Yi Sang smiled coldly. I don't like the man. I like to have dirty affairs with other women. Sister. No. Master Sang. Ancestor. Quan Siming's attitude changed very quickly. He ran over and whispered, Don't worry. My brother Sui has nothing to do with this Kong Zhen. He is clean, he. Li Suizhou pulled the corner of his mouth slightly and pulled Quan Siming away with a frown on his face. He held Yi Sang's hand and explained to her in person, I have nothing to do with her. It's just that I got the photos of my parents from her when I went back to the Li family last time. Yi Sang nodded and looked at Kong Zhen calmly, then kill him.